A marriage was bestowed, uniting the prime minister's legitimate daughter with a formidable general of the military. On the very night of their union, the border was engulfed in urgent conflict, prompting her husband to mount his steed and depart for battle. The general's wife, a skilled physician and decisive leader of the Linglong Pavilion, found herself at the heart of a tumultuous moment. Upon the general's victorious return, he devoted his entire being to her, pledging his unwavering affection for her alone. Chapter 1. The urgent departure. On the wedding night, the flickering red candles illuminated the jubilant atmosphere within the prime minister's residence. The character for happiness hung prominently above the entrance, gleaming with gold, heralding the auspiciousness of the day. Su Wan'er, the prime minister's daughter, adorned in a resplendent phoenix crown and bridal gown, sat quietly upon the marriage bed. Her intricate wedding attire, embroidered with lifelike phoenixes, resembled the most magnificent clouds at twilight. Her visage was dignified and graceful, her demeanor exuding a calmness and composure that suggested she was well prepared for this marriage. Although a twinge of nervous anticipation fluttered within her, as this was her first marriage and a pivotal moment in her life, she lowered her gaze slightly, her fingers caressing the delicate embroidery on her gown, her heart a tapestry of conflicting emotions. This union represented not merely her personal destiny, but also a bridge between two families, laden with responsibilities and expectations. A subtle sound echoed from outside, followed by the creaking of the door as it swung open. The groom, Chenfeng, entered the bridal chamber, reeking of wine and somewhat unsteady on his feet, a clear indication of his indulgence at the banquet. Su Wan'er's heart raced, her fingers gripping the dagger hidden beneath her pillow, a precaution she had prudently prepared. While she trusted her family's choice, the intricate dynamics of the court compelled her to remain vigilant. Chenfeng approached the bedside but hesitated to lift the bridal veil. He stood there, gazing at his bride with a mix of gentleness and trepidation, as this was indeed his wedding night, filled with his own tumultuous sentiments. After a prolonged moment, he mustered his courage, extending a slightly trembling hand to gently unveil her. As Su Wan'er lifted her gaze, she was met with a face both foreign and familiar. Though she had never seen him before, his aura and essence felt strangely recognizable. Chenfeng's eyes held both determination and tenderness, as if he could perceive the depths of her soul. The profound emotion in his gaze stirred a warmth within her heart. Miss Su, this marriage is a temporary arrangement orchestrated by the emperor for the sake of political balance, Chenfeng stated, his tone steady and unhurried. His words were blunt, yet his manner conveyed sincerity and a sense of duty. Rest assured, as your husband, I shall fulfill my obligations and treat you with utmost respect, he continued. Su Wan'er, unperturbed by his candor, understood well that this was a political alliance she had anticipated. There is no deep affection between us, however. Now that I have taken you as my wife, I shall strive to protect and cherish you, Chenfeng assured her, his voice resolute and earnest, as if making a solemn vow. Listening to his words, Su Wan'er contemplated deeply. Although there was no emotional foundation between them, his demeanor suggested that he was a man of integrity and responsibility. Perhaps she could endeavor to navigate life alongside him. Very well, I shall rely on my husband for guidance henceforth, Su Wan'er replied, playfully blinking her eyes, her tone imbued with a lightheartedness that conveyed her willingness to embrace their shared journey ahead. In that case, I will count on you to manage the household affairs. My parents are advanced in age and no longer wish to deal with the trivialities of daily life, Chenfeng expressed his satisfaction with his new wife. He had never favored delicate, weeping women. Su Wan'er's straightforward and unpretentious nature aligned perfectly with his preferences. Moreover, it was said she had been raised alongside her grandfather and had acquired formidable skills, making her a woman he truly admired. Chenfeng tenderly brushed his fingers through Su Wan'er's soft hair, his eyes brimming with affection. His gentle touch seemed to cherish this hard-won bond. Su Wan'er tilted her head slightly, determination gleaming in her eyes. She understood that from this moment forward, she was the mistress of this household and must shoulder her responsibilities. She was to be a devoted wife, a dutiful daughter-in-law, and a capable mistress of the home. Yet, before her joy could fully blossom, it was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. A messenger's voice rang out from outside. Report. General, urgent news from the northern front. Enemy forces have launched a surprise attack. This sudden revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, disrupting the warm yet tense atmosphere. Chapter 2. Everyone seeks to comfort her. Su Wan'er's heart tightened as she turned to Chenfeng, noticing the furrow in his brow, his eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and resolve. He grasped her hand gently, his voice resolute yet tender. Wan'er, there is peril at the border as a commander. It is my duty to respond. The path ahead may be fraught with danger, but rest assured, I shall return. Our lives stretch long before us. When I return, we shall share our days together. With that, Li Chenfeng swiftly donned his armor and departed, his silhouette embodying determination and bravery, as if assuring Su Wan'er of his safe return. Watching him leave, her heart swelled with worry and melancholy. Yet she understood the necessity of her own strength, if not for herself, then for the future that lay ahead. After his departure, Su Wan'er began to organize the affairs of the household. She meticulously reviewed the accounts, ensuring every expenditure was transparent and accounted for. Next, she personally trained the maids in martial skills, fully aware that in these tumultuous times, possessing strength was essential for self-protection and safeguarding those around her. Under her guidance, the maids gradually embraced a regimen of training, their physical prowess significantly enhanced, despite being unable to confront 100 foes alone. In no time, the entire household held her in high regard. They recognized that this new mistress was not only beautiful and forthright, but genuinely cared for the well-being of everyone within the household. Li's parents observed with pride as their daughter-in-law managed the household affairs with remarkable order and efficiency. Wan'er, you have endured much these past days. I know it is unfair that Feng was sent to the border on our wedding night, and he cannot even accompany you home, the elder Mrs. Li lamented, grasping Su Wan'er's hand with compassion in her eyes. Mother, please do not say such things. As a daughter-in-law, it is my duty to uphold my responsibilities, regardless of the circumstances of my marriage. My husband, as the great general of our Tianyuan nation, bears the weight of protecting our homeland. I am proud to be his wife. I would never concern myself with trivial matters. Moreover, we are young, and our days ahead are plentiful, so a single night matters little, Su Wan'er reassured the elder Mrs. Li. Given that this was a hastily arranged marriage with no deep emotional bonds, she had long since prepared herself for the possibility of living in solitude. Indeed, my son has chosen such a remarkable wife. The Li family is truly fortunate, the elder Mrs. Li remarked, wiping her eyes and nodding approvingly at Su Wan'er. As time passed, Su Wan'er gradually acclimated to life within the general's residence. She began to delve deeper into the circumstances of this household and the prevailing political climate. In the days that followed, her life resembled the serene blossoming of peach flowers in spring, simple, yet comfortable, imbued with delicacy and grace. Each day, she lightly gathered her sleeves and strolled through the bustling marketplace, her gaze flitting among the myriad of exquisite shops. Like an ethereal fairy, she sought her own pleasures amidst the mundane world. The finely crafted jewels sparkled under the sun, resembling stars that had descended to earth. The splendid garments, resplendent in vibrant hues, wove tales of beauty. They transformed into the scenery in Su Wan'er's eyes, cherished treasures in her hands. She would pause before the cosmetic shop, inhaling the subtle fragrance that seemed to encapsulate the essence of spring, or linger in the silk store, caressing the soft brocade, the sensation akin to a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, creating ripples of delight. At home, her in-laws showered her with affection, treating her like their own daughter, meticulously managing household affairs, sparing her from undue worry. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the family gathered in the courtyard, savoring tea and laughter, the warm atmosphere enveloping their hearts like the gentle sun of spring. In business, her brother-in-law was industrious and astute, adept in commerce, earning substantial wealth for the family through his cleverness. His success not only enhanced the family's prosperity, but also filled Su Wan'er with immense pride. Additionally, her lively and charming sister-in-law provided delightful companionship. They would frolic among the flowers or stroll side by side beneath the willows, their bond as deep as that of biological sisters. They shared secrets and joys, creating countless cherished memories together. After her marriage, Su Wan'er's life underwent little transformation. It was merely a change of venue for her carefree existence, now adorned with the title of general's wife. Moreover, she enjoyed a life of freedom, as her in-laws allowed her to pursue her happiness as long as she remained within reasonable bounds. In this grand residence, she blossomed like a graceful lotus, quietly radiating her beauty and fragrance. The marriage was bestowed upon the daughter of the prime minister, uniting her with the valiant general of the military. On the night of their wedding, the situation at the border became dire, prompting her husband to mount his steed and depart for battle. The general's wife, a skilled healer and the decisive leader of the Linglong Pavilion, stood resolute. Upon his victorious return, He devoted his entirety to her, pledging his undying affection. Chapter 1. The urgent departure. On wedding night, the flickering red candles cast a festive glow within the Prime Minister's residence. The character for happiness adorned the doorframe, gleaming with gold, heralding the auspiciousness of the day. Su Wan'er, the Prime Minister's cherished daughter, donned a magnificent phoenix crown and ceremonial garb, seated serenely upon the wedding bed. Her intricately embroidered wedding attire depicted lifelike phoenixes, resembling the most resplendent clouds at twilight. Her visage was dignified and graceful, exuding an air of calmness and serenity, as if she had long been prepared for this union. Though a hint of nervous anticipation fluttered within her after all, this was her first marriage, a pivotal moment in her life. She lowered her gaze, her fingers gently tracing the exquisite embroidery of her gown, her heart a tapestry of mixed emotions. This marriage represented not merely her personal destiny, but a vital bond between two families, laden with responsibilities and expectations. A soft sound emerged from outside, followed by the creaking of the door. The groom, Chenfeng, entered the chamber, reeking of wine, his steps unsteady from the festivities. Su Wan'er's heart raced, her fingers gripping the dagger concealed beneath her pillow, a precaution she had taken for unforeseen circumstances. While she trusted the Prime Minister's judgment, the intricate dynamics of the court compelled her to remain vigilant. Chenfeng approached the bed, but did not immediately lift the bridal veil. He stood there, gazing at his bride, his eyes reflecting warmth tinged with trepidation. This was, after all, his wedding night, and he too was beset with conflicting emotions. At long last, he summoned the courage to extend a slightly trembling hand and gently lift the veil. As Su Wan'er raised her eyes, she beheld a face both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. Though she had never seen him before, his demeanor and essence felt reminiscent. Chenfeng's gaze held both resolve and tenderness, as if he could discern the depths of her heart. The profound affection in his eyes stirred a warmth within her. Miss Su, this marriage is a pragmatic arrangement enacted by His Majesty to weigh the pros and cons. Chenfeng spoke, his tone steady and deliberate. His straightforward words were imbued with sincerity and accountability. Rest assured, having wed the general, I shall uphold my duties and fulfill my obligations. Su Wan'er nodded. Unperturbed, she recognized the political nature of their union. You and I may not share deep affection, yet since I have taken you as my wife, I shall devote myself to treating you with utmost care and safeguarding your well-being, he continued, his voice imbued with conviction, as though making a solemn vow. Su Wan'er contemplated his words thoughtfully. Despite the absence of emotional foundation, he appeared to be a man of integrity and responsibility. Perhaps she could endeavor to build a life alongside him. Very well, then I shall trouble you to look after matters in the future, she replied, her eyes sparkling with a playful energy as she regarded Chenfeng. Her tone conveyed a sense of ease and acceptance, as if to assure him that she was willing to embrace this marriage and face whatever challenges lay ahead together. In that case, I would appreciate your diligence in managing the household affairs. My parents are advanced in age and can no longer attend to these trivial matters. Chenfeng expressed his satisfaction with his new bride. He had never favored delicate and tearful women. Su Wan'er's forthright demeanor was precisely to his liking. Moreover, hearing of her upbringing alongside her grandfather, where she had acquired martial skills, only heightened his admiration. Gently caressing her silky hair, Chenfeng's eyes brimmed with affection. His touch was tender and meticulous, as if cherishing this rare bond. Su Wan'er slightly tilted her head, her gaze resolute. She understood that from this moment forth, she was the mistress of this household, bearing the weight of her responsibilities. She must fulfill her roles as a wife, daughter-in-law, and head of the household. However, before her joy could fully blossom, it was abruptly shattered by a flurry of hurried footsteps. A messenger called out urgently from outside, "Report. General, urgent news from the northern border. Enemy forces have launched a surprise attack, and the situation is critical." This unforeseen revelation struck like a lightning bolt, shattering the warm yet tense atmosphere. Chapter 2. Everyone wishes to console her. Su Wan'er's heart tightened painfully. She turned to Chenfeng, observing the furrow in his brow and the fleeting glimmer of reluctance and resolve in his eyes. He turned, gently grasping her hand, his voice resolute and unwavering. "Wan'er, the border is in peril. As a leader, I cannot shirk my duty. This journey may be fraught with peril, but rest assured, I shall return. Our lives stretch ahead of us. When I return, we shall share our days together." With that, Chenfeng swiftly donned his armor and departed, his silhouette radiating determination and courage, as if assuring Su Wan'er of his safe return. She watched him vanish from sight, her heart heavy with worry and melancholy. Yet she knew she must summon her strength, if only for the sake of her own future. Once Li Chenfeng left, Su Wan'er set about organizing the affairs of the household. She meticulously reviewed the accounts, ensuring that every expenditure was clear and transparent. Next, she personally instructed the maids in martial training, fully aware that in these tumultuous times, possessing strength was essential for protecting herself and those around her. Under her guidance, the maids gradually embraced the exercise, enhancing their physical capabilities. In no time, the household held her in high esteem. They recognized that their new mistress was not only beautiful and forthright but genuinely cared for their well-being. Li's parents observed their daughter-in-law managing the household with remarkable efficiency, both inside and outside, filling them with gratitude and admiration. Wan'er, you have worked hard during these days. I understand that on your wedding night, Feng was dispatched to the border and could not even accompany you home.
I feel for you.
The elder Mrs. Li lamented, grasping Su Wan'er's hand with compassion in her eyes. Mother, please do not say such things. As a daughter-in-law, it is my duty to fulfill my responsibilities, regardless of the circumstances surrounding my marriage. My husband, as a general of our nation, has an obligation to protect our homeland. I take pride in that and do not mind these challenges. Moreover, we are young, and our future is long. I do not concern myself with the fleeting moments, Su Wan'er reassured the elder Mrs. Li. The marriage itself had been a hasty arrangement, devoid of deep emotional ties. Upon learning that her betrothed was the esteemed general, she had mentally prepared herself for a solitary existence. Oh, how fortunate I am that my son has such a wife. The ancestral spirits of the general's household must be rejoicing, the elder Mrs. Li sighed, wiping her eyes, gazing at Su Wan'er with heartfelt appreciation. As time passed, Su Wan'er gradually acclimatized to life within the general's residence. She began to gain a deeper understanding of her household's circumstances and the state of the court. In the days that followed, Su Wan'er's life blossomed like peach blossoms unfurling in the gentle spring, simple yet comfortable, imbued with delicacy and grace. Each day, she would lightly gather her flowing sleeves and stroll through the bustling marketplace, her gaze flitting among the myriad of exquisite shops. Like an ethereal fairy seeking joy in the mundane world, the finely crafted jewels sparkled under the sun, radiating a brilliance akin to stars descending upon the earthly realm. The sumptuous garments, resplendent in their vibrant hues, wove tales of beauty. They became both the scenery in Su Wan'er's eyes and treasures in her hands. She would pause before the rouge and powder shop, inhaling the subtle fragrance that seemed to carry the essence of spring, or linger in the silk store, caressing soft brocade, the sensation beneath her fingertips reminiscent of a spring breeze caressing a lake surface, creating ripples of delight. At home, her in-laws were affectionate, treating her as their own daughter, diligently managing all affairs, sparing her from undue worry. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the family would gather in the courtyard, savoring tea and laughter, the warm ambience akin to the gentle sun of spring, comforting every heart. In business, her brother-in-law was industrious and astute, adept in commerce, accumulating wealth for the family through his cleverness. His success not only fostered the family's prosperity, but also filled Su Wan'er with immense pride and joy. Additionally, her sister-in-law, with her charming and vivacious nature, shared delightful moments with her. Whether frolicking amidst blooming flowers or strolling side by side beneath the willow shade, their bond as profound as that of biological sisters. They exchanged secrets and joys, creating cherished memories together. After marriage, Su Wan'er's life experienced little alteration. She merely continued her leisurely existence in a new setting, now adorned with the title of general's wife. Moreover, she enjoyed the freedom to live as she pleased, as long as she remained within acceptable bounds, her in-laws rarely imposing restrictions. In this grand residence, she resembled a graceful lotus, quietly unfolding her beauty and fragrance. Chapter 3. The village of Zhuangzi. On this day, the two sisters-in-law ventured outside the city for leisure, accompanied by their respective maids and a retinue of guards. As they traveled, Li Shuer gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity, marveling at every new sight. As they journeyed further, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, where they spotted a village not far off. Initially intending to inquire about water, they approached only to discover that the villagers were emaciated and poorly clad. The sight immediately unsettled the two women. Sister-in-law, we are not far from the capital, yet how can the people here be in such a state?
Li Shu exclaimed.
Her eyes widening at the scene before her. Xiaoer, go find someone to ask. Su Wan'er instructed her close maid to seek out a villager. Shortly thereafter, the maid returned with a frail, haggard old woman. "Madam, I have brought someone." The old woman stood trembling. "Madam, may I inquire where this village is and why it is in such dire circumstances?" Su Wan'er asked gently, her smile disarming. The old woman replied, her voice quaking. "This village belongs to a corrupt official who imposes harsh taxes. Everything edible must be surrendered to the authorities, and those who resist face dire consequences." As the woman spoke, her indignation grew. How can such audacity exist under the emperor's rule? "Do you not fear for your safety?" Li Shuer's anger flared as she absorbed the old woman's words. "These are living souls. They are subjects of our realm. My grandfather, father, and elder brother risked their lives on the battlefield to protect our borders. While these parasites oppress the people." Tears welled in her eyes.
"Sure, do not be so distressed.
Such parasites abound, as the old woman said. In a vast forest, one finds all manner of creatures. We cannot intervene in every matter," Su Wan'er soothed, grasping Li Shuer's hand. After giving the old woman 5 taels of silver, they prepared to leave, fearing Li Shuer might utter something rash. "Sister-in-law, please find a way to help them. I know you possess the means,"
Li Shuer implored,
motioning towards the gaunt children clad in rags. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wan'er resolved to return home to discuss the matter with their elders. Upon hearing their tale, the elders were first filled with righteous indignation, wishing to punish the villainous official, but hesitated due to the political ramifications. However, Li Shuer's heartfelt pleas about the villagers' plight resonated deeply, while Su Wan'er assured them of discreet action. Ultimately, the elders consented, emphasizing the need for caution. The 2 women pooled their private funds to acquire provisions and clothing, which they secretly delivered to the village. Simultaneously, Su Wan'er wrote to her father in the capital, hinting at the situation. Upon receiving the letter, her father dispatched agents to investigate the corrupt official. Eventually, the official was impeached, and the village was placed under public management, with Su Wan'er discreetly purchasing it. She subsequently reduced the taxes imposed on the tenants, who expressed immense gratitude, viewing the 2 women as their saviors. Life in the village gradually improved. Chapter 4. The Beautiful Disaster Within the Ministry of Revenue. The illustrious and talented young lady Yi Wan'er harbored a deep affection for the dashing and accomplished Li Chenfeng since her youth. In her eyes, he was a radiant moon illuminating her formative years. However, fate often toys with lovers, and a royal decree forced Li Chenfeng to wed the prime minister's daughter, Su Wan'er. Witnessing their wedding pierced Yi Wan'er's heart like 1,000 needles, igniting jealousy over Su Wan'er's effortless union with the man she adored, and bitterness over her own inability to convey her feelings. This tumult of emotions twisted her heart, giving rise to a dark notion to eliminate Su Wan'er. Upon learning that Li Chenfeng would be departing for battle on their wedding night, Yi Wan'er clandestinely hired a band of ruthless outlaws to pursue Su Wan'er. Every detail of her plan was meticulously crafted, hoping to emerge victorious in this silent struggle. The outlaws moved like shadows under the cover of night, lying in wait along Su Wan'er's path. Yet, Su Wan'er was no ordinary woman. She possessed keen intellect and formidable martial skills. Though she had not consummated her marriage, her heart brimmed with hope for the future. Sensing something amiss, she quickly became alert and engaged the outlaws in a fierce battle, employing her wits and combat prowess. The confrontation unfolded silently in the night, with Yi Wan'er watching anxiously from a distance, her heart pounding in anticipation and dread. However, when she beheld Su Wan'er single-handedly repelling the assailants, a wave of deep resentment surged within her. "Why is it that you, Su Wan'er, are so fortunate? I shall not let this rest," she declared before turning away. "My lady, all assailants have been eliminated," a kneeling guard reported. "Ascertain who sent them,"
Su Wan'er replied,
her expression devoid of emotion, for no one could remain at ease when pursued. "Yes." Following an investigation, it soon became clear that Yi Wan'er was behind the attack. Yet, Su Wan'er chose to keep this knowledge to herself and decided to repay treachery with treachery. Learning of Yi Wan'er's long-standing affection for Li Chenfeng, she discreetly spread a rumor that he had sustained grave injuries in battle. Upon hearing this news, Yi Wan'er was frantic, hastily sending someone to verify the information, and could not resist seeking out Su Wan'er for details. When informed of Yi Wan'er's request to meet, Su Wan'er smiled inwardly in triumph and went to greet her. Upon arrival, Yi Wan'er realized she had fallen into a trap, surrounded by Su Wan'er's associates. Su Wan'er stepped forward, a cold smile on her lips.
Monsieur.
Your cruelty leaves me no choice but to be equally unyielding. Yi Wanyue's face betrayed her panic, yet she feigned composure. What are you implying? I do not understand. Do you not understand?
Su Wan'er retorted.
I had initially intended to hand you over to the authorities, but considering that you were merely blinded by your emotions, I thought it prudent to resolve this matter privately. As long as I am satisfied with the outcome, I would let you off the hook. To my surprise, you showed no gratitude. Yi Wanyue hesitated for a moment, ultimately softening her demeanor. What do you wish for?
Su Wan'er nonchalantly replied.
It is no longer about what I desire, but rather, it depends on Miss Ye's sincerity. As long as you do not report this incident to the authorities or inform my parents, I can offer you compensation. Yi Wanyue glanced at those around her, feeling compelled to concede momentarily. Very well. I require you to kneel and apologize, and you must also compensate me with 10,000 taels of silver. If you lack the ready currency, you may offer equivalent valuables instead. Agreed?
Su Wan'er grinned, raising a finger.
10,000 taels. Are you robbing me? Kneeling is out of the question. Yi Wanyue could no longer maintain the demeanor of a wealthy young lady and exclaimed in anger. Then I suppose there is nothing more to discuss. Let's escort Miss Yi on her way. As she spoke, she raised her hand, and the guards behind her approached with drawn blades.
Wait.
I will give it to you. Is that not sufficient? Yi Wanyue, filled with fear, hurriedly responded. Su Wan'er lifted her chin, signaling the guards to halt. Yi Wanyue gritted her teeth and instructed someone to fetch the banknotes. Before long, the banknotes arrived, and Yi Wanyue reluctantly handed them to Su Wan'er. Su Wan'er inspected the notes carefully and then derisively remarked, "Now this is more like it, Miss Yi. As for the kneeling apology, consider it for today. However, you would do well to remember not to scheme against me again."
Yi Wanyue, humiliated, daret not retort.
Chapter 5. Betraying the younger brother one day, Su Wan'er was admiring the flowers in the courtyard when a servant came to announce that Jiang Yingying had come to visit.
Su Wan'er promptly invited her in.
Jiang Yingying appeared in a delicate silk dress, her face adorned with a gentle smile.
Sister Su.
I hope you will forgive my intrusion today. I have come to express my gratitude for your enlightening guidance the other day, Jiang Yingying said respectfully. Su Wan'er assisted her to her feet, smiling. Sister Jiang, you seem to be in good spirits. It appears you have been living quite comfortably of late. Thanks to your enlightenment, I now realize how misguided I was before, Jiang Yingying expressed with a sigh. A few days prior, while Su Wan'er was out for an appointment with friends, she had overheard Jiang Yingying in a private chamber, being deceived by a scholar and contemplating a rift with her parents. She had stepped in to counsel her, and fortunately, Jiang Yingying had been raised well and was simply stubborn. Moreover, her feelings for the scholar were not essential. They were merely a rebellion against her overly domineering parents. Yet she was still receptive to advice. As they spoke, Su Wan'er's younger sister-in-law ran over and leaped into her arms.
Su Wan'er affectionately pets her head.
Sister-in-law, I'm back. Li Shu'er released her grip and playfully cooed at her. Seeing this, Jiang Yingying expressed her envy. Sister, you are truly fortunate to have a younger sister-in-law like this. Su Wan'er replied with a gentle smile. Sister Jiang, you will have one of your own when you marry in the future. That may not be guaranteed. Not every sister-in-law is as obedient and beautiful as I am.
Li Shu'er chimed in proudly, raising Su Wan'er's hand.
Indeed, you are the most beautiful.
Su Wan'er left, playfully squeezing her cheek.
She then turned to Jiang Yingying and teased, if you envy me so much, why not marry my younger brother and become my sister-in-law? You would then have a sister-in-law as wonderful as I am. That is indeed a possibility. You might mention it to your younger brother. Perhaps we could become a match. Jiang Yingying pondered for a moment, as if having made a resolution. Are you serious? You must take the initiative. But let me warn you. If my younger brother is unwilling, you must not force him, Su Wan'er exclaimed, astonished at Jiang Yingying's audacity. She secretly admired her boldness. In the days that followed, Jiang Yingying frequently visited the general's residence to enjoy tea and poetry with Su Wan'er, and the two became friends, marveling at the wonders of life. One day, Su Wan'er's younger brother, Li Chenxi, returned home. Su Wan'er intentionally arranged for Jiang Yingying to meet him. Li Chenxi, dressed in white, exuded elegance. Upon seeing him, Jiang Yingying's cheeks flushed slightly. However, Li Chenxi merely nodded politely, showing little interest. Jiang Yingying felt a pang of disappointment, but refused to easily give up. From then on, Jiang Yingying orchestrated various chance encounters, whether on the streets or through deliberate interruptions. Yet, every time Li Chenxi spotted her, he would evade her, genuinely intimidated by the audacious girl. Thus began their comedic chase, a typical tale of pursuit and retreat. On one occasion, while Jiang Yingying was out riding, her horse suddenly bolted in fright. Li Chenxi, initially believing it was a prank, was reluctant to intervene. Nonetheless, he eventually disregarded the danger and rushed to seize the reins. As they interacted more, Li Chenxi discovered that Jiang Yingying was not only kind-hearted and gentle, but also exceptionally talented. Gradually, his gaze towards her began to reflect different emotions. Su Wan'er could hardly believe that Jiang Yingying had indeed taken action regarding Li Chenxi, and it seemed to be working splendidly. This audacious girl truly was remarkable. Chapter 6. The Thousand Poles Technique. In the bustling and vibrant capital city, winter snowflakes danced through the air, and the fragrance of plum blossoms wafted, adorning the ancient city with a layer of pristine white veils. In the blink of an eye, it had been nearly a year since Li Chenfeng had set out to the border. As the year-end approached, uncertainty loomed over his return to the capital. Recent news had indicated that the barbarian forces had been repelled, with a portion of the army remaining stationed at the border for protection while a contingent returned to report to the capital. For safety reasons, no one knew the exact date of their return. However, the currents of fate often stir up tempests amid tranquility. By sheer happenstance, Su Wan'er's life trajectory was about to undergo a monumental transformation. On a sunny afternoon, accompanied by her maid, Xiao Cue, Su Wan'er strolled through a secluded alley in the capital. The alley was flanked by charming ancient residences, with the occasional melodious chirp of birds adding a touch of vitality to the serene afternoon. Just as they were reveling in this tranquility, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps and a faint cry for help shattered the peace. Startled, Su Wan'er hastened towards the source of the sound, only to discover a disheveled man, bloodied and lying on the ground, groaning in agony. This man possessed an extraordinary appearance, exuding an aura of distinction. Yet he appeared incredibly weakened in that moment. Having studied medicine under her master since childhood and being a compassionate healer, Su Wan'er ordered her maidservants to carry him to a clinic for treatment. After the physician's diligent care, the man's condition gradually improved, and he revealed his identity as a reclusive master who had fallen into misfortune due to treachery. In gratitude for Su Wan'er's life-saving assistance, this enigmatic individual decided to impart his lifelong martial arts secrets to her. The technique was known as the Thousand Poles Technique, a long-lost martial art said to possess the power to shake the heavens and alter the earth when mastered to its highest realm. Young lady, this Thousand Poles Technique is a treasured gem of my sect. Alas, very few possess the aptitude to master it, the man lamented as he gazed at the manual. Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er felt a mix of astonishment and admiration for martial arts. Senior, is it truly appropriate for you to entrust such a treasured technique to me? This technique is meant to be practiced. If it has been given to you, it is because you possess the innate talent to master it, the man declared, tossing the manual to Su Wan'er with a nonchalant air. Then I am grateful for your generous gift, and I hope you will not hesitate to offer guidance, Su Wan'er said, accepting the manual and bowing in thanks. Under the meticulous guidance of a mysterious master, she embarked on her journey to practice the Qianyin technique.
Su Wan'er,
already gifted with remarkable martial art skills, possessed an understanding of martial arts that transcended the ordinary. Every morning, she rose early to train, diligently comprehending everything from the most fundamental techniques to the profound inner workings of martial arts. Her figure darted through every corner of the courtyard, the wind of her punches howling, the flickers of her sword illuminating the air, as if she were one with the heavens and the earth. In the stillness of the night, she would often sit by the window, immersed in her texts, meticulously studying and committing every word and phrase to memory. As time passed, several months slipped away. During this period, Su Wan'er made remarkable progress and grasped the essence of the Qianyin technique in a remarkably short time. Her boxing was a harmonious blend of strength and grace, while her swordplay was agile and ethereal, as if she had transcended the realm of mere mortals. The mysterious master, witnessing her growth, could not help but marvel, affirming that he had indeed recognized exceptional talent. This girl possessed extraordinary gifts and an astonishing capacity for comprehension, making the Qianyin technique truly valuable in her hands. All credit was due to the teachings of her predecessors. Su Wan'er sincerely expressed her gratitude to the man, acknowledging that her current prowess was a result of his guidance. Now, Su Wan'er appeared to be a gentle and charming young woman on the surface, But beneath that facade lay a formidable martial artist, her ultimate trump card and last line of defense. Chapter 7. The Return from Battle. When Li Chenfeng returned to the capital, adorned with the glory of victory, he was met not only with the court's accolades but also with the jubilant cheers of the common people. Su Yao stood beneath the plum tree in the courtyard, her gaze fixed upon the distance. She was Li Chenfeng's newlywed wife, her heart filled with worry and longing throughout the past year. Upon hearing that the troops were returning, her heart could no longer remain calm. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the streets. Su Yao felt a stirring in her heart and hurried to the entrance. There, she beheld a procession of soldiers riding in, and at the forefront was none other than Li Chenfeng, radiating gallant charm. Upon seeing Su Yao at the door, Li Chenfeng's eyes sparkled with surprise and tenderness. Dismounting his horse, he strode towards her. "You have returned." Su Yao's voice trembled slightly. "Yes, I have returned, and this time I shall not leave so easily." Li Chenfeng firmly grasped her hand. The surrounding populace erupted in cheers, celebrating the triumphant return of the army, while Li Chenfeng and Su Yao basked in the joy of their reunion, as if the world contained only the two of them. Even the plum blossoms seemed to bloom more vibrantly, rejoicing in their togetherness. Yet, within Su Wan'er, a deep struggle and turmoil took root. The sudden marriage had thrust two relatively unfamiliar individuals together, and after a hurried parting on their wedding night, his return left her feeling disoriented, unsure of how to engage with him. Li Chenfeng's heart was similarly tumultuous, recalling the events of 7 years prior. When he had accidentally injured himself and collapsed in a remote valley, he had been fortuitously discovered by Su Wan'er, who had been out gathering herbs. At that time, she was merely a 13-year-old girl, yet her heart was pure and kind, nurturing him back to health for over half a month. When he recovered, he reluctantly departed, leaving behind a jade pendant as a token. However, when he later sought her out, he found her former residence abandoned. It turned out to have merely been a temporary lodging. It wasn't until their wedding night that he joyfully recognized her as the one he had long sought. Yet, she seemed to have completely forgotten him, and he had been compelled to depart for battle before he could clarify anything. Now, as time had drifted on, he found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to recount this buried past. Gazing at Su Wan'er, Li Chenfeng's eyes were filled with complex emotions. He contemplated that perhaps he should slowly approach her, gradually earn her trust, and find the right moment to mention their shared history. Those forgotten memories, like aged wine, became richer with time, intoxicating yet bittersweet. Thus, he silently observed Su Wan'er in their daily lives. In spring, he would carefully select a budding peach blossom and gently tuck it into her hair, the delicate pink accentuating her fair complexion. In the heat of summer, he would present her with a bowl of chilled sour plum soup, refreshing her spirit and warming her heart. As autumn winds blew, he would collect a golden leaf, inscribe heartfelt poetry upon it, and quietly leave it on her writing desk. During the winter's snowfall, he would drape a soft fox fur over her shoulders, shielding her from the cold. Though Su Wan'er still felt a hint of unfamiliarity towards Li Chenfeng, she was touched by his subtle attentions. She began to make an effort to understand and accept him. In the stillness of night, she would reflect on every glance and smile of his, feelings of inexplicable affection swelling within her. In this delicate atmosphere, the distance between them gradually diminished. At times, they would encounter each other on the garden path, exchanging smiles that spoke volumes without the need for words. On other occasions, beneath the moonlit pavilion, they would share a pot of tea, discussing poetry and art, and exchanging dreams of life, as if there were an endless conversation waiting to unfold. Chapter 8. Attending the banquet in the palace in the vibrant courtyard of the estate, where flowers bloomed abundantly and fragrances wafted through the air, a delicate swing swayed gently, whispering the secrets of spring. Su Wan'er sat quietly upon the swing, her gaze traversing the blossoms as if piercing through time and space, drifting towards the horizon. Her beauty was ethereal, yet a trace of melancholy lingered in her brow, starkly contrasting the bright spring light. "My lady, you shall attend the palace banquet with the general tomorrow. Are you not overjoyed?"
Herr Leilymaid, Kia.
A spirited girl with crescent-shaped eyes fanned her gently with an exquisite round fan, dispelling the heat. Her words carried a playful teasing, yet genuine excitement, clearly anticipating her mistress's entrance into the grand court. Qiaoa had been raised by Su Wan'er's maternal grandfather, and they shared a bond akin to sisters. She understood the sensitive yet resilient heart hidden beneath Su Wan'er's calm exterior.
Her words, Su Wan'er smiled faintly.
A mixture of helplessness and confusion etched across her features. Shower, your mischievous tongue always runs wild. I do not know whether to feel joy or dismay. While the banquet is splendid, it is not what I desire. Within the palace, before the emperor, one cannot afford to err. The consequences could be dire, punishment at best, loss of life at worst, for the emperor's decrees are absolute. She gently swayed the swing, as if wishing to disperse her worries along with the spring breeze. Seeing her demeanor, Shower's eyes flickered with concern, but she quickly donned a cheerful expression. My lady, do not speak so. You are the treasure of our household, beloved by both the master and the general. This banquet may well be your moment to shine, revealing not only your exceptional medical skills, but also your remarkable talents. Her words brimmed with pride and encouragement, as if she could already envision Su Wan'er dazzling the audience at the banquet.
Su Wan'er shook her head gently.
Her gaze softening as she looked at Shower. Shower, do you not realize that within the court, storms brew and currents swirl? Though I wish to serve my country, I fear becoming entangled in endless strife. Furthermore, my true aspiration lies in healing and saving lives, rather than navigating the treacherous waters of power. Her voice, though soft, conveyed unwavering determination and resolve. Upon hearing her words, Shower's eyes glimmered with admiration as she clasped Su Wan'er's hand tightly, warm and reassuring. Miss, regardless of the decision you make, Shower will always stand by your side. Your medical skills are extraordinary, and with a compassionate heart, you shall undoubtedly carve out your own path amidst this chaotic world. Her tone was resolute, as if she were pledging an eternal vow to Su Wan'er. Recalling the moments spent with her grandfather and Shower, a wave of warmth surged within Su Wan'er. Since childhood, she had been raised by her grandparents, honing her martial and medical skills, mastering not only the art of combat, but also the finesse of healing. Her grandfather, that ever-smiling elder, always provided guidance during her moments of confusion and comfort in times of fatigue. As for Shower, her childhood companion, she was an irreplaceable presence in Su Wan'er's life. Together, they had weathered countless storms, becoming each other's steadfast support. As thoughts of the impending palace banquet filled her mind, Su Wan'er felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet she understood that this was a fate she could not evade. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to draw in all her courage. Shower, you are right. No matter what lies ahead, we must bravely forge onward. Though I cannot alter this tumultuous era, I can utilize my medical skills to lend aid to the suffering. As night descended, tranquility enveloped the residence. Su Wan'er and Shower walked side by side along the corridor, the moonlight cascading over them, imbuing the serene night with warmth and peace. They both understood that, regardless of what the future held, as long as they leaned on each other, they could face any storm that life might present. The moment the splendid carriage of the general came to a halt, the entire capital seemed to hold its breath. As the curtain was lifted, the gallant General Chenfeng, clad in a finely tailored crimson uniform, stepped forth with grace, gently taking the hand of the demure Su Wan'er. Dressed in a flowing cloud-patterned silk gown and adorned with a treasured hairpin, she moved with an ethereal lightness, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Entering the opulent palace alongside Li Chenfeng. Inside the grand hall, candles flickered brightly, palace lanterns hung high, and an array of exquisite treasures adorned the space, creating an atmosphere of joy and harmony. Invited officials, accompanied by their families, arrived in splendid attire, their laughter and chatter contributing to the vibrant scene. Chapter 9, Assassination in the Grand Hall. Su Wan'er curiously surveyed the royal layout, her eyes sparkling with admiration, inwardly exclaiming, "Truly, it is worthy of royalty." Every detail exuded opulence and nobility, evoking a sense of awe. "The palace is fraught with peril, my lady. Please be cautious. I fear there may be those lacking foresight who seek to cause trouble," Li Chenfeng advised Su Wan'er earnestly. Suddenly, a melodious tune filled the air, enchanting all who heard it. A troupe of dancers, clad in colorful garments, gracefully entered, their movements light as they seemed to float like fairies in the clouds. Their dance was both delicate and powerful, each gesture perfectly embodying the rhythm's beauty. Everyone became entranced by the mesmerizing performance, forgetting all else around them. Yet, amidst this harmonious atmosphere, calamity quietly approached. One dancer's expression suddenly hardened, her form darting forward to hurl a sharp dagger towards the emperor. This unforeseen turn of events caught everyone off guard, plunging the hall into panic and chaos. Li Chenfeng reacted with remarkable swiftness. With a nimble leap, he intercepted the dagger aimed at the emperor. His movements were lightning fast, displaying immense strength, and before the dancer could react, he had her firmly subdued. In an instant, the hall erupted into tumult as guards rushed forward to apprehend the assailant. The emperor, witnessing the commotion, was filled with fury. He slammed his hand on the armrest of the dragon throne and bellowed, "Summon the guards and investigate this matter thoroughly." Following the emperor's command, the entire palace fell into a tense search. After thorough questioning and investigation, the true identity of the dancer was revealed. She was a spy from a rival nation, infiltrating the palace with the intent to assassinate the emperor and disrupt the regime. Upon learning the truth, the emperor greatly praised Li Chenfeng for his valor in protecting him and personally conferred numerous treasures, bestowing upon him the title of first-class general as a mark of honor. Li Chenfeng humbly accepted the emperor's rewards, yet felt no pride or arrogance. He understood that, as a subject, safeguarding the emperor was his duty and responsibility. Meanwhile, Su Wan'er remained close, anxious not to create any trouble for her husband. Although she possessed remarkable skills, to the outside world, she was merely seen as someone capable of self-defense. She could not reveal her profound abilities for fear of inciting unnecessary complications. Thus, in the face of this sudden turmoil, she could only stand silently by, her heart racing with concern for Li Chenfeng. Once the situation calmed, Su Wan'er nestled tightly against him. Her cheeks flushed with a mix of fear and gratitude. "You frightened me terribly just now. Why did you rush in so recklessly? What would I do if something happened to you? What would our parents think?" Her voice carried a hint of reproach, but more so, it was laced with deep concern and worry. Li Chenfeng, hearing her words, playfully pinched her nose and smiled gently. "Protecting the emperor is the duty of a loyal subject. How could I hesitate? Besides, I am not without the means to protect myself, so you need not worry. And how could I bear to leave you alone in this chaotic world?" His tone was filled with both firmness and tenderness, warming Su Wan'er's heart. Upon hearing this, a blush crept across her face as she mockingly glared at him. When did the valiant general become so smooth-tongued? It's hard to believe. Yet, the sparkle in her eyes reflected her happiness, clearly charmed by his words. They exchanged smiles, understanding each other without the need for further words. They both knew that amidst the chaos of this era, to encounter, understand, and cherish one another was a precious and rare fortune. Hence, they cherished their bond all the more, willing to sacrifice for one another. At the ensuing celebration banquet, while the atmosphere remained lively and festive, a newfound vigilance and caution lingered in everyone's hearts. After all, the earlier assassination attempt had sounded an alarm for all. Chapter 10. Confessing the past for Li Chenfeng and Su Wan'er. However, this celebration became a catalyst for the deepening of their relationship. They raised their cups and toasts, sharing laughter and joy, as if the entire world faded away into oblivion. In each other's eyes, they found steadfastness and gentleness, as well as glimpses of hope and beauty for the future. As the banquet drew to a close, Li Chenfeng and Su Wan'er walked hand in hand out of the palace. They understood that the road ahead was long and fraught with challenges, but as long as they faced it together, they could overcome any obstacle that lay before them. Upon returning to the general's residence, Li Chenfeng showcased the treasures bestowed by the emperor to Su Wan'er. The dazzling jewels sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, overwhelming the senses. Yet, in Su Wan'er's eyes, these treasures paled in comparison to the safety and companionship of Li Chenfeng. She gently clasped Li Chenfeng's hand and said with deep affection, "These treasures are indeed splendid, but in my heart, you are the most precious of all." Upon hearing this, warmth surged within Li Chenfeng,
Embrace Su Wan'er tightly,
as if he wished to merge her into his very being. Softly, he murmured, "Wan'er, rest assured, I will devote my life to protecting and cherishing you, ensuring you suffer no harm." Under the moonlight at that moment, the two gradually drew closer.
Wan'er.
"Do you remember 7 years ago in the countryside when you saved a man?"
Li Chenfeng inhuidet genti, holding Su Wan'er close.
"Saved a man? In the countryside? I have a vague recollection," she replied, pondering as she brushed her chin. "That man had some scrapes on his cheeks and forehead, and after I cleaned and bandaged his wounds, I do not recall his appearance, though he must have been quite handsome. Indeed, that man was I." I sought you out afterward, but you had already left. I searched for a long time without success, only recognizing you on the day of the wedding. Yet I dared not reveal myself. I was then urgently called to battle, and thus we were never given the chance to meet again. Li Chenfeng recounted as he rested his head on her shoulder. I am grateful to my master for taking me around to learn medicine. Otherwise, I would not want to end up like the tales say, marrying my life-saving benefactor, he exclaimed, feigning distress.
Su Wan'er nestled in Li Chenfeng's embrace.
Feeling his warmth and resolve.
How could that be?
Our fates are destined, he said after playfully biting her lip. She marveled at the wonder of their connection, knowing that this man was her greatest support and happiness in life. Gently, she closed her eyes, wishing to etch this moment into her heart forever. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the door. Li Chenfeng stood alert, sword in hand. Su Wan'er hid behind him, feeling a surge of fear. The door burst open, revealing a group of men clad in black. The leader sneered, Li Chenfeng, today marks your demise. Li Chenfeng shouted angrily, who are you? How dare you trespass upon the general's estate? The black-clad men did not respond and charged forward. Li Chenfeng, a skilled warrior, engaged them in fierce combat. Though Su Wan'er also possessed martial skills, she picked up a stone from the ground and, waiting for the right moment, hurled it at the attackers. Amidst the fray, Li Chenfeng noticed that these individuals were evidently trained assassins, each strike aimed to kill. Suddenly, he caught sight of one man attempting to ambush Su Wan'er. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded his own safety and leaped to shield her, sustaining a deep cut on his arm. Su Wan'er gasped, her heart aching for him. At that moment, the guards from the general's estate arrived, and the black-clad men, sensing danger, retreated. Li Chenfeng pressed his hand against his wound, reassuring Su Wan'er. It's nothing, just a minor injury. As long as you are safe. You know I am skilled in combat. Why did you shield me? Su Wan'er looked at his wound, her eyes brimming with tears. All is well. It's merely a small injury. We shall tend to it shortly. Li Chenfeng gently comforted his beloved wife. Reluctantly, Su Wan'er assisted Li Chenfeng back to their room to bandage his wound, and their hearts grew even closer. Chapter 11. The atmosphere of the New Year. The streets were filled with the vibrant spirit of the New Year as Lady Li took Su Wan'er and Li Shu were shopping for festive goods and gifts for Su Wan'er's family. Meanwhile, Li Chenfeng and General Li trailed behind, carrying their purchases. Li Chenxi, the foolish younger brother, had once again been led astray by Jiang Yingying. The two spent their days wandering and playing, seemingly oblivious to the need for settling down. Mother, my younger brother has been taken away by Miss Jiang again. When do you plan to propose to her? Su Wan'er inquired, tugging at Lady Li's sleeve to glean her thoughts on Jiang Yingying. After the New Year celebrations, Lady Li replied, having seen through Su Wan'er's probing. It would be better for the girl to spend the holiday with her parents first. We wouldn't want to disturb their happiness during this festive time. Su Wan'er expressed her approval, praising her mother-in-law for her understanding nature. They continued their shopping cheerfully until they were drawn to a lively commotion ahead. A group of street performers had gathered, captivating a crowd with their skills. Curiosity piqued. Li Chenfeng approached, where he witnessed an artist skillfully tossing long swords into the air and catching them, prompting cheers from the onlookers. However, General Li furrowed his brow, well aware of the grave dangers hidden behind such seemingly thrilling acts. Suddenly, a child darted into the performance area, in imminent danger of being struck by a falling sword. Li Chenfeng, quick on his feet, rushed forward and lifted the child to safety just in time. The crowd exhaled in relief, and the performers hurried over to express their gratitude. Lady Li smiled, exclaiming, Fenger, your skills are indeed worthy of our Li family. Su Wan'er beamed with pride. Li Chenfeng sheepishly scratched his head. It was merely a trivial matter. You flatter me, mother. After this incident, the group resumed their shopping. Su Wan'er remembered that they needed more ingredients for pastries, so she pulled Li Shu toward the confectionery shop while Lady Li and General Li leisurely followed Li Chenfeng. The family enjoyed the lively atmosphere of the New Year's Eve. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze blew. The valiant General Li Chenfeng, clad in armor, strode confidently out of the estate and embarked on his inspection of the military camp. His steps were steady, his gaze resolute, exuding an aura of authority that caused passers-by to glance in admiration. Since his appointment, he had maintained peace at the borders through his iron-fisted strategies and exceptional wisdom, earning the affection of both soldiers and civilians alike. The military camp, a place he visited daily, felt particularly solemn today. He rode slowly, surveying each tent and meticulously observing the soldiers' training progress. The soldiers were spirited and skilled, their shouts echoing through the air as if they could shake the very heavens. Li Chenfeng silently nodded, satisfied with their training results. He understood that a powerful army was vital to the nation's stability, and as their commander, he bore an unyielding responsibility. General, a soldier hurried over, bowing respectfully. The archery competition is ready for your inspection. Li Chenfeng nodded slightly, signaling for the soldier to lead the way. Arriving at the target, he focused intently on the bullseye before slowly raising his bow. With a flick of his wrist, the arrow flew like a bolt from a crossbow, striking the target squarely. The soldiers erupted in applause, praising their general's remarkable archery skills. On the day of the festival, the household was bustling early in the morning, filled with a festive spirit. So much had transpired over the year, yet they had also reaped countless rewards, and most importantly, the two had transitioned from an arranged marriage to genuine affection. On the second day of the new year, Li Chenfeng and Su Wan'er, accompanied by their family, loaded gifts onto a carriage and made their way back to the Prime Minister's residence, where a throng awaited their arrival. Sister,
SUIR daar stover.
taking Su Wan'er by the hand. I'm taking my sister away. Her playful voice echoed behind them. Brother-in-law, I've taken my sister away. You will accompany my father and brother for a good chat. The carriage came to a gentle halt before the majestic residence of the Chancellor. As Li Chenfeng gazed at the towering mansion, a surge of indescribable emotions washed over him. Chapter 12. Returning home over the past year. His relationship with Su Wan'er had navigated through numerous trials, evolving from an initially forced marriage to a mutual affection that blossomed. It was indeed a challenging journey. Su Yaoer grasped Su Wan'er's hand, and the two entered the estate, their laughter echoing, leaving a crowd behind at the entrance. Li Chenfeng watched their retreating figures, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. He turned to the steward of the Chancellor's residence, giving a slight nod as a signal to bring in the gifts. Inside the Chancellor's mansion, the atmosphere was adorned with festive decorations, exuding a sense of joy. Chancellor Su and Madame Su had long awaited in the hall, and, upon seeing Li Chenfeng enter, quickly rose to greet him. Son-in-law, you have finally arrived. It must have been a tiring journey, Chancellor Su said, his face beaming with warmth and pride. Li Chenfeng respectfully bowed, replying, Father-in-law, you flatter me. It is my honor to return and visit you and mother-in-law during this festive season. Madame Su also took hold of Li Chenfeng's hand, inquiring warmly about his life at the frontier. He answered each question with humility and respect. Meanwhile, Su Yaoer led Su Wan'er into her boudoir. The room was adorned in a warm and elegant manner, radiating the youthful charm and vivacity of a young girl. Sister, look at what I have prepared for you, Su Yaoer said mysteriously, producing a delicate box from behind her. Curiously, Su Wan'er opened the box to reveal a stunning pearl necklace, each pearl round and lustrous, emanating a gentle glow. Wow, Yaoer, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Su Wan'er quickly protested. However, Su Yaoer insisted, placing the necklace around Su Wan'er's neck. Sister, please accept it. This is a special gift for the new year. Wearing it will surely make you even more beautiful. As Su Wan'er looked at her reflection in the mirror, the necklace complemented her grace exquisitely, filling her heart with warmth. Thank you, Yaoer, she said. And the two shared a smile before resuming their conversation about daily life. Su Yaoer inquired about the customs and culture of the frontier, while Su Wan'er recounted amusing anecdotes from the mansion, deepening the bond between the sisters amid their laughter. At the same time, Li Chenfeng engaged in lively conversation with Chancellor Su and Madame Su in the hall. The Chancellor asked about the military situation at the frontier, and Li Chenfeng provided a detailed report. His words revealed a profound understanding and unique insights into the circumstances at the border, earning the Chancellor's admiration. Son-in-law, you have indeed lived up to everyone's expectations, Chancellor Su said, patting Li Chenfeng on the shoulder with approval. Li Chenfeng humbly smiled, saying, Father-in-law, you honor me too much. This is the result of the efforts of all the soldiers. On this festive day, the Chancellor's residence was filled with merriment. During the midday feast, the family gathered together, cherishing this rare moment of reunion. The table overflowed with sumptuous dishes, the aroma tantalizing and mouth-watering. Li Chenfeng raised his glass in a toast to Chancellor Su and Madame Su. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I raise my glass to you both, thanking you for allowing Wan'er to become my wife and granting me the privilege of joining this family. Chancellor Su and Madame Su responded with smiles. Good son-in-law. We wish you and Wan'er everlasting happiness and a long life together. The family laughed and drank together, etching this beautiful moment in their hearts forever. After the evening feast, Li Chenfeng and Su Wan'er strolled through the garden of the Chancellor's residence. The moonlight washed over them, adding a touch of tenderness and romance to the enchanting scene. Chenfeng, thank you for giving me such a wonderful home, Su Wan'er murmured, nestled in Li Chenfeng's embrace. Li Chenfeng held her tightly, replying, Wan'er, meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life. They exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with beautiful dreams and expectations for the future. During this festive season, they not only received the warmth and blessings of family, but also the profound love and commitment they shared with one another. Chapter 13. Pregnancy. One day, while dining, Su Wan'er was suddenly overwhelmed by a fishy smell, causing her to turn and vomit violently. The maid, Bai Tao, was taken aback and hurriedly asked, Miss, what is wrong? Did you eat something bad? Should I call for the doctor? Su Wan'er waved her hand dismissively, yet a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. This nausea had persisted for several days, and her monthly cycle had yet to arrive. She recalled a recent night with Li Chenfeng, when passion had overtaken them under the hazy moonlight, and she had mistakenly consumed a peculiar wine, leaving her dazed and feverish. With only vague memories of Li Chenfeng's deep-set eyes and gentle embrace, Li Chenfeng immediately stood to support Su Wan'er, gently patting her back while urgently calling for help. Quickly, summon the doctor. He then turned to his wife, softly reassuring her, My dear, are you all right? Don't worry. The doctor will be here shortly. After checking her pulse, Su Wan'er bit her lip and summoned her courage to say, Husband, I might be expecting. Li Chenfeng's eyes widened in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. My dear, what did you say? Did I hear you correctly? With a sigh, Su Wan'er repeated, Husband, you heard me right. You are going to be a father. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile broke across Li Chenfeng's face, and he was at a loss for what to do next. After a brief moment of shock, he swept Su Wan'er into his arms and spun her around, exclaiming joyfully, Haha, I am going to be a father. I am going to be a father. Dizzy from the sudden motion, Su Wan'er playfully scolded him, Husband, put me down quickly. Be careful not to harm the child. Li Chenfeng promptly halted, gently setting her down. He then enthusiastically ordered, Everyone in the household is to be rewarded. When this news reached the palace, the emperor rejoiced upon learning that his general was to have a child. He quickly dispatched a multitude of rewards. Additionally, a decree was issued summoning Li Chenfeng to the palace for an audience. Upon his arrival, the emperor inquired about the matter in detail and arranged for Li Chenfeng to be excused from many perilous tasks, subtly advising him to take good care of his expectant wife. A harmonious family fosters prosperity. A well-managed household ensures peace throughout the land. Li Chenfeng, upon hearing this, felt an immense gratitude toward the emperor. After learning of this news, Su Wan'er reflected on the emperor's benevolence and wisdom in governing the people, resolving to contribute more to the national treasury, for it was indeed worthwhile. On that day, Su Wan'er caressed her slightly rounded belly, filled with joy as she awaited her husband's return. As the climate at the frontier began to warm after the new year, the enemy forces stirred restlessly, and the situation at the border grew tense, causing Li Chenfeng to remain stationed at the military camp for several days without returning. That night, just as Su Wan'er prepared to rest, she heard a faint sound of footsteps outside. Startled, she was about to call for her maid when Li Chenfeng, weary from his travels, entered. Upon seeing Su Wan'er, his gaze softened with tenderness. He hurried to her side, kneeling down and pressing his ear to her abdomen.
Wan'er.
You have worked hard, he said, his voice tinged with fatigue. Yet, at that moment, Su Wan'er felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Her complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat began to roll down her face. Li Chenfeng was taken aback, hastily sending for the doctor. When the doctor arrived and conducted an examination, his expression grew grave. It turned out that Su Wan'er had been overly anxious during her pregnancy, putting the fetus at risk. The general, consumed by regret, chastised himself for not having adequately accompanied Su Wan'er during this critical time. From then on, he devoted every available moment to her side, personally overseeing her diet and daily needs, fervently hoping for a smooth delivery. As the days passed, Su Wan'er's belly grew larger, signaling that the time of childbirth was drawing near. Li Chenfeng remained ever vigilant, unwilling to leave her side for fear of any misfortune. However, A clandestine force within the court conspired to undermine the Li family. One day, Li Chenfeng received a secret letter revealing that the emperor had received an anonymous missive accusing him of treason. Aware that this was a slanderous fabrication, he found himself facing fabricated evidence presented before the sovereign. Just as he felt overwhelmed, Su Wan'er remained remarkably composed. She had discreetly conducted her own investigation and discovered that this was the work of treacherous ministers colluding with foreign enemies, aiming to topple the Li family and seize control of the court. Su Wan'er employed resources to unearth the genuine treasonous correspondence, proving the innocence of the Li family. Upon learning the truth, the emperor was incensed and dealt severe punishment to the treacherous faction. Chapter 14. The first birthday at last. The highly anticipated day of Su Wan'er's labor quietly arrived. In the delivery room, gentle light illuminated her face, yet it could not dispel the immense agony she endured through childbirth. Her brow furrowed, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Each contraction seemed to thrust her deeper into a pit of suffering. Nevertheless, amid this arduous moment, her eyes sparkled with the glow of motherhood, brimming with boundless anticipation and love for the new life about to emerge. Outside the delivery room, Li Chenfeng paced anxiously, his fists clenched, frequently glancing towards the closed door. His gaze rife with worry and hope. He felt as though he could hear every breath and groan from within, his heart rising and falling in sync with her struggles. The matriarch of the Li family and her husband had hurried to the scene, standing outside the delivery room, anxiously waiting. The prime minister and his wife, having just received the news, hastily gathered their belongings and rushed over. At that moment, time seemed to stretch unbearably, each second elongated to its utmost limit. After a long and torturous wait, a clear and resounding cry of an infant shattered the silence of the delivery room. This sound was like a heavenly melody, instantly alleviating Li Chenfeng's anxiety and unrest. He felt overwhelmed with joy, on the verge of leaping, his eyes glistening with tears of happiness. He knew that this was the fruit of his and Su Wan'er's love, the new life they had long awaited. In that moment, all the waiting and pain became entirely worthwhile. Without hesitation, Li Chenfeng burst into the delivery room, his gaze landing on the weary Su Wan'er and the swaddled child. His eyes misty with emotion. His wife had endured so much suffering and hardship to finally give birth to their child. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon after, the newborn daughter of the general celebrated her first month. Li Chenfeng, the illustrious general, joyfully named his daughter Li Chenxi, symbolizing her as the first ray of morning sunlight, bringing endless hope, radiant light, and a fresh beginning. This name embodied not only Li Chenfeng's beautiful wishes for his daughter's future, but also reflected his profound expectations and love as a father. As Chenxi grew, the general's household was enveloped in an atmosphere of joy and tranquility. Before long, it was time for Chenxi's first birthday celebration. On this day, the general's residence was adorned in festive decorations, vibrant silks fluttering, and a joyful ambience permeated every corner. Guests arrived, clad in finery or bearing precious gifts, all there to congratulate the little heiress of the general's house on her milestone. The entrance bustled with activity, and the steward and servants hurriedly moved among the guests, guiding them to their seats. The banquet table was laden with exquisite delicacies, the aroma tantalizing and irresistible. Guests laughed and raised their glasses to celebrate this splendid occasion. The highlight of the birthday celebration was undoubtedly the traditional zhuo ceremony. In the courtyard of the general's residence, a red carpet had been meticulously laid out, adorned with a variety of objects for Chenxi to choose from. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, symbolizing knowledge and talent, gold and silver jewels, representing wealth and prosperity, and swords and bows, embodying courage and strength. Each item was carefully selected, rich in meaning, as everyone eagerly anticipated which object the general's daughter would choose. Beside the red carpet, maids stood in neat rows, their faces filled with anticipation and curiosity. They occasionally glanced at the items on the carpet and then sneakily peered at Chenxi, cradled in her nurse's arms, speculating on what she might select. The nurse gently set Chenxi down on the red carpet. The adorable child, with her exquisite features and large, sparkling eyes resembling two bright black jewels, radiated curiosity and innocence. Dressed in a finely crafted silk garment and adorned with golden hairpins and jade ornaments, she resembled a cherubic sprite, evoking affection. Chapter 15. the tiger father and his daughter. As the nurse placed Chensi onto the red carpet, she curiously looked around, her small hands waving in the air as if attempting to grasp all the beautiful things around her. Guests gathered closely, holding their breaths, not wanting to miss this captivating moment. Just as everyone expected Chensi to reach for the nearby gold ingot, she unexpectedly crawled towards a beautifully crafted dagger tucked away in the corner. The dagger was entirely black, its blade sharp, glimmering with a faint cold light. It was not a precious item, merely a birthday gift from Su Wan'er's father on her 10th birthday. Yet in Chensi's eyes, it seemed to possess a unique allure. Reaching the dagger, she extended her tiny hand and grasped it tightly. Though delicate, her grip was surprisingly resolute. She clutched the dagger with delight, giggling as if she had discovered a rare treasure. The crowd gasped, their eyes drawn to the unassuming dagger. They exchanged puzzled glances, filled with confusion and intrigue, praising the notion of a tiger father begetting no dog daughter, suggesting that this little heiress may one day follow in her father's footsteps as a great general, protecting her homeland. Seeing this, Li Chenfeng's heart swelled with joy as he thought of how his granddaughter shared the same fondness for the dagger he had crafted for Su Wan'er. This dagger, originally a gift for his daughter, was now chosen by Chensi. Was this not an unexplainable bond of fate? Guests began to murmur, some believing that Chensi would surely become a valiant and skilled warrior, while others dismissed it as merely a child's whim, not to be taken too seriously. Nonetheless, regardless of how others perceived it, Chensi had made her choice. Li Chenfeng observed the dagger in his daughter's grasp, feeling little stir within him. He understood well that a child's future is fraught with uncertainties, and one single choice could not determine her fate. What mattered most to him was his daughter's health and happiness. As long as she grew up safely, that would be his greatest wish. The birthday celebration continued, guests raising their glasses and engaging in lively conversation. Meanwhile, Chensi played joyfully with the exquisite dagger, accompanied by her nurse, seemingly unaware of the deeper significance it carried, simply enamored by its sharp blade and unique design. After the banquet concluded and the guests departed, Su Wan'er felt utterly exhausted, her smile frozen in place. Once back in her chamber, and having entrusted the child to the nurse for care, she sank into the bathtub, relishing a long, soothing soak to relieve her fatigue. Li Chenfeng witnessed this enchanting scene, an indescribable torrent of emotions surging within him, the corners of his eyes involuntarily reddening, his gaze firmly fixed upon the captivating moment as if drawn by an invisible force, unable to divert his attention. The man approached Su Wan'er from behind with a gentle and measured stride, his movements delicate and tender, akin to a spring breeze caressing the branches, softly and cautiously tending to her shoulder. Initially, everything seemed enveloped in a warm and tranquil atmosphere, each subtle gesture of the man revealing profound care and affection for Su Wan'er. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. As time passed, the temperature in the room gradually escalated, and an indescribable heat and ambiguity began to permeate the air. Su Wan'er's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes glimmering with shyness and anticipation, while the man's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Their garments became disheveled, seemingly torn by this invisible passion. The room brimmed with a romantic allure, the air thick with tension and excitement, every minute sound amplified, transforming into the most enchanting melody of the moment. Chapter 16. Su Yaoyao's distress. As the year drew to a close, various banquets commenced, with the scions of noble families meticulously adorning themselves, hoping to find a suitable match or make their mark at these gatherings. Su Yaoyao was urged by her family elders to participate in one after another. Although she had little fondness for such occasions, she could not resist her family's insistence. The banquet today was hosted by the Mu Wangfu, and even princes were expected to attend. Su Yaoyao donned a simple yet elegant light blue dress. Upon entering the banquet hall, she overheard whispers around her. It turned out that the second prince, Xiao Jin, had arrived. Xiao Jin was exceptionally handsome, with striking features. When Su Yaoyao inadvertently glanced up, she found herself locking eyes with him. A flicker of emotion stirred within Xiao Jin, prompting him to approach Su Yaoyao. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Su Yaoyao felt a wave of panic. Xiao Jin stood before her and softly said, "Miss Su, it is rare to see you at a banquet." Su Yaoyao curtsied and replied, "Your Highness jest, I am merely accompanying my mother." Xiao Jin smiled but remained silent, his gaze lingering on Su Yaoyao. At that moment, someone nearby jested, Could it be that the second prince has fallen for the young lady of the Su family at first sight? Laughter erupted, and Su Yaoyao's cheeks turned crimson, leaving her at a loss. Just then, a carriage from the general's residence arrived, and Chenfeng stepped down with Su Wan'er. They had left their child at home to assist the grandparents, attending the banquet together. Upon entering, they overheard the crowds teasing about their younger sister, and their expressions soured. After all, she was the legitimate daughter of the prime minister's residence. How could such matters be a source of jest? How could a woman's reputation be trifled with? Chenfeng took Su Wan'er by the hand and approached. After Su Wan'er greeted Xiao Jin, she spoke, "Your Highness, my sister is naturally shy. I hope you will not hold the previous remarks against her." Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow, responding, "This prince is not concerned. Rather, it is the general's wife who is overly anxious, which is my fault." Su Wan'er's expression lightened slightly, but her tone remained cool as she continued, "Your Highness, a woman's reputation is precious. My younger sister is still young and should not be subject to such frivolous jests." The atmosphere shifted, becoming somewhat delicate. Seeing this, Su Yaoyao hastily intervened. "Sister and brother-in-law are merely concerned for me. I hope your Highness will forgive them." Su Wan'er gently patted Su Yaoyao's hand in a gesture of reassurance. Xiao Jin looked at Su Wan'er, a glimmer of curiosity passing through his eyes. Realizing the deep bond between the general's wife and Miss Su. "Today, it appears I have been too forward," he acknowledged. Su Wan'er slightly inclined her head in response. "Yaoyao has been close to me since childhood. Our feelings run deep." At that moment, the host of the banquet, the young master of the Mu family, proposed a drinking game to enhance the merriment. The guests formed a circle, and Su Yaoyao quietly sighed in relief, hoping to divert everyone's attention. However, Xiao Jin seemed intent on steering the conversation towards Su Yaoyao, making her increasingly uncomfortable. After several rounds, Su Yaoyao excused herself due to feeling unwell, and Xiao Jin watched her retreating figure, silently resolving to pursue the second daughter of the Su family. Chenfeng and Su Wan'er exchanged glances, both sensing that this matter would not easily conclude. After Su Yaoyao left the banquet hall, Xiao Jin lost interest in the drinking game and hastily took his leave as well. He ordered his subordinates to discreetly inquire about Su Yaoyao's preferences. Soon, they reported back that she enjoyed painting and often went to the plum grove in the western part of the city to sketch. Chapter 17. Deep affection arising from unforeseen roots. The following day, Su Yaoyao indeed returned to the plum grove. While she was engrossed in her painting, the sound of hoofbeats reached her from behind. Turning around, she was taken aback to see Xiao Jin. Dismounting, Xiao Jin smiled. "What a coincidence, Miss Su is also here." Although Su Yaoyao was aware of his intentions, she still greeted him politely. Xiao Jin approached to admire her artwork, expressing his admiration profusely. Su Yaoyao was taken aback. This second prince seemed to defy the rumors of being a frivolous scion. Over the next few days, Xiao Jin frequently appeared beside Su Yaoyao, whether to admire the scenery or discuss poetry. Gradually, she let down her guard, and their interactions grew increasingly harmonious. News of this reached the general's residence, causing Su Wan'er and Chenfeng great concern. They understood the complexities of royal affairs and feared for Su Yaoyao's safety. Thus, they decided to have a serious talk with her, cautioning her to approach Xiao Jin's advances with caution. "Yaoyao, I've heard that the second prince often encounters you lately?"
Su Wan'er inquire tentatively.
"Sister, I do not know why I keep running into him whenever I go out. However, I feel he is not as cold and unfeeling as the rumors suggest." Su Yaoyao defended Xiao Jin. "Yaoyao, entering the palace is akin to stepping into a deep sea. The royal family is often filled with heartless suitors, and it is unlikely he will have only you as his wife. You must think carefully." Su Wan'er patiently explained the intricacies of royal matters to Su Yaoyao. Su Yaoyao felt conflicted. She had developed a fondness for Xiao Jin. Yet the interests of her family and her own safety weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her in a dilemma. Her heart was entwined with countless threads, making it impossible to extricate herself. She recalled the affectionate gaze of Xiao Jin, and warmth surged within her. Yet, this warmth was soon overshadowed by the harshness of reality. She understood that as a member of her family, she bore the heavy responsibility of revitalizing her clan. If she were to easily invest her emotions in a man, it could spell disaster for her family. As night fell, Su Yaoyao sat alone in her chamber, tightly clutching the jade pendant gifted by Xiao Jin. The pendant was smooth and warm, as if it could perceive the heart's desires. She closed her eyes, the image of Xiao Jin filling her mind, his smile, his gaze, all enchanting her. But the thought of her family's interests caused her brow to furrow involuntarily. What am I to do?
Su Yaoyao murmured softly.
Tears silently streaming down her cheeks. She did not wish to become a pawn for her family, nor did she want to sacrifice her own happiness for their peace. Yet reality loomed like a mountain, suffocating her. Just then, hurried footsteps shattered the night's tranquility. Startled, Su Yaoyao quickly wiped her tears and rose to open the door. Her personal maid, Yenu, rushed in, her expression grave. "Miss, something terrible has happened." "What has happened?" "Slow down. Drink some water first." Su Yaorao hurriedly offered her a cup of water, urging her to calm down before explaining. "Madam, I recently overheard a message from the young lady outside the hall, indicating that someone is preparing to strike against the Su family, and it has been discovered that the second prince is behind it." After resting for a moment, Wan'er recounted the information she had eavesdropped on to Su Wan'er. Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er's expression changed dramatically, and a flicker of anguish crossed her eyes. Since it was her sister who had uncovered this, the likelihood of its truth was exceedingly high. Taking a deep breath, Su Wan'er hastened to the family ancestral hall with Wan'er. Subsequently, it became evident that the faction supporting Xiao Jin aimed to consolidate their own power by suppressing the Su family. Remarkably, Xiao Jin was aware of this, yet chose not to intervene, leaving Su Wan'er's heart shattered into pieces. Arriving at the ancestral hall, Su Wan'er vowed before the ancestral tablets to protect her family. She resolved to approach Xiao Jin directly, determined to thwart his schemes. Chapter 18. The pursuit of a lost love. When Su Wan'er encountered Xiao Jin again, he retained his gentle smile, yet she felt an icy chill within her heart. He presented her with a jeweled hairpin, and she accepted it with great reluctance, suppressing her disdain. At a subsequent banquet, Su Wan'er skillfully maneuvered through conversations, ultimately eavesdropping on the next steps of Xiao Jin's family plan. She left discreetly and relayed the information back to the Su household, advising her sister and brother-in-law to prepare in advance, enabling the Su family to respond and avert the looming crisis. After the ordeal, Su Wan'er returned the jade pendant and hairpin before Xiao Jin. He was taken aback, attempting to explain, but Su Wan'er merely stated, "From this moment forth, our bond is severed." With that, she resolutely turned on her heel, leaving Xiao Jin in a state of shock. Su Wan'er recognized that, despite the pain, she had liberated herself from the entanglement of emotions and familial interests. After Su Wan'er departed, Xiao Jin began to realize, albeit too late, that he had unwittingly fallen for this timid, yet unyielding girl. Regret washed over him, and he lamented his own arrogance. Daily, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, prompting his friends to advise, if you truly cannot let go, then strive earnestly to regain her. Awakening from his stupor, Xiao Jin devised a plan to win back Su Wan'er. He discreetly investigated the potential threats to the Su family and utilized his resources to quietly resolve them. Simultaneously, he personally selected various rare treasures and meticulously penned an apology letter to deliver to the Su household. Initially, Su Wan'er remained unmoved by his gestures, but witnessing Xiao Jin's unwavering dedication stirred ripples of emotion within her. Yet, she remained resolute, having built an impenetrable fortress within her heart, sealing away all past joys and sorrows. One day, undeterred by obstacles, Xiao Jin stormed into the Su residence to seek an audience with Su Wan'er. Before everyone, he earnestly professed his feelings, acknowledging that the initial mistakes lay solely with him. Su Wan'er gazed at the man who had once betrayed her trust, now standing before her with such sincerity, and her heart was filled with turmoil. The elders of her family, witnessing Xiao Jin's transformation, urged her to consider granting him another chance. With eyes deep and inscrutable, imbued with an indescribable chill, Su Wan'er softly spoke, her voice as crisp as icicles in the winter wind, yet tinged with a sense of coldness. "The error has been committed, and the scars remain. Not every situation can be salvaged, nor can every shattered mirror be restored. Your Highness, you must understand that some rifts, once formed, can never be mended." At that moment, Xiao Jin appeared lost, his eyes red and filled with despair. He fixated on Su Wan'er's resolute figure, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of panic and reluctance. "Wan'er, is there truly no hope for redemption? Is our bond so fragile that it offers no chance for reconciliation? I have yet to commit any irreparable act. Why can you not grant me an opportunity for explanation, a possibility for atonement? Hearing his words, Su Wan'er paused briefly, a complex emotion flickering across her cold visage before disappointment swiftly overtook it. She slowly turned, her gaze piercing as she addressed Xiao Jin, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Your Highness, you have yet to grasp where your fault lies. From the moment you condoned those beneath you to target my Su family, our future was sealed. Matters of the heart require sincerity and trust, not impulsive promises devoid of consequence. Do you understand that every wound you inflicted is like a blade, carving deep, unhealable scars upon my heart? These wounds cannot be soothed by a mere apology. Please take your leave. Let us each find peace without further disturbance.
With that,
Su Wan'er resolutely turned away, her steps light yet firm, as if each footfall echoed upon Xiao Jin's heart, causing him to feel a suffocating pain. Her figure gradually faded from view, leaving behind a scattering of fallen blossoms and the lingering fragrance in the air, accompanied by Xiao Jin's almost desperate cries. Wan'er,
Wan'er.
I am truly sorry. I have erred. I shall not give up. I will spend my life proving my sincerity and rectifying my mistakes. Chapter 19. The long road to reconciliation. Xiao Jin watched Su Wan'er's receding figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He began to reflect on whether he truly understood the value of cherishing and nurturing their relationship, as Su Wan'er had said. Regret and self-reproach surged within him like a tidal wave, nearly toppling him. Yet he recognized, as Su Wan'er had pointed out, that mistakes have been made and wounds inflicted. To seek redemption would not be an easy endeavor. Nonetheless, he would not concede defeat. He would demonstrate his transformation through action, awaiting that potential turning point which might never come. Henceforth, Xiao Jin frequently lingered in every corner where Su Wan'er might appear, silently observing her every move, yet refraining from intruding. Su Wan'er, while appearing outwardly as indifferent as ever, felt ripples of nostalgia and uncertainty course through her during the quiet of the night. Reflecting on the past and contemplating the future, the following day, the city hosted a lantern festival. Knowing Su Wan'er would attend, Xiao Jin arrived early to await her arrival. When Su Wan'er appeared in the street, Xiao Jin gazed at her from afar, his eyes filled with deep affection. As she paused at a stall selling sugar paintings, Xiao Jin hastily approached and purchased one, offering it to her. Surprised, Su Wan'er hesitated, intending to turn away, but then noticed the bandaged wound on Xiao Jin's hand, an injury sustained while gathering her favorite flowers. This sugar painting is what you once loved, Xiao Jin murmured softly. Su Wan'er's heart stirred, and after a moment of contemplation, she accepted the offering. Xiao Jin's spirits lifted, and he continued, Wan'er, I know I have gravely erred, but all I wish now is to treat you well. Su Wan'er bit her lip and replied softly, do not think that a mere sugar painting can erase the past. Yet, her tone lacked the previous frostiness. Just then, a group of masked assailants surged forth,
charging towards Su Wan'er.
Without hesitation, Xiao Jin positioned himself before her, drawing his sword to fight. Unlike her sister, who had trained in martial arts at their maternal grandfather's side, Su Wan'er had been raised as a refined lady, sheltered at home. In this moment, she wished fervently that she possessed her sister's capabilities to defend herself, needing no one's protection. While Xiao Jin fought valiantly, the sheer number of assailants overwhelmed him. Anxious and desperate, Su Wan'er searched for anything that could assist. Suddenly, she spotted a stone on the ground and stealthily picked it up. Seizing an opportunity when the assailants were distracted, she hurled the stone at one man's head, causing him to fall with a muffled groan, which drew the attention of the others. Two of the assailants turned, swords drawn, approaching Su Wan'er, who began to retreat slowly. As the figure in black raised his sword to strike, Xiao Jin's eyes widened with fury. With a swift motion, he dispatched the obstacle before him and pivoted to deflect the black-clad assailant's attack. Damn it! You dare to harm her! He shouted, his voice a blend of anger and determination. The assailant offered no reply, his strikes growing increasingly ruthless. Just as Xiao Jin began to feel the weight of the engagement, the distant sound of galloping hooves reached his ears. It was the city guards on patrol. Sensing the tide turning against them, the assailants quickly fled. Xiao Jin exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to face Su Wan'er. Avoiding his intense gaze, she spoke, Thank you, Your Highness, for your timely rescue today. I am eternally grateful. Xiao Jin smiled faintly, as long as you are unharmed. Gathering his courage, he looked at Su Wan'er and implored, Wan'er, grant me the chance to start anew, will you? After a long silence, Su Wan'er replied thoughtfully, allow me some time to consider this. With that, she hurried away. Days later, Su Wan'er received a letter from home, informing her that her elder sister would soon return. Her sister was skilled in martial arts and possessed sharp wit. Upon hearing of the events between Su Wan'er and Xiao Jin, her sister advised, Yao, if you truly cannot forget him, and if he is genuinely repentant, perhaps you should grant him another chance.
Su Wan'er fell her soul waving.
Sister, I will think this through carefully, she responded, her gaze distant and her expression lost in thought. Su Wan'er decided to give her sister some space to reflect before returning to the general's residence. Chapter 20. Conflict. On this day, Su Wan'er took her child and Su Wan'er to the countryside to inspect the harvest. As Lin Junyan and her mother were visiting her maternal grandparents and had yet to return, Yun Wanga was recently being urged by her parents to meet suitors. Leaving her with little time, Li Shu'er had gone out with her friend for the day, leaving only Su Wan'er, who, due to her concerns regarding the second prince, was reluctantly dragged along by Su Wan'er. After spending the entire day at the estate, the sisters prepared to return home, realizing they had been away for too long and that their husbands would soon come looking for them. Inside the carriage on their way back, the two sisters sat side by side, the flickering candlelight casting a gentle glow upon their faces. Su Wan'er gently lifted a corner of the curtain to gaze at the diminishing silhouette of the palace, her heart a tumult of emotions. Turning to her sister, her eyes filled with concern, she asked, Yao, what have you decided regarding your affair with the second prince?
Su Wan'er bit her lip.
A hint of hesitation and inner turmoil crossing her features. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke softly, Sister, I am uncertain of what to do. The second prince has shown sincere remorse and has indeed transformed. I cannot deny that he has treated me well, and I can feel his genuine affection. Yet, the palace is fraught with complexity, and I fear that should I enter, I may become entangled in its treacherous intrigues, potentially endangering the Su family. Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er gently grasped her sister's hand, offering soothing words, Yao, do not worry. I naturally desire your happiness. If you truly enter the palace, I will ensure your safety and protect you from any harm. However, she added, I do harbor concerns regarding your relationship with him. Historically, once one enters the palace, it is akin to sinking into the depths of the sea. The life there is far from what we imagine it to be. Su Wan'er raised her eyes, uncertainty and anxiety evident within them. She bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. Sister, he has always been gentle and considerate towards me, yet I feel I cannot fully comprehend his thoughts. At times, I perceive a profound affection in his gaze, as if I could drown in its depths. Other times, it seems he harbors many secrets, leaving me perplexed. Su Wan'er frowned, a flicker of worry crossing her features. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke carefully. If that is the case, Yao, you must proceed with caution. Those of royal blood are adept at concealing their true intentions. Every action and glance may carry hidden calculations. Do not be deceived by appearances. You must sincerely gauge his heart to make the most judicious decision.
Su Wan'er nodded gently.
A bittersweet smile gracing her lips. You speak wisely, sister. I shall ponder this thoroughly before arriving at a conclusion. However, the palace's intricacies weigh heavily upon me. Our family's position at court is already precarious, and I fear that provoking the emperor could make our situation even more dire. Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er's gaze hardened with resolve. She lightly patted her sister's hand, her voice unwavering. No matter the circumstances, our family, while not seeking overwhelming power, shall not be easily manipulated. Yao, follow your heart in your decisions. Should the sky fall, I will shield you. I will do everything in my power to protect you and ensure the safety of our family. Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Wan'er felt her eyes welling with tears as she leaned against her sister's shoulder, her voice thick with emotion. Sister, it is such a comfort to have you by my side. I am merely afraid that a wrong decision might bring misfortune upon the Su family. Su Wan'er embraced her sister gently, her voice tender yet resolute. Yao, fear not. Our family has always been loyal and virtuous. We have never committed any wrongdoing. As long as we act with integrity and hold our heads high, we need not fear anyone's threats. I have faith in your discernment and judgment. You will surely make the right choice. Chapter 21. Reconciliation. As the carriage continued its journey, The atmosphere within gradually became warm and tranquil. Su Wan'er nestled against her sister, drawing strength and warmth from her presence, allowing her heart to settle. She knew that no matter what decision she made, her sister would support and protect her unconditionally. This familial bond and affection filled her with courage and strength. As night deepened, the scenery outside the carriage blurred into the distance. Su Wan'er closed her eyes, envisioning the figure and countenance of the second prince. His gentleness, his heartfelt devotion, and his enigmatic nature all felt like a dream, leaving her unable to discern reality from fantasy. Taking a deep breath, she sought to calm herself, reflecting intently on her situation. It was undeniable that the second prince had treated her with kindness, appearing whenever she needed assistance, solving her problems and listening intently to her thoughts, providing her with sincere care and comfort. His every action and gaze conveyed his deep affection and sincerity. Yet, the palace was a labyrinth of intrigue. Could she truly navigate it? Could she thrive amidst such machinations? Would she be able to remain true to herself? These questions loomed over her like mountains, making it difficult for her to breathe. Opening her eyes, Su Wan'er gazed at the night outside the window. She understood that she could no longer evade her fate. A decision must be made. Drawing a steadying breath, she summoned her courage and declared, "Sister, I have made my decision. I am willing to give the second prince a chance, as well as myself. I will strive to perceive his genuine affection and care, and I will endeavor to adapt to palace life. I believe that as long as we love and support each other, we can overcome any adversity." Su Wan'er's face broke into a smile of relief. She gently patted her sister's shoulder, her tone imbued with pride and admiration. "Yao Yao, you have made the right choice. Love demands courage and determination, and you have taken the most significant step. I will always stand by your side, supporting and protecting you. Whatever challenges may arise in the future, we shall face them together and conquer them as one." As the carriage pressed onward, the atmosphere within grew even more warm and harmonious. Su Wan'er and Su Wan'er leaned closely together, basking in each other's love and support. They understood that regardless of the storms and challenges the future might bring, as long as they stood by each other and supported one another, they would undoubtedly reach the shores of happiness. As the night faded, a glimmer of dawn began to appear on the horizon. The carriage finally halted at the entrance of the Su residence. Su Wan'er and Su Wan'er exchanged a knowing smile and descended from the carriage hand in hand. They realized that a new day had dawned, bringing with it fresh challenges and opportunities. With love and faith in their hearts, they were certain they could forge a beautiful future of their own. Coincidentally, a banquet was being held at the palace, inviting the ladies of various noble families to attend. Su Wan'er went with her elder sister. At the banquet, Xiaojin, as a prince, was naturally present. Upon seeing Su Wan'er, his eyes lit up, and he approached her to greet them. Su Wan'er nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Throughout the banquet, Xiaojin's gaze remained fixed upon Su Wan'er, while she struggled with her inner turmoil, choosing not to speak further. After the banquet concluded, Su Wan'er walked out of the palace with the crowd. Xiaojin hurriedly followed, grasping the sleeve of her garment. "Wan'er, I know you are still hesitant, but I will wait for you." Su Wan'er gently freed herself from his grasp, saying, "Your Highness, please behave yourself in front of so many people." Days later, as the bandits ravaged Hingyang County, Xiaojin volunteered to lead the campaign against them. Before departing, he found Su Wan'er and declared, "Wan'er, when I return from defeating the bandits, if you are still willing to accept me, I will not disappoint you." Su Wan'er was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. After Xiaojin left, she worried day and night, realizing the significant place he held in her heart. During the battles against the bandits, Xiaojin fought valiantly, driven by thoughts of Su Wan'er as his source of motivation. Months later, news arrived that he had successfully quelled the bandits. Standing before Su Wan'er, adorned with glory, he exclaimed, "Wan'er, I have done it." With tears brimming in her eyes, Su Wan'er could no longer suppress her feelings, saying, "Did you know I have been so worried about you these past months?" Xiaojin embraced her with excitement, asking, "Shall we start anew, then?" Su Wan'er, her face flushed, nodded in agreement. "Wonderful, Wan'er, thank you." Xiaojin joyfully spun her around. He then returned to prepare for all the arrangements for the proposal, ready to approach her family as soon as she consented. In the days that followed, Su Wan'er began to genuinely sense the sincerity and affection of the second prince, Xiaojin. She discovered that he was indeed a person worthy of trust and reliance. Not only was he gentle and considerate towards her, but he also paid great attention to her feelings and thoughts. He consistently respected her opinions and decisions, granting her ample freedom and space. However, tranquility did not last long. One day, Su Wan'er inadvertently overheard palace maids whispering about the emperor's intention to name the first prince as the crown prince. The news struck like a boulder thrown into a lake, creating ripples of concern. Su Wan'er understood that if the first prince were to ascend as crown prince, due to his vindictive nature, the second prince would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation. Anxious, Su Wan'er sought counsel with Xiao Jin, but he simply held her gently, assuring her, "Do not worry. I will handle it." Yet, Su Wan'er could not find solace. She resolved to use her intelligence to assist Xiao Jin, seeking help from her elder sister. Su Wan'er discreetly investigated the first prince's misdeeds and ultimately uncovered evidence of his collusion with a rival nation. She cleverly orchestrated the delivery of this evidence to the emperor, leading to the emperor's furious annulment of the first prince's claim to succession. Following this incident, Xiao Jin regarded Su Wan'er with newfound respect, and his affection deepened. Su Wan'er, too, recognized that their journey ahead would be long, but as long as they walked hand in hand, they could surely overcome any obstacles. Soon after, news of conflict at the borders emerged. Xiao Jin volunteered to accompany the valiant General Chenfeng to quell the unrest. Though Su Wan'er felt reluctant, she understood this was an opportunity to solidify his position. Before he left, she entrusted him with a cherished jade pendant, urging him to return safely.
Su Wan'er,
Holding little Chenzi, stood at the city gate alongside Su Wan'er, watching the departing troops, lost in thought. "Wan'er, please refrain from going out for the time being. I will arrange for guards to protect you. You lack martial skills, so it is wise to have capable people around you. Many eyes are on the second prince, and your presence may obstruct others' ambitions, making you a potential target," she advised, meticulously analyzing the situation. "Sister, I understand. Don't worry, father and brother will protect me. You must also take care of yourself and little Chenzi. You are also the second prince's soft spot. If anyone wishes to harm him, you could be in danger too," Su Wan'er reassured, playfully teasing little Chenzi. "All right, we've arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. I must return to handle some matters before coming to see you," Su Wan'er said as the carriage reached the entrance. "Sister, we are home. Aren't you coming inside?" Su Wan'er asked curiously when Su Wan'er did not alight. "Not today. There are urgent matters to attend to. I will return once I am finished," Su Wan'er explained, shaking her head. Upon returning home, Su Wan'er prayed daily in the Buddhist hall, while the palace became a hotbed of intrigue, with many viewing her as a thorn in their side, eager to remove her. Aware of her sister's precarious situation, Su Wan'er moved into the residence to accompany Su Wan'er. On the battlefield, Xiao Jin displayed unparalleled bravery, yet the enemy was cunning, laying numerous traps. During a fierce confrontation, Xiao Jin inadvertently fell into a trap, facing life and death. In that critical moment, he grasped the jade pendant, recalling Su Wan'er, and his will to survive surged. Fortunately, Chenfeng arrived just in time to rescue him from peril. After formulating a new strategy together, Xiao Jin and Chenfeng achieved a decisive victory over the enemy and returned triumphantly. On the day the army returned to the city, Su Wan'er eagerly awaited with Su Wan'er at the city gate. Upon seeing Xiao Jin unharmed, Su Wan'er was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Jin dismounted and tightly embraced Su Wan'er, filled with excitement, declaring, "Wan'er, I will soon petition my father for our marriage." After entering the palace to pay his respects, he recounted Su Wan'er's many virtues and his deep affection for her. The emperor readily consented to the marriage proposal, and soon the decree spread throughout the capital. With a heart full of joy, Su Wan'er busily prepared for the wedding, with Su Wan'er assisting her. On the day of the grand wedding, the capital was awash with celebration. Su Wan'er, dressed in resplendent bridal attire, looked like a celestial being. Xiao Jin, brimming with confidence, and Su Wan'er finally became husband and wife, supporting one another and thriving in love thereafter. In Chapter 23, Su Wan'er found herself in distress over what business to establish with the shop she had just acquired. Originally, she had purchased it on a whim while shopping, enticed by its affordable price. Su Wan'er envisioned opening a medical clinic to provide care for the impoverished who could not afford treatment. After all, she had not only learned martial arts from her grandfather, but had also studied medicine under her master. On the opening day, Several sisters came to show their support and bring gifts, creating a lively atmosphere. They even proposed a 3-day free clinic event, which drew a large crowd, as everyone, regardless of whether they were ill, lined up to take advantage of the free health checks. To prevent anyone from underestimating her due to her gender or doubting her medical skills, and knowing she could not be at the clinic all day, Su Wan'er hired several highly skilled and ethically sound physicians to be present. Who would have thought our Wan'er has such determination? The medical clinic has commenced operations, and from now on, if any of the sisters experience any ailments, they will surely seek your assistance, Yunwanga jested as she playfully held Lin Junyin's hand. I sincerely wish for all of you to remain in good health and not need to come to me, Su Wan'er replied with a teasing smile. All right. We must take our leave now. Wan'er is quite busy with a new clinic and has little time to join us, Lin Junyin said as she pulled her sisters to bid farewell to Su Wan'er before departing. On that day, a young gentleman clad in splendid attire entered the clinic, accompanied by a retinue of attendants, striding in with great confidence. Su Wan'er initially suspected him to be yet another troublemaker and remained on guard. However, to her surprise, the young man expressed that he had heard of the clinic's benevolent reputation and had come seeking medical attention. He was afflicted with a peculiar illness and had seen numerous renowned physicians without success. After a diligent examination, Su Wan'er prescribed a remedy. Several days later, the young man's condition had remarkably improved. Overjoyed, he presented Su Wan'er with an array of precious treasures, yet she graciously accepted only a modest sum for the medicinal materials, returning the rest. The young man held Su Wan'er in high esteem and spread word of her virtuous deeds far and wide. Before long, even the noble women of the imperial palace became acquainted with Su Wan'er's illustrious name. When the emperor's favored consort fell ill, she summoned Su Wan'er to the palace for treatment. Although Su Wan'er felt a twinge of anxiety, she resolutely proceeded for the sake of the greater good. At first, the palace attendants were skeptical of her abilities as a mere woman, but upon witnessing her calm and proficient administration of acupuncture and herbal prescriptions, their attitudes gradually shifted. Su Wan'er successfully cured the consort, delighting the emperor, who rewarded her with numerous riches from the general's estate and issued a decree to commend her benevolent actions. As her reputation soared, the clinic became increasingly bustling with patients seeking her expertise. One day, an elderly man was carried into the clinic, barely clinging to life. Su Wan'er rushed to examine him and discovered that he suffered from an exceedingly rare ailment, requiring precious and hard-to-find medicinal materials. Nevertheless, she did not falter. She stabilized the elder's condition with the available remedies while dispatching individuals to procure the scarce ingredients. The young gentleman, previously healed by Su Wan'er, learned of this predicament and mobilized his influence to assist in the search. Eventually, the necessary materials were gathered, and Su Wan'er meticulously concocted the remedy, allowing the elderly man to gradually recover. To her surprise, it turned out that the elder hailed from the renowned medical valley, being the younger brother of its master, who had ventured out to seek his lost sister, who had gone missing for many years. For years, he and his brother had traversed the land in search of clues about her whereabouts. He had never married, as he wished to find his sister first. Having been raised by her since childhood, he had secretly left the medical valley for over 2 decades, drawn to the capital by whispers of his sister's presence, only to be captured by those who sought to return him to serve the valley. He had resisted fiercely, but was ultimately subdued by a poison that rendered him powerless until he managed to escape. My dear, you have saved my life, and I possess little to offer in return. However, I see you possess some medical skill. May I inquire from whom you learned? The elder chuckled, stroking his beard. Kind sir, I already have a master, and do not wish to take on another. I have learned my craft under my teacher's guidance. Su Wan'er politely declined his generous offer, stating that her intention in saving lives was not to seek rewards. Then allow me to transcribe some of my medical insights for you, the elder said with a sigh, retrieving paper and ink to document his teachings. Once word of this incident spread, Su Wan'er was lauded not only for her medical expertise, but also for her altruism, earning her a reputation that transcended social classes. However, with great renown came envy. Some rival practitioners conspired against her, slandering her by claiming her remedies contained forbidden substances. When the authorities arrived to investigate, Su Wan'er remained composed, presenting evidence of her prescriptions and the origins of her ingredients to clear her name. Following this incident, her clinic received official recognition and was awarded a special medical license. ensuring that no one dared to provoke her lightly. Chapter 24. The Linglong Pavilion secretly. She established a clandestine organization of assassins to safeguard her family's safety and prepare for unforeseen circumstances, considering the general's prominent military achievements might attract unwanted attention. She feared that the one seated on the dragon throne might perceive Li Chenfeng as a threat and take action against the Li family. Regardless of whether her concerns were unfounded, a certain level of vigilance was necessary. Thus, while utilizing her medical skills to assist others, Su Wan'er gathered a group of highly skilled martial artists, entering into agreements whereby she would treat their ailments, and in return, they would train her for 5 years. Among them were former military generals crippled by injuries, exceptional heroes from the rivers and lakes, and common folk who had been oppressed by bullies and left with no recourse. Su Wan'er not only healed their bodies but also provided them with a renewed chance at life. This assassin organization operated discreetly, yet always appeared at critical moments to protect Su Wan'er and her family from harm. Concurrently, they upheld their end of the bargain by training successive cohorts of skilled assassins. Some of these individuals later became external guards for Su Wan'er's clinic, ensuring its safety and order, while others established the Linglong Pavilion, tasked with gathering intelligence and undertaking assassination missions. Su Wan'er understood that while her medical skills could save lives, in these tumultuous times, she needed sufficient self-defense capabilities. Therefore, she not only pursued excellence in her medical practice, but also worked diligently behind the scenes to cultivate the growth of the Linglong Pavilion, which evolved into a formidable force. The Linglong Pavilion gradually expanded its operations to include assassination tasks, information trading, and the transport of goods, establishing connections with various businesses, primarily in brothels, gambling houses, escort agencies, taverns, clinics, and pleasure quarters. While the clinic operated above board, the other ventures remained shrouded in secrecy, with no one aware of the true identity of the pavilion's master or its ties to the general's estate. One day, as Su Wan'er was inspecting her medicinal materials within the clinic, a group of soldiers burst in, claiming they were there to search for a fugitive. Su Wan'er felt a jolt of alarm but maintained her outward composure. She signaled her subordinates to remain calm while approaching the leader of the soldiers with a smile. "Officer, what could be the reason for such a commotion?" "This is a clinic dedicated to saving lives," Su Wan'er exclaimed sweetly. The officer snorted, stating that they had received reports of a fugitive in the vicinity and were obliged to conduct a search. With a quick wit, Su Wan'er replied, "Surely, officer. My clinic sees countless visitors daily. If a wrongdoer were to infiltrate, they would have surely vanished by now. However, since you are here, I shall fully cooperate. I only hope that any delay in treating my patients can be overlooked." After searching fruitlessly, the soldiers departed, and Su Wan'er quietly exhaled, realizing the need for heightened confidentiality within the Linglong Pavilion. She subsequently convened the core members to strategize and decided to strengthen the communication codes between various outposts and to conduct an internal audit to prevent infiltration by spies. The group dispersed to carry out their tasks while Su Wan'er resumed her work at the clinic. A few days later, Su Wan'er received news that a high-ranking official from a neighboring state had contracted a peculiar illness and, having heard of her exceptional medical skills, had dispatched envoys to invite her for consultation. Recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to expand the influence of the Linglong Pavilion, she readily accepted. Upon her arrival in the neighboring country, Su Wan'er discovered a complicated situation, with various factions watching closely. While treating a high-ranking official, she inadvertently overheard snippets of confidential court matters, revealing that the minister's illness was not a mere coincidence, but rather shrouded in conspiracy. Maintaining her composure, Su Wan'er continued her medical duties while discreetly arranging for personnel from Linglong Pavilion to investigate the truth. As the investigation deepened, it entangled certain forces within her own court, who were attempting to collude with the neighboring country to disrupt the situation. Aware of the gravity of the matter, Su Wan'er quickly relayed the information back home to her elder brother. After successfully curing the minister, she hurriedly returned to her homeland with the newly gathered intelligence. As she stepped through the door, she found her brother waiting with a grave expression. Their eyes met, and they both understood that a storm was imminent, necessitating their reliance on Linglong Pavilion to prepare for the impending challenge. Chapter 25. The proposal on the day when Li Chenxi went to the Jiang family to propose. The entire Jiang residence appeared to be enveloped in a festive aura, every corner radiating the joy of an impending wedding. Dressed in an exquisite brocade robe and riding a magnificent black steed, Li Chenxi led a lengthy procession of gifts into the Jiang estate. The household was bustling, with maids and servants moving about, their faces alight with smiles. At that moment, Jiang Yingying sat gracefully in her boudoir, adorned in resplendent bridal attire. Her head crowned with sparkling jewels, exuding a beauty akin to a celestial being. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, her hands nervously twisting a handkerchief, filled with both anticipation for her future and reluctance to leave her home. However, when the steward respectfully presented the list of betrothal gifts, Jiang's father, who had initially been in high spirits, gradually grew serious. He scrutinized each item on the list, realizing that while the gifts appeared to be plentiful and valuable, they were primarily composed of extravagant yet superficial items such as gold, silver, and fine silks, with only a few necessities for the proposal. A hint of displeasure stirred within him, and his expression darkened slightly. Observing this, Li Chenxi immediately understood Jiang's father's sentiments. He stepped forward and smiled, explaining, "Uncle, do not be anxious. These are merely the customary items for the proposal. The true treasures await you." With a gentle wave of his hand, a servant led forth a magnificent white steed, its coat as pure as snow and its powerful hooves seeming to dance with the wind, as if capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day. It was said to be a rare steed from the western regions, invaluable and unparalleled. Following closely behind were various precious artworks and antiques collected during his years of business, along with rare medicinal treasures. Jiang's father's gaze was instantly captivated by the steed, his eyes lighting up as he prepared to offer praise. Just then, the rapid sound of hooves echoed through the air. Everyone turned to see a swift horse galloping in like a flash of lightning, kicking up clouds of dust. The rider dismounted with agility. It was Su Wan'er, the eldest son of the Prime Minister's household. He had come upon hearing that his friend Li Chenxi was to propose and, concerned that his friend might overlook something during his first undertaking, had arrived to offer assistance and counsel. Seeing his friend, Li Chenxi's face broke into a joyful smile. He then addressed Jiang Shangshu, saying, "Uncle, I also have a deed for a property, a splendid four-courtyard residence on the most bustling street in the capital, which I have purchased for Yingying. This abode will become her private estate for her to manage as she sees fit." After introducing the betrothal gifts, Li Chenxi knelt before Jiang Shangshu, earnestly beseeching, "I implore you, uncle, to trust me with Yingying.
Li Chenxi.
Vow before you that I will cherish her deeply and faithfully for all my days, loving her alone." "Very well. Remember your words today," Jiang's father replied sternly. "Should I ever discover that you have wronged Yingying in any way, you shall witness my wrath." Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile blossomed on Jiang's father's face, and he nodded in approval, his gaze reflecting both appreciation for Li Chenxi's sincerity and a hint of stern warning. Li Chenxi, recognizing the weight of this moment, solemnly reaffirmed his vow. "Rest assured, uncle, I shall love Yingying with all my heart and soul, never depart from her. Should I falter, let the heavens strike me." His earnest words resonated with conviction, revealing his genuine intentions. Jiang's father, pleased, gently patted Li Chenxi on the shoulder as a gesture of encouragement and trust. Li Chenxi responded humbly, graciously acknowledging each piece of advice given by Jiang's father. Meanwhile, in Jiang Yingying's courtyard, she and her companions, Su Wan'er and Li Shu'er, sat together at a table in a pavilion, quietly listening to the news brought by the maids. Upon learning of Li Chenxi's deep affection and promises, warmth surged within her. The feelings of gratitude and sweetness blooming like flowers in spring, vibrant and fragrant. "Congratulations, miss. How fortunate you are to have such a devoted man as your future husband." Her close maids chimed joyfully. As Jiang Yingying listened, her cheeks flushed, and she softly murmured, "May your heart be steadfast as a rock, never to forsake mine."
"Oh,
"How sentimental," Li Shu'er exclaimed, shivering at the sentiment. "You wait. When it's your turn to seek a match, you'll be just as mushy, though perhaps a step behind." Su Wan'er teased the two. "Sister-in-law, you are teasing me," Li Shu'er retorted shyly, turning away in embarrassment, choosing not to respond further. After some playful banter, the sisters bid farewell and departed. Chapter 26. The day of joy. Jiang Yingying gently caressed the embroidered handkerchief in her hands, her thoughts swirling. Li Chenxi's profound affection enveloped her like warm sunlight, illuminating every corner of her heart. She understood that this emotion was precious and rare, worthy of a lifetime of cherishing and protection. Thus, she resolved silently that regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, she would steadfastly stand by Li Chenxi's side, weathering storms together through the years to come. At that moment, the ceremonial proceedings outside were nearing their conclusion. Li Chenxi rose to bid farewell to Zhang's father, explaining that there were numerous matters to prepare before the wedding. After exchanging a few words of advice, Zhang's father instructed someone to see him off. A few days later, rumors began to circulate within the capital, suggesting that Li Chenxi had a concubine in another locality. Although not formally wed, the relationship was deemed ambiguous. The gossip soon reached the Jiang residence, causing Jiang Yingying to feel anxious. Zhang's father, enraged, sought to confront Li Chenxi. Upon hearing the rumors, Li Chenxi hurried to the Jiang residence, bringing along the supposed concubine. It turned out that the woman was the sister of a subordinate who had perished in battle, a loyal soldier who had given his life for the country. Li Chenxi's elder brother had arranged for her to be provided with a respectable occupation, leading to misunderstandings regarding their relationship. Now that the woman had found a suitable match, she had come to clarify the situation. With the truth revealed, Jiang Yingying's worries dissipated, and she smiled through her tears. Li Chenxi grasped her hand, assuring her, "My intentions towards you are as vast as the heavens, and I will never allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance." In the days that followed, the ministers and generals' households busily and orderly prepared for the wedding. The entire estate enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Red silks hung high, lanterns adorned the surroundings, each detail heralding the grand occasion to come. Maids scurried between courtyards, busying themselves with the wedding arrangements and preparing the dowry, their faces radiant with happiness. Li Chenxi visited Jiang Yingying frequently, each arrival filling her heart with warmth. He either brought her favorite pastries or regaled her with amusing anecdotes, eliciting peals of laughter from her. The two would stroll through the garden or savor tea and engage in games in the study, their bond deepening with each passing moment, as if there were endless words to share and feelings to express. In Jiang Yingying's storeroom, an array of dowries lay piled high, gold, silver, jewels, and silks of every hue. Her mother personally selected her bridal gown, a magnificent piece embroidered with a golden phoenix, which accentuated her graceful beauty, rendering her breathtakingly radiant. In the quiet of the night, Jiang Yingying would often stand before the mirror, gently caressing each thread of her wedding dress. Her heart filled with both anticipation for the future and a bittersweet longing for her parents and family. Meanwhile, Li Chenxi was diligently preparing for the wedding, personally selecting the bridal procession and the most robust steeds, striving for perfection in every detail of the ceremony. At last, on a day blessed by the sun and gentle breezes, Li Chenxi grandly wed Jiang Yingying. As the bridal procession arrived at the minister's residence amidst joyful music and lively celebrations, Li Chenxi dismounted, his posture upright and his spirit buoyant, as he confidently stepped through the ornate gates of the minister's residence. He followed the stone-paved path, traversing the winding corridors until he reached the grand hall. Inside, the hall was ablaze with candlelight, casting a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Seated above were Zhang's father and mother, their faces beaming with love and anticipation, as if they had been awaiting this significant moment. Upon entering the hall, Li Chenxi's gaze fell upon his esteemed in-laws. He bowed respectfully, his voice resonant with reverence. "Esteemed father and mother-in-law, your son-in-law Li Chenxi comes to pay his respects." Rising, his eyes sparkled with determination and joy. Zhang's parents, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction, their expressions softening with a hint of pride. After the formalities, Li Chenxi stood quietly to the side, the hall enveloped in silence, broken only by the occasional distant sound of firecrackers and laughter. He reflected inwardly, knowing that today was a momentous occasion for him and Jiang Yingying, and he was determined to make her the happiest woman in the world. Moments later, the tranquility of the hall was disrupted by the soft sound of footsteps. A lady clad in red, adorned with a phoenix crown, gracefully entered the hall. She was none other than the bride, Jiang Yingying. Her vibrant red veil concealed all but a delicate neck and a finely sculpted chin. Her hands nervously clutched the edges of her attire, her fingers trembling, clearly filled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety for the impending ceremony. Following closely behind her was the matchmaker, who assisted Jiang Yingying in approaching her parents. Under the matchmaker's guidance, Jiang Yingying knelt respectfully before her parents, her voice trembling with emotion. Daughter Yingying bids farewell to her esteemed parents. With those words, tears welled in her eyes, yet she valiantly held them back. Zhang's parents felt a tumult of emotions. They understood that this spouse signified her departure from them, becoming a bride to another family. Yet, they also recognized that this was her path to happiness, a blessing they were meant to bestow as parents. Thus, suppressing their own sorrow, they voiced their heartfelt wishes with quivering tones. Go forth, may you both live in harmony and grow old together. Upon hearing this, a warm wave surged within Jiang Yingying. Once more, she bowed to her parents and, with the matchmaker's support, rose to her feet. At this moment, Li Chenxi stepped forward, extending his hands to gently grasp Jiang Yingying's delicate fingers. His touch was warm and strong, as if it could dispel all her anxieties and trepidations. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered guests, Li Chenxi led Jiang Yingying slowly towards the flower sedan chair waiting outside the hall. Their steps were steady and resolute, as if they were embarking on a shared future. The bearers, having waited patiently, swiftly approached to lift the sedan chair, preparing for departure. Inside the minister's residence, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed. Guests stepped forward to offer their congratulations, their voices mingling in a harmonious chorus of joy, creating a heartwarming scene. Amidst the well-wishes, Li Chenxi and Jiang Yingying ascended the flower sedan chair, embarking on their new journey together. Outside, the sounds of firecrackers and drums reverberated, as if bestowing the most sincere blessings upon the newlyweds. Inside the chair, Jiang Yingying's heart brimmed with dreams and expectations for the future. They had weathered countless storms and challenges along their path, yet these experiences only solidified their resolve and commitment to one another. As the flower sedan chair progressed steadily, the gates of the minister's residence receded into the distance. However, in the hearts of Li Chenxi and Jiang Yingying, the warmth and beauty of this moment would forever remain etched. Upon returning to the general's residence, a grand wedding ceremony was being held with great pomp. Red candles illuminated the scene, joy filling every corner, as the couple donned magnificent attire to pay homage to heaven and earth, expressing their reverence for nature. They then bowed to their parents, demonstrating respect and gratitude towards their elders. Finally, the couple exchanged vows, their hearts intertwined in a solemn pledge of unity. Once the ceremony concluded, the newlyweds were gently guided by the matchmaker into the festively adorned bridal chamber, awaiting the stillness of night to share tender moments together. Guests, adorned in splendid garments, radiated joy and well-wishes, their laughter and cheers echoing, a continuous flow of heartfelt blessings for the couple's everlasting union. The entire general's residence thrummed with a celebratory and tranquil ambience. As night fell and the moonlight bathed the scene in soft glow, Li Chenxi gently lifted Jiang Yingying's red veil. Under the flickering candlelight, she resembled a blooming peach blossom, resplendent and ethereal, as if a celestial being had graced the earthly realm. Her eyes sparkled with happiness and shyness, as if in that moment, the entire world had surrendered to her beauty. The full moon outside, seemingly touched by this enchanting tableau, shyly retreated behind the clouds, unwilling to intrude upon the couple's blissful time. In the bridal chamber, the red candles flickered, casting shadows of the couple as they exchanged smiles, their gazes locked solely on each other, as if the world around them had frozen in time. In this moment, they wished for time to stand still, allowing them to forever bask in this sweetness and happiness, hand in hand, embarking on the journey of life together, crafting their own legendary tale. Chapter 28. The grand wedding of Su Wan'er and Lin Junyan. On this day, the Prime Minister's residence was adorned with festive decorations, exuding an atmosphere of joy and excitement. Red silks hung high and lanterns shimmered, reflecting the smiles of every guest. Today marked a momentous occasion as Su Wan'er, the eldest son of the Prime Minister, united in matrimony with Lin Junyan, the daughter of the Grand Preceptor, embarking together on a promise of lifelong companionship. As dawn broke, the threshold of the Prime Minister's residence was crossed by a continuous stream of guests, clad in splendid attire and bearing gifts. Their faces glowed with sincere smiles as they poured into this jubilant hall. The sounds of congratulations flowed like a cheerful brook in spring, warming every heart. The common folk also gathered, standing or sitting in long lines at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, eager to catch a glimpse of this grand wedding celebration. Inside, the servants moved busily, distributing wedding cakes, sweets, and money, all tokens of auspiciousness and happiness. The townspeople received these gifts with gratitude, murmuring blessings for the couple's everlasting union and heartfelt wishes for a harmonious marriage. Su Wan'er and Lin Junyan, a pair of delightful adversaries, have known each other since childhood. Growing up as childhood friends, they engaged in a spirited rivalry, each refusing to yield to the other. As time flew by, they blossomed from innocent children into handsome youths and graceful ladies. Today, they finally step hand in hand into the sacred realm of marriage, embarking on a new chapter of life together. Su Wan'er, the esteemed young lady of the Chancellor's residence, arrived early to lend a helping hand. Adorned in an elegant gown, her hair gracefully styled, her demeanor radiated warmth and poise. Aware that today marks her brother's momentous occasion, she devoted herself to preparing a substantial dowry for him, just as she had once done for her sister. Each gift was carefully chosen, from precious jewels to exquisite garments, all reflecting her profound blessings and affection for her brother. The bond among the three siblings has always been deep, and even though Su Wan'er may not reside in the house frequently due to circumstances, their cherished relationship remains unaltered. They often exchange letters, sharing their innermost thoughts and emotions. Even after Su Wan'er's marriage, their connection endured, akin to a flower that never withers, flourishing eternally in their hearts. The preparations for the wedding were intricate and demanding, yet Su Wan'er found joy in the process. She assisted her mother and the steward, ensuring everything was meticulously organized. From the reception of guests to the arrangement of the banquet, from the wedding proceedings to the finer details, she was hands-on, striving for perfection. Since her sister Su Wan'er, now a royal daughter-in-law, could not assist in person, she sent a knowledgeable maid to lend her support. Su Wan'er understood that this wedding represented not only her brother's happiness, but also the honor and dignity of both the Chancellor's and the Grand Tutor's families. As the auspicious hour approached, the atmosphere within the Chancellor's residence grew exceedingly lively. Guests took their seats, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the newlyweds. Meanwhile, Su Yuxuan and Lin Junyan, under the gaze of many, gracefully entered the grand hall. Dressed in resplendent wedding attire and adorned with a dazzling phoenix crown, they appeared as a match made in heaven, evoking envy from all. As they stood before their parents and guests, bowing in respect, an air of joy and blessing enveloped the entire Chancellor's residence. They exchanged smiles, filled with anticipation for the future and a deep affection for one another. They knew that from this day forth, they would face life's storms together, embracing both challenges and opportunities. The wedding ceremony was solemn yet heartwarming, every detail infused with a sense of ritual and romance. As the couple exchanged tokens and pledged their lifelong vows, every attendee was moved by the moment. They seemed to glimpse the happiness and fulfillment awaiting the newlyweds, and felt the profound beauty and power of love. As the wedding concluded splendidly, and guests began to depart, the festive atmosphere lingered within the Chancellor's residence. Amidst the blessings of their loved ones, Su Yuxuan and Lin Junyan stepped hand in hand into their new home, embarking on their shared journey of life. The night unfolded like an ink-drenched canvas, with the moonlight casting a soft, mysterious veil over this celebratory evening. Chapter 29. The bridal chamber in the courtyard of the Su residence. Red candles burned brightly, and festive decorations adorned the entrance, creating a scene of jubilant celebration. At this moment, Su Yuxuan, clad in an exquisite robe, walked gracefully towards the bride, Lin Junyan, seated elegantly upon the bed. Lin Junyan, in her fiery red wedding gown, was adorned with golden embroidery of a phoenix poised to take flight, so lifelike it seemed ready to soar into the heavens at any moment. A delicate red veil draped over her head, revealing only a glimpse of her creamy neck and delicate jawline, igniting the imagination. Su Yuxuan's heart raced involuntarily as he took a deep breath, wishing to etch this blissful moment into his memory forever. He gently lifted the red veil, cautious not to disturb the beauty before him. As the candlelight flickered, Lin Junyan's exquisite features gradually emerged, her face blooming like a peach blossom, lips like cinnabar, and her eyes like paintings. She appeared as if she had stepped out of a celestial realm, breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyes sparkled with happiness as they met Su Yuxuan's gaze. And in that instant, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. "My dear, you look truly beautiful today." Su Yuxuan's voice trembled slightly, filled with admiration and tenderness as he gazed at Lin Junyan in her bridal attire. He reached out to gently caress her cheek, feeling the softness and warmth, an indescribable emotion swelling within him. Lin Junyan smiled softly, her expression reminiscent of flowers blossoming in spring, radiant and warm. She placed her hand over Su Yuxuan's, their fingers intertwining tightly, as if binding their deep affection for eternity. Their eyes brimmed with love, each wanting to engrave the other's essence deeply within their hearts, never to part. Bathed in candlelight, their silhouettes intertwined, creating an atmosphere of warmth and romance. They sat in tranquil silence, relishing this rare moment of peace and beauty. The surrounding world faded away, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats and breaths, merging into a captivating melody on this serene night. Su Yuxuan gently held Lin Junyan's hand, feeling the warmth and strength that emanated from their connection. He knew that from this day onward, they would weather life's storms together, sharing its joys and sorrows. This deep affection and commitment, like the red thread binding their hands, would remain inseparable. Lin Junyan firmly clasped Su Yuxuan's hand in return, her eyes shining with determination. She understood that she had found the one worthy of a lifelong promise, someone willing to traverse this life by her side. This happiness and contentment made her feel that everything was worthwhile. As the night deepened, the courtyard of the Su residence remained brightly lit, the festive spirit still palpable. Within this small room, however, Su Yuxuan and Lin Junyan felt as if they were in a world solely belonging to them, savoring a rare sweetness and warmth. Their love story unfolded like a beautiful poem on this enchanting night. From their initial acquaintance to understanding and eventually loving one another, they had weathered countless trials, yet remained steadfast in their promises and beliefs. Now, united, they emerged as the happiest couple in the world. In the days to come, they would stand shoulder to shoulder, facing life's challenges and opportunities together. Whether the path ahead was strewn with thorns or paved with ease, they would remain tightly bound, never relinquishing their hold. For they believed that as long as love resided in their hearts, they possessed the strength to conquer any hardships and setbacks. This profound affection and promise would become their most treasured wealth, forever shining brightly within their souls. On this night filled with love and hope, Su Yuxuan and Lin Junyan exchanged eternal vows, pledging to carry forth their happiness and beauty until the end of time, long after the earth has grown old and the seas run dry. Chapter 30. A day of leisure. On this day, the sky was clear and bright, a gentle breeze wafting through as sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. The men of the household, occupied with official duties and inspections, had all departed, leaving a few women at home who felt rather bored. They leaned against windows, gazing outside, or sipped tea while engaging in conversation. Yet the passage of time felt burdensome. Thus, the women conferred and decided to venture into the countryside for a day of leisure to alleviate their ennui. They summoned a throng of maids, matrons, and house servants, creating a lively and vibrant procession. The maids carried trays of delicacies, the matrons bore wicker baskets, while the house servants ensured their safety. Clad in exquisite garments and adorned with jewels, they resembled a moving masterpiece as they gracefully made their way towards the prepared carriage. The carriage, adorned with intricate carvings, exuded an air of nobility. One by one, they boarded, and as the driver called out, the carriage set forth from the estate, heading towards the countryside. Along the way, the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blooms created a picturesque scene. The carriage wound its way along a meandering path, flanked by lush trees, with occasional bursts of cheerful bird songs adding vibrancy to the atmosphere. Inside, the women engaged in lively conversation, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Eventually, the carriage halted in a vast expanse of grassland. As they disembarked, a breathtaking panorama of verdant hills and sparkling waters unfolded before them, adorned with a riot of blooming flowers that was simply enchanting. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the sweet fragrance of blossoms, uplifting their spirits. They strolled across the grassy meadow, the soft, resilient grass underfoot seeming to lay a verdant carpet for them. Suddenly, Su Wan'er's eyes sparkled as she spotted a vibrant sea of flowers in the distance, reminiscent of a fairyland. With excitement, she grasped the hands of her companions and exclaimed, "Sisters, look at that magnificent flower sea. It is truly breathtaking. Let us venture forth to explore it." The others nodded in agreement, and they followed the winding path toward the floral paradise. Upon entering the flower sea, a kaleidoscope of blooms greeted them, red as fire, pink as dawn, white as snow, and yellow as gold. They frolicked among the flowers, as if immersed in a vibrant fantasy. Su Wan'er gently plucked a pink blossom, tucking it behind her ear, enhancing her charm and allure. The other women soon followed suit, selecting their favorite flowers to adorn their hair or attire, each radiating a unique elegance. They reveled in the floral expanse, laughter and joy echoing all around. Occasionally, A soft breeze would sweep by, sending petals swirling down like a splendid floral rain. They reached out to catch the drifting petals, as if seizing a fleeting moment of beauty and tranquility. At that moment, a young man clad in a blue robe appeared quietly at the far end of the flower sea. Holding a folding fan, he exuded an air of grace. He stood still beside the vibrant blooms, his gaze soft and profound, akin to a clear pool reflecting the joyous women. Their laughter rang like silver bells. Their movements light and graceful, akin to the most exquisite flowers of spring, competing to bloom in splendor. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes as he marveled inwardly, realizing that while the flowers were beautiful, they could not compare to the vivacity and spirit of these women. The young man was an artist, accustomed to the companionship of brushes and ink, yet often troubled by a lack of inspiration. That day, seeking solace from his own discontent, he had ventured into the countryside alone, hoping to find a spark of creativity in the serene embrace of nature. Little did he anticipate that he would encounter this enchanting group of ethereal women. Dressed in sheer fabrics, their skirts danced lightly in the wind, resembling celestial beings untainted by the dust of the earth. They played among the flowers, occasionally chasing butterflies, occasionally caressing petals, each gesture infused with endless grace and charm. He stood aside, quietly observing, feeling an indescribable surge of excitement and joy within him. The scene before him resembled a stunning painting, igniting a torrent of creative inspiration within him. As he slowly retrieved his cherished wolf hair brush from his sleeve, its handle smooth as jade and its tip supple yet firm, he gently dipped it into ink and began to effortlessly capture the enchanting tableau on rice paper. His strokes were delicate and vibrant, each line imbued with his pursuit of beauty and passion. As his brush danced across the paper, the figures of the women gradually came to life, as if they were about to step out from the canvas. Their smiles, their expressions, their every movement were meticulously rendered, perfectly showcased on the artwork. His heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment and joy, as if he had discovered the essence of his life's value and meaning in that moment. He continued to weave the surrounding scenery into his creation, the vibrant flower sea, the azure sky, the gentle breeze, all seamlessly integrated into the painting, enriching its liveliness and poetic charm. He felt as though he were immersed in a dreamlike realm, sharing a poignant narrative with these beautiful women. With the final stroke completed, he set down his brush, quietly admiring his masterpiece. The women depicted in the artwork seemed to smile back at him, conveying their joy and happiness. He took a deep breath, savoring an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and tranquility. A few days after their outing, the group gathered to sip tea and exchange gossip. During lunch, a maid brought a platter of fish to the table, and as Lin Junyan took a bite, the fishy odor made her gag involuntarily. The others looked on in alarm, and Su Wan'er quickly supported her, checking her pulse, while the others anxiously awaited her assessment. After a brief pause, Su Wan'er's face lit up with a radiant smile. "I'm going to be an aunt."
Ha ha ha.
"Junyan, you're going to be a mother." Lin Junyan was momentarily stunned.
Me?
A mother? It feels a bit surreal. Could my sisters be mistaken? Am I really expecting? Yun Wanga, supporting her from the other side, could not help but clarify, "Yes. You heard correctly. You truly are going to be a mother." The group erupted with joy, eagerly touching each other's bellies. Su Wan'er continued, "The two of you are likely at similar stages of pregnancy. Junyan's is a bit earlier, while Yingying's is a little later. If all goes well, your timings will be quite close." She added, "During this time, you must take extra care of yourselves, and I will frequently check your pulses." At that moment, Yun Wanga arrived late, her face clouded with worry. She slumped into a chair, appearing despondent, her gloom casting a shadow over the otherwise joyful atmosphere. Su Wan'er, noticing her demeanor, approached with concern. "What troubles you, our esteemed Miss Yun?" Yun Wanga sighed heavily. "Oh, don't mention it. My parents have arranged a marriage for me, but I know nothing of the man. I've only heard that he is ruthless and harsh. How could I possibly fare well if I were to marry him? My fate is doomed." Lin Junyan, upon hearing this, turned in astonishment and asked, "You can't mean the current emperor's young brother, the Northern Yuan Prince Xiaomu, can you? Who else could it be?" "My parents have remarked upon his commendable character and unwavering devotion, asserting that the gossip circulating outside should not be taken to heart. They even mentioned that I had once met him in my childhood. Yet, I have no recollection of such an encounter." Yun Wanga, in a frenzy, clutched her head and shook it, as if on the brink of madness. All right, do not dwell on it too much. Your parents care for you deeply. How could they wish you harm? If they vouch for his character, it must indeed be sound. You have yet to truly get to know him. You cannot condemn someone based solely on external rumors, Su Wan'er consoled her, reflecting on the doting nature of the Yun family towards their daughter. It seemed unlikely they would meddle in her marriage indiscriminately. The approval of such an elderly couple indicated that this man was worth further investigation. Indeed, you ought to spend some time with him first. We, your sisters, will devise a way. If it does not work out, we shall reconsider. Jiang Yingying, having spent considerable time with Su Wan'er, had begun to adopt a similar tone and mannerisms. Upon hearing their words, Yun Wange's emotions settled slightly. How should I go about investigating him? Lin Junyan pondered for a moment before suggesting, you could invite him to a poetry gathering or an outing. Such settings would allow for conversation and reveal his character and mannerisms. Yun Wange's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement at the feasibility of this plan. Thus, she meticulously organized a unique small poetry gathering and sincerely extended an invitation to Xiao Mu. Upon receiving the invitation, Xiao Mu accepted with delight. At the poetry gathering, he exuded an air of authority and confidence, yet his demeanor was refined and his discourse exquisite. He treated everyone present with utmost courtesy, displaying humility and education. Yun Wange found herself secretly astonished. This was a stark contrast to the negative rumors she had heard. Nevertheless, she remained unwilling to relinquish her doubts easily and intentionally selected a particularly challenging poem to test Xiao Mu. He pondered briefly before delivering a flawless response, praising Yun Wange for her meticulous choice of such an exquisite piece. A blush crept onto Yun Wange's cheeks, and her prejudice began to dissipate significantly. In the ensuing interactions, Xiao Mu consistently showcased his thoughtfulness and extraordinary wisdom. After the gathering, Yun Wange expressed to her sisters, what I witnessed today starkly contrasts with the vile image portrayed by rumors. Perhaps, as my parents suggested, he is indeed trustworthy. It seems I must give this marriage serious consideration. Her sisters exchanged knowing smiles, genuinely pleased that Yun Wange was able to overcome her biases. With a hint of jest, Lin Junyan remarked, now, you should feel at ease, right? However, matters of the heart require patience. One must refrain from hasty conclusions, as understanding truly deepens through time spent together. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if she could see through the world's myriad disturbances.
Su Wan'er nodded gently.
Her voice soft yet resolute. What Junyan says is indeed true. Understanding between individuals necessitates the passage of time. I shall instruct Li Chenfeng to pay closer attention, carefully observing his words and actions to ascertain whether he is as reliable as we perceive. Her tone conveyed an unwavering determination. Yun Wange smiled warmly, softly responding, then I must trouble you both. I trust your judgment and believe that time will reveal the most authentic answer. Her eyes shimmered with trust and anticipation, as if she could already envision a beautiful future. A few days later, Li Chenfeng approached Su Wan'er and the others with a serious expression. His voice deep and resonant. Madam, after meticulous observation over the past few days, I have discerned that the Northern Yuan prince possesses commendable character, treating his subordinates with great kindness, devoid of arrogance or prejudice. However, a hint of hesitation lingered in his words.
Su Wan'er full hair slightly.
Curiosity and concern flickering in her gaze. But what else? Speak freely. Her tone was tinged with urgency, as if she sensed something amiss. Li Chenfeng took a deep breath and continued. However, he occasionally glances at Miss Yun with a curious and probing gaze. I cannot ascertain whether his intentions are ulterior, but it feels somewhat inappropriate. Yun Wange's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. She instinctively tightened the handkerchief in her grasp. A fleeting expression of panic crossed her face, but she quickly regained her composure. Lin Junyan, on the other hand, chuckled nonchalantly. Perhaps he is merely curious? After all, our Miss Yun possesses exceptional talent and beauty. What man could remain indifferent? Yun Wange shot her a disapproving look, her voice laced with playful reproach. What time is it for such jesting? Nevertheless, this alone is insufficient to draw conclusions. We need to observe further to discern his true intentions. Thus, Su Wan'er instructed her subordinates to create opportunities for the Northern Yuan prince to reveal more of his true self. She understood that only through a deeper understanding could one uncover the genuine nature of a person. That night, under a dark and windy sky, Xiao Mu stealthily entered Yun Wange's chamber. His figure appeared strikingly clear in the moonlight, and his eyes conveyed a sense of resolve and determination. awakened by the unexpected sound. Wan'er sat up abruptly, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon the doorway. Upon seeing Xiao Mu standing there, an inexplicable fear and anger surged within her. Prince of Northern Yuan? I never anticipated that a prince would indulge in the habit of sneaking into a lady's chamber at night. The atmosphere in Wan'er's room turned tense and delicate with Xiao Mu's arrival. Dressed in dark attire, his features blurred in the dim candlelight. Yet those deep-set eyes held a compelling intensity. Miss Yun, my late-night visit is born of necessity. I have matters to convey to you in person. His voice was deep and resonant, each word bearing an irresistible weight. Wan'er raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mu gradually revealed his purpose. Recently, I have sensed a conspiracy against your Yun family within the court, and I fear you may be inadvertently entangled in it. Which is why I took the risk to come. Wan'er felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, but chose to remain composed, merely asking, "What do you mean? Your Highness? The Yun family has always acted with caution. How could we be so easily ensnared?" The regent shook his head, his expression grave. Though the Yun family is prudent, the court situation is intricate, and human hearts are inscrutable. I worry that someone may harbor ill intentions towards your family. Hence my desire to warn you to exercise caution. Wan'er fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. Your Highness's concern for my family is deeply appreciated. However, this matter is significant. I must discuss it with my family before making any decisions. Xiao Mu nodded in understanding. I merely wish to offer a warning. Not to interfere in your family's affairs. Just be vigilant and ensure you are not caught in someone else's scheme. With that, he turned to leave. But Wan'er suddenly called out to him, "Your Highness, your willingness to risk coming here is a debt I cannot repay. Should you require assistance in the future, the Yun family will surely lend our full support." Hearing this, Xiao Mu paused momentarily, then turned to face her, a flicker of warmth flashing in his eyes. "Miss Yun, you are too gracious. You are both my betrothed and my confidant. Thus, I shall not remain idle. I merely hope that amidst this tumultuous era, we can both safeguard ourselves and protect all that we hold dear." As he finished speaking, Xiao Mu's figure flickered and vanished into the night. Wan'er gazed in the direction of his departure, her heart a whirlwind of thoughts. She understood that, from this moment forth, an ineffable bond and understanding had been forged between them. The following day, Wan'er conveyed the words of the North Yuan king to Su Wan'er and Linglong. Upon hearing them, both women wore solemn expressions. They recognized that the political landscape was becoming increasingly intricate, compelling them to exercise greater caution to secure their positions in these chaotic times. Consequently, the three began to collaborate more closely, collectively bracing for the impending storms. Utilizing their respective resources and intellect, they gradually averted the crises within the court, thereby earning more breathing space for themselves and their families. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu observed their every move from the shadows, aware that, despite their youth, these three women possessed extraordinary talent and courage. Chapter 34. Concurrent pregnancies. Linglong and Jiang Yingning both found themselves with child simultaneously, and this joyous occurrence enveloped both households in a celebratory atmosphere. Su Wan'er, Linglong, Jiang Yingning, and Wan'er, the inseparable friends, frequently gathered to appreciate blossoms and savor tea, their camaraderie deepening even further. Linglong, gentle as a stream, caressed her increasingly prominent abdomen, her eyes radiating maternal warmth. She remarked, "As we both bear children, I hope they will grow to be as dear friends as we are." Jiang Yingning nodded in agreement, her graceful figure undiminished by pregnancy. "Indeed, how wonderful it would be for our children to have companions as they grow."
In contrast, Su Wan'er,
engrossed in a parenting book, proposed, "We must carefully plan to secure the finest tutors for our children, teaching them to read and write, so they may become learned individuals." The friends exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with aspirations for the future. The pregnancies of Linglong and Jiang Yingning undoubtedly brought unprecedented joy to their households. Daily, the servants bustled about, preparing for the imminent new lives. The flowers in the courtyard seemed to share in this delight, blooming more vibrantly than ever. Setting aside her book, Su Wan'er's gaze softened with determination. "Not only must we hire the best tutors, but we should also teach them music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, ensuring their holistic development. In the future, whether in literature or martial pursuits, they must excel." Linglong nodded in agreement, gently touching her abdomen as if sensing the child's movement. Indeed, We must also instill in them kindness and courage, teaching them to be grateful and giving. Only then can they navigate their paths with steadfastness and grace. Jiang Yingying smiled, adding, "We should create a nurturing and loving home environment, allowing our children to flourish under the warmth of affection. Wherever they go, they should carry kindness in their hearts, becoming pillars of society." Yun Wangge listened quietly, her heart filled with anticipation for the future. We must also teach them to cherish friendship, just as we do, so that no matter the obstacles, they can support one another and move forward together. The four friends shared a knowing smile, their bonds deepening in that moment. They began preparing various garments, toys, and books for their children, hoping to provide the best companionship and support throughout their growth. As time passed, Lin Junyan and Jiang Yingying's abdomens grew rounder, their movements becoming increasingly cumbersome. Yet, they remained resolute in gathering daily to share their joys and concerns. Su Wan'er often took their pulses, ensuring the health of both mothers and their children. She personally prepared delicious meals for them, ensuring they savored various delicacies during their pregnancies. At last, on a sunlit spring day, Lin Junyan and Jiang Yingying welcomed healthy, adorable babies into the world. The arrival of these two little ones filled both households with laughter and joy. Lin Junyan gave birth to a girl, while Jiang Yingying welcomed a boy. The elders of both families playfully suggested arranging a betrothal between the children, and the room erupted in laughter, treating it as a delightful jest. As the children grew, they indeed became as inseparable as had been hoped. The boy proved clever and diligent in both studies and martial arts, while the girl, sweet and charming, excelled in music and the arts. However, their tranquil lives faced an unexpected upheaval. The court became tumultuous, and the Lin family found themselves ensnared in a conspiracy. In an instant, the Lin household was engulfed in turmoil. Lin Junyan fretted day and night over her daughter's safety, fearful that family matters would adversely affect the children. The Jiang family had intended to remain uninvolved, but seeing the bond between the Lin family and their own children, Jiang Yingying resolved to persuade her family to assist. Together with the Su and Li families, they navigated various connections and overcame numerous obstacles to rescue the Lin family from the brink of disaster. Through this ordeal, both families gained a deeper appreciation for the value of friendship and kinship. The children, too, were profoundly moved, growing more understanding and resilient, recognizing that beyond their own efforts, genuine friendships could be relied upon. The bond among the four women remained as steadfast as a rock, continuing to accompany each other as they watched their children flourish. Chapter 35. Moments of solitude for the couple within the ancient and dignified general's residence. Su Wan'er and Li Chenfeng found themselves graced with a rare moment of leisure, allowing them to sit side by side in their tranquil and elegant courtyard, savoring the precious peace and warmth. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon them, infusing this serene time with a gentle golden hue. Su Wan'er delicately rolled up her sleeves, skillfully tending to the vibrant flowers and plants, loosening the soil and weeding, while Li Chenfeng observed her with tender eyes, occasionally reaching out to brush aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead. The atmosphere between them was imbued with a subtle sweetness and happiness.
Ashen?
It has been several springs and autumns since our marriage, and soon, Chenxi will turn 7, Su Wan'er remarked softly as she pruned the flower branches. Her voice was gentle and melodious, akin to a breeze caressing the lake's surface on a spring day. Yet, upon reflection, the days when we could sit together like this, engaged in idle chatter, are indeed few. Upon hearing her words, Li Chenfeng's expression dimmed slightly. He understood that throughout these years, his dedication to the stability of the frontier had caused him to neglect his wife and child. Now, gazing into Su Wan'er's eyes, which bore a hint of melancholy, an overwhelming sense of guilt surged within him. "It is my fault for being so focused on the border conflicts, overlooking your feelings, Wan'er," he spoke, his voice low and filled with regret as he clasped her hand. Though weathered by time, his hands remained delicate and soft, deepening his sense of remorse. Su Wan'er gently shook her head, her eyes shimmering with understanding and compassion. "Ah Chen, this is your duty, and I fully comprehend. As a general, you bear the weighty responsibility of protecting our homeland. How could I possibly blame you? I merely hope that occasionally you might spend more time with me and Chenxi, bringing warmth and laughter to our little family." Li Chenfeng tightly grasped Su Wan'er's hand, his eyes brimming with both determination and tenderness.
Wan'er, rest assured.
I shall endeavor to carve out more time to accompany you and our daughter, ensuring that these precious moments do not slip away in vain. Just as he spoke, a servant hurriedly approached, anxiety etched across his face. General, Madam, grave news. The young lady has gotten into a dispute outside. You must come quickly. Upon hearing this, both Su Wan'er and Chenfeng felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly rose to rush outside. They found the young girl, Chensi, with a flushed face, glaring at a boy opposite her. Both children bore injuries, their clothes soiled, clearly having just emerged from a fierce altercation. Su Wan'er quickly stepped forward, separating Chensi from the boy, then gently crouched down to caress the heads of both children. In her melodious and soothing voice, she inquired into the matter at hand. Chensi, tell mother, what transpired? Why did you two come to blows? The boy stubbornly turned away, silent, while little Chensi hesitated before slowly recounting the incident. Mother, I merely remarked that he is not a real man, always crying like a girl. What if he remains unwanted in the future? This angered him, and he insisted on fighting to prove he is a true man. Upon hearing Chensi's explanation, Su Wan'er couldn't help but chuckle softly. She raised her gaze to meet Chenfeng's eyes, and they exchanged a glance, both stifling their amusement at the absurdity of the situation. They understood that although Chensi was still quite young, her straightforward nature and lack of subtlety had led to this misunderstanding. Chapter 36. The Understanding. Chensi turning to the boy. Su Wan'er spoke in a gentle, kind tone. Little one, it seems Chensi was thoughtless. She did not mean to offend you. Would you like to accept her apology? Moved by Su Wan'er's tender demeanor, the boy's anger gradually dissipated, and he nodded, indicating his willingness to forgive Chensi. Thank you, Auntie. Chensi, having been enlightened by her parents, blushed and apologized to the boy. I'm sorry. Thus, the two little ones joyfully joined hands to play, as if the earlier unpleasantness had never occurred. Su Wan'er watched their retreating figures and couldn't help but muse. Children are indeed easy to appease. A simple apology can erase all grievances. Afterward, Su Wan'er and Chenfeng returned to their courtyard, relishing their rare leisure time together. They sat by a stone table, sipping fragrant tea and exchanging anecdotes, occasionally discussing Chensi's growth and future, their faces radiating happiness and contentment. Wanna, look at Chensi. Though her character is somewhat blunt, her heart is kind, Chenfeng remarked softly, his eyes filled with love and hope for their daughter. I believe that under your guidance, she will surely grow into a well-educated and gentle woman. Su Wan'er beamed at his words and replied, Ah Chun, rest easy. I shall do my utmost to nurture Chensi into an exceptional young lady. However, her growth also requires your presence and affection. You must not neglect her feelings by being preoccupied with military affairs as before. Chenfeng solemnly nodded. Wanna, you speak the truth. I shall endeavor to carve out more time to be with Chensi, allowing her to feel the warmth of family. Thus, the couple continued their sweet and affectionate conversation. Just then, a servant rushed in. General, Madam, trouble looms. Urgent reports from the frontier indicate enemy movements. They may strike again. Chenfeng's expression shifted, his fists clenching. Su Wan'er's eyes filled with concern, yet she maintained her composure. Ah Chen, this is of utmost importance. You must handle it promptly. Chenfeng took a deep breath. Wan'er, I shall depart at once. Please manage matters at home. With that, he hastened away, leaving Su Wan'er gazing at his departing figure, lost in thought. In the days that followed, Su Wan'er balanced household duties while diligently instructing Chensi. Yet, as the news of intensifying warfare continued to arrive, her heart grew increasingly uneasy. One day, Chensi suddenly approached Su Wan'er, raising her little face to ask, Mother, when will father return? Crouching down, Su Wan'er gently stroked Chensi's hair, replying softly, My dear Chensi, your father will return after he wins the battle. However, as months passed with no news of victory, Su Wan'er found herself visiting the temple daily to pray for his safety. On one such day, she took Chensi to the temple. Upon entering, they were met with a clamor. A group of wounded soldiers was being brought in. Su Wan'er, clutching Chensi's hand, hurried forward to inquire, hoping for any news of Chenfeng. At that moment, one of the soldiers recognized Su Wan'er and, with great difficulty, spoke. Madam, the general has suffered serious injuries, but remains at the front, commanding the troops. He forbade us from revealing anything to prevent you from worrying. Hearing this, Su Wan'er's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she quickly steadied herself. Upon returning home, she resolved to go to the military camp personally to care for Li Chenfeng. After entrusting Chenxi to a reliable individual, she packed some medicinal herbs and provisions and set off. Enduring numerous hardships along the way, she finally reached the military camp. Seeing Li Chenfeng, frail and worn on the sickbed, Su Wan'er could no longer hold back her tears. Li Chenfeng, both astonished and pained, said, "Wan'er, what brings you here? This place is perilous." Su Wan'er firmly grasped his hand and declared, "Ah Chen, we shall endure together. We will overcome this trial." Under Su Wan'er's meticulous care, Li Chenfeng's wounds gradually healed, bolstering the morale of the troops, ultimately leading to a successful repulsion of the enemy. Chapter 37. The Twins One Day. A palace eunuch hurriedly arrived, his footsteps brisk as he made his way to the general's residence, seeking the gentle and graceful Lady Su Wan'er.
Madame, dear news.
Upon entering, Eunuch Lin urgently addressed Su Wan'er. "The crown princess has gone into labor and urgently requires your presence and care. Please hurry to the palace." Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er was taken aback and hastily followed Eunuch Lin into the palace. As they journeyed, her heart was heavy with worry. She shared a close bond with the crown princess since childhood, and now, faced with the perils of childbirth, her anxiety mounted. Upon arriving outside the delivery room, they were met with the sounds of agonized cries from within. Su Wan'er felt a surge of impatience as she comforted the palace maids and eunuchs, urging them to remain calm while directing preparations for hot water and other necessities. She soon entered the delivery room, and seeing her beloved sister in such distress was heart-wrenching. Without hesitation, she stepped forward to assist. Checking pulses and carrying out a series of tasks, Su Wan'er worked tirelessly, drenched in sweat yet maintaining a composed and steady demeanor. As several hours passed, the anguished cries continued, and the onlookers grew increasingly anxious. Xiao Jin paced anxiously outside, his heart in turmoil yet feeling helpless. The emperor, accompanied by the crown princess's mother, Consort Yun, waited in the main hall. Observing his son's restlessness, the emperor could not help but chide. "Look at you. So unsteady. As the crown prince, you must bear yourself with composure." "Father, the crown princess is inside, teetering on the brink of life and death. How can I remain composed?" Xiao Jin retorted without turning back. "Well, I didn't see you being so composed before. Why fault him now? He is just as anxious. How could he possibly heed your words?" Consort Yun gently pulled the emperor's hand, offering counsel. "I once bore no resemblance to his current demeanor," the emperor, with a stubborn bravado, declared. After considerable effort, a resounding cry echoed through the air, heralding the safe arrival of the child. At this moment, a nurse emerged, cradling the infant in her arms, announcing the joyous news. "Congratulations to the emperor and the crown prince. The crown princess has blessed the royal family with a young prince, and both mother and child are safe." A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, who immediately knelt before the emperor and the crown prince, exclaiming, "Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations, crown prince. The royal lineage has been enriched." Just then, another wail resonated from within, and after a brief interval, a maid appeared, holding another infant, delivering the happy tidings. "Congratulations to the emperor and the crown prince. The crown princess has bestowed yet another young prince upon the royal family."
Ha ha ha.
"Splendid, splendid. Reward shall be generously bestowed upon all." The emperor, brimming with joy, waved his hand grandly, dispensing rewards to the crowd. "Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, crown prince." The assembly collectively knelt in gratitude. Within the delivery room, Su Yaoyao, weakened, grasped Su Wan'er's hand, saying, "Today I owe everything to my sister, otherwise we three would be lost in uncertainty. This debt of gratitude is unforgettable." Su Wan'er smiled in response, her eyes filled with compassion. "What are you saying? Not only are you my dear sister, but I would not stand idly by even for a stranger in such a life and death situation. Fortunately, you were here." The two sisters exchanged a knowing smile, and Su Yaoyao lay weakly on the bed, her heart brimming with joy as she gazed at the twins beside her. Treasures born from her tribulations. However, rumors began to circulate within the palace, claiming that the birth of twins was an ominous sign. Upon hearing this, the emperor furrowed his brow. Though he harbored doubts, he feared the impact of such rumors on the nation's fortune. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Yaoyao held her children tightly, her gaze resolute. She and her husband, Xiao Jin, sought an audience with the emperor. kneeling before the throne with the twins in their arms. Father, these two children are a divine blessing. During my pregnancy, I dreamt of celestial beings bestowing fortune upon us. Twins herald the arrival of auspicious stars. The emperor, already fond of his two grandsons, felt a stir of conviction at her unwavering certainty. At that moment, a flock of colorful birds suddenly flew into the palace grounds, circling for an extended period. Everyone was astonished, and Su Yaoyao seized the opportunity to proclaim, "Father, this is an omen of good fortune. Heaven itself is signaling the auspiciousness of the twins." Ultimately, the emperor was swayed by Su Yaoyao's words, ordering severe punishment for those spreading rumors and proclaiming to the world that the twins were a harbinger of good fortune. Su Yaoyao let out a sigh of relief. As days turned into weeks, the twins grew steadily, their intelligence and charm endearing them to all. Yet, beneath the calm surface of palace life, dark currents stirred. The neighboring kingdom, hearing of the twins' birth and their status as symbols of fortune, harbored jealousy and covertly nurtured sorcerers, intending to disrupt the fortunes of the great dynasty. The sorcerers cast spells, causing one of the twins to succumb to a mysterious illness, leaving the imperial physicians at a loss. Su Yaoyao kept a vigil by her child's side, weeping day and night, while Xiao Jin scoured the realm for skilled practitioners. Su Wan'er resolved to investigate the matter personally, discovering that the illness exhibited signs of external interference. Just as despair loomed, Su Wan'er fortuitously encountered a mysterious Taoist priest. The priest declared that the ailment could only be cured by a rare, thousand-year-old herb. Undeterred by danger, Su Wan'er ventured deep into the mountains in search of the herb. After days of relentless pursuit, she finally succeeded. Upon preparing a concoction from the herb and administering it to the ill young prince, a miraculous recovery ensued. The emperor, upon learning of Su Wan'er's contributions, expressed his heartfelt admiration. Meanwhile, the neighboring kingdom's conspiracy unraveled, and the sorcerers fell victim to their own machinations. Following this incident, the twins garnered even greater affection, and the bond between Su Yaoyao and Su Wan'er grew ever stronger. They understood that only by uniting to protect their family could they withstand unforeseen perils. Su Yaoyao recognized that for the twins to truly gain the world's acknowledgement, greater efforts were required. Hence, she began organizing various charitable events within the palace, involving the twins to ensure they interacted with the common folk and understood their lives. Each time a banquet was held, Su Yaoyao would present the twins, allowing them to showcase their talents and earn accolades. Additionally, she personally instructed the twins in martial arts and statecraft, aspiring for them to grow into responsible princes. As the years passed, the twins blossomed, their wisdom and courage becoming the talk of the palace. Whenever the emperor spoke of them, his face would glow with pride. Through her own intelligence and resilience, Su Yaoyao established her reputation in the palace, becoming a figure of admiration. However, she remained unsatisfied, fully aware that the true challenges lay ahead. Thus, she continued her quiet efforts, paving the way for the twins' growth and contributing to the prosperity of the nation. Under her meticulous nurturing, the twins ultimately emerged as pillars of the state, bringing blessings to the people and ushering in a new era of glory for the kingdom. One day, under the gentle sun and a mild breeze, Su Wan'er, clad in an elegant azure robe, her hair lightly swept up, with a few stray strands dancing in the wind, strolled toward the medical clinic, accompanied by her 3-year-old daughter, Xiao Chensi. Xiao Chensi's bright, large eyes were transfixed on her mother as she diagnosed patients, occasionally furrowing her brow in contemplation or murmuring softly, her expressions both amusing and utterly adorable. Inside the clinic, the fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air. With patients arriving in droves, Su Wan'er sat at the consultation desk, attentively listening to each patient's grievances, her fingers gently resting on their pulse, exuding focus and warmth. Xiao Chensi stood by her side, wide-eyed, captivated by every move her mother made, as if the world had narrowed down to her mother's figure alone. "Mother, how can you tell if someone is ill just by placing her fingers on their wrist?" Xiao Chensi finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity. Su Wan'er smiled tenderly at her daughter, gently ruffling her hair as she patiently explained, "It is because I have studied medicine. I can discern the body's condition through the pulse. Do I have to learn too?" Xiao Chensi pondered for a moment, nodding vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I want to learn medicine, so I can help you with your patients someday." A warm current surged within Su Wan'er. She knew her daughter, though young, possessed a kind and resolute heart. Therefore, She gently took Xiao Chenxi's small hand and replied softly, "Very well, when you grow up, I will teach you the art of healing." Chapter 39. Trader in the Linglong Pavilion. From an early age, Su Wan'er's approach to her daughter's education was unconventional. She did not impose the traditional 6 arts upon Xiao Chenxi. To her, skills such as music, chess, calligraphy, and needlework were merely supplementary talents, far less important than understanding etiquette and the value of enjoying life. She wished for Xiao Chenxi to experience a joyful and liberated childhood, unshackled by rigid conventions. Under Su Wan'er's diligent guidance, Xiao Chenxi gradually grew into a lively, charming, and intelligent young girl. She not only learned to respect her elders and care for the vulnerable, but also possessed a curious and courageous heart. Whenever Su Wan'er was busy at the clinic, Xiao Chenxi would quietly sit beside her, observing her every action, occasionally posing innocent yet profound questions that left Su Wan'er in awe of her daughter's perceptiveness. As the years went by, Su Wan'er began to introduce Xiao Chenxi to the principles of medicine. She patiently explained the human body structure, the causes of ailments, and their treatments, using vivid and engaging examples to simplify complex medical concepts, enabling Xiao Chenxi to grasp them easily. Whenever Xiao Chenxi became engrossed in the lessons, her bright eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge, as if the entire world were filled with wonder and mystery. In addition to medicine, Su Wan'er also taught Xiao Chenxi martial arts. In her view, young girls equally require physical strength to protect themselves and those around them. Thus, she personally selected a formidable female master for Xiao Chenxi, allowing her to learn martial arts and swordsmanship. Initially, Xiao Chenxi showed little interest in these skills, finding the monotonous movements and repetitive drills rather tedious. However, as time passed, she gradually began to appreciate the allure of martial arts. Each time, she mastered a new technique. An indescribable sense of accomplishment surged within her. Throughout her training, Xiao Chenxi encountered numerous obstacles and challenges. At times, she faced reprimands from her master for improper form. At others, she felt utterly exhausted from overexertion, and occasionally, disagreements with her peers would dampen her spirits. Yet, regardless of the difficulties she faced, Xiao Chenxi persevered. She understood that this was the path her mother had chosen for her, a necessary journey toward becoming a strong and courageous young woman. Observing her daughter's progress in both medical arts and martial skills filled Su Wan'er with pride and satisfaction. She recognized that her daughter possessed not only a kind and resolute heart but also an indomitable spirit and the courage to forge ahead. Such a daughter, she believed, would undoubtedly shine brightly wherever her path might lead. Of course, Su Wan'er was aware that her daughter's journey was far from over. Beyond medicine and martial arts, there were many other areas of knowledge and skills to acquire. Consequently, she began to devise a comprehensive learning plan for Xiao Chenxi, intending to invite a learned scholar to teach her daughter the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and poetry, thus nurturing her artistic talents and character. Naturally, this would depend on Xiao Chenxi's own wishes and interests, as Su Wan'er hoped her daughter could learn joyfully and grow happily. However, before these plans could pave a stable path for her beloved daughter, unforeseen calamity struck. One day, within the confines of Linglong Pavilion, a tumultuous change erupted, as the figure of a traitor stealthily infiltrated this serene place like a specter in the night. As the master of Linglong Pavilion, Su Wan'er felt an undeniable responsibility to purge the traitors and restore order. Swift as the wind, she pursued the traitor's trail to a perilous mountain summit. Yet, the traitor proved exceedingly cunning, enlisting others to abduct the young Xiao Chenxi and use her as bait to lure Su Wan'er into the open. Meanwhile, far away, Chenfeng learned of this shocking news from Chiaoer an hour later. His heart raced with anxiety, leaving no time for contemplation as he hastily gathered his men and rushed to the scene. Along the way, his thoughts were a tangled web of worry and fear, rendering him nearly breathless. In this critical moment, a tall and handsome man emerged behind the traitor, his words laced with mockery. Su Wan'er, upon hearing him, immediately focused her gaze, realizing with shock that it was none other than the once-imprisoned Crown Prince Xiao Yan. Maintaining her composure, she questioned, "Crown Prince?
How could it be you?"
Xiao Yan smirked coldly, declaring, "Indeed, it is I, Lady Li. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Why not consider serving me?" He paused, gesturing towards Xiao Chenxi, held tightly by the shadowy guards, his eyes glinting with menace and provocation.
Internally anxious, Su Wan'er feignet ignorance.
continuing to parley with Xiao Yan. Surely, the crown prince justeth? I am but a humble woman, unworthy of such attention. As she spoke, her mind raced with strategies to save her child. She was acutely aware that Xiao Yan was ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve his ends. Thus, she needed to devise a foolproof plan, otherwise, provoking him would place Xiao Chenxi's life in imminent danger. This was her bottom line as a mother, a line she could not cross. Just as she sank into contemplation, her peripheral vision caught sight of Li Chenfeng stealthily hidden nearby. A flicker of hope ignited within her. The couple exchanged a resolute glance, their years of mutual understanding requiring no words to convey their thoughts. While Li Chenfeng engaged Xiao Yan in conversation, he quietly approached the guard holding Xiao Chenxi. Lady Li, I am not in the mood for jest. If you do not make a decision soon, your precious daughter will suffer dire consequences, Xiao Yan warned, irritated by Su Wan'er's continued pretense. He raised his weapon, preparing to strike Xiao Chenxi. At that critical juncture, Li Chenfeng emerged like a specter, swiftly dispatching the guard with a clean strike, cradling Xiao Chenxi tightly in his arms. Seeing her husband succeed, Su Wan'er wasted no time. Armed with a long sword, she lunged toward Xiao Yan and his cohorts. Xiao Yan's expression shifted in shock. He had not anticipated such decisiveness and bravery from the couple. He bellowed orders for his men to eliminate everyone in sight. Li Chenfeng, burdened with protecting the child, sustained numerous injuries. Su Wan'er, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency. She realized that if things continued as they were, both Li Chenfeng and Xiao Chenxi would be in grave danger. Casting aside her own safety, she fought fiercely toward her husband, her swordplay fierce and resolute, each move infused with boundless fury and strength. However, taking advantage of her distraction, Xiao Yan led his men to attack her. The air filled with the clashing of blades and cries of battle, gradually pushing the group towards the edge of a cliff. On the other side, Li Chenfeng observed in horror and despair. He strained to call out Su Wan'er's name, but found himself utterly spent. In that moment, Xiao Yan struck from behind, driving his sword deep into Su Wan'er's body. She fell, bleeding profusely, yet stubbornly held her ground, unwilling to succumb. The assailants, emboldened by her injury, pressed their advantage mercilessly. Though she staggered, she continued to wield her sword, attempting to fend off the attackers. Ultimately, however, her strength waned, and she was struck down the cliff.
Wan'er.
Time seemed to freeze as Li Chenfeng, holding Xiao Chenxi, screamed her name in anguish. Yet, the only response was the howling wind and the depths of despair.
Kill them all.
Leave not a single one, he roared. Filled with remorse and self-reproach for failing to protect his wife and daughter, thrust into such dire straits. This sudden upheaval shattered Li Chenfeng's world, turning his hair white in an instant. He held Xiao Chenxi tightly, his eyes burning with determination and resolve. He vowed, at any cost, to avenge his wife and safeguard their family. The turmoil at Linglong Pavilion would undoubtedly become one of the most unforgettable chapters of their lives. Chapter 41. The Phoenix Tail Flower and the Nine-Yong Herb. Since Su Wan'er plummeted from the cliff, Li Chenfeng has been relentless, fervently suppressing the faction of the Crown Prince. Although the Crown Prince survived, he was grievously injured by Li Chenfeng and now clings to life. The power of the Crown Prince's faction continues to dwindle, and many believe that Li Chenfeng's actions are driven solely by vengeance for Su Wan'er's fall. Yet, only Li Chenfeng knows that his motives also lie in seeking a remedy for her recovery. After Su Wan'er's fall, he encountered a mysterious elder who revealed that to save her, he must gather the Phoenix Tail Flower, the embodiment of pure yang, and the Nine-Yin Herb, the essence of pure yin. These two treasures are controlled by two high-ranking officials within the Crown Prince's faction. As he subdues the Crown Prince's party, he discreetly searches for the whereabouts of these precious items. Finally, he learns of their hiding place from an old subordinate. Undeterred by danger, he infiltrates a secret chamber and successfully retrieves both treasures. At that moment, remnants of the Crown Prince's faction, who had been secretly tracking him, emerge to seize the treasures. Li Chenfeng valiantly resists, single-handedly repelling all foes. He then hastens to the mysterious elder with the treasures in hand. The elder takes the items, concocts a restorative potion, and administers it to Su Wan'er. As she slowly opens her eyes, Li Chenfeng is overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Seeing Li Chenfeng weep, Su Wan'er is deeply moved. She gently raises her hand to wipe his tears and, in a weak voice, says, "Chenfeng, you have worked hard. Li Chenfeng tightly grasps her hand, his voice trembling. As long as you awaken, that is all that matters. After a few days of recuperation, Su Wan'er's health is restored. One day, as they stroll through the garden, she suddenly halts, her expression serious. Chenfeng, though I have narrowly escaped death, as long as the crown prince remains, we shall never know peace. Li Chenfeng nods. I share your thoughts. He is gravely injured, and now is our opportune moment. Thus, they devise a meticulous plan to infiltrate the crown prince's residence under the cover of night. The crown prince, recuperating in bed, is taken aback upon their arrival. Li Chenfeng draws his sword and aims it at the crown prince. This is your day of reckoning. The crown prince, desperate for mercy, attempts to counterattack, but is no match for Li Chenfeng. Just as Li Chenfeng is about to deliver the fatal blow, Su Wan'er intervenes. Husband, do not kill him outright. He is still a prince, and we should avoid drawing trouble upon ourselves. Li Chenfeng hesitates for a moment, then sheathes his sword. Su Wan'er administers a single dose of poison to the crown prince, ensuring it does not kill him immediately, but will cause him excruciating pain for an hour each day, akin to being devoured by 1,000 insects. Days later, as Su Wan'er continues to regain her strength, Li Chenfeng brings her back to their home, where children and adults alike are in tears. From that day forth, Su Wan'er peacefully recuperates at home. One day, while enjoying the flowers in the garden, she receives word that someone from the palace has arrived. It turns out the emperor has learned of Su Wan'er's miraculous recovery and wishes to summon them for an audience. Li Chenfeng and Su Wan'er hurriedly prepare and enter the palace. Upon seeing Su Wan'er, the emperor is greatly pleased, declaring it a miracle and bestowing upon them numerous treasures. While returning to the palace, their carriage is ambushed by a group of assailants clad in black. Li Chenfeng draws his sword to protect Su Wan'er, and during the fierce battle, he recognizes the fighting style of the attackers as that of a cult long thought to be extinguished. Could there be someone orchestrating this behind the scenes?
Su Wan'er, shaken, leans against Li Chenfeng.
He softly reassures her. Do not fear, Wan'er. I will ensure your safety. He holds her tightly, his gaze resolute, determined to uncover the mastermind behind this plot and protect their hard-won happiness. After returning home, Li Chenfeng fortifies the defenses of their residence and sends trusted aides to investigate the remnants of the cult. Before long, he receives reports suggesting that the crown prince's remnants are colluding with the cult.
Li Chenfeng snaps.
He should have anticipated that the crown prince harbored treachery and sought to stir chaos once more. Li Chenfeng decides to take the initiative, spreading rumors of an outing with Su Wan'er to pray for blessings. As their carriage reaches the outskirts, the black-clad assailants reappear. However, this time, Li Chenfeng has already laid an ambush. After a fierce confrontation, the cultists suffer heavy losses, with many surrendering. From the captives, he learns that the crown prince's remnants promised them a bounty to eliminate Li Chenfeng and Su Wan'er. Li Chenfeng then leads his troops to besiege the remnant stronghold. The crown prince's followers, caught off guard by the rapid exposure of their plot, scramble to resist but are ultimately captured. Following this incident, no one dares to provoke Li Chenfeng and Su Wan'er again. They return home, leading a tranquil and blissful life, spending their days together in the garden, marveling at the blooming flowers and the passage of peaceful time. Chapter 42. The accusation. One day, at a manor outside the city, General's wife Su Wan'er is busy managing various affairs. Dressed in a modest yet elegant garment, her hair simply styled into a bun, she exudes grace and poise. Since her recovery, she has not only organized the household affairs with great diligence, but also frequently visits the tenants outside the city, personally checking on their conditions. Upon seeing Su Wan'er arrive, the tenants cease their labors and respectfully greet her. Su Wan'er responds with a warm smile and begins to inquire about their recent living conditions, the growth of their crops, and the harvest. Madam, this year's rainfall has been abundant, and the crops are thriving. We expect a yield at least 20% higher than last year. An elderly tenant exclaims excitedly. Hearing this, a smile of satisfaction spreads across Su Wan'er's face. That is excellent news. You have all worked hard. When the harvest comes, I will ensure that the steward rewards you generously. At that moment, a young servant rushes in to whisper hurriedly to Su Wan'er. Her expression shifts as she learns that news from the capital indicates that someone has accused Li Chenfeng of amassing troops and acting independently, prompting the emperor to dispatch officials for an investigation. Anxious, Su Wan'er understands her husband's unwavering dedication to the nation and knows he harbors no such ambitions. She bids farewell to the tenants and hurries back to the residence. Meanwhile, in the military camp, Chenfeng receives the same news. He merely scoffs, remaining unfazed, confident that the truth will prevail. Nevertheless, to guard against treachery, he instructs his subordinates to strictly maintain order among the soldiers. Officials from the Ministry of Justice temporarily detain Chenfeng while awaiting the investigation's outcome. Upon returning home, Su Wan'er promptly pens a letter, intending to send a servant to her father for assistance. Simultaneously, she clandestinely gathers evidence, knowing well that her husband has served the country loyally over the years. The emperor will surely discern the truth. By the time her preparations are complete, it is already deep into the night. Gazing at the bright moon outside, she silently prays for her husband's safety. A few days later, the verdict is announced, exonerating Chenfeng and punishing the accuser. This incident only strengthens the bond between the couple. Shortly after, urgent news arrives from the border that foreign enemies are amassing an army with intentions of invasion. Chenfeng receives orders to mobilize his forces immediately. Before his departure, Su Wan'er fastens his armor, her eyes filled with worry, though she feigns composure. "You will surely return victorious, my husband. I will manage everything at home. There is no need to worry." Chenfeng leads his troops to the border. Riding swiftly with determination, Su Wan'er entrusted her most loyal subordinates with the handling of affairs, leaving Chower and a hidden guard disguised as the general's wife within the general's residence. She then spread word of her ill health, claiming she was unfit to receive guests, while she secretly accompanied the hidden guard to the border. Chenfeng cleverly utilized the terrain to set up an intricate formation and inspired his soldiers to fight valiantly against the enemy. The battle was exceptionally fierce, with Chenfeng leading from the front, his bravery uplifting the morale of the entire army. Meanwhile, Su Wan'er was not idle. She organized the women of the city to care for the families of the wounded soldiers and prepared supplies to be sent to the front lines. She also advised the court to dispatch additional troops as a precaution. At last, after months of arduous combat, Chenfeng achieved a resounding victory over the enemy, who surrendered and sought peace. Upon returning to court, the emperor personally came out to greet him and rewarded the army. However, Su Wan'er had discreetly returned to the capital ahead of him. When Chenfeng arrived at the general's residence, he found no welcoming presence of Su Wan'er, which left him puzzled. Following the previous arrangement, Chower informed Chenfeng that his wife was unwell and resting. Hastening to the inner chamber, he saw Su Wan'er lying peacefully on the couch, her complexion slightly pale. He sat by her side, heart aching, softly calling her name. Su Wan'er slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Chenfeng's safe return, tears streamed down her cheeks. Grasping her hand tightly, he asked in concern, "What has happened to you? Are you gravely ill?" Su Wan'er shook her head and sat up, reassuring him, "Do not worry, my husband, I am merely fatigued." Chapter 43. Abduction. Su Wan'er then quietly confided in Chenfeng about her clandestine journey to the border, eliciting a mixture of surprise and joy from him, who admonished her for taking such a risk. "Yet," she replied, "how could I remain at home in peace while my husband bravely fights for our country? With such a devoted wife, what more could Chenfeng desire?" He embraced Su Wan'er, softly expressing his admiration. Nestled against his sturdy chest, Su Wan'er gazed up at him, her eyes shimmering with determination and tenderness. "I may be a woman," she murmured, "but I understand the rise and fall of our nation. Every citizen has their duty. As my husband, a general, dedicates himself to the country, how can I stand idly by? I followed you here to share in your burdens. However small my contributions may be, it is better than worrying day and night at home." Chenfeng felt a wave of warmth surge within him. He grasped Su Wan'er's hand tightly, saying, "Wan'er, how could I be unaware of your profound affection? But the battlefield is perilous, and I fear for your safety. How could I endure if something were to happen to you?" Su Wan'er lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with resolve. "Do not fret, my husband. I know my own limits. I possess medical skills and martial prowess. Perhaps I can save lives in critical moments, thus contributing my share to this war." Chenfeng looked at Su Wan'er with admiration and tenderness, fully aware that although she was raised in a secluded environment, she harbored a heart that embraced the world, possessing courage and wisdom equal to any man. Henceforth, whenever Chenfeng went into battle, he ensured Su Wan'er accompanied him, securing her in a safe location behind the camp and assigning several trusted guards for her protection. Utilizing her medical knowledge, Su Wan'er tended to the wounded soldiers, quickly earning their respect and affection through her remarkable skills. One day, clad in an elegant azure gown, Su Wan'er made her way to the medical clinic. Sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting a gentle glow upon her, enhancing her serene demeanor. However, as she passed through a secluded alley, several figures in black suddenly emerged from all directions, surrounding her. Startled, Su Wan'er maintained her composure, deliberately refraining from revealing her abilities. Curious to uncover the identity of her assailants, the masked figures swiftly and skillfully bound her, forcing her into a carriage. Inside, the dimness enveloped her, leaving her only with the distant sounds of hoofbeats and the creaking of wheels. Inwardly, she contemplated who would dare to target her. Was it a vendetta from an enemy? Or had someone orchestrated this abduction for monetary gain? Brother, this woman is quite beautiful. Do you think our master's taken a liking to her? One of the black-clad men inquired curiously. Mind your own business. Do as our master instructs. I advise you not to pry into matters that don't concern you. Otherwise, you may not live to regret it. Another warned coldly. Understood, brother. I was merely curious, the first replied, his heart racing. You best curb your curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat. The second retorted, his gaze fixed ahead. As the carriage jostled onward, Su Wan'er's heart raced with apprehension. She reflected on her past experiences, recognizing that her remarkable medical skills and forthright nature, which had offended the powerful, could have provoked this calamity.
Yet,
she yearned to discover the true motives behind her abduction. Was it for wealth or some other ulterior motive? Just as she fell into deep contemplation, the carriage abruptly came to a halt. She was taken to a house in the outskirts, and before she could devise a plan to gather information, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The door swung open, and a hand lifted the curtain as a middle-aged man dressed in opulent garments entered. His eyes glinted with malice as he fixed his gaze upon Su Wan'er, a cold smile curling his lips. Madam Li, it has been a while. I have summoned you today merely to consult you about your esteemed medical skills. Chapter 44. Lu Yuanqing. Su Wan'er raised her eyes to meet the man, noting his brocade robe embroidered with intricate cloud and water patterns, a clear marker of his high status. Despite his well-preserved appearance, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes betrayed the passage of time. May I inquire your name, sir? I am but an ordinary physician, praised by others. She maintained her composure, attempting to glean some insight from his words. He chuckled lightly, slowly taking a seat before her. I am Lu Yuanqing. I have long heard of your exceptional medical talents and wish to invite you to my home to attend to my ailing wife. Su Wan'er was taken aback. She had indeed heard of Lu Yuanqing, a man of immense power and ruthless methods, renowned in court. Yet, she could not fathom why a mere civilian doctor would draw his personal attention. Your Excellency is overly generous. I am merely a humble practitioner, and my skills are but trivial, she cautiously replied. Unfazed, Lu Yuanqing seized her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Madam Li, let us dispense with false modesty. I am aware of your exceptional abilities. Should you agree to assist, I can guarantee you and your family a life of wealth and luxury.
Internally, Su Wan'er scoffed.
She was well aware of Lu Yuanqing's ambitions and ruthlessness. If she wished to survive, she needed to devise a means of escape. Just as she was plotting her strategy, a flurry of urgent footsteps echoed from outside, followed by several well-built men bursting through the door, engaging in a fierce struggle with Lu Yuanqing's men. Lu Yuanqing, gripping Su Wan'er's chin, exuded an unyielding force that brooked no refusal. Su Wan'er was forced to meet his gaze, her mind racing with plans for escape as the battle outside intensified. Amidst the clash of blades, the well-trained men fought skillfully, intertwining with Lu Yuanqing's subordinates in a chaotic yet determined skirmish. Su Wan'er silently rejoiced. Perhaps this presented a perfect opportunity for her escape. Lu Yuanqing seemed to have noticed the commotion outside, his brow furrowed as he released Su Wan'er's chin and drew the sword at his waist, preparing to confront the threat. However, in that fleeting moment as he turned, Su Wan'er swiftly retrieved a delicate silver needle from her sleeve, targeting his acupoint. The needle flashed like lightning, accurately piercing Lu Yuanqing's shoulder acupoint. He staggered, his movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wan'er broke free from her restraints and dashed towards the door. Attempt to flee? It shall not be so simple, Lu Yuanqing roared, enduring the discomfort of a sealed acupoint as he swung his sword at Su Wan'er. She evaded him with the grace of a butterfly flitting among flowers. Taking advantage of the chaos, she escaped outside, blending into the tumult of the ongoing battle. Outside the carriage, the night was as dark as ink, with only a few distant lights flickering. Under the cover of darkness, Su Wan'er retreated alongside the muscular men, fighting as they withdrew. She understood that this conflict was far from over, as long as she could temporarily evade Lu Yuanqing's grasp. There remained a glimmer of hope to find allies and unveil his true nature. In the depths of the night, Su Wan'er's figure gradually receded, leaving behind only the furious roars of Lu Yuanqing by the carriage. This sudden turn of events transformed the once tranquil night into a tumultuous sea, setting her fate adrift in uncertainty and unpredictability. Chapter 45. The man behind the scenes. The night was dense and profound, as if enveloped in an invisible curtain. The moonlight was thin, and the stars scattered like fragmented pearls, failing to illuminate the shadowy path. On either side of the narrow way, the silhouettes of trees swayed, and the occasional call of night birds added an air of solitude and eeriness. Su Wan'er's figure moved further along the winding path. Her dress fluttered gently in the breeze, reminiscent of an orchid blooming in the night, gradually fading away, ultimately merging into the depths of the darkness, leaving behind a faint fragrance that lingered in the air. Though her strides were hurried, they bore an inexplicable determination, each step seemingly tracing the very lines of her destiny, allowing no room for deviation. Her heart brimmed with resolve and courage, as if she was prepared to face all hardships and obstacles. In the darkness, she stood like a resilient plum blossom in a storm, marching forward with unwavering resolve despite the uncertainty ahead. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanqing raged beside the carriage, his voice echoing through the desolate night. His face contorted with fury, his eyes blazing with a crimson intensity, as if ready to ignite the very night around him. Su Wan'er, you cannot escape. I shall not let you go. His gaze fixed intently on the direction Su Wan'er had fled, illuminating his disbelief and wrath, as though he intended to consume the night in flames. My lord, shall we return to the estate or head to Baikeju? A few men in black beside him inquired respectfully, their night attire and black masks revealing only their keen, hawk-like eyes. They were Su Wan'er's concealed guards, who had intervened in time to save her. Su Wan'er halted, slightly turning her head, her penetrating gaze fixed upon the men in black as she calmly stated, "Return to Baikeju. Also, do not speak of this matter, nor inform the general. I will handle it." Her tone carried an undeniable authority, compelling the black-clad men to bow and comply. The night remained deep and inscrutable as Su Wan'er continued onward, yet tumultuous waves surged within her heart. She knew this incident was no mere coincidence. There lay a hidden conspiracy beneath it all. She must swiftly uncover the truth, safeguarding herself and those she cherished. Upon returning to Baikeju, Su Wan'er immediately summoned her personal maid, Jiawa, to discuss the matter. After deliberating, they resolved to investigate discreetly to discern who was orchestrating these sinister plots. In the following days, Su Wan'er maintained her facade, diligently managing Baikeju, treating the sick and garnering countless accolades and respect from the people. Yet, unbeknownst to them, she had secretly laid a trap, awaiting the culprits to ensnare themselves. Days later, Xiao'er brought news of a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er immediately accompanied Xiao'er to a secluded courtyard. As they approached, muffled voices reached their ears. "This time we failed. That girl, Su Wan'er, is far too vigilant," croaked one voice. "Humph, it's merely a temporary stroke of luck. We shall have another opportunity," replied another voice. Su Wan'er's expression hardened, and she was about to charge inside when a group of masked figures suddenly surged around them. With their backs pressed together, she and Xiao'er stood fearless.
Su Wan'er gribt her silvernil tightly, while Koa unseated her flexible sword.
The masked assailants lunged at them, but Su Wan'er, agile as a wisp of smoke, sent her needle flying, striking the acupoints of the two foremost attackers. Xiao'er wielded her sword with fierce precision, parrying blows from the sides. However, the overwhelming numbers of their foes began to take their toll. At that moment, a melodious flute melody resonated through the air, causing the assailants to slow. As if entranced, seizing the chance, Su Wan'er urged Xiao'er to rush into the courtyard. Inside, the two startled individuals were taken aback, attempting to flee, only to be intercepted by Su Wan'er.
"Who are you?"
"Why do you seek to harm me?"
Su Wan'er demanded angrily.
"Su Divine Doctor, how delightful to see you again." The owner of a rival clinic sneered, addressing her mockingly. The raspy voice belonged to none other than the proprietor of a rival clinic, who had long harbored jealousy towards Su Wan'er's reputation.
So it is you, Boss Li.
I wonder why you have colluded with others to conspire against me. I believe I have done you no wrong, Su Wan'er remarked, her gaze fixed upon him. Humph. The clinic owner scoffed dismissively, turning away from Su Wan'er. Chapter 46. The scheme. The other individual was Lu Yuanqing, who, alongside the clinic owner, sought to dismantle Su Wan'er's Baikeiju and monopolize the pharmaceutical trade in the city. Lu Yuanqing's motives were driven by a desire to eliminate Su Wan'er altogether. Standing before these two, Su Wan'er pondered their true intentions. Did they intend to use her as leverage against someone else? She had never anticipated that one day she would become a pawn in someone else's game, stirring a tempest of emotions within her. Lu Yuanqing's presence radiated a cold, predatory glint, akin to a beast poised to pounce on its prey. Su Wan'er's heart raced. She had not expected Lu Yuanqing's appearance at this critical juncture, nor his audacity. It became clear to her that Lu Yuanqing had meticulously orchestrated this scheme. He understood that with Su Wan'er's demise, Li Chenfeng would no longer pursue his embezzlement of military funds, allowing him to live freely, basking in the riches acquired through unscrupulous means. A cruel smile crept across Lu Yuanqing's lips as he envisioned the dawn of his victory. Yet, he had forgotten that the affairs of the world are often rife with uncertainties. He could not foresee that Su Wan'er was not a woman to easily succumb to the whims of fate. Su Wan'er had not come alone. She discreetly signaled to Qiao'er to seek assistance. At that moment, her heart brimming with vigilance and resolve. She understood that she could not allow Lu Yuanqing's nefarious plot to succeed so easily. She must devise a strategy to protect her safety while exposing Lu Yuanqing's true nature, ensuring that the truth would ultimately shine forth. Su Wan'er gently bit her crimson lips, her gaze piercing through the dim night, transforming her into an unwavering warrior. She was acutely aware that her solitary strength was insufficient to contend with the immense power of Lu Yuanqing, yet she resolutely refused to succumb to despair. Following Qiao'er's departure, Lu Yuanqing had taken the owner of the medical clinic and his entourage away, leaving Su Wan'er confined within her quarters, with guards stationed outside. As the night deepened into silence, she stealthily infiltrated the study, searching for any remnants of incriminating evidence against Lu Yuanqing. The flickering candlelight illuminated her furrowed brow and determined countenance. Suddenly, a dusty ledger caught her eye, filled with meticulous records of clandestine transactions. A surge of joy coursed through her. This was undoubtedly the key to exposing Lu Yuanqing. Cautiously, she concealed it within her clothing. But just as she was about to depart, she heard footsteps approaching from outside. Hastily, she slipped into a hidden compartment behind the bookshelf, her heart pounding as she feared discovery. The intruder was Lu Yuanqing's trusted servant. Su Wan'er anxiously observed through the crack of the compartment as the servant paced before the desk, seemingly searching for something. She stifled her breath, terrified of making even the faintest sound. Just then, the servant abruptly halted, his gaze fixed upon the bookshelf as he slowly approached. Su Wan'er's heart leapt to her throat, gripping the dagger concealed in her sleeve. However, the servant merely retrieved a book from the shelf before departing. She let out a sigh of relief and, once assured that the coast was clear, emerged from her hiding place. With the ledger clutched tightly, she hurried back to her residence. Upon returning to her room, she eagerly opened the ledger for a meticulous examination. It revealed not only instances of bribery and embezzlement, but also treasonous collusion. Su Wan'er understood that this ledger alone was insufficient to bring down Lu Yuanqing. She needed to uncover more witnesses and evidence. Thus, she resolved to secretly contact those who had suffered under Lu Yuanqing's tyranny, preparing to unite their forces to unveil his nefarious deeds and bring the villain to justice. Her first contact was with young Master Li, who had been wrongfully accused by Lu Yuanqing and had lost everything. Initially hesitant due to Lu Yuanqing's formidable power, he feared further retaliation. However, upon Su Wan'er presenting portions of the ledger, his righteous anger ignited, and he immediately agreed to testify. Subsequently, Su Wan'er reached out to several other victims or informants, and they all responded with enthusiasm. Yet, somehow, the news of their gathering reached Lu Yuanqing. He dispatched men to hunt down young Master Li and the others. Su Wan'er, having caught wind of the impending danger, led the group to a secluded villa to evade the storm. During this time, they devised a strategy. The clever maid Qiao'er would disguise herself as Lu Yuanqing's confidant, obtaining irrefutable evidence of his crimes before discreetly reporting him to the authorities. Dressed in attire favored by Lu Yuanqing, Chao demeanor exuded loyalty and reverence, thereby instilling confidence in the officials. She deliberately allowed herself to be caught, feigning a confession about the location of the hidden evidence. Her performance was flawless, fooling even the most astute officials. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yuanqing was elated, believing he had finally secured incriminating evidence to ensnare his adversaries. He personally led his trusted aides to the location Chao had indicated, reveling in the anticipation of his newfound dominance. However, he could never have anticipated that this was an elaborate trap orchestrated by Su Wan'er and her allies. As he eagerly sought the ledger, footsteps suddenly echoed around him. The officials had long been lying in wait, ready to encircle him the moment he showed himself. Lu Yuanqing, shocked, attempted to resist, but was overpowered by the sheer number of officials and ultimately subdued. In the ensuing struggle, the ledger was seized from his grasp, revealing the true extent of his corrupt dealings accumulated over the years. Lu Yuanqing was imprisoned, awaiting trial, while Su Wan'er and her companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, soon after, news reached the court that Lu Yuanqing had powerful allies behind him, attempting to suppress the matter. Enraged, Su Wan'er could not tolerate a criminal escaping justice. Thus, she resolved to travel to the capital to seek an audience with the emperor. Coming from a scholarly family with relatives serving in the court, she was able to gain access by leveraging her status and the support of the aggrieved populace. In the imperial presence, Su Wan'er recounted Lu Yuanqing's transgressions in detail, presenting additional corroborative evidence. The emperor, already inclined to rectify the court's corruption, was impressed by Su Wan'er's bravery and intelligence, and upon reviewing the compelling evidence, he became infuriated, ordering severe punishment for Lu Yuanqing and his conspirators. Ultimately, Lu Yuanqing and his associates were sentenced to immediate execution, their assets confiscated, and their families exiled to the southern territories. As Su Wan'er exited the palace, sunlight bathed her figure, and she felt the arrival of justice. The persecuted rejoiced upon hearing the news, hailing her as a heroine. Gazing into the distance, Su Wan'er vowed to continue advocating for the people, ensuring that treachery would never again have the opportunity to disrupt the realm. She privately celebrated the success of their plan, knowing that although the battle had been arduous, it had ultimately restored a measure of justice. With winter approaching, the border tribes eyed the Chenfeng kingdom greedily, threatening the lives of border inhabitants through pillage and violence, plunging them into despair. When news reached the capital, the emperor erupted in fury within the grand hall, condemning the tribes, likening them to cockroaches that could not be eradicated. Your Majesty, these tribes are driven to such desperation by the harsh winter, with their people suffering from hunger, a young official remarked. However, they possess ample livestock. Perhaps we could engage in trade to avert further unnecessary sacrifices. This official, named Ji Xia, had been the top scholar 2 years prior and was now serving in the Ministry of Revenue. Having experienced the ravages of famine himself, he understood the cruelty of hunger and boldly proposed his idea. Preposterous. Nonsensical. An elderly general, his hair white and beard grizzled, bellowed in response. The Chenfeng kingdom is a vast and mighty realm. How could we be threatened by such insignificant tribes? You are dreaming, Ji Darren. Yet, Ji Xia stood firm, respectfully bowing before responding, General, while the Chenfeng kingdom is indeed powerful, years of warfare have drained our resources and devastated our people. Each conflict leaves the border regions struggling to recover for years. If we pursue trade instead, we could secure supplies from the tribes, alleviate their plight, and ensure peace along our borders, benefiting the populace of both nations. Your Majesty, I firmly believe Ji Darren's proposal holds merit and is worth exploring. However, we must remain vigilant against the tribe's cunning and unpredictable nature to prevent any unforeseen consequences. I suggest we take visible actions while discreetly dispatching trustworthy individuals to closely monitor their movements, ensuring absolute security. In recent years, the borderlands had suffered greatly from the ravages of war, with citizens enduring immense hardship and soldiers bearing countless wounds. Countless families had been torn apart by the anguish of war, a sorrow that resonated deeply. At this moment, Li Chenfeng stepped forward, his eyes filled with profound sympathy for his fellow countrymen's plight and a longing for a future of peace. Upon hearing these words, the emperor fell into a moment of contemplation. The old general, however, was incensed, his beard bristling with indignation. Your Majesty, this would be an act of weakness. Once trade is established, the barbarians will undoubtedly probe into our vulnerabilities, leading to even greater calamities in the future. Ji Shao hastily interjected. Your Majesty, we could impose stringent trade terms as a means of limitation, while simultaneously bolstering our border defenses. This way, we can demonstrate the stature of our great nation while preemptively safeguarding against potential threats. The emperor's gaze flickered as he weighed the pros and cons before slowly responding. Your words, dear Ji, possess merit. I intend to send envoys to the barbarians to discuss the possibility of trade. Should they genuinely seek peace and commerce, I shall acquiesce. However, as for the envoy selection, everyone turned their eyes toward the emperor, uncertain of who would bear this heavy responsibility. The emperor's gaze settled upon Ji Shao. Since you have this notion, dear Ji, you shall undertake this mission. Ji Shao was taken aback, yet he resolutely accepted the command. Though surprised by the emperor's decision, he understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he bowed deeply to the emperor. I shall not disappoint your Majesty's trust, and I will exert every effort to accomplish the task. Upon returning to his residence, Ji Shao began to meticulously prepare for the mission. He recognized that this journey not only pertained to the safety of the border populace, but also influenced the future trajectory of relations between the two nations. Therefore, he specifically selected individuals well-versed in multiple languages and knowledgeable about border affairs to accompany him, formulating a comprehensive plan and counter-strategies. On the eve of departure, the old general approached Ji Shao, his tone considerably softened. Young man, you possess both courage and wisdom, yet remember, do not easily reveal our strengths and weaknesses before the barbarians. Above all, prioritize safety. Grateful for the general's rare concern and guidance, Ji Shao nodded appreciatively. Thank you, General, for your advice. I shall engrave it in my heart. With that, the group set forth on their journey to distant lands. Within the general's estate, upon his return, Chenfeng discussed this matter with Su Wan'er. Both felt a newfound respect for the esteemed Ji. How about I send a few people to protect him discreetly? Such a principled official, concerned for the common folk, is indeed a rarity. Su Wan'er gently caressed her slightly rounded abdomen, speaking tenderly. Very well, my lady, you decide. Chenfeng replied, bowing his head as he pressed his ear to Su Wan'er's belly, his eyes filled with anticipation and joy. Then it is settled. I will arrange for the people of Linglong Pavilion to protect him secretly until he returns safely from the barbarians. Chapter 49. The twins Su Wan'er continued with a smile. Oh dear, do not listen too closely. It may well be two little treasures. And my belly is already quite pronounced at 5 months. She watched as Chenfeng turned this way and that, listening, a mix of helplessness and happiness in her smile. I suspected as much, which is why I always try to stay by your side. I am already seeking experienced midwives and doctors. You may rest assured and focus on nurturing our unborn child. I shall handle everything else, Chenfeng said, his hand gently resting on Su Wan'er's belly, his voice filled with determination and affection. However, I must personally oversee the protection of Lord Ji. After all, his journey is critical to the safety of the border populace. And we cannot afford to be careless. Rising, Chenfeng's gaze was resolute and profound.
Su Wan'er nodded.
Aware of the weight of her husband's responsibilities and understanding his concerns, she gently grasped Chenfeng's hand, softly saying, I believe you will manage everything well and ensure Lord Ji's safe return. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed outside, and a guard rushed in to report, General, urgent military news from the front lines. The barbarians seem to be on the move. Chenfeng's brow furrowed, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of seriousness. He turned to Su Wan'er. My lady, I must attend to military matters. Please rest well, and do not worry. Su Wan'er smiled and nodded, sending her husband off. Though anxious, she was filled with confidence in Chenfeng. She believed that no matter what challenges they faced, they would overcome them together. Ji Shao and his entourage traveled for several days before finally arriving at the territory of the barbarians. The barbarian chief, upon hearing of the envoy from Xianin Kingdom, met them with a measure of skepticism. Ji Shao presented the carefully prepared gifts, articulating their intentions. The chief scrutinized Ji Shao, his eyes filled with inquiry. Does your Xianin Kingdom truly wish to engage in trade? It is not some kind of trap, is it? Ji Shao replied with a slight smile, maintaining a calm demeanor. Chief, you worry too much. Our Xianin Kingdom is abundant in resources, and your tribe possesses many rare treasures. If we exchange our goods, it will benefit both nations. The chief snorted. Then why has this matter never been mentioned before? Is it because your country is in turmoil that you have remembered us barbarians? Ji Shao bowed his hands in response. Wise chief, in all honesty, our nations have endured years of relentless warfare. Not only have your people suffered, but the citizens of Xianin at the borders have also endured great hardships. Thus, I have come to the northern barbarians to discuss the matter of trade, believing that our mutual exchange could alleviate the suffering of both our peoples. After a moment of contemplation, the chief's expression shifted. At that moment, a strategist beside him whispered a few words into the chief's ear. The chief's eyes brightened, and he burst into laughter. I see now. However, I must first assess your sincerity. You shall remain here while I conduct my inquiries before making a decision. Ji Shao felt a surge of joy. As long as there was an opportunity, it was enough. He respectfully agreed and followed the attendants to the arranged lodgings. Along the way, he observed the customs and culture of the barbarians, determined to achieve his goal and return triumphantly. However, the barbarians were inherently treacherous, and the earlier whispers of the strategist had sparked ulterior motives within the chief. Shortly after Ji Shao settled in, barbarian soldiers arrived to summon him, stating that the chief had prepared a banquet in his honor and requested his immediate presence. Ji Shao tidied his attire and went with enthusiasm. The banquet was filled with song and dance, yet Ji Shao felt an undercurrent of unease. After several rounds of wine, the chief stood to raise a toast. Lord Ji, having traveled thousands of miles to be here, I toast to you. Ji Shao hurriedly stood to reciprocate the gesture. After drinking, the chief waved his hand, and a group of dancers entered in succession. Among them, one woman, with a graceful figure, frequently cast flirtatious glances at Ji Shao, who feigned ignorance. Chapter 50. Trials. At this moment, the strategist once again leaned close to the chief, whispering. The chief suddenly declared, Lord Ji, I have heard that the people of Xianin Kingdom are talented and gifted. Surely you too possess diverse skills. If you could showcase some of your talents today, it would be a delightful revelation for our barbarians. Ji Shao understood this was a test. Yet he maintained a polite smile. Then I shall attempt to present my humble skills. With that, he demonstrated a set of exquisite martial arts. While the audience applauded, the chief scoffed, This is merely martial skill. Our barbarians are not lacking in warriors. I have heard that the literati of Xianin Kingdom are numerous. I wonder how your poetry fares? Ji Zhao's heart tightened, fully aware that the true challenge had arrived. If he did not respond well, the prospect of trade could be jeopardized. Yet, he steadied his mind and began to recite poetry. After finishing, though the surrounding barbarians applauded outwardly, their eyes betrayed their disdain. The chief frowned slightly. Lord Ji, this poem is rather mediocre. It seems the so-called talents of Xianin Kingdom are not as remarkable as claimed. Just as Ji Shao was about to defend himself, the strategist interjected. My lord, it is said that the Xianin Kingdom possesses a long-lost musical score known as Starry River Melody, which, when played, can summon the power of the stars. If you could recreate this melody, it would truly demonstrate your sincerity. Ji Shao was taken aback. The Starry River Melody had been lost for ages, and this was clearly a deliberate attempt to ensnare him. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he smiled. That melody has indeed been lost for many years, yet I once stumbled upon a fragment and have researched it for years, gaining some insights. However, I would require a special instrument to perform it. The barbarian chief gestured for his subordinates to bring forth an ancient lute. As Ji Shao took a deep breath, he allowed the fragments of melody stored in his memory to guide his fingertips over the strings of the zither. In that instant, an extraordinary force began to spread, and the sky faintly shimmered with starlight, leaving the barbarian tribesmen in astonishment. Upon completing his performance, Ji Shao was drenched in sweat. After a prolonged silence, the chieftain of the barbarians burst into laughter, acknowledging Ji Shao's exceptional talent and agreeing to initiate trade with the Xianming Kingdom. Ji Shao exhaled in relief, a gratifying smile gracing his face. This arduous diplomatic mission had ultimately succeeded. Later, when the chieftain sought him out once more for further negotiations, Ji Shao calmly articulated the benefits of trade, including resource sharing and the promotion of cultural exchange. The chieftain was intrigued, yet still harbored doubts. At that moment, those secretly protecting Ji Shao discovered that a faction of radical barbarians intended to harm him, and they swiftly resolved the crisis. After several days of discussions, Ji Shao, with his remarkable intellect and sincere demeanor, managed to reach a preliminary trade agreement with the barbarians. The news returned to the Xianming kingdom, bringing immense joy to the emperor, while the border populace rejoiced at the tidings. On his journey back home, Jishao was filled with mixed emotions. Despite the obstacles encountered during this mission, the results were undeniably fruitful. Upon his return to the capital to report, the emperor personally welcomed him and bestowed honors upon him. From that point onward, trade flourished between the Xianming kingdom and the barbarians, leading to a gradual prosperity along the border, where the citizens lived in peace and contentment. The veteran general, witnessing this transformation, could not help but regard Ji Shao with newfound respect. The emperor conferred upon him the title of Duke of Angua. Following his elevation, Ji Shao did not rest on his laurels. Instead, he devoted himself even more fervently to state affairs. One day, he heard rumors of an extraordinary individual in the countryside, said to possess the ability to commune with spirits and predict future events. Driven by curiosity, Ji Shao set out to unveil the truth. In a secluded alleyway, he indeed found this enigmatic figure, cloaked in black, their face obscured by shadow. After expressing his intentions, the individual spoke slowly. "Lord Duke, you have achieved great success. Yet the path ahead remains fraught with challenges. A war shall arise in the west, and the Xianming kingdom may be drawn into it." Ji Shao was taken aback and hurriedly inquired about a means to avert this fate. The figure handed him a scroll, claiming it contained strategies for repelling the enemy, though it required a substantial sacrifice. Upon returning to the palace, Ji Shao meticulously examined the scroll and discovered that it demanded his own lifespan as an offering. After much deliberation, he recalled the peaceful lives of the border inhabitants and ultimately resolved to proceed. When the war erupted, Ji Shao followed the plan and indeed achieved a resounding victory over the enemy. The Xianming kingdom preserved its era of tranquility, yet Ji Shao himself began to weaken. In his final moments, he gazed upon the thriving nation and passed away peacefully. His exploits were celebrated throughout the ages, and his name forever etched in the annals of the Xianming kingdom. Chapter 51. The Dragon and Phoenix Twins on the eve of the Spring Festival. Su Wan'er suddenly went into labor just after finishing her flower arrangements in the garden. A warm flow surged between her legs, prompting her to urgently call out to Li Chenfeng, who was nearby holding flowers. "Ah, Chen, I think I'm about to give birth." Startled, Li Chenfeng dropped the flowers and swiftly carried her back to their chamber, instructing others to summon the midwife and physician while reassuring his wife, "Do not fear. They will arrive soon, and I will remain by your side." Before long, the midwife and physician rushed into the room. Li Chenfeng stood by the bedside, tightly holding Su Wan'er's hand as she grimaced in pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet she bravely stifled her cries. The physician nervously prepared the necessary items for delivery, while the midwife expertly directed the others and comforted Su Wan'er. Time passed slowly and Su Wan'er, biting her lip, grew increasingly pale. As Li Chenfeng listened to her anguished cries, his heart ached, and he nearly rushed into the delivery room when suddenly a commotion erupted outside. Su Wan'er's mother had arrived upon hearing the news. Upon entering the room, she was heartbroken to see her daughter in such distress and joined the others in comforting her. At last, the sound of a baby's wail pierced the air, heralding the arrival of the child. A maid emerged, cradling the newborn and joyfully announcing, "Congratulations, General. Congratulations to the esteemed Elder Madam and Lord. You have been blessed with a son." Elder Madam Li reached out to take the child, her heart swelling with joy as she admired the baby's adorable face, while even the 10-year-old Xiao Chenxi eagerly leaned in to gaze at her little brother.
Li Chenfeng,
his voice hoarse, inquired about Su Wan'er's condition. Reporting to the general, the lady is expecting twins and is still in labor. Fortunately, due to her years of martial training, she is in good health and remains spirited, the maid respectfully replied. Moments later, another baby's cry echoed from within the room. The midwife emerged with another child and jubilantly proclaimed, "Congratulations, General. Congratulations to the esteemed Elder Madam and Lord. It is a daughter." "Splendid. The general's household shall be thriving now." Elder Madam Li and Lord Li each joyfully cradled a child. Li Chenfeng's face was filled with contentment as he hurried into the delivery room to see Su Wan'er. There she lay, weakly reclining on the bed, her hair clinging to her cheek, yet her gaze radiated warmth as she looked at their two children. Li Chenfeng sat beside her, holding her hand gently, and whispered, "You have endured much, my dear. Look at our beautiful twins. They resemble you so closely." Su Wan'er smiled softly. "Thank you for your concern, my husband." In a few days, The festive season would arrive, and the residence was adorned with lanterns and decorations. Su Wan'er was able to rise and move about, cradling their daughter. While Li Chenfeng held their son, the family basked in a harmonious atmosphere. On the day of the festival, guests filled the house, all there to celebrate the addition to the General's household. Su Wan'er and Li Chenfeng graciously welcomed the guests with their children. At that moment, a mysterious Taoist approached. Li Chenfeng instructed that the Taoist be brought into the main hall. The Taoist observed the two children with a furrowed brow. Feeling uneasy, Li Chenfeng asked, "What is it that concerns you?" The Taoist spoke slowly. "These two children are harbingers of fortune, yet they must endure a trial to ensure a prosperous life." Su Wan'er clutched her child tightly, her expression turning anxious. Elder Madam Li urgently inquired, "Is there a way to avert this trial?" "It is indeed possible to mitigate it," the Taoist responded, stroking his beard. Elder Madam Li pressed, "Please, enlighten us." "The method is quite simple. On the night of the full moon, take the two children to the ancient temple on the outskirts of the city and pray for 7 days," the Taoist instructed, leaving the assembled guests in a state of skepticism. After Su Wan'er completed her confinement and rested for another half-month, the night of the full moon finally arrived. Chapter 52. The power of crying on the night of the full moon. Li Chenfeng and his wife followed the instructions and took their children to the ancient temple. The atmosphere in the temple was eerie and cold when suddenly shadows flickered and a group of figures clad in black appeared. It turned out that envious individuals had hired assassins to attack the general's household. Li Chenfeng drew his sword to protect his family. Although Su Wan'er had just given birth, her recovery had been swift, and she joined the fray with resolve. Cradling their daughter in one arm while drawing her soft sword with the other, she deftly struck at the approaching assailants. Li Chenfeng fought valiantly, his swordsmanship fierce, making it difficult for the attackers to close in. However, as the number of opponents grew, they began to face mounting pressure. At that moment, their son suddenly let out a heart-wrenching wail that seemed to resonate with an extraordinary power. The movements of the black-clad assassins slowed, their faces betraying fear. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wan'er struck down several of them. Li Chenfeng, recognizing the moment, shouted and broke through the encirclement, charging towards the leader of the black-clad figures. After a few swift exchanges, he subdued the leader, prompting the remaining assailants to flee in panic. Su Wan'er sighed in relief, glancing at the child in her arms, who was safe and sound. Li Chenfeng wore a look of gratitude, realizing that their child was indeed extraordinary. The couple completed the 7 days of prayer with their children before returning home. Upon returning to the estate, the matter did not settle. Whispers began to circulate throughout the city regarding the magical quality of the young master's cries, growing increasingly fantastical with each retelling. Some with ulterior motives began to harbor nefarious ideas. One day, an elderly Taoist arrived at the estate, claiming he would pay a handsome sum to witness the young master. Naturally, Li Chenfeng and his wife refused and attempted to expel him. However, the Taoist suddenly smirked, waved a sleeve, and summoned several puppets to attack the crowd. Li Chenfeng swiftly drew his sword to defend, while Su Wan'er retreated, shielding their child. Sensing the imminent danger, the young master cried out loudly, yet this time, it bore no effect. The Taoist laughed, declaring, "These are specially crafted puppets, impervious to that cry." Just as the situation reached a critical point, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens. A venerable monk happened to be passing by, chanting scriptures. The monk transformed the puppets into mere dust in an instant. The Taoist, taken aback, attempted to flee but was intercepted by the monk. The monk stated, "This child possesses a unique power, a gift from the heavens. Do not entertain any wicked thoughts." The Taoist departed in disgrace. Following this incident, Li Chenfeng and his wife fortified the estate's defenses and resolved to act discreetly, ensuring their child remained shielded from the public eye. The monk lingered for several days, bestowing blessings upon the two children and imparting protective knowledge to Li Chenfeng and his wife. After the monk's departure, the couple became increasingly vigilant in caring for their children, particularly the young master. They noticed that whenever he cried, subtle changes would manifest around them. Although they could not articulate it precisely, they sensed an unusual aura. As time passed, the young master grew, and his cries diminished. However, whenever he did cry, unnecessary troubles would ensue. Sometimes, the sky would suddenly darken, filled with tumultuous winds and rain, At other times, the surrounding flora would inexplicably wither, as if vitality were being drained by some unseen force. Li Chenfeng and his wife understood that this was the manifestation of the young master's unique ability. They resolutely decided to protect their child from any harm. They taught him to master his emotions and refrain from crying lightly. Simultaneously, they enhanced the estate's security to prevent any opportunistic intrusions. Under their meticulous care, the young master thrived, gradually revealing his extraordinary intelligence and talents. The rumors regarding the magic of his cries began to fade into obscurity. Chapter 53. Master Lu Wu. When the twins reached the age of 3, news finally arrived about the revered monk Lu Wu, whom Li Chenfeng had long sought. With a heartfelt desire, Li Chenfeng yearned to invite Master Lu Wu to unravel the mystery surrounding his son's peculiar voice. Reflecting on the past, whenever their son cried, there seemed to be an indescribable oddness in those cries, which often made the couple hesitant to allow their child to cry freely. However, in the course of caretaking, occasional oversights were inevitable. When the child fell ill, he would naturally wail. In those moments, the couple was startled by the sudden outburst, yet afterward, they found everything to be normal, with no peculiar occurrences. After countless observations and attempts, they gradually discerned that the abnormality in his cries only manifested during moments of extreme anger. At other times, he was like any other child, lively, lovable, and innocent. This inexplicable strangeness filled them with anxiety and confusion. They fervently wished to find the deeply enlightened Master Lu Wu, hoping he could provide guidance for their child. Unfortunately, their efforts had been in vain, as Master Lu Wu's whereabouts seemed as elusive as clouds drifting across the sky. Now, having finally received word of his presence, Li Chenfeng and his wife were overjoyed and promptly dispatched someone to respectfully invite the master, eager for his counsel and assistance. Master Lu Wu soon arrived at the Li residence with his attendant. Li Chenfeng and Su Wan'er hurriedly welcomed the master into their home and presented him to their son. The young boy gazed curiously at the master with wide, round eyes. Master Lu Wu scrutinized the child, muttering incantations, and gently stroked the boy's forehead. In an instant, a faint glow flickered between the child's brows, astonishing everyone present. Master Lu Wu slowly spoke. This child is the reincarnation of a holy being before the Buddha. His voice harbors spiritual power, which becomes erratic when angered. Li Chenfeng and his wife were enlightened. However, to resolve this matter entirely, they would need to find a place rich in spiritual energy for the child to cultivate for 3 years, Master Lu Wu continued. Li Chenfeng's expression faltered. But as a court official, I cannot leave my duties to accompany my son. Su Wan'er, however, asserted, Do not worry, my lord. I am willing to take our young son with me. Li Chenfeng, considering their other 2 children, immediately rejected Su Wan'er's request. No, you must stay with Yuechen. What of Yuexin? And what about Chenxi? This cannot be. That cannot be. Then what about Yuechen? Su Wan'er, denied her plea, was filled with frustration and, glancing at her son in her arms, tears streamed down her cheeks. Master Lu Wu observed the couple's heated discussion and, after reciting a prayer, suggested, Amitabha. There is no need for such trouble. If you trust me, let him accompany this humble monk to Han Temple for his training. But the child is still so young. Su Wan'er protested, holding her child with reluctance. Li Chenfeng, gazing at the child in his wife's arms, mirrored her sorrowful expression. Master, could we wait 2 more years until the child is a bit older? Master Lu Wu nodded slightly in understanding, replying, Amitabha. If that is the case, then I shall return in 2 years to welcome the benefactor. May you have a smooth path during this time, and may the road of cultivation be unimpeded. By then, I trust you will achieve great things. With that, he clasped his hands together, bowed respectfully, and slowly departed, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Thank you, master, the couple said in unison, bowing in gratitude. Chapter 54. Master Duanshui, Li Chenxi. On this day, several children from the general's residence gathered in the garden to play, with little Chenxi, as the eldest sister, leading her younger siblings in games. Today, Su Wan'er also brought along her pair of twin sons, along with the daughter from Lin Junyin's family and the son from Jiang Yingying's family. A lively throng of children flocked to the elder sister, making Chenxi tread carefully, fearing that any extra word or lingering gaze might spark disputes among them. Mother, I'm about to lose it. Can you adults please educate your children properly? 13-year-old Li Chenxi had blossomed into a graceful young lady, already displaying the beauty of a captivating maiden. And she wore an expression of exasperation as she looked at the adults seated nearby, chatting over tea. "You are the eldest sister. Bear with it a bit." "Who told you to be so adored?" Su Wan'er replied innocently, gazing at her eldest daughter, her expression suggesting, "You're on your own." This only deepened Chenxi's frustration. Not wanting to engage with her unsympathetic mother, she directly approached the gaggle of little ones. Taking a deep breath, she stood before them and cleared her throat. "Let us try a different game. How about we take turns telling stories? Whoever tells the best story, I'll play with them for a while." Upon hearing this, the children's eyes lit up with excitement. The first to speak was the eldest son of Su Wan'er, who, in a tender voice, recounted a tale of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Though his narrative was youthful, it was nonetheless delightful. Subsequently, the other children eagerly shared their own stories. When it came to Lin Junyan's daughter, however, her little face flushed crimson, and she struggled to find her words. Just as Xiao Chenxi was about to comfort her, she burst into tears, overwhelmed by the fear of inadequacy and the prospect of not receiving companionship. Quickly, Xiao Chenxi embraced her and gently reassured, "Sister cherishes you the most. I will always be by your side, regardless." The other children, upon hearing this, expressed their discontent, voicing their objections. Xiao Chenxi promptly soothed the group, saying, Do not fret. I hold you all in great affection. It is simply that Sister Yuan is still quite young and, being a girl, feels anxious, leading to her current predicament. We should exercise understanding and patience." Although the children continued to show signs of reluctance, they ceased their outcries. At that moment, Jiang Yingying's son, who had been quietly seated, stepped forward and declared in a clear voice, "Sister speaks wisely. We should not quarrel. I am willing to forfeit my turn so that she may have another chance to prepare and share her story." Xiao Chenxi nodded in approval, and the other children, witnessing this, also expressed their willingness to do the same. Lin Junyan's daughter, now smiling through her tears, looked gratefully at her companions. Gathering her courage, she began anew, telling a simple yet enchanting tale about a flower fairy. Upon concluding her story, Xiao Chenxi led the applause and eventually announced that everyone had performed splendidly. Deciding they would all play together, the children erupted in joyous cheers, encircling Xiao Chenxi in playful antics. Meanwhile, the adults observing the scene exchanged smiles, quietly gratified by the innocent bonds shared among the children and Xiao Chenxi's wisdom. As the day waned, the parents prepared to return home with their children. Xiao Chenxi stood at the entrance of the general's residence to bid farewell to each one. When Jiang Yingying took her son's hand to leave, the little boy suddenly broke free and dashed to Su Wan'er's side, producing a small, exquisitely crafted sachet from his pocket and presenting it to her. "Yuan, this is for you. You told a wonderful story today, and it made me very happy." Su Wan'er blinked in surprise but quickly accepted it with a smile, saying, "Thank you, big brother. This sachet is truly beautiful." Blushing, the boy scampered back to his mother's side. The next day, Xiao Chenxi was seated in the courtyard, engrossed in her book, when a maid approached to announce the visit of a young prince from the crown prince's residence. Curious, Xiao Chenxi made her way to the front hall, where she found a 6-year-old boy dressed in golden brocade, carrying a small bundle. With utmost seriousness, he stated, "Sister, I wish to learn martial arts and medicine from you, so that I may better protect you in the future." Unable to suppress a smile, Xiao Chenxi turned to the arriving Su Wan'er. With a resigned chuckle, Su Wan'er replied, "This child insisted on coming after returning home. I couldn't dissuade him, so I brought him along." Bending down to meet the boy's gaze, Xiao Chenxi encouraged, "You must work hard, little brother." She then straightened and addressed Su Wan'er, "Auntie, it's perfectly fine. If Ace wishes to follow me, let him. I will teach him well." "I too want to learn alongside Sister Chenxi," exclaimed Xiao Xuanjue, who had been standing next to Su Wan'er, eager to join his brother. "Ah, you must first ask Sister Chenxi if she is willing to teach. I will go find your aunt. You two can play together for now." With that, Su Wan'er hurried away, not daring to glance at Li Chenxi. Thus, within the general's residence, wherever Li Chenxi went, 2 little followers trailed closely behind. After several days, however, Xiao Xuanjue grew bored. Dedicating his days to studying medical texts, practicing stances, and maintaining his studies, he began to feel utterly exhausted. He decided he could no longer continue. "Sister Chenxi, I'm off to play with Mingza. Please teach my brother well," he announced, and, like a gust of wind, dashed away, leaving Xiao Xuanzi and Li Chenxi exchanging glances. Is it truly that tiring?
As?
Are you overexerting yourself? Perhaps we should take a day to rest? Li Chenxi murmured softly to herself before turning to the still studying Xiao Xuanzi, inquiring, Are you not tired? I'm not tired, Xiao Xuanzi replied, his gaze resolute, but then shifted to a pleading look. But could you spend the entire day with me? His moist eyes and slightly helpless expression made it difficult for Li Chenxi to refuse. Thus, the two, accompanied by their personal attendants, stealthily slipped out of the residence. The world outside was filled with novelty for them, especially for Xiao Xuanzi, who had long been confined within the estate. When they arrived at the bustling marketplace, he was captivated by the myriad of intriguing items on display. They paused at a sugar painting stall, where a skilled artisan deftly crafted various designs with a spoon. Sister, I want to buy that little dragon-shaped sugar painting, he exclaimed, pointing to a vividly crafted dragon figure. Accepting the sweet gift from Li Chenxi, the two continued their leisurely stroll through the crowd. Just as they were lost in their merriment, a chorus of applause and cheers erupted nearby. It turned out to be a circus troupe performing a dazzling display of fire-breathing. The enthralled young boy inadvertently bumped into a young man surrounded by a retinue of servants. This seemingly high-ranking individual, initially poised to scold, changed his demeanor upon encountering the enchanting Li Chenxi, suggesting with a charming smile, My lady, this boy is quite reckless. Why not join me for a drink, as an apology? Without hesitation, Li Chenxi stepped protectively in front of her brother, politely yet firmly rejecting the unreasonable proposition. Sir, I sincerely apologize. This incident is my brother's fault. After all, he is merely a child. I hope you can forgive this unintentional misstep. However, the young man seemed unwilling to let the matter rest, even attempting to forcibly grab Li Chenxi. At a critical moment, Xiao Xuanzi, who had been silently observing from behind, swiftly reacted, shoving the man away. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was still recovering from the shock, he took Li Chenxi's hand, and they fled. A group of pursuers soon caught on and surrounded them. The previously pushed man, furious, pointed at Xiao Xuanzi, shouting, You little brat, how dare you push me? I'll make you pay. Seeing the situation escalate, Li Chenxi decided to take action. Protecting Xiao Xuanzi behind her, she prepared to retaliate if they dared to strike. With a swift motion, she scattered a fine powder into the air, causing everyone around to collapse, rendered powerless. The man, witnessing his companion's fall, was momentarily stunned then. As if he had seen a ghost, he shouted in terror, You poisoned them. Li Chenxi scoffed. Had you not pressed the matter, I wouldn't have resorted to such measures. With that, she calmly led Xiao Xuanzi away. Once they had distanced themselves, Xiao Xuanzi gazed at her with admiration and curiosity. Asking Sister Chenxi, How did you do that? It was so impressive. Feigning mystery, Li Chenxi replied, This is my secret weapon, a soft powder that temporarily incapacitates one. But it should not be used frequently, for I have limited amounts. Xiao Xuanzi's eyes sparkled with awe as he exclaimed, Sister, you're amazing. I want to learn too. Li Chenxi smiled and nodded, That I can teach you, but you must promise not to misuse it. However, we must first see if you possess the aptitude for medicine. Upon hearing her consent, Xiao Xuanzi joyfully embraced Li Chenxi's arm, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sister. I shall endeavor to learn. However, after a period of study, he found himself disinterested in the noble art of healing and instead became infatuated with the study of poison, dedicating his days to researching various toxins and antidotes. This alarmed Li Chenxi, who, fearing for his safety, promptly informed her mother of the situation. Upon hearing the news, Su Wan'er was taken aback. Had her daughter led the esteemed grandson of the imperial family astray? Angrily, she pointed at Li Chenxi's head and admonished, Do not be hasty. I shall immediately go to the palace to consult your aunt. You are already 13, 2 years away from maturity, yet you still behave so mischievously. Why teach someone the art of poison? Are you not afraid of causing harm? Li Chenxi felt utterly wronged. Could she be blamed for this? Mother, I merely wish to teach him some self-defense remedies. I never anticipated he would become enamored with toxicology. Very well. Ensure you also teach him martial arts and steer him away from such nefarious practices.
Su Wan'er instructed.
Acknowledging her mother's words, Li Chenxi felt a twinge of doubt in her heart. She knew Xiao Xuanzi's nature. Once he became captivated by something, it was difficult to divert his attention. Nevertheless, she could not defy her mother's command and resolved to give it a try. The following day, Li Chenxi approached Xiao Xuanze, stating her intention to teach him martial arts. Although his mind was still preoccupied with poisons, he complied with her serious demeanor and began to practice. Yet, he remained distracted during training, often forgetting the moves or lacking the necessary strength. Days later, news reached the palace of an upcoming royal competition open to the youth. An idea sparked in Li Chenxi's mind, and she proposed to Xiao Xuanze, "If you can secure a place in this competition, I shall reconsider teaching you the art of poison." His eyes lit up with determination at her words. On the day of the competition, leveraging his prior training and quick adaptability, Xiao Xuanze impressively advanced through the rounds, ultimately reaching the finals. Although he did not win the championship, his performance garnered the admiration of all. Li Chenxi felt a surge of pride as Xiao Xuanze approached her, panting, "Sister, now you will surely teach me the art of poison." With a resigned smile, she gained a new appreciation for his tenacity. Chapter 57. Departure on this day. A servant announced a monk had come to visit, and Su Wan'er immediately thought of Master Lu Wu. She promptly went out to greet him and instructed someone to summon the Grand General back to the residence. "Master, you have arrived. Please come in. The general is occupied with official duties, but has sent for you. Please rest and enjoy some tea." "No need to hurry, humble monk is not anxious." After ushering him inside, she sent for Li Chenxi and her brothers. Soon, the trio arrived in the main hall. Su Wan'er smiled and introduced them. "Master, these are the siblings Chenxi." Master Lu Wu clasped his hands together and slightly bowed. Curiously, Li Chenxi studied the legendary master, filled with uncertainty, aware that he had come to take her brother away. Tears welled up in her eyes as she glanced at her mother.
Su Wan'er gently nodded, confirming her fears.
And Li Chenxi felt an ache in her heart. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed outside as Grand General Li Chenfeng hurriedly returned. He entered the hall, first bowing apologetically to Master Lu Wu before taking a seat. Master Lu Wu then spoke, "I have come today to take your young master to Han's Han Temple for training." The revelation astonished everyone. Su Wan'er looked anxiously at her children, while Li Chenfeng addressed the master. "Please stay with us for a few days, so we may properly bid farewell to the child." Master Lu Wu nodded in agreement. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere within the residence grew increasingly somber. Li Chenxi clung to her brother's hand, sharing stories as if to impart a lifetime of words. Although the 6-year-old Yuechen was still naive, he sensed the sorrow of parting and became unusually obedient. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Su Wan'er rose early to prepare a travel bag filled with Yuechen's favorite snacks. Li Chenfeng personally accompanied Yuechen to the carriage, where Master Lu Wu awaited. Little Yuechen clung to his sister, tears brimming in his eyes, while Yuexin, witnessing this, also cried out, refusing to let her brother go.
Li Chenxi,
fighting back her own tears, softly urged, "Yuechen, go with the master and train well. Be obedient and take care of yourself. I will often bring Yuexin to visit you, and I shall personally come to fetch you home in 3 years." The little brother nodded slowly, understanding little, yet still turned to call out to his family from the carriage, "You must come visit me often." As the carriage gradually distanced itself, a wave of melancholy washed over everyone. Su Wan'er gently wiped her tears, her gaze fixed on the receding carriage, her heart a tumult of emotions. Li Chenfeng clenched his fists, his expression resolute, as if silently cheering for his son. Inside the carriage, Master Lu Wu gently stroked Yuechen's head, reassuring him, "Do not be saddened, child. The path of training is long, but as master and disciple, we shall overcome all obstacles together." Listening to the master's comforting words, Yuechen gradually ceased his weeping and began to curiously observe the scenery outside the carriage window. Su Wan'er and Li Chenfeng watched until the carriage disappeared from view before turning away. They understood that this parting, though filled with reluctance, was ultimately for their son's future. They looked forward to 3 years hence, when their healthy and spirited Yuechen would return. Chapter 58. Boating on the lake with the departure of Li Yuechen. A lingering air of despondency enveloped the entire general's residence. Li Chenxi and her sister Yuexin found themselves mired in melancholy, spending their days in the garden, faces clouded with sorrow, sighing deeply. The once tempting dishes at the dining table lost their allure, and their appetites waned, leading to gradual weight loss. Witnessing Li Chenxi's increasing pallor, Xiao Xuanze felt a sense of urgency and devised a plan to elicit a smile from her. He enlisted his younger brother, Xiao Xuanjue, to invite Li Mingze, along with Su Wan'er and the Chensi sisters, for a boating excursion on the lake. The group appeared to have brought only a few attendants, yet numerous hidden guards discreetly accompanied them. They set out in high spirits, hoping to dispel the gloom that had settled in their hearts. Arriving at the bustling marketplace, they were met with the lively sounds of vendors hawking their wares, an array of fascinating items dazzling the eye. Su Wan'er deliberately led Li Chensi to a stall selling sugar figurines, meticulously selecting a beautifully crafted rabbit-shaped confection and gently presenting it to her. As she gazed at the adorable treat, a faint smile finally graced her lips. At that moment, a commotion arose from the crowd. A troupe of performers had begun their act, one of whom astonishingly breathed fire, captivating the audience with their remarkable skill. Li Yuexin clapped her hands in excitement, and even the usually composed Li Mingze was entranced. However, as the group reveled in the joyous atmosphere, a startled horse suddenly bolted toward the crowd, creating a perilous situation. Just as it seemed to be on a collision course with Su Wan'er, Su Wan'er acted swiftly, rushing forward to shield her, the two tumbling to the side. The unexpected scene sent chills down the spines of all present. After the danger had passed, the atmosphere grew even more fervent. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Wan'er suggested they head to the riverbank to release lanterns as a gesture of prayer, hoping for the swift return of Li Yuexin. The crowd eagerly responded, laughter and cheerful voices resounding once more, as if the shadows in Li Chensi's heart were gradually dissipating along with the joyful sounds. They arrived at the riverbank, where the moonlit waters shimmered like a silken ribbon adorned with countless gems, reflecting the twinkling stars above, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Li Chensi gently cradled a delicately designed lantern, prepared specifically for her brother Li Yuexin. With sincere devotion, she placed the lantern into the water, watching as it floated away, carrying her thoughts and blessings toward an unknown shore. Li Yu also imitated his sister, releasing his own lantern into the river, silently murmuring wishes for his brother's safe return, his eyes gleaming with determination. Meanwhile, Su Wan'er and Li Mingze busied themselves nearby, cooking fish over a fire, the enticing aroma drawing everyone to gather around. They shared stories and laughter while feasting, seemingly casting aside the gloom and oppression of recent times, leaving only cherished memories and warm friendships. As night deepened and the lanterns drifted far away, the hopes and warmth in their hearts remained as enduring as the brilliant stars above. 3 years swiftly passed, during which the group frequently visited young Yuexin. Though their time together was limited, the bonds among the children grew increasingly profound, undeterred by distance. Chapter 59. Su Wan'er's intentions in the blink of an eye. Years had gone by. Chensi had blossomed into a graceful young woman, possessing not only exceptional medical skills and martial prowess, but also mastery in music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry, becoming a woman of remarkable talent and gentle virtue. As she walked through the streets, she drew the admiration and awe of countless passers-by. All her achievements and honors were the fruits of Su Wan'er's devoted guidance and selfless dedication. Now, Chensi was capable of standing on her own. She not only assisted her mother in treating patients at the clinic, but also frequently ventured out to provide free medical services to those in need. Her kindness and medical expertise earned her the respect and gratitude of many. Each time, she witnessed those suffering from illness regain their health due to her aid. An indescribable sense of fulfillment and happiness surged within her. Observing her daughter's growth and accomplishments, Su Wan'er felt immense pride and contentment. She recognized that her initial choices and sacrifices were worthwhile. She believed that in the days to come, her daughter would soar even higher and venture further. As a mother, she vowed to always stand by her daughter's side, cheering her on and safeguarding her dreams and happiness. One day, news spread through the city that the imperial palace was selecting female officials to care for the health of the concubines. Upon hearing this, Chensi felt a stirring in her heart, thinking that if she could enter the palace, she would surely learn rare medical techniques and help even more people. Although Su Wan'er had her concerns, she ultimately supported her daughter's decision upon seeing the determination in her eyes. Chensi participated in the selection and, with her superb medical skills, stood out among the candidates. Upon entering the palace, she navigated the intricate social dynamics and stringent regulations with caution. While treating the concubines, she discovered that many ailments were not of ordinary origin. After some investigation, she uncovered a plot to poison the concubines in a bid for favor. Determined to expose the truth, she discreetly gathered evidence. However, The unseen perpetrator became aware of her actions and sent assassins after her. Utilizing her martial prowess, Chenxi evaded the attacks and presented her evidence to the emperor. Enraged, the emperor punished the culprits severely. Following this incident, Chenxi's reputation soared. Moreover, being the niece of the crown princess and having deep ties with the two young princes, speculation arose that she might eventually marry into the royal family. As the aging emperor entrusted all state affairs to the crown prince, preparations for the new emperor's enthronement ceremony were underway. Months later, Crown Prince Xiaojin ascended the throne, with the emperor honored as the Grand Emperor, enjoying a life of leisure with the favored concubines in the palace. After ascending, Xiaojin named his eldest son Xiao Xuanze as the crown prince and his second son Xiao Xuanjue as the Duke of Xian, granting him a princely residence to move into after marriage. Crown Prince Xiao Xuanze, preoccupied with state affairs, seldom found leisure time. However, whenever he had a moment to spare, he sought out Chenxi for conversations about palace happenings or tales from the common folk. Chenxi regarded him as an elder brother without any ulterior thoughts. One day, while strolling through the imperial garden, Crown Prince Xiao Xuanze suddenly turned serious and gazed intently at Chenxi, stating, "Sister, I have harbored feelings for you since childhood, and I wish to ask for your hand in marriage as the crown princess." Taken aback, Chenxi's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, unsure of how to respond. Her heart was in turmoil. She had never considered such a matter. Meeting the prince's earnest gaze, she softly replied, "Ace, my sole desire is to delve into my medical studies and heal the world. I have not contemplated marriage, and I am not ready to wed at this time." Though the prince felt a pang of disappointment, he respected her wishes, saying, "It matters not. You need not feel pressured, sister. I merely wish to express my feelings. I can wait for you." Chapter 60. Sister, you are truly heartless. From that point onward, the crown prince continued to treat Chenxi with the same affection, while she remained devoted to her medical pursuits. Subsequently, Chenxi immersed herself even more in her studies. Soon after, a plague broke out along the borders, claiming countless lives. The court issued proclamations seeking skilled physicians to combat the epidemic. Without hesitation, Chenxi tore down the announcement. Su Wan'er, though concerned, understood her daughter's resolve. Upon arriving at the border, Chenxi immediately engaged in the fight against the plague. Yet, local medicinal resources were scarce, and the epidemic was particularly perilous. She scoured the area for medicinal sources, even venturing into the deep mountains in search of rare herbs. Through her relentless efforts, the plague gradually came under control. Once the epidemic subsided, Chenxi prepared to return to the capital. On her journey back, she encountered a torrential downpour, and the roads became muddy and impassable. With no other option, she halted at a small town for respite. This tranquil town introduced her to a mysterious old man. Though his hair was white, his eyes radiated wisdom. He discerned that Chenxi was slightly unwell due to overexertion. The old man gifted her a pill, and upon taking it, she felt revitalized. He smiled and said, "With your noble heart, you will undoubtedly encounter extraordinary fortunes upon your return to the capital." Upon her return, Chenxi discovered that the crown prince had established a dedicated medical clinic for her within the palace, allowing her to further hone her medical skills. Overjoyed, she entered the clinic designed specifically for her, filled with all manner of rare medicinal materials. She immersed herself in her work daily, rapidly advancing her expertise. One day, Duke Xiao Xuanjue visited her. With his carefree and charming demeanor, he said, "Sister Chenxi, I have heard you possess many remarkable remedies. May I have the honor of learning from you?" Chenxi readily agreed. In the following days, Duke Xuanjue frequently visited the clinic, often bringing delightful novelties from outside the palace to amuse Chenxi, having always been her devoted little brother. Observing this, Xiao Xuanze felt a twinge of jealousy, subtly seeking to influence their father's views about his younger brother. "Father, Xuanjue spends every day following the young lady of the Li family. It may tarnish her reputation. Perhaps it would be better for him to travel to another region to better understand the lives of the people." Without flinching, Xiao Xuanze made his suggestion. "Very well. Let him undergo some training after the palace banquet. For now, you may return to your duties." How could Xiaojin, seated upon the dragon throne, fail to perceive the subtle thoughts of his own son? After all, he too had traversed the sage. Amidst the grandeur of a royal banquet, Xiao Xuanze found himself increasingly thwarted by Li Chenxi, which naturally dampened his spirits. Unable to contain himself, he indulged in a few more cups of wine. Under the influence of a gentle intoxication, he discreetly summoned Li Chenxi out of the banquet hall. As they passed a secluded corner, he abruptly seized her hand and pressed her against the wall. His gaze, clouded yet yearning, fell upon Li Chenxi, his voice tinged with a mixture of helplessness and sorrow. "Sister, are you truly so heartless? Is it impossible for you to accept me? What must I do to win your heart?" Momentarily taken aback, Chenxi stammered, "Asu. You're drunk." Xiao Xuanzi, his eyes still glazed with inebriation, countered, "Sister, I am not intoxicated. I simply do not know what to do. I have contemplated forcibly keeping you by my side, denying you any chance to escape. Yet I cannot. I fear your sadness. And the thought of you resenting me is unbearable. You are too exceptional, too radiant, so dazzling that I wish to hide you away, so no one else can covet you. Sister, what must I do for you to love me?" As he spoke, he captured Chenxi's face, his warm, moist lips descending upon her luscious ones. Chenxi stood frozen, her eyes wide with shock. Xiao Xuanzi gently covered her eyes, his voice a playful whisper, "Sister, one must close their eyes to kiss." Only then did Chenxi regain her senses, wishing to break free, yet feeling a twinge of reluctance. Confusion enveloped her. Why did she feel this way? In a moment of panic, she finally managed to push him away, exclaiming, "I have matters to attend to. I must leave." Xiao Xuanzi watched her retreating figure, a tender smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He did not rush after her but lingered, savoring the precious intimacy and fluttering emotions that had just transpired. Inside the banquet hall, the music flowed melodiously, laughter echoed, and no one seemed to notice the subtle shift occurring in that corner. Yet, Xiao Xuanzi's heart was tumultuous. He understood that his feelings for Chenxi surged like an unbridled river, impossible to contain. He strolled back into the revelry, his gaze scanning for Chenxi. At last, he spotted her in a secluded corner. Chenxi absent-mindedly traced her fingers along her lips, a lingering blush gracing her cheeks, reminiscent of flowers blooming in the morning light, vivid and enchanting. Seeing her in such a bashful state, Xiao Xuanzi felt an irresistible urge to draw closer, yearning to whisk her away to his chamber, shielding her from prying eyes. With a mischievous thought, he stealthily approached, using the guise of a toast to speak softly, "Sister, are you reminiscing? How about I visit you tonight, and we can relive these moments together?" Chenxi's head snapped up, her eyes flashing with a complex and subtle light as she scolded him in a whisper, "You rogue!
How dare you?"
Xiao Xuanzi smirked, unable to resist teasing her further. "Sister, why not see if I dare tonight?" Frustrated, Li Chenxi turned away, muttering under her breath, "This scoundrel, how has he become so wicked? He was so sweet and innocent as a child. How he has changed." Recognizing he had pushed her too far, Xiao Xuanzi softened his approach, murmuring, "Sister, do not be angry. I shan't disturb you any longer. If you feel weary, you may return to rest. I shall take my leave." Later that evening, Xiao Xuanzi stealthily approached Li Chenxi's window, gently tapping on the frame. "Sister, are you asleep?" Li Chenxi opened the window to find him clad in black, standing outside. "What brings you here? Come in and speak." She turned, retreating into her room. "I miss you dearly," he confessed, his voice laden with affection as he enveloped her in an embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder, wishing to meld their souls together. Leaning against him, Li Chenxi did not resist, her gaze lowered as she spoke softly, "Aso, our statuses and ages differ greatly. This path is destined to be fraught with challenges." Xiao Xuanzi's determination only intensified at her words. "Status? Merely a shackle imposed by society. In this lifetime, I have eyes only for you. Regardless of the trials ahead, I am willing to stand by your side through every storm." With that, he released her, producing an exquisitely crafted jade pendant and placing it gently in her palm. "This was given to me by my mother. She advised that I offer it as a token to the one I cherish. Today, I present it to you, hoping it will safeguard you. If you are willing, please accept it." Chenxi gazed at the pendant, her heart a tumult of emotions. She knew this decision would irrevocably alter her destiny. Yet, how could she bear to refuse the boy whose every thought was consumed by her? Clutching the pendant tightly, she finally lifted her gaze, whispering, "Asu, this jade is too precious. I shall accept it for now. However, please allow me time to contemplate our situation." "Very well. As long as you do not reject me outright." Xiao Xuanzi nodded, his eyes still burning with fervor as he embraced her once more. The night breeze whispered softly, carrying a hint of coolness, yet it could not dispel the warmth shared between them. Li Chenzi nestled in Xiao Xuanzi's arms, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. Her thoughts swirling in unprecedented confusion. Asa, I am so lost. I do not know how to respond to your heartfelt feelings, nor how to confront this situation. Can you grant me some solitude to think? Her voice was gentle, yet laced with uncertainty, each word a testament to her turmoil. Hearing her, Xiao Xuanzi felt a pang of bitterness, gripping her hand tightly as he declared, Sister, I am willing to spend my life proving my love for you. I will wait for the day you are ready to accept me, but please, do not resist my approach. All right, Asu, please return for now. I wish to rest. Li Chenzi smiled softly as she watched him depart. As night deepened, silence enveloped the world. Xiao Xuanzi reluctantly bid farewell to Chenzi, promising to visit again soon. Li Chenzi stood by the window, gazing at his retreating figure, her heart heavy with unspoken emotions. She longed to retreat into her shell like a turtle, wishing to hide from it all. That night would remain etched in their memories, long and unforgettable. The next morning, sunlight poured into the courtyard. Li Chenzi rose early, deciding to take a stroll to clear her mind. She wandered to the bustling marketplace, where the air was filled with excitement, yet her heart remained shrouded in sorrow. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd as a prince from a neighboring kingdom arrived. His name was Xian Yuanlin, strikingly handsome and exuding an air of nobility. Upon catching sight of Li Chenzi, he was captivated by her unique and ethereal aura, sparking his interest. Xian Yuanlin approached her, politely initiating conversation. Although she had no desire to engage, out of courtesy, she responded with a few brief words. Xian Yuanlin, sensing the sorrow in her words, invited her to share tea and converse. Li Chenzi inexplicably agreed. Within the fragrant tea house, Xian Yuanlin guided her through his own experiences. The turmoil within Li Chenzi's heart eased considerably. At that moment, Xiao Xianso, having learned that Li Chenzi had stepped out, came in search of her. Upon witnessing the scene before him, jealousy surged within him. He swiftly approached, asserting his claim by grasping Li Chenzi's hand and, in a fit of rage, knocked Xian Yuanlin to the ground. Li Chenzi, witnessing the two grappling before her, felt at a loss, her previously calm heart now in disarray once more. She hurriedly intervened, imploring, Aso, stop. Don't fight. Sister, who is he? Why are you laughing and chatting with him?
Xiao Xuan se demandait.
His eyes reddened with anger and hurt. Aso, please calm down. It's not as you think. Li Chenzi urgently reassured him, gripping his hand. However, Xiao Xiansu, consumed by rage, was beyond reason. How can I calm down? He retorted. Li Chenzi desperately clung to him, stepping back. Aso, please let me explain. It was purely a chance encounter, not what you imagine. In a fit of frustration, Xiao Xiansu let slip hurtful words. A chance encounter?
Ha!
So you two just sit down for tea and chat? If it weren't a chance encounter, would you have gone to bed together?
Xiao Xuan se.
Li Chenzi felt a pang of pain upon hearing those cruel words and, in a fit of anger, slapped him. In that instant, Xiao Xiansu was momentarily stunned, his expression falling into a daze as he felt the sting of her slap on his face. Chapter 63. Sister, please don't ignore me.
Xiao Xuan se.
You scoundrel. Li Chenzi's eyes burned with tears as she cursed him, covering her mouth and fleeing. Xiao Xiansu stood there, staring blankly at her retreating figure, his heart pierced with anguish. She cried? Did he truly make her cry? What are you waiting for? Go after her. Xian Yuanlin urged, anxious for Xiao Xiansu to pursue her. He quickly added, I only met her today. I saw her wandering alone on the street and, fearing for her safety, invited her to share tea and offer comfort. Besides, I have someone I care for. You are the one who rushed into attack without understanding the situation and spoke such hurtful words. If you don't explain and chase her down, you might lose your wife. At those words, Xiao Xiansu snapped back to reality and hurried in the direction Li Chenzi had gone. Chenzi, Chenzi, he called out as he ran. Yet, despite his frantic searching, he could not find her, and desperation gnawed at him. Li Chenzi returned home with reddened eyes and went straight to her room, packing her belongings in preparation to leave the capital for a while. Just then,
Xiao Xuan se arrivait, breathless.
Upon seeing her packing, his heart twisted painfully. Chenzi, please let me explain. He reached for her hand. What is there to explain? You clearly do not trust me, she replied, shaking off his hand, her back turned to him as she choked back tears. I was wrong. I shouldn't have lost my temper without knowing the full story. Seeing you with another man felt like a fire burning inside me, which made me irrational. Xiao Xiansu lamented, regret written all over his face. Li Chunxi paused, momentarily taken aback, yet she remained stubborn. Just go. I need some time alone. Then I will accompany you, he declared resolutely. No need. I want to be alone, she insisted. Understanding her anger, Xiao Xiansu softened his tone. Then rest for now. Once you've calmed down, I will come back to find you. With that, he slowly retreated. As Li Chunxi listened to his departing footsteps, her heart was a whirlwind of emotions. She sat on the edge of her bed, tears silently flowing, uncertain whether to forgive Xiao Xiansu. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Reminiscing about the kindness Xiao Xiansu had shown her in the past, her anger gradually subsided. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiansu returned home, equally restless, and as dawn broke, he stood vigil outside Li Chunxi's door. Days later, Li Chunxi resolved to take a stroll. Upon opening her door, she was met with the sight of Xiao Xiansu's haggard face, his eyes bloodshot yet brightening at the sight of her. Chunxi, if you are still angry, you may hit or scold me. Just please don't ignore me. I think we both need some space. Please go back, she replied, struggling to move past the hurt his words had caused. Xiao Xiansu's heart shattered at her response, a bitter taste filling his soul. All right, take care. I'll leave, he said, his expression forlorn. Watching him depart, Li Chunxi sighed softly. Over the past few days, she had been contemplating their relationship. After the incident with the assailants, she realized that Xiao Xiansu truly cared for her. A few days later, a grand banquet was held at the palace. Li Chunxi had no choice but to attend, and upon learning of this, Xiao Xiansu meticulously prepared himself to join the festivities. The banquet was filled with laughter and merriment. Xiao Xiansu discreetly approached Li Chunxi and whispered, Sister, you look truly beautiful today. Li Chunxi felt a blush creep to her cheeks. Suddenly, a young nobleman approached Li Chunxi, inviting her to dance. She intended to decline, yet his insistence made it difficult to refuse. Xiao Xiansu clenched his fists, jealousy brewing within him. However, recalling his previous mistakes, he suppressed his impulses. As the dance concluded, Xiao Xiansu swiftly stepped forward, grasping Li Chunxi's hand. Sister, I've come to realize some things. No matter what, I love you, and I will never let you suffer again. Gazing into his sincere eyes, Li Chunxi finally smiled. You must keep your word.
Xiao Xian nodded vigorously.
Their eyes locking in a shared moment of joy as the world around them faded away. Chapter 64. The small courtyard in Jiangnan Chen. Now that the northern barbarians have allied with our Xianming, engaging in trade, your title as a general has been handed over to the younger generation. There is little left for us to do. The children have grown up, and I wish to explore the beautiful landscapes while we are still young. You have protected Xianming for so many years, but have yet to see the splendor of the mountains and rivers, Su Wan'er said, leaning against Li Chenfeng. Her expression dreamy. She seemed to truly envision a land rich with verdant mountains and flowing waters. During this period, I have been managing my affairs and preparing for a journey together. We have safeguarded our family and country for many years, yet we have never taken the time to explore the world leisurely. Li Chenfeng felt a stirring in his heart, despite being married for many years. Their affection for one another had never waned. A few days later, once Li Chenfeng had arranged all matters, they informed their family about their plans to travel, and their 3 children consented to let their parents enjoy a well-deserved outing. His younger uncle, Li Chenxi, immediately assured them that he would take care of everything at home, encouraging his brother and sister-in-law to have a delightful time. Li Chenxing also expressed that she would look after the younger siblings, allowing their parents to rest easy. With only a simple bundle, Li Chenfeng and Su Wan'er embarked on their journey, taking the time to linger in every place they visited, occasionally inspecting the business affairs at Linglong Pavilion. Their first destination was a quaint town in Jiangnan, where picturesque bridges and flowing streams exuded tranquility and elegance. Su Wan'er was filled with childlike excitement, tugging at Li Chenfeng as they navigated the bustling streets and narrow alleys. The climate was pleasant, akin to spring in all seasons, which delighted Su Wan'er immensely, prompting them to decide to extend their stay in this charming locale. They rented a small courtyard in the town, paying 600 taels of silver for a 6-month lease. The courtyard featured a small garden and a pond, along with a large pear tree that had clearly been well cared for over the past several years. As spring graced the courtyard, the pear tree bloomed with white flowers, and the gentle fall of petals, infused with the delicate fragrance of pear blossoms, was utterly enchanting. Su Wan'er instantly fell in love with this quaint abode, persuading Chenfeng to arrange for the pond to be cleaned and to plant the region's distinctive lotus flowers. By summer, they would not only enjoy the sight of the blossoms, but also gather lotus pods for their seeds, with the lotus heart being useful for medicinal purposes. In the garden, Su Wan'er cultivated her favorite hydrangeas, roses, and various seasonal flowers, transforming the small courtyard into a warm and inviting sanctuary where they could enjoy a tranquil life together. One day, while out and about, they passed a marketplace and heard cries for help. They rushed over to find a crowd gathered, discussing a troubling scene. Approaching the gathering, they spotted a group of rough-looking men dragging a young girl, no older than 15 or 16, whose delicate features betrayed her youth. Su Wan'er inquired about the situation from a villager and learned the unfortunate tale. The girl had been sold by her parents to an official in the county as a concubine, all to secure a bride for her brother. This family, who had always favored their son, forced their daughter to shoulder all household chores. Recently, when a matchmaker sought to arrange a marriage for their son, the bride's family demanded a dowry of 50 taels of silver, which the boy's family could not afford. Hearing that the local official favored young and beautiful girls, they turned their sights on their daughter, who was regarded as the most beautiful girl in the village. Though many suitors had been deterred by the hefty dowry of 30 taels. Now, with the prospect of selling her to the official's household for 100 taels, the family was blinded by the allure of wealth, oblivious to their daughter's plight. Upon hearing the story, Su Wan'er felt a surge of indignation towards the family. How could parents treat their daughter as mere chattel in service of their son? She could not bear it and glanced at Chenfeng, who understood her silent plea. He stepped forward to confront the thugs. "How dare you abduct a girl in broad daylight? Do you not fear the law?" he stated coldly. The thugs hesitated, sensing Chenfeng's imposing aura. Yet their leader arrogantly replied, "This girl has already been sold to Lord Luo. We are merely following orders. I advise you not to meddle." Su Wan'er stepped forward, declaring, "We will purchase this girl at double the price," producing 200 taels in silver notes. The ruffians, blinded by greed, accepted the money and departed. The young girl, overwhelmed with gratitude, attempted to bow to them, but Su Wan'er gently lifted her, inquiring about her future plans. The girl tearfully expressed her desire to leave this place and support herself. After a moment's thought, Su Wan'er suggested that the girl could work at Linglong Pavilion, which was in need of staff. The girl was elated. They escorted the girl to the branch of Linglong Pavilion, where she introduced herself as a xiao, revealing her talent for embroidery. Su Wan'er smiled at the coincidence, for the pavilion valued exquisite embroidery skills. Once at Linglong Pavilion, a xiao's remarkable craftsmanship quickly earned her recognition. As spring transitioned into summer, the scenery of Jiangnan grew even more captivating. Within their courtyard, lotus flowers bloomed in exuberance, akin to a group of bashful maidens gracefully standing amidst verdant leaves, dripping with beauty. The surrounding flowers also flourished, with roses climbing over walls and hydrangeas adding vibrant splashes of color. Su Wan'er immersed herself in this enchanting environment, capturing nature's beauty with her brush, living a serene and fulfilling life, while Chenfeng remained quietly by her side, relishing the tranquility and beauty of their days. However, on what seemed to be an ordinary day, the peace was shattered. Just as Su Wan'er prepared to immortalize the most vibrant lotus flower on rice paper, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Setting down her brush, she stepped outside, curious to discover the source of the noise. Before her, a procession was slowly advancing, with a lavishly adorned bridal palanquin embellished with intricate dragon and phoenix motifs, drawing attention. It turned out to be the wedding celebration of their new neighbor, a bachelor who had recently moved in, along with his servants. The sounds of construction had been frequent lately, and it was revealed that they had been preparing for today's joyous occasion. As the procession came to a halt, the groom stepped out of the palanquin to greet the bride, who, draped in a flowing veil and adorned with a phoenix crown, moved with an elegance reminiscent of a celestial being. When she inadvertently glanced towards Su Wan'er, her eyes sparkled as if illuminated by stars, and she offered a subtle nod of acknowledgement, leaving Su Wan'er both astonished and intrigued. This beautiful bride seemed to possess an extraordinary aura. Once the guests entered the neighboring residence, silence enveloped the scene. Returning to her own courtyard, Su Wan'er found it impossible to concentrate on her painting. The image of the mysterious woman lingered in her mind, and an instinct told her that this encounter might herald changes in her life, perhaps a new fate waiting to unfold, or an unforeseen challenge approaching silently. Much like the lotus flowers swaying in the breeze, the future was rife with infinite possibilities and uncertainties, evoking both anticipation and trepidation. As Su Wan'er entered her room, her heart was still tumultuous. She sat by the window, gazing at the blooming lotus flowers outside, her thoughts swirling. Observing her restlessness, Chenfeng gently approached and took a seat beside her, softly inquiring, "What occupies your thoughts?" Su Wan'er turned to him, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions, and quietly remarked, "Do you not find today's wedding rather remarkable? The bride's gaze seems to hold countless stories." Chenfeng smiled slightly, taking her hand in his, offering comfort as he replied, "Perhaps everyone carries untold tales behind them. Yet, we should focus on ourselves and savor the beauty of the present." His words were like a gentle spring breeze, gradually calming Su Wan'er's heart. At that moment, a soft breeze swept through, carrying with it the distant sound of a guqin, its melodious notes transcending time and space, evoking memories of cherished moments from their past. Suddenly, Su Wan'er was struck by inspiration, picking up her pen to sketch a scene from her memory, a pair of lovers embracing and dancing beneath the moonlight, surrounded by blooming lotus flowers and falling petals. This artwork not only captured the beauty of that moment, but also embodied her dreams and hopes for a future life. As time passed and night fell, the small courtyard returned to its usual tranquility. However, for Su Wan'er, this day had quietly transformed something within her. She began to yearn for exploration of the unknown world while cherishing everything she currently possessed. The following morning, Su Wan'er awoke early, her thoughts lingering on the bride next door, unable to resist the urge to investigate further. Thus, she took the painting she had created the day before and made her way to her neighbor's home. Upon knocking, a maid answered the door and, after learning her intentions, ushered her inside. The bride was in the garden admiring flowers, and upon seeing Su Wan'er, a look of surprise crossed her face. "Sister, have you come for something?" the bride asked, her voice full of warmth. Su Wan'er presented her painting, saying, "I noticed your extraordinary presence yesterday and specially brought this for you." As the bride unfolded the painting, her eyes glimmered with emotion. "To be honest, I am not from here. I fled from an unwanted marriage," the bride revealed softly. Taken aback, Su Wan'er listened as she continued, "The man my family betrothed me to is of poor character, and I refuse to submit. It was only through the assistance of a gentleman here that I found refuge." Realizing their shared sentiments, the two women conversed joyfully. From then on, Su Wan'er frequently visited the bride to chat and hear her tales of distant lands and extraordinary happenings.
Witnessing Su Wan'er's happiness,
Chenfeng felt a sense of contentment as well. Inspired by the bride, Su Wan'er's artistic style became more diverse, incorporating fresh elements into her work. Her life grew richer and more colorful. In this southern courtyard, each day brimmed with novelty and warmth. The calmness of the past returned, now imbued with delightful nuances. Setting down her paintbrush, Su Wan'er sighed softly. Chenfeng, sensing her emotional shift, gently inquired, "What troubles you? Is there something on your mind?"
Su Wan'er shook her head.
Smiling as she replied, "Nothing, I simply feel that life is brimming with infinite possibilities." Chenfeng gazed at her tenderly, his eyes filled with affection. "Indeed. As long as we face the future with courage, it will undoubtedly be brighter." His words sparkled like stars in the night sky, illuminating the hope in Su Wan'er's heart. As night deepened, the two nestled together at the window, listening to the distant sound of a lute. The melodious tune seemed to narrate an ancient tale, granting their souls an unprecedented tranquility and peace. In that moment, Su Wan'er understood that no matter how winding and arduous the road ahead might be, as long as Chenfeng was by her side, she possessed the whole world. And Chenfeng recognized that accompanying Su Wan'er throughout this life was his greatest fortune and happiness. Moonlight bathed the courtyard, and the lotus flowers continued to bloom. Everything appeared as usual, yet something felt distinctly different. For Su Wan'er and Chenfeng, this day was not merely a testament to their wedding but also a new beginning in their shared journey of life. Chapter 67. Revisiting old grounds half a year later. "Ah Chen, shall we head to Danyang next?" "I wish to visit my grandparents," Su Wan'er said to Chenfeng, who was busy packing. "Of course." Let's go and spend time with your grandparents. Li Chenfeng agreed, dutifully complying with his wife's wishes. I will go outside to buy some local specialties as gifts for my grandparents, she declared, darting out the door. Li Chenfeng, feeling helpless, set down his things and hurried after her. Buy this estate, and have someone from Linglong Pavilion manage it regularly, he instructed his hidden guards before rushing out. Aware that this home held countless cherished memories from their time together, Su Wan'er joyfully strolled through the market, selecting various local delicacies. Suddenly, a thief snatched her purse. Just as she was about to chase after him, she thought, how dare he steal from me? At that moment, Li Chenfeng arrived just in time, swiftly capturing the thief. Su Wan'er retrieved her purse and playfully stuck out her tongue at Li Chenfeng. They continued their journey to Danyang, where the scenery was picturesque. However, as they traversed a wooded area, they encountered bandits. Li Chenfeng shielded Su Wan'er behind him, while she, preferring not to engage, contented herself by watching him effortlessly fend off the bandits. Feigning admiration, she said, "Ah Chen, you are truly remarkable." Li Chenfeng's expression darkened. If you could refrain from watching me like a spectator, perhaps I would be more inclined to believe it.
Su Wan'er, unfazet,
Laughed and took his arm as they walked on. After more than a month of travel, they finally arrived in Danyang. As the carriage halted before a residence, Su Wan'er eagerly leaped down and knocked on the door, with Li Chenfeng trailing behind helplessly. "Who is it?" "Coming right away." The old steward responded promptly to the knock. "Little miss?" "Uncle Lin, I'm back," Su Wan'er exclaimed to the steward. After ensuring she wasn't mistaken, he rubbed his eyes and confirmed, "It is indeed the little miss returned." He then called out to the elder in the back, "Master, mistress, the little miss has returned." An elderly man, supported by an elderly woman, hurried over, and upon seeing Su Wan'er and her husband at the door, the woman cried, "Wan'er, my dear heart, you finally decided to come back and see your grandmother." "Grandmother? I'm sorry for taking so long to visit," Su Wan'er gently apologized, patting the old woman's back. "All right, let's head inside." Standing at the door for all to see is no good, the elderly man said, his voice trembling. As they walked into the house, they continued chatting about their journey and experiences along the way, with Su Wan'er introducing Li Chenfeng to her grandparents. "Grandfather, grandmother, this is Li Chenfeng, my husband chosen by father."
Ah, splendid.
"He appears to be a fine and distinguished gentleman," the old woman smiled at Li Chenfeng. "Weren't you said to have married a general? Does the general have time to accompany you on excursions?" The old man remarked, recalling something. "Grandfather, the borders are stable and peace prevails. I am no longer required to defend the frontier. After years of service, I requested the emperor to grant me the title of Duke of Anping.
Now,
I am free from military duties and can accompany Wan'er to explore the beautiful lands I have protected for so long," Li Chenfeng explained with a sigh. Seeing their deep affection, the grandparents were delighted. Su Wan'er presented the local specialties, and the family enjoyed a harmonious reunion. Here, Su Wan'er took Li Chenfeng to explore the places of her childhood, sharing amusing anecdotes from her youth. That night, they sat in the courtyard enjoying the cool breeze. Leaning against Li Chenfeng's shoulder, she said, "Ah Chen, thank you for bringing me here." He embraced her, responding, "Wan'er, your happiness is all that matters." At that moment, a shooting star streaked across the sky, prompting Su Wan'er to quickly lower her head and make a wish. Chapter 68. Former sisters the next morning. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the mist, Su Wan'er awoke early, tiptoeing into the kitchen to prepare a hearty breakfast for her elderly grandparents. Reflecting on the previous day, she noted that their spirits seemed somewhat diminished, likely due to weak digestion and sleeplessness. Considering their advanced age, she resolved that only a nourishing medicinal dish would be suitable for their recovery, and thus she decided to cook for her beloved elders. Su Wan'er retrieved some warming medicinal herbs from the cabinet, known for their ability to replenish yang energy, warm the body, and enhance physical strength. She also carefully took out her treasured ginseng, which possesses a slightly warm nature and is associated with the spleen, lungs, heart, and kidneys. This herb is renowned for its multiple benefits, including significantly replenishing vital energy, stabilizing pulses, nourishing the spleen and lungs, generating fluids, enriching the blood, calming the mind, and enhancing intelligence, making it an exceptional choice for preparing medicinal cuisine. Having made up her mind, Su Wan'er was determined to restore her grandparents' health. She skillfully washed and chopped the herbs and ginseng, neatly arranging them for later use. However, just as she was about to begin simmering the concoction, she discovered that the firewood in the stove was nearly depleted. With a resigned sigh, she instructed the nearby cook to fetch some more wood. After all, she felt it imperative to oversee the cooking process herself to ensure nothing went amiss. The cook promptly left and soon returned, hastily carrying a bundle of firewood. Su Wan'er took the wood, carefully adding it to the stove before starting to brew the medicinal dish. As the flames danced, the aroma of the dish gradually filled the kitchen, enveloping the space in a warm and inviting fragrance. Su Wan'er attentively adjusted the heat, occasionally lifting the lid to stir the mixture gently with a spoon, ensuring that the essence of the herbs and ginseng could meld seamlessly into the broth. Her gaze was focused and tender, as if pouring all her love and filial piety into the dish for her beloved grandparents. As time passed, the color of the brew deepened and the aroma intensified. Su Wan'er nodded in satisfaction, aware that the medicinal dish was nearing perfection. She carefully ladled the concoction into an exquisite bowl and carried it to the dining table, quietly awaiting her grandparents' awakening. When sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the dish, the golden light intertwined with a rich aroma, creating a heartwarming and beautiful scene. Filled with anticipation, Su Wan'er knew that this medicinal meal would surely bring health and happiness to her grandparents. Before long, her grandparents slowly entered the dining room. Upon seeing the dish on the table, their eyes sparkled with surprise and emotion. "Wan'er is truly thoughtful," her grandmother remarked with a smile, while her grandfather nodded in praise. Su Wan'er assisted them in taking their seats and handed them spoons. Her grandfather took a sip, and his eyes instantly brightened. The flavor was exquisite, and he could feel a warm current spreading throughout his body. Her grandmother savored it slowly, a rosy glow of happiness appearing on her face. At that moment, a servant approached, announcing that a young lady sought an audience with Su Wan'er. Confused, Su Wan'er stepped out of the dining room and found a stunning woman in a flowing red gauze dress standing at the door, smiling warmly at her. Instantly, the surrounding flowers seemed to bloom in a frenzy, and under the sunlight, the radiant woman stood gracefully, walking towards her.
Chapter 69. Shopping Su Wan'er.
She exclaimed in delight. "Is it really you?" It turned out to be her good friend Xiaoyuqi, whom she had become acquainted with previously. "I heard you were back, taking care of your elders, so I came to see you. After coming back, you didn't even think to visit me. What a heartless woman," Xiaoyuqi teased gently. Su Wan'er grasped Xiaoyuqi's hand and smiled. "How could I forget you? I've just been busy caring for my grandparents." Xiaoyuqi lightly patted her hand. "I know you're filial, so I'll forgive you this time. But today, I specifically came to take you shopping." Curious, Su Wan'er raised an eyebrow and inquired. Xiaoyuqi leaned closer and whispered, "A new silk shop has opened in town, and their fabrics are exquisite, featuring many exotic styles. Shall we go take a look?" Su Wan'er felt a stir of excitement, glancing back towards the dining room with hesitation as she said, "But my husband is still here. Should we invite him along? I'm afraid he might get jealous." Xiaoyuqi quickly replied, "Oh, don't worry. You can't spend all your time just with your elders and husband. You need to unwind sometimes. Besides, it's still early. We can be quick about it." After pondering, Su Wan'er found her reasoning sound and went inside to inform her grandparents and her husband. The elderly couple smiled and encouraged her to enjoy herself. Only her husband appeared displeased, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon her. In a moment, Su Wan'er relented and agreed to bring him along. His demeanor brightened as he resumed eating his breakfast. Thus, as Su Wan'er and Xiaoyuqi left the house, a man exuding a chill and wearing a stoic expression followed closely behind. Su Wan'er chose not to indulge him, allowing him to be. Observing that his wife paid him no attention, Li Chenfeng's expression darkened further, his aura growing colder. "Sister, do you not feel cold?" Xiaoyuqi asked, crossing her arms and shivering slightly. "I thought I was dressed warmly enough." Su Wan'er shot a glare at her husband, pretending what cold. Perhaps it was just a breeze. Li Chenfeng looked at Su Wan'er with a sense of grievance. She helplessly took his hand, gently comforting him, which finally improved his mood. As they walked, Xiaoyuqi excitedly pulled Su Wan'er along, sharing tales of the delightful items at the silk shop. Upon their arrival, Su Wan'er was instantly captivated by the array of beautiful fabrics. Just as she was engrossed in selecting, a commotion erupted nearby. A wealthy young man was insisting on purchasing the shop's last precious silk, but his offer was too low for the shopkeeper to accept, leading to a standoff. To her dismay, the young man turned out to be Wang Mingyu, Xiaoyuqi's longtime rival. Without hesitation, Xiaoyuqi rushed forward to confront him. Realizing the potential for a public spectacle, Su Wan'er quickly pulled Xiaoyuqi back. She understood the history between them and did not wish for their feud to escalate into a spectacle. Young Master Wang, this silk is the last one in the shop. And I'm sure the shopkeeper intends to keep it as a treasured item. Thus, the price is understandably high. You, who possess discerning taste, surely wouldn't mind such trivialities, would you? Let us not jest with the shopkeeper. He is nearly in tears. Su Wan'er playfully offered a way out for Wang Mingyu. Wang Mingyu recognized the need to de-escalate the situation, accepting her suggestion with a light chuckle. Very well, I shall not jest with you any longer. Please wrap this fabric up. Chapter 70. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. At that moment, Chenfeng, who had been silent by Su Wan'er's side, spoke up. Young Master Wang, I, too, have taken a liking to this fabric and wish to purchase it for my wife. I hope you will part with it. His voice was cool. His gaze fixed intently on the pristine, translucent silk, revealing an unmistakable fondness. Wang Mingyu regarded him thoughtfully, sensing that this man was extraordinary and contemplating the desire to befriend him. After all, he was associated with Xiaoyuqi. It would be wise to cultivate a good relationship with him for her sake. Since it is so, I shall yield it to this gentleman. Considering it a gesture of friendship, Wang Mingyu replied with a smile. Li Chenfeng, pleased, responded with a hearty laugh. Young Master Wang, you are indeed magnanimous. I gladly accept this friendship. After completing the transaction, Li Chenfeng handed the fabric to Su Wan'er. She was both surprised and delighted, exclaiming, Husband, you're so wonderful. Li Chenfeng affectionately ruffled her hair. Meanwhile, Xiaoyuqi rolled her eyes and scoffed show-off. Wang Mingyu chimed in teasingly, It seems I have facilitated a romantic moment today. Laughter erupted among them as they continued to browse the silk shop. Su Wan'er had set her sights on a piece of pale blue satin adorned with plum blossom embroidery, intending to purchase it for a garment. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, and a group of soldiers stormed into the fabric shop. The leader of the group strode in and proclaimed loudly, By the order of the governor, we are here to seek Su Wan'er, the divine physician. May I inquire as to her whereabouts? Confused, Su Wan'er wondered why the officials were searching for her. A man shielded her protectively and asked warily, What business do you have with her? The soldiers responded with a bow. The governor requests the presence of the divine physician at his residence. As his elderly mother is gravely ill, we kindly ask that she accompany us. Filled with perplexity, Su Wan'er glanced at the man, who reassured her, Do not fear. I shall accompany you. Xiaoyuqi and Wang Mingyu also volunteered to join them. Upon arriving at the governor's office, the governor himself came out to greet them. I humbly beseech you, divine physician, and the general, to save my mother's life, he implored, kneeling before them. Learning that Su Wan'er was in Danyang, the governor was filled with excitement and promptly dispatched someone to summon her. When informed that they had gone to the marketplace, he sent men to search for them there. The governor, visibly anxious, led them into the inner chamber upon finding Su Wan'er as if she were a savior. Inside the chamber, an elderly woman with white hair lay weakly on the bed, her breath shallow. Su Wan'er approached and conducted a thorough examination, her brow furrowed in concentration. The governor, growing increasingly uneasy, inquired, Divine physician, what ails my mother? After a moment of contemplation, Su Wan'er replied, The old lady's illness has persisted for a long time and requires an exceedingly rare medicinal herb for a cure. The governor immediately asked, What herb is it? I am willing to procure it regardless of its rarity. Su Wan'er slowly articulated, It is the 1,000-year-old spirit mushroom. This item is exceedingly rare, but I happened upon a specimen in the mountains, which could be used to heal the old lady. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the governor expressed his thanks repeatedly. Su Wan'er instructed the man and Yushi to wait outside while she remained in the inner chamber to administer treatment to the old lady, beginning her urgent work. With deft hands, she skillfully placed each needle at critical acupoints. Gradually, the old lady's complexion began to regain a hint of color, and her breathing became markedly steadier. Su Wan'er then retrieved the precious 1,000-year-old spirit mushroom from her medical kit, carefully taking a small portion, grinding it into powder, and mixing it into a medicinal broth, which she gently administered to the old lady. As time passed, the old lady's breathing grew even steadier, and she seemed to be dreaming sweetly in her slumber, a faint smile gracing her lips. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Su Wan'er allowed a smile of contentment to emerge on her face, knowing that her efforts had finally borne fruit. Chapter 71. the elder's grave illness after spending over 2 months in Danyang, a letter arrived from home, urgently requesting their return, leaving the two of them bewildered. Fearing that something was amiss, they hastily packed their belongings, bid farewell to the two elders and friends, and swiftly rode back to the capital. Half a month later, they returned to the general's residence in haste, only to be met with an oppressive atmosphere. The steward rushed over, his eyes filled with surprise upon seeing them. "General, madam, you have finally returned. The elder is gravely ill." The two were taken aback, their expressions turning to alarm as they rushed towards the elder's room. There, they found the elder looking haggard and weak. It turned out that the elder had been suffering from the lingering effects of an old ailment sustained during his military campaigns at the border, and now, with age, his condition had worsened, exacerbated by recent distress. Meanwhile, Li Chenxi had been away from the capital for half a month due to matters concerning the crown prince, and the physicians in the residence and palace had only advised rest and recuperation. In desperation, they had sent for the couple to return. Su Wan'er took out the entire 1,000-year-old spirit mushroom and instructed Xiao'er to prepare it into a medicinal broth for the elder to consume, while also declaring that no one was to disturb the elder and the old lady during their recuperation. At that moment, Li Chenxi received news and hurriedly returned. Approaching the bedside, she grasped the elder's hand and softly called, "Grandfather, we are back." The elder slightly opened his eyes and, upon seeing his beloved granddaughter, managed a faint smile. Li Chenfeng inquired about his condition. Just then, a commotion arose outside. It was the crown prince come to pay a visit. Entering the room, he glanced at Chenxi, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. The crown prince stated, "I have brought a divine medicine from the western regions that may prove effective for the elder's ailment." Everyone was taken aback, not expecting such consideration from the crown prince. The general expressed his gratitude and ordered the medicine to be prepared. However, after taking the medicine, the elder suddenly fell into a deep unconsciousness, throwing everyone into a panic. At that moment, Li Chenxi noticed something unusual among the remnants of the medicine and suspected foul play. Li Chenfeng's eyes widened in anger, vowing to uncover the hidden perpetrator. Xiao'er recalled recent events and suddenly thought of a suspicious individual, a cousin from the second branch of the family. This person had long coveted the power and wealth of the general's residence and was colluding with a certain high-ranking official in the court.
Consequently, Xiao'er informed Su Wan'er,
who discreetly sent someone to investigate. Eventually, with solid evidence, they exposed the cousin and his accomplices, and under the attentive care of Chenxi and others, the elder began to recover. Once the elder regained his health, the general's residence was filled with joy. However, following this incident, everyone understood the importance of discretion, knowing that a prominent figure attracts envy. Subsequently, Crown Prince Xiao Xuanzi secretly requested an audience with Li Chenfeng and his wife, expressing his feelings for Li Chenxi and seeking their approval. His demeanor was earnest, and his eyes sparkled with determination and hope. Slowly kneeling before them, he clasped his hands tightly, his voice trembling slightly. "Uncle, Aunt, my heart for Chenxi is as steadfast as the heavens. She is not only the moon in my heart, but also the one I wish to protect with my life. I understand that, as Crown Prince, my marriage impacts the nation, but please believe that my heart belongs solely to Chenxi." Li Chenfeng and his wife exchanged glances, perceiving a complex array of emotions in each other's eyes. Su Wan'er gently assisted Xiao Xuanzi to his feet and said kindly, "Cesar, marriage is a significant matter, and we must consider Chenxi's future. However, we have felt your sincerity. Let us grant you and Chenxi some time to know each other better. If you truly find mutual affection, we will wholeheartedly support you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xuanzi's eyes glimmered with delight as he repeatedly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle and Aunt, for your understanding. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will ensure Chenxi's happiness for a lifetime." With that, he rose to take his leave, his heart brimming with visions of a hopeful future. Chapter 72, The Unexpected Funeral in the 23rd Year of Xianming, the old hero, who had weathered the storms of time and devoted his life to safeguarding the people of Xianming from the ravages of war, ultimately succumbed to the relentless grip of fate. After languishing in illness for over 3 months, he peacefully departed this world on a tranquil night, leaving behind an abyss of sorrow and cherished memories. Within the general's residence, the atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive, a shroud of grief settling over all. Every corner seemed enveloped in an endless sorrow, as the household mourned the loss of their beloved patriarch. Hearing the devastating news, the old lady was heartbroken, her anguish cutting deep. She struggled to accept that her lifelong companion had left her side, and in her despair, she fell gravely ill herself, spending her days in tears, her spirit withering away. In these trying times, Su Wan'er and Jiang Yingying, two sisters-in-law, revealed their strength and sense of responsibility. Although their hearts were heavy with grief, they understood that they could not falter. They must uphold the family together. Thus, they joined hands to shoulder the grave responsibility of arranging the funeral for their late grandfather. From planning the memorial service to organizing guests, from attending to intricate details to comforting family members, each step proved exceptionally arduous. Yet, they remained steadfast, supporting one another in their endeavor to ensure that their grandfather departed in peace and dignity. They meticulously adorned the mourning hall, with every detail reflecting their profound remembrance and respect for him. During the funeral, they personally received the guests who came to pay their respects, winning the admiration and heartfelt gratitude of all with their sincere emotions and graceful demeanor. Despite their physical and emotional exhaustion, they never uttered a word of complaint, for they understood that it was their duty and obligation as members of the family. However, on the day of the burial, an unexpected event occurred. As the procession reached the outskirts of the city, a fierce wind arose, dark clouds gathered, and everyone was taken aback. A black bird suddenly swooped towards the coffin and perched upon it, emitting mournful cries. This sight instilled fear among the attendees, with whispers suggesting that perhaps their grandfather had met an unjust end. Although Su Wan'er was equally astonished, she quickly regained her composure and addressed the black bird, saying, "Regardless of your intention, if my grandfather truly suffered injustice, please indicate so, and do not disturb the deceased's journey." As soon as she finished speaking, the black bird plucked one of its feathers and let it drift into Su Wan'er's hand before soaring into the sky, at which point the weather returned to normal. The onlookers exchanged glances, and Su Wan'er, holding the feather, pondered thoughtfully. She realized that this must be the key to uncovering a hidden secret, and she was determined to reveal the truth to ensure her grandfather's peaceful rest. Upon returning home, Su Wan'er immediately summoned several trusted confidants, including Zhang Quan, her grandfather's personal guard during his lifetime, and Li Fu, the estate's old steward. She carefully displayed the feather to them and recounted the extraordinary encounter during the funeral. Zhang Quan's expression grew solemn as he recalled that her grandfather had once mentioned a long-buried matter, seemingly related to an outstanding debt. Meanwhile, Li Fu remembered that there was a locked chest in the study that had never been opened. Su Wan'er resolved to pursue these two leads. She instructed Zhang Quan to discreetly investigate the details of the debt while asking Li Fu to find the key to the study's chest. As night fell, Li Chenfeng and his wife, along with Li Chenxi and her husband, gathered in the study and discovered the old mahogany chest. They retrieved the key and unlocked it. Inside lay a yellowed letter and an account book documenting a long-forgotten secret. The handwriting on the letter was somewhat faded, but upon careful examination, the content was still decipherable. It revealed that during her grandfather's military campaigns, he had received assistance from a recluse, borrowing a substantial sum for military supplies. After the war, he was supposed to repay the debt, but the recluse had vanished without a trace. The account book meticulously recorded this loan and detailed her grandfather's ongoing efforts to locate the recluse's descendants to repay the debt over the years. Su Wan'er speculated that the black bird might be linked to this matter. At this moment, Zhang Quan returned with news. He had learned of a mysterious village inhabited by individuals claiming to be descendants of the recluse. Su Wan'er decided to explore this lead. After facing various challenges, they arrived at the village, and upon presenting the letter and account book, the villagers understood their purpose. The village chief sighed, explaining that her grandfather had long since repaid the debt. He was a man of integrity. And the black bird was merely a test to see if the Su family remembered this matter. Relieved by the truth, Su Wan'er returned home to inform everyone. They all marveled at her grandfather's noble character, acknowledging that even the heavens sought to test him. Su Wan'er and Jiang Yingying took charge of her grandfather's funeral arrangements once more, and this time everything proceeded smoothly. Her grandfather was finally laid to rest, allowing the general's household to gradually emerge from its sorrow. The following day, as Su Wan'er perused the account book in her room, a maid hurried in to announce that a young gentleman was seeking an audience at the door. Curious, Su Wan'er went to the front hall, where she encountered a refined and elegant young man. He introduced himself as Yi Jinshu, the son of the Yi family from a neighboring city, and a classmate of Li Mingze. He had come to pay his respects upon hearing of the passing of Li's grandfather. Impressed by his eloquence, Su Wan'er found him to be a promising young man and asked someone to summon Li Mingze to entertain their guest before returning to her own affairs. After enjoying tea and discussing literature, Li Mingze and Yi Jinshu shared anecdotes from their travels, engaging in lively conversation until they lost track of time. As evening approached, Yi Jinshu rose to take his leave, with Li Mingze accompanying him to the door. Due to her grandfather's passing, the marriage between Li Chenxi and Xiao Xuanzi was postponed, leaving Xiao Xuanzi in a state of frustration over losing his intended bride. A few days later, while Li Chenxi was in the garden with her mother admiring the flowers, Xiao Xuanzi paid another visit, holding an ancient book he claimed to have stumbled upon, believing Li Chenxi would find it intriguing. Upon inspecting it, Li Chenxi discovered it to be a long-lost rare edition, filling her with joy. The two engaged in discussions about its contents in the garden, finding common ground in their interests. At that moment, Li Mingze happened by and playfully remarked, "Your Highness, this is clearly a case of the drinker's intention lying elsewhere." Yi Jinshu's face flushed with embarrassment. Unwilling to accept the delay of his marriage, Xiao Xuanzi began presenting rare treasures to the general's residence daily in hopes of winning Li Chenxi's favor, while also expressing his determination to lead Chenfeng and his wife. Observing his earnestness, Su Wan'er contemplated selecting an auspicious date for their engagement. However, Li Chenfeng was infuriated and resolutely opposed the idea. It took Su Wan'er a lengthy persuasion session that night to calm him down, leaving her nearly unable to rise the following morning. Frustrated, she kicked him in jest, eliciting a pained cry from her as he quickly suppressed his laughter and tenderly cradled her, soothing her discomfort with gentle words. Although Su Wan'er eventually forgave him, she still harbored some irritation, believing that Xiao Xuanzi's sincerity should not be met with such resistance. Consequently, she discreetly sought Li Chenxi's counsel to devise a plan. Touched by Xiao Xuanzi's heartfelt intentions, Li Chenxi too hoped for an early marriage. The two devised a strategy, with Li Chenxi approaching her father to advocate for Xiao Xuanzi. She expressed her deep affection for him and her resolute intention to marry no one else. Li Chenfeng, observing his daughter's steadfast gaze, began to waver. Meanwhile, Yi Jinshu frequently brought his younger sister Yi Xiao along on his visits, and during their interactions, Yi Xiao found herself smitten with Li Mingze. During one of Yi Jinshu's casual conversations with Li Mingze, he inadvertently revealed that his family was considering a marriage alliance with the general's residence. Upon hearing this, Li Mingze returned home to inform his mother Jiang Yingying and his aunt Su Wan'er. Considering Yi Jinshu to be an exceptional young talent, Su Wan'er believed that an alliance between the two families would be beneficial for the general's residence. However, she first sought Li Mingze's opinion. Finding him also harboring a fondness for Yi Xiao, he nodded in agreement, indicating his willingness to explore the possibility further. Ultimately, Li Chenfeng consented to the marriage between Xiao Xuanzi and Li Chenxi. But they could only become engaged for the time being and would have to wait until Li Chenxi turned 15 and the ritual of Jili was completed. Meanwhile, the relationship between Li Mingze and Yi Xiao blossomed as they spent more time together. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight gently cascaded over the general's courtyard, the golden glow piercing through the mist and illuminating a scene bustling with joy and activity. Maids and servants scurried about, their steps light and faces adorned with smiles, as they busily prepared for the important ceremony that was about to unfold. Within the general's residence, joyous laughter and cheerful voices echoed. As guests donned in splendid attire continuously streamed into the estate, each face radiating anticipation and well wishes for the grand occasion. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Li Chenxi stood quietly before a mirror, her graceful figure accentuated by an exquisite ceremonial gown. She resembled a celestial being emerging from ancient legends, poised to undergo a significant transformation in her life. The gown was adorned with masterful embroidery, each stitch imbued with the artisan's dedication. As Li Chenxi delicately traced the intricate patterns, her heart swelling with a tumult of emotions. After today, she would officially enter adulthood, and with it, the weight of responsibilities and expectations would descend upon her shoulders. Inside the ancestral hall, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. The clan elders had awaited her arrival for quite some time, their eyes reflecting a blend of pride and hope for the younger generation. At the moment Li Chenxi, clad in her ceremonial attire, gracefully entered the hall, all eyes converged upon her, and a sacred yet noble aura enveloped the air. She advanced towards the center, adhering to ancient customs, and bowed deeply 3 times before the ancestral tablets, each bow laden with reverence for her ancestors and aspirations for the future. Subsequently, her mother, Su Wan'er, gently placed a delicate hairpin, symbolizing her coming of age, into her hair, and in that instant, it felt as if time had come to a standstill, leaving only the profound exchange of glances between mother and daughter, a silent yet eloquent communication. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by a commotion from outside. A white horse, akin to a shooting star across the sky, galloped forth and halted at the entrance of the general's residence. A young man, clad in a brocade robe and exuding an extraordinary presence, gracefully dismounted. He was Xian Yuanlin. Learning of Li Chenxi's coming-of-age ceremony, he had traveled from afar, bearing lavish gifts to express his congratulations. This unexpected arrival astonished the attendees, particularly Xiao Xuanze, who, witnessing Xian Yuanlin's ostentatious entrance, could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy and dissatisfaction. With a cold snort, he entered the ancestral hall, clutching his meticulously prepared gifts, a box of rare Eastern pearls, and a set of exquisite sapphire ornaments. In front of everyone, he presented these precious offerings to Li Chenxi, his gaze filled with indescribable emotions until she graciously accepted his heartfelt gesture. Subsequently, he could not resist casting a triumphant smile towards Xian Yuanlin, displaying a somewhat childish demeanor. In response to Xiao Xuanze's provocation, Xian Yuanlin did not retreat. Instead, he commanded his attendant to bring forth a chest. Upon opening it, a dazzling array of jewelry emerged, crafted from the rarest white jade and embellished with various precious gems, its opulence leaving the onlookers in awe. Gasps of admiration filled the air. Xiao Xuanze's expression darkened, and just as he prepared to make a cutting remark, he was interrupted by Li Chenxi's cool voice. Enough. Today is my important day. I hope both of you can maintain your composure and not act inappropriately. As her words resonated, both men subdued their competitive spirits. The ceremony continued until the evening, when, after bidding farewell to the myriad guests, the day finally came to a close. At this moment, Li Chenxi felt utterly exhausted, longing to retreat to her chamber for rest, only to be obstructed by Xian Yuanlin. Chenxi, I apologize. My behavior today was indeed excessive. I merely wished to teach that fellow a lesson. I hope you can understand and forgive me, Xian Yuanlin implored, his face etched with remorse. Just as Li Chenxi was about to respond, Xiao Xuanze interjected, stepping in front of her and chastising Xian Yuanlin for his rudeness. As Xian Yuanlin prepared to retort, Li Chenxi interceded. Please, let us not continue this argument. Your actions are truly immature. With that, she hurriedly departed, leaving the two young men exchanging awkward glances. Although this minor incident added a few ripples to the special day, it showcased Li Chenxi's maturity and wisdom in navigating complex interpersonal dynamics. As night fell, the general's residence returned to a state of tranquility, yet for some, the memories of that day would linger in their hearts for a long time. Chapter 75. The grim news merely days after the ceremonial rites for his daughter, Li Chenxi. Su Wan'er received devastating news. Her maternal grandfather had passed away, and her grandmother, unable to bear the sorrow, followed shortly thereafter. Upon hearing the news, Su Wan'er was overwhelmed with grief, as her grandfather and grandmother had been her closest companions since childhood. Memories of their affection flooded her mind. She muttered in disbelief. How could this happen? I only provided them with 1,000-year-old ginseng for their health just last time. How could they be gone so suddenly? Fearing for her wife's well-being, Li Chenfeng remained by her side, offering comfort and refusing to leave her for even a moment. Witnessing Su Wan'er in such profound sorrow, he felt his heart ache. Unable to alleviate her pain, he could only stand by her side. Once her grief subsided, Su Wan'er immediately set off for her grandfather's home to mourn. As she traveled, her heart was heavy with sorrow, tears streaming down her face. After a hurried journey of half a month, she finally arrived at her grandfather's house. Upon seeing the tablets in the morning hall, she fell to her knees, unable to hold back her tears. Memories of her grandfather and grandmother's love flooded her mind, their efforts to find a master to teach her medicine, martial arts, and the ways of the world. These once warm recollections now pierced her heart with unbearable pain. Her dearest relatives were gone. Li Chenfeng embraced her, gently patting her back, allowing her to release her anguish. Meanwhile, Su's mother had fainted from overwhelming grief and remained unconscious, leaving Su Wan'er unable to attend to anything else. Li Chenxi could only stay by Su's mother's side, checking on her health. After a long while, Su Wan'er's sobs began to quiet. She lifted her tear-streaked face. Her eyes read as she spoke to the tablets of her grandparents. "Grandfather, grandmother, how could you be so heartless as to leave me behind? Since childhood, my parents worried you would be alone, so they sent me to accompany you. You taught me the ways of the world, unlike other noble ladies who were not allowed to practice martial arts. You arranged for someone to teach me, so I could possess the skills to support myself.
How could you leave me?"
After expressing these words, Su Wan'er slowly stood, approaching her unconscious mother. She gently took her mother's hand, silently vowing to rise and care for her family. She also instructed Li Chenxi to take good care of Su's mother before she and Li Chenfeng returned to keep vigil. As they walked, Li Chenfeng softly reassured her. "Wan'er, your mother has merely succumbed to her grief. Her breath is gradually stabilizing. After some rest, she will awaken."
Su Wan'er nodded swiftly.
That night, she kept vigil beside her grandparents' coffins, her expression one of profound sorrow, her gaze hollow yet resolute. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps broke the stillness.
Su Wan'er stood alert.
Drawing her soft sword. In the distance, a shadow gradually emerged, and upon closer inspection, she recognized it to be the elderly steward of her grandfather's household. With a sorrowful expression, the steward addressed Su Wan'er. "Young miss, the truth is that the old master and old mistress were driven to their demise out of sheer anger. I implore you to seek justice for them." Su Wan'er was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. "What do you mean by that?" Chapter 76. The storms of the Jiang family. The old steward began to speak, his voice choked with emotion. "Young miss, this is a long story. In their lifetime, the venerable patriarch and matriarch cherished the harmony and tranquility of their family above all else. However, in recent years, discordant voices have emerged within the clan. Particularly, the young master Jiang Yun of the second branch has been dissatisfied with the status quo, incessantly scheming to expand his own power, even at the expense of others' interests. Just a few days ago, he secretly colluded with outsiders in a bid to usurp the position of the family head. Upon discovery by the patriarch, a fierce quarrel ensued between the two. The matriarch, witnessing this, stepped forward to protect her husband, leading to a heart-wrenching scene. At this moment, the old steward was moved to tears, while Su Wan'er felt an unbearable pain in her heart. Gripping the soft sword in her hand, her nails nearly embedded into her palm, blood trickled down her fingers, yet she remained oblivious. Her gaze shifted from shock to fury, and then from fury to resolve. "Rest assured, old steward, I will not allow my grandparents to die in vain." Though her voice was soft, it resonated with an undeniable strength. "I will uncover the truth and seek justice for my grandparents." The old steward lifted his head, meeting Su Wan'er's steadfast eyes, a warmth swelling in his heart. He understood that although the young lady was usually gentle and kind, she possessed the resilience and courage equal to that of any man in critical moments. As night deepened, the surroundings fell silent, save for the whispering of the wind through the leaves. Su Wan'er sat beside the coffin, her mind racing with memories. She recalled her childhood when her grandfather taught her to read and write, while her grandmother watched over her with loving eyes, occasionally preparing a steaming bowl of sweet soup for her. Those tender scenes lingered vividly in her mind, yet they now seemed a world away. Suddenly, hurried footsteps shattered the night's tranquility. Su Wan'er sprang to her feet, alertly gazing towards the doorway. A young guard rushed in, breathless. "Young miss, something terrible has happened. Young Master Yun has surrounded the entire residence, claiming he wishes to clean house, but in truth..." "In truth, what?"
Su Wan'er interjected coldly.
"In truth, he seeks to seize control of the entire family and usurp the position of the family head." The guard lowered his head, unable to meet Su Wan'er's fierce gaze. Su Wan'er let out a cold laugh, a glint of ice in her eyes. "He certainly has a well-calculated plan. However, since he dares to come, he must not blame me for being impolite." With that, she turned towards the weapon rack, retrieving a long sword, her expression resolute and unwavering. She understood that this battle was not merely about personal honor, but the very future of the family. She could neither retreat nor afford failure. The night was as dark as ink, an atmosphere of impending conflict enveloped the residence. Su Wan'er, sword in hand, stood atop the highest point of the estate, surveying the scene below. Behind her stood her husband, the loyal old steward, and several trusted guards, with hidden sentinels lurking in the shadows. Before her lay a throng of enemies. She had refrained from bringing Li Chenxi and others out, deeming them no threat. Su Wan'er, you, a mere woman, dare to contest the position of the family head? Jiang Yin scoffed from the crowd. With a slight smile, tinged with sarcasm, Su Wan'er retorted, Uncle Yun, you are mistaken. What if I am a weak woman? I am still a member of the Zhang family. Today, I will avenge my grandparents and seek justice for my mother. Without waiting for a response, she swung her sword and charged at the enemies. In an instant, the clash of blades and the cries of battle echoed through the air. Su Wan'er moved with agility, her swordsmanship fierce, each strike aimed at the vital points, leaving her adversaries struggling to defend themselves. Li Chenfeng and several guards, along with hidden sentinels, followed closely behind, fighting valiantly. The battle raged on throughout the night, and as dawn began to break, the fighting gradually subsided. Chapter 77. Offering strategies. Having just resolved matters concerning her grandparents, Su Wan'er and her family, including her parents, returned to the capital. With the year drawing to a close, the northern barbarians had allied with the neighboring nation of Yen, leading to trade and exchanges among the countries. This caused discontent among other nations, resulting in continuous provocations and skirmishes along the borders. Emperor Shaojin was furious, erupting with rage in the imperial study. Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er devised a plan. After Li Chenfeng returned from court, she shared her strategy with him, urging him to enter the palace and report to the emperor. Upon entering the palace, Li Chenfeng was escorted directly to the imperial study. After the attendant announced him, Emperor Shaojin, wearing a worried expression, received him. After bowing respectfully, Li Chenfeng slowly spoke. Your Majesty, do not despair. I believe this moment presents an opportunity. Perplexed, Emperor Shaojin looked at him as Li Chenfeng explained Su Wan'er's plan. The northern barbarians conspire with foreign nations against our territory. We can win over certain tribes within their domain with generous rewards, inciting internal chaos, rendering them unable to focus on alliances. As for those provocateurs among the smaller nations, we can discreetly send assassins to sabotage their supplies and military provisions. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shaojin's eyes brightened, repeatedly exclaiming it was a brilliant idea. Following Li Chenfeng's counsel, the emperor set the plan in motion, and indeed, the northern barbarians experienced internal strife, preoccupied with quelling rebellion, while the smaller nations, deprived of supplies, gradually ceased their provocations. The emperor was overjoyed and rewarded Li Chenfeng with countless treasures. Li Chenfeng humbly declined, stating, Your Majesty, I have merely done my humble part, hoping for the peace and happiness of our citizens. Emperor Shaojin regarded Li Chenfeng with newfound admiration and respect, proclaiming, My dear minister, you truly are the divine general of our realm. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Though you are not swayed by wealth, I must bestow other rewards upon you. I have heard of the exceptional wisdom of Lady Su. No doubt, this strategy was devised with her insight. I hereby grant her a noble title, elevating her to the rank of first-class lady. Li Chenfeng hurriedly expressed his gratitude for the emperor's favor. Upon returning home, Li Chenfeng shared the news with Su Wan'er, who smiled brightly, delighted by the unexpected honor. From then on, Su Wan'er frequently accompanied Li Chenfeng to various banquets. One day, at a palace banquet, clad in splendid attire, Su Wan'er captivated the audience. The other consorts, filled with envy, sought to challenge her. A favored consort spoke up, I have heard Lady Su is exceptionally wise. I present a riddle. Should she solve it, a grand reward awaits. Su Wan'er responded with composure, effortlessly unraveling the riddle in just a few sentences, earning gasps of admiration from all present. At that moment, the internal strife within the northern barbarians had calmed, and upon the ascension of a new king, envoys were sent to seek peace, expressing a desire to renew friendly treaties and presenting numerous rare treasures. Emperor Shaojin was overjoyed and once again hosted a grand banquet for his ministers. During the feast, he publicly praised Li Chenfeng and Su Wan'er, leading to a chorus of accolades from the attendees. The general's wife is indeed fortunate. General Li has achieved another great victory. Su Wan'er graciously thanked everyone with a smile. However, the consort who had previously challenged her could not bear to be overshadowed. With a sly remark, she asked, Lady Su, being so clever, would you care to solve another riddle? Su Wan'er inclined her head slightly, indicating her willingness. The favored consort continued. There is a chessboard, with 19 lines both vertically and horizontally. The black pieces play first, and the white pieces must break the deadlock, but the white can only place one piece. How should this game be played? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The chess problem was notably intricate. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wan'er replied with a smile. I believe the white piece should be placed at the center of the board, thereby breaking the stalemate. The center is the heart of the game. Once a piece is placed there, no matter how the black pieces attempt to surround it, the white piece can respond effectively, influencing the entire game. The crowd was initially taken aback, then enlightened, showering her with praise. The favored consort's face darkened, but she could only feign a smile. Emperor Xiao Jin laughed heartily, declaring, Lady Su is indeed the Zhuge Liang among women. Su Wan'er humbly acknowledged the compliment. After this incident, Su Wan'er's reputation soared, and the entire capital knew that General Li had a wife of exceptional intelligence. As Su Wan'er and Li Chenfeng returned home, their eyes were filled with love and pride for one another. Chapter 78. The marriage proposal. Half a year later, Xiao Xuanzi donned a magnificent robe interwoven with red and black, radiating vitality as he rode a spirited steed along Xuanwu Avenue. Accompanying him was a long procession bearing sumptuous marriage gifts, creating a splendid spectacle. This sight not only captured the attention of the onlookers, but also ignited fervent discussions among them. Look, the crown prince's generosity is truly remarkable. He is indeed a royal. Someone exclaimed in admiration. With such a display, it could be likened to a 10-mile bridal procession, another person remarked wistfully. If only someone could come to court me in such grand style, I would die without regrets, a young woman said, her face aglow with longing. Just you? With such plain looks, you certainly possess a lively imagination, a voice nearby chimed in mockingly. Say that again if you dare. I won't be so polite next time. The teased girl retorted angrily. As the crowd engaged in their spirited conversation, Xiao Xuanzi and his entourage arrived at the gates of the general's residence. Before he could speak, his personal attendant, Chenfeng, swiftly approached and knocked on the grand door. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing the butler of the general's residence standing respectfully at the entrance. Upon seeing Xiao Xuanzi, he hurriedly bowed. Dismounting with grace, Xiao Xuanzi strode into the general's estate. In the courtyard, General Li Chenfeng and his wife Su Wan'er had been awaiting their arrival, accompanied by Li Chenxi. Li Chenxi, too, was elegantly attired, wearing a matching red and black dress, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, her beautiful visage radiant with joy. Xiao Xuanzi stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute to the general before turning to Li Chenxi and declaring, Chenxi, I have come to seek your hand in marriage. With a blush gracing her cheeks, Li Chenxi shyly replied, What you desire is also what I long for. Xiao Xuanzi's lips curled into a smile as he produced a beautifully carved jade pendant from his robe, presenting it to Li Chenxi. This is a token I crafted with my own hands, a symbol of my unwavering heart, bestowed upon you as an engagement gift. Li Chenxi accepted the jade pendant, her eyes shimmering with tears of gratitude. This treasure is precious. I shall cherish it and honor your heart. She then produced a pendant she had worn since childhood, placing it in Xiao Xuanzi's palm. Your Highness, this is a token I have worn for years. I entrust it to you as a symbol of my commitment, wishing not to waste our youth or your affection. Xiao Xuanzi moved, took the pendant, and hung it at his waist. In this life, among the vast waters, I shall take but a single sip. I vow that you shall be my only wife, with no concubines to tarnish our bond. General Li Chenfeng's face broke into a satisfied smile as he stepped forward and patted Xiao Xuanzi on the shoulder. Your sincerity, Crown Prince, brings me great comfort. From this day forward, we shall be one family. Su Wan'er approached, gently grasping Li Chenxi's hand, and smiled at Xiao Xuanzi. Dear child, from now on, may you both love one another, grow old together, and find happiness. The guests applauded and offered their blessings, enveloping the atmosphere in warmth and joy. Xiao Xuanzi and Li Chenxi exchanged smiles, their eyes reflecting dreams of a beautiful future together. Suddenly, amidst the laughter and joy, a clear and authoritative voice echoed, shattering the warmth of the moment. The imperial decree has arrived. A messenger clad in court attire, bearing a golden scroll, hurried into the residence, flanked by several armored guards. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, the messenger proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating throughout the courtyard. Everyone fell silent, holding their breath, eager not to miss a single word. Chapter 79. The engagement turmoil today. The Crown Prince Xiao Xuanze and the Li family's daughter, Li Chenxi, are joyfully united. It brings me great comfort. I bestow 10,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk as a wedding gift, and I hereby declare them as bonded by the Golden Orchid Pact, wishing them eternal unity and a shared life. As the final words resonated, the general's residence erupted into a thunderous applause and cheers. Subsequently, a grand engagement ceremony was held within the estate. Musicians played festive tunes while dancers twirled gracefully, enveloping the residence in joy. Guests arrived in droves, bearing precious gifts to celebrate the occasion. As night fell, the banquet reached its zenith. Xiao Xuanze and Li Chenxi stood hand in hand upon a raised platform, thanking all the attendees with heartfelt toasts. Their voices rang clear and resolute. "We are grateful for your presence and wish to share the eternal nature of our love with all of you." As the last drop of wine was consumed, the applause erupted once more. However, just as everyone reveled in the jubilant atmosphere, dark clouds gathered overhead, and a bolt of black lightning split the night sky. In an instant, a group of cloaked figures appeared within the general's residence, each brandishing sharp blades and exuding a menacing aura. "Protect the Crown Prince and Miss Li." The guards of the general's residence swiftly drew their weapons. Xiao Xuanze shielded Li Chenxi behind him, his expression steely. The leader of the cloaked figures sneered, "Crown Prince, today marks your demise." It turned out that there were those in the court who feared Xiao Xuanze's influence and had bribed assassins to carry out the attack. Despite Xiao Xuanze's formidable martial skills, the overwhelming numbers of adversaries proved challenging. Amidst the chaos, one assassin lunged toward Li Chenxi, and seeing the blade poised to strike her, Xiao Xuanze unhesitatingly turned to absorb the lethal blow. Blood stained his garments as Li Chenxi's eyes widened in horror. The assassins, having achieved their goal, quickly retreated. "Xiao Xuanze." Li Chenxi cradled the injured Xiao Xuanze, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Xuanze, with a weak smile, reassured her, "Do not weep. I will not perish easily. I am determined to remain by your side." Li Chenxi, overwhelmed with anguish, clung to the gravely injured Xiao Xuanze. "You foolish man. You know I possess martial skills, that I can evade danger and avoid serious injury. Why would you rush in to protect me?" Xiao Xuanze, gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his chest, attempted to comfort her, but coughed, You can be hurt. It will hurt you." With a quivering voice, Li Chenxi insisted, "Stop talking. Let me treat your wounds first." Suppressing her emotions, she focused intently on treating Xiao Xuanze's injury. Though her hands trembled, she had to steady herself. Years of learning medicine alongside her mother had instilled confidence in her abilities. After all, she was the daughter of Su Wan'er, the renowned goddess of healing. She could not tarnish her mother's legacy. Moreover, Xiao Xuanze was injured while saving her. She could not afford to lose him. She had to save him. Taking a deep breath, she calmed her racing heart and began to staunch the bleeding. She instructed someone to fetch the medical kit and then carried him back to his room. Once he was laid on the bed, she set about disinfecting the wound, applying anesthetic and stitching it up with deft, rapid movements, ensuring the stitches were fine and neatly executed. At that moment, a mysterious elder suddenly appeared. "Young lady, your medical skills display remarkable proficiency. From whom have you learned?" The elder inquired curiously. Chapter 80. The departure. Once Li Chenxi finished bandaging the wound, she replied to the elder, "Sir, I learned under my mother's guidance, as she taught me everything." "Ah, it seems your mother is indeed a remarkable woman, a heroine amongst women. With due respect, may I inquire if your mother is the esteemed Dr. Su Wan'er, the proprietor of the famed Bai Chaoju in the capital?" Li Chenxi, filled with curiosity, nodded in affirmation and replied, "Yes, esteemed elder. Are you acquainted with my mother?" The old man nodded thoughtfully and said, "We share a past connection. In light of your mother, I possess a medicinal pill that can alleviate pain and expedite healing." He then produced a pill and handed it to Li Chenxi. "Thank you, venerable sir, for your generous gift. Your kindness shall be remembered for all eternity." Li Chenxi expressed gratefully as she accepted the pill, meticulously examined it, and administered it to Xiao Xuanze. Moments later, Xiao Xuanze's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. Subsequently, Li Chenxi learned that the old man was the revered physician from Gu, whom Su Wan'er had previously rescued. He was well aware of the intrigues within the court and had come to offer his assistance. Xiao Xuanze, overwhelmed with gratitude, wished to invite the elder to serve in the court, but the old man declined and quietly departed. Following this incident, Xiao Xuanze realized that their adversaries would not relent easily. Thus, after a period of convalescence lasting several months, during which his health improved, he hastened to strategize and covertly investigate the mastermind behind the plots. During his recovery, Li Chenxi moved to the East Palace, devoting herself tirelessly to his care. Day after day, she personally concocted medicinal broths, prepared nourishing meals, and tended to his every need. Initially, Xiao Xuanze fretted over her well-being and opposed her cooking, but her stubbornness prevailed. She insisted on doing it herself, claiming she was not fatigued. Ultimately, he relented and allowed her to continue. Xiao Xuanze felt that the injuries he sustained were not in vain. The time spent recuperating was among the happiest of his days. Each day, he was graced with the sight of his beloved and savored the meals she prepared. Their bond deepened, and they engaged in martial arts practice together, honing their skills. Once healed, Xiao Xuanze dispatched individuals to uncover the truth, even utilizing the resources of his mother-in-law, Su Wan'er, at Linglong Pavilion. It was soon revealed that the jealous son of the late emperor, Xiaozhi, harbored resentment towards his father for ascending the throne, and thus orchestrated an assassination attempt against him, hoping to bring sorrow to Emperor Xiaojin and alleviate his own grievances. Years later, after extensive planning, Xiao Xuanze finally gathered all the evidence needed to apprehend Xiaozhi. As the dust settled, Xiao Xuanze and Li Chenxi were blessed with their own moment of happiness. The palace was adorned with festive decorations, radiating joy. Xiao Xuanze donned ceremonial attire, awaiting his beloved. Li Chenxi, adorned in a phoenix crown and bridal attire, gracefully approached him, drawing envious gazes from those around. After their union, Li Chenxi cultivated a medicinal garden within the East Palace, nurturing various rare herbs and imparting her medical knowledge to the palace maids and eunuchs. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuanze diligently governed the state, showcasing his talents in the court. One day, urgent reports arrived from the borders regarding an invasion by foreign enemies. Xiao Xuanze resolved to lead his troops into battle. Although Li Chenxi felt a pang of worry, she understood it was his duty as the future sovereign. She meticulously prepared the necessary medicines and protective gear for his expedition. Before his departure, Xiao Xuanze clasped Li Chenxi's hand tightly and said, "Wait for my return." With tears in her eyes, she nodded in agreement. As Xiao Xuanze rode forth with his army to the frontier, Li Chenxi remained in the inner palace, praying day and night for his safe return. Months passed with no word from him, and Li Chenxi grew increasingly anxious. One night, she dreamt of Xiao Xuanze lying bloodied on the battlefield. Chapter 81. Rescuing her husband on the battlefield. Awakening from her nightmare, she could no longer contain her distress and resolved to venture to the borders in search of Xiao Xuanze. Disguising herself in male attire and armed with her carefully crafted healing elixirs, she stealthily left the palace. After overcoming numerous dangers, she finally reached the military camp at the borders, only to find the morale among the troops dismally low. The enemy had employed a peculiar poison mist tactic, leaving many soldiers afflicted and injured. Li Chenxi immediately sprang into action, applying her medical skills and utilizing her supplies to treat the wounded. Upon recognizing her, Xiao Xuanze's personal guards rushed over to bow in respect. "Your Highness, what brings you to the battlefield? It's far too dangerous here."
Li Chenxi, mein Taining her kompusure, replied.
"It's nothing. You may continue with your duties. I will tend to the injured. Moreover, do not inform His Highness of my presence. I shall speak with him myself."
"But,
Your Highness, if he finds out, what shall I do?" The young guard protested, anxiety etched on his face. "Simply act as if you have not seen me," Li Chenxi replied, proceeding to examine the injured soldiers. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuanze was engaged in a fierce battle, growing weary against the formidable enemy forces. Upon receiving news of the situation, Li Chenxi commandeered a warhorse and galloped straight into the fray. In a crucial moment, she charged into the battlefield, tossing out her antidote to disperse the poison mist while showcasing her exceptional martial prowess to assist Xiao Xuanze in vanquishing the foes. The enemy was thrown into disarray by this unexpected turn of events and began to retreat. When Xiao Xuanze spotted Li Chenxi approaching on horseback, he was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. As she drew near, he snapped back to reality, rushing forward to embrace her, his voice tinged with fear. What are you doing here? It's perilous on the battlefield. Why would you come when you could have stayed safely in the capital? Do you not understand the danger? If something were to happen to you, what would I do? And if I had not come and something happened to you, what would I do? We have just been married. Could you bear to leave me alone? Li Chenxi retorted, her frustration spilling over into tears. Xiao Xuanzi held her close, hastily soothing her.
I am sorry.
It's all my fault. Please do not cry. It pains me to see you in tears. Li Chenxi, comforted by his words, managed to smile through her tears, playfully pushing him away and blushing as she chided. What are you saying in public? Together. They returned to the camp where Li Chenxi handed over all the medicinal supplies she had brought to the military doctors and joined their efforts, working tirelessly to treat the wounded. Initially, the soldiers were skeptical of the youthful figure before them, doubting the skills of someone so young, thinking her merely a pretty face from a wealthy family, incapable of providing real assistance. However, Li Chenxi swiftly demonstrated her exceptional medical abilities, reviving many critically injured soldiers under her care. The once doubtful military doctors quickly came to admire her, seeking her guidance in the healing arts. Under Li Chenxi's meticulous care, the soldiers recovered swiftly, and morale surged within the army. Observing this change, Xiao Xuanzi planned to capitalize on their momentum. Yet, the enemy seemed to perceive the shift in morale, dispatching envoys to seek peace. Xiao Xuanzi convened with his generals to deliberate, and Li Chenxi participated in the discussions as well. She proposed inspecting the envoys for any potential hidden threats, particularly regarding disease. After thorough examination, they confirmed no abnormalities. Ultimately, both parties reached a peace agreement. With the war quelled, Xiao Xuanzi returned to the court with Li Chenxi, greeted by the citizens who lined the streets, showering praise on their valiant prince and astute princess. Upon their return to the palace, tales of Li Chenxi's deeds spread throughout the court and beyond, garnering her greater respect and admiration. In the years that followed, the heroic exploits of Xiao Xuanzi and Li Chenxi continued to be recounted. Their deep affection and unwavering commitment to safeguarding the prosperity of their nation became a cherished tale, immortalized in the annals of history. Chapter 82. The disappearance of Li Yuexin's sister and brother-in-law. Something terrible has happened. Yuexin is missing. Li Yuetian rushed breathlessly into the room, frantically addressing Li Chenxi and her husband. Li Chenxi immediately rose to her feet, grasping him urgently as she asked, "What did you say? Who is missing?" Yuexin. Yuexin is missing. Li Yuetian's eyes were tinged with red from anxiety. Li Chenxi furrowed her brows, pondering how her 10-year-old daughter, Yuexin, could have gone missing. The crown prince, Xiao Xuanzi, also rose to his feet, offering reassurance. "Do not fret. First, let us ascertain what has transpired." After taking a deep breath, Li Yuetian recounted, "Today, I took Yuexin to the market for some leisure, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished. I scoured the entire marketplace, yet I could not find a trace of her." Li Chenxi then contemplated, could it be possible that she went off to play with friends? Without hesitation, Li Yuetian responded, "No, I have inquired with everyone. Her father and mother have gone out to search for her. Even if we contact Linglong Pavilion, it will not be swift enough. I came to the palace to inform you all so that we might search together. Strength lies in numbers. What are we waiting for? We must search for her at once." Li Chenxi exclaimed, her heart racing as she prepared to leave. Just then, the chief steward of the East Palace hurriedly approached, bearing a letter. Your Highness, someone has just delivered this letter to the palace." Li Chenxi snatched the letter, and upon opening it, she read, "If you wish to see her, you must not bring a single soldier. Before sunset, at the dilapidated temple in the west of the city." Li Chenxi's expression shifted. It was clearly a trap aimed at the crown prince. However, the urgency to rescue Yuexin took precedence. Clenching her teeth, she declared, "Prepare the horses. I shall personally go to the dilapidated temple." Xiao Xuanzi grasped her arm, his gaze resolute. "Chenxi, do not act rashly. This situation is indeed suspicious and may be a trap. Let us investigate first." Thus, they hastily made their preparations and set off towards the west. Upon arriving at the dilapidated temple, the sun was already dipping towards the horizon. The surroundings were eerily silent, enveloped in an unsettling atmosphere. Xiao Xuanzi held Li Chenxi's hand tightly, signaling her to be cautious. As they ventured deeper into the temple, they discovered Yuexin bound to a pillar, her mouth gagged and eyes filled with terror. At last, you have arrived. A cold laugh resonated from the shadows. A figure clad in black emerged. Who are you? Why have you captured Yuexin to threaten us? Xiao Xuanzi demanded angrily. The figure laughed heartily. Your Highness, it has been a long time. Have you forgotten me? With that, she removed her veil, revealing herself to be the deposed consort, Lu. Were you not exiled?
Li Shenxi gaspat.
If it weren't for you, I would not have ended up in such a plight. Today, I shall make you experience the agony of losing a loved one. Lu's eyes burned with malice. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside. Xiao Xuanzi had secretly dispatched men to follow and protect them, suspecting a trap. Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, Lu panicked. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Xuanzi advanced and subdued her, rescuing Yuexin. At that moment, Su Wan'er arrived after receiving word and charged at Lu, delivering a barrage of blows while berating her. You old crone! How dare you kidnap my daughter? Do you have no shame? Su Wan'er, you are insane! Lu cried out. I see you as the one who is mad, fixating on men while lacking any ability of your own. Now that they no longer want you, you blame everyone else. Is it not better to live peacefully? Must you court disaster and drag my daughter into it? You shall pay for this.
Ouch. Su Wan'er, you lunatic.
I will not let this go. Lu retaliated. With your frail frame, I could crush you with a mere finger. Let us see if you dare to kidnap my daughter again.
Ouch.
Stop hitting me. I was wrong. I will never kidnap your daughter again. Please stop. As the two engaged in this tumultuous brawl, onlookers instinctively distanced themselves, cringing at the scene. Eventually, Su Wan'er, exhausted, ceased her assault and adjusted her attire. Lu lay on the ground, groaning in disarray. Xiao Xuanzi cleared his throat to dispel the awkwardness, declaring, this matter must be reported to His Majesty for a decree. Everyone nodded in agreement. On their way back to the palace, Yuexin clung tightly to Li Chenxi, whispering, Sister, I was so frightened today. Li Chenxi tenderly stroked her hair in comfort. Then, Yuexin, her eyes sparkling with admiration, remarked, Mother, you are truly magnificent. Subsequently, Xiao Xuanzi escorted Lu back to the palace to face the emperor's judgment. Furious upon hearing the news, the emperor imprisoned Lu for eternity. Following this incident, Li Chenxi cherished her family even more, diligently teaching Yuexin martial arts. However, it became apparent that Yuexin was not well suited for such training. She harbored dreams of a carefree life, believing that with her prominent family, she needed not strive, as her parents and siblings would protect her. She spent her days in idleness, often uttering incomprehensible phrases learned from who knows where. In response, Li Chenxi could only provide her with defensive poisons, meticulously instructing her on their use, warning that they must only be employed in dire situations to avoid harm to herself or others. Yuexin, appearing utterly bewildered, nodded along, whether she understood or not. Recognizing her daughter's confusion, Li Chenxi ultimately resorted to labeling each potion with instructions, fearing Yuexin might inadvertently harm herself.
Meanwhile, Su Wan'er,
having become a heroine in the eyes of many, was now regarded with trepidation. Numerous individuals swore to avoid provoking this formidable figure during gatherings of noblewomen in the capital. Despite their apprehension, tales of her striking down Lu were frequently recounted, eliciting peals of laughter from all. Li Yuetian, too, grew more cautious and meticulous, diligently honing his combat skills as he remained ever vigilant by his sister's side. The family enjoyed a harmonious existence, relishing the tranquility as though the recent turmoil were merely an exhilarating yet amusing interlude. However, this peace would not last long. One day, urgent news arrived from the southern frontier. Enemy forces were advancing, posing a significant threat. As the crown prince, Xiao Xuanzi was duty-bound to lead the troops into battle. Concerned, Li Chenxi resolved to accompany him to the military camp for support. Upon hearing this, Li Chenfeng and his wife, Su Wan'er, worried for their daughter's safety, decided to join as well. With the legendary warrior Li Chenfeng by their side, everyone felt reassured. Xiao Xuanzi and Li Chenfeng, united as father-in-law and son-in-law, led a morale-boosted contingent of soldiers to confront the enemy at the southern border. Upon arrival at the military camp, Li Chenxi sensed the tense atmosphere and, though worried, was determined not to hinder their efforts. Li Chenxi instructed the soldiers on crafting rudimentary defensive weapons, utilizing her unique ideas and experience to significantly bolster their defenses. Meanwhile, Li Chenfeng fought alongside Su Wan'er, his formidable martial prowess instilling fear in the enemy ranks. Yet the enemy had enlisted the services of a sorcerer, who conjured a thick fog over the battlefield, causing the soldiers to lose their bearings. In the ensuing chaos, a soldier inadvertently knocked over a vial of medicine Li Chenxi had placed on a table, which fortuitously dispelled some of the fog. Inspired, Li Chenxi commanded the troops to utilize various potions to counter the sorcery. Ultimately, the sorcerer exhausted his powers, throwing the enemy into disarray. Su Wan'er and his soldiers triumphed, returning victorious. What is the matter that has you so flustered?
Su Wan'er inquired.
My lady suddenly fell into an inexplicable coma, and the doctors in our residence are at a loss. My master has even summoned the imperial physician, yet they too cannot ascertain the cause. The young servant knelt down, pleading, I have heard that you, esteemed healer, possess miraculous skills. I beseech you, save my lady. Su Wan'er quickly assisted the young servant to his feet. No need for such courtesies. Where is your residence? Let us first attend to your lady. As they walked, the servant explained, esteemed healer, my master is Qin Junlin, the Minister of Justice. Upon arriving at the residence, Su Wan'er made her way directly to the lady's chamber. As she stepped through the door, a peculiar fragrance enveloped her. Approaching the bed, she examined the lady's condition and took her pulse, only to discover a chaotic rhythm that was not indicative of a typical ailment. How is my daughter? Madam Chen inquired anxiously. Do not fret, Madam Chen. The condition of your daughter appears to be the result of some malevolent sorcery, but further observation is required. The imperial physicians were unable to diagnose her due to their limited ability to conduct a thorough examination. Please, I implore you, save my daughter. She is merely 12, still so young, with a bright future ahead. Madam Chen fell to her knees in desperation. Just as Su Wan'er pondered the situation, a shadow darted past the window. Alarmed, she pursued it outside, yet the shadow had vanished. Turning back to the lady, she noticed a slight movement of her fingers, indicating signs of awakening. Su Wan'er realized that this incident might be part of a larger conspiracy, and that the lady could merely be a pawn in a game. Determined to unravel the mystery and expose the puppeteer behind the scenes, she returned to the lady's side. Upon closer inspection, she discovered an unusual jade pendant hidden beneath the pillow, inscribed with obscure runes. At that moment, the imperial physicians arrived for a consultation. Su Wan'er discreetly concealed the pendant, deciding to keep it under wraps for now. After much deliberation, they reached an impasse, and Su Wan'er proposed to watch over the lady alone for the night. As night fell, the strange fragrance permeated the air once more.
Su Wan'er final sleep, attentively observing her surroundings.
Indeed, the shadow reappeared, inching closer to the bedside. Just as the shadow reached out to harm the lady, Su Wan'er sprang into action, using a silver needle to seal the shadow's acupoint. The shadow revealed itself to be an enforcer from a mysterious organization, intent on using the lady to manipulate the Minister of Justice and thereby influence the court's affairs. The jade pendant was the key to enacting their dark sorcery. Su Wan'er deciphered the runes inscribed on the pendant, lifting the restrictions placed upon the lady. As she gradually awoke, the truth came to light. Su Wan'er was subsequently rewarded for her efforts, gaining further renown, while the mysterious organization, having had its plans thwarted, retreated into the shadows, deterred from further actions. Chapter 85. The Shadow Cult. Upon her return, Su Wan'er instructed the Linglong Pavilion to investigate the mysterious organization emerging in the martial world. A few days later, Linglong Pavilion reported that this enigmatic group was known as the Shadow Cult, notorious for recruiting extraordinary individuals for undisclosed purposes. Upon learning this, Su Wan'er resolved to delve deeper into the matter personally. Li Chenxi, upon hearing of her mother's intentions, voiced her disapproval, insisting that she undertake the investigation herself. Disguised as an ordinary citizen, Li Chenxi stealthily infiltrated a nearby town associated with the Shadow Cult. There, she observed numerous suspicious figures entering and exiting an inn, prompting her to take up residence there. That night, strange noises emanated from the adjacent room, and peering through the door crack, she saw a group of cloaked individuals gathered around a map, deep in discussion. Straining to catch snippets of their conversation, she inadvertently knocked over a flower pot at the entrance. The figures became alert, and Li Chenxi had no choice but to act first, engaging them in combat. Outnumbered, she found herself struggling against the assailants. Just then, a masked figure appeared, effortlessly dispatching the attackers. As she prepared to express her gratitude, she noticed the stranger was adorned with the insignia of the shadow cult. Before she could voice her suspicions, the masked figure reassured her, "Fear not, I am not your enemy. I seek your assistance in uncovering the sinister machinations of the shadow cult." Filled with uncertainty, yet instinctively trusting him, she felt an inexplicable familiarity. "Very well. Let us together stir the waters of the martial world." The two of them soon changed their attire, posing as ordinary disciples of the shadow cult. Upon infiltrating the organization, they discovered a highly structured hierarchy and stringent defenses. Cautiously, they explored the premises, communicating only in code. One day, they learned of an impending grand conspiracy orchestrated by the shadow cult, aiming to employ the extraordinary individuals they had gathered to overthrow the martial world and even the entire Chenfeng kingdom. While en route to the gathering place, Li Chenxi inadvertently triggered a trap, and sharp spikes shot towards her. The masked figure swiftly pulled her behind him, sustaining a wound to his arm. Overwhelmed with guilt, she watched as he merely smiled dismissively. Exchanging glances, they resolved to sabotage the alliance. Amidst the chaos, they incited infighting among the cult members, engaging in fierce combat. However, knowing the shadow cult stronghold was where everyone had converged, they opted for subtlety over direct confrontation. "You go that way and I will go this way. We must first sow discord from within to weaken the shadow cult's strength before we can strike," the masked figure suggested to Li Chenxi. "Agreed, but be careful." She nodded in agreement before moving away. Feigning an accident, Li Chenxi bumped into a nearby cult member, muttering, "Watch where you're going. Are you in such a hurry to meet your demise?" Enraged, the cult member raised his hand to retaliate, triggering a tumultuous uproar among the surrounding individuals. The masked figure followed suit, and soon, chaos engulfed the shadow cult. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, Li Chenxi and the masked figure stealthily approached the core area of the cult. There stood an elevated platform, upon which rested a box emitting an eerie glow. "There must be something peculiar about that box," Li Chenxi whispered. Chapter 86. The masked man revealed as they approached, a powerful force suddenly surged forth. The leader of the shadow cult had made his appearance. "Do you think such trivial antics can disrupt the grand designs of my cult?"
he scoffed.
The masked figure positioned himself in front of Li Chenxi, declaring, "Today, I shall thwart your plot to plunge the world into chaos." As Li Chenxi observed the figure's silhouette, the sense of familiarity intensified. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of a jade pendant peeking from beneath his collar, a sight that stirred a vague recollection within her. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air from behind, forcing her to abandon her inquisitive thoughts and dodge a sword aimed at her. Both adept in their arts, Li Chenxi unleashed the ultimate techniques taught by her mother, while the masked figure revealed his long-concealed skills. Their synergy proved formidable against the leader of the shadow cult, who, despite his strength, found it challenging to withstand their assault. Ultimately, they shattered the enigmatic box, causing the cult to lose its pivotal artifact, diminishing the leader's power and leading to his defeat. Without their leader's oppressive control, the shadow cult descended into chaos, its members attacking indiscriminately, driven into a frenzy. As Li Chenxi and the man in black faced the chaos, they could only join forces once more to fend off the frenzied followers of the shadow sect. In the midst of the melee, the man's mask was knocked off, and to Li Chenxi's astonishment, she discovered that the person before her was none other than her husband, the crown prince of Xianyuan Kingdom. At that moment, the crisis was still not averted, and Li Chenxi had no time to inquire how he came to be there. She could only muster her spirit and continue to fight. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She utilized her lightness skill to ascend to a higher vantage point and emitted a sharp whistle, a distinctive summoning signal of the Linglong Pavilion. Soon after, the skilled fighters from Linglong Pavilion rushed to her aid. With their combined efforts, the followers of the Shadow sect were finally subdued. It was only after all were captured and the danger completely eliminated that Li Chenxi found the opportunity to earnestly question her husband, her dear crown prince, about his presence there. Gazing at her husband, confusion and fear filled her eyes. "Come, our esteemed crown prince, enlighten us. Why are you here?" Xiao Xuanzi looked at her with a semblance of playfulness and replied, "Sister, I too worry for you. Moreover, how could I possibly rest easy knowing my beautiful wife is out alone?" It turned out that the crown prince had long been aware of the shadow sect's activities and, fearing for his wife's safety, had secretly investigated. Upon encountering Li Chenxi infiltrating, he was determined to ensure her safety. Feeling a mix of gratitude and frustration, Li Chenxi admonished. Please refrain from jesting. Speak earnestly. And aren't you concerned that if your identity is revealed, it could lead to dire consequences? Xiao Xuanzi, holding her waist earnestly, replied, As long as I can protect your safety, I fear nothing. Besides, I trust that you, my sister, are formidable enough to safeguard me. Li Chenxi's cheeks flushed with indignation as she retorted, Next time, do not act so recklessly, or I shall not spare you. Humph, very well. My wife has spoken. I shall be utterly obedient, he replied, and the two clasped hands as they returned to the palace.
On the way,
The crown prince promised to consult her on matters henceforth, vowing never to handle things in secret again. After returning to the palace, the bond between Li Chenxi and Xiao Xuanzi deepened. However, tranquility was short-lived. One night, a group of mysterious assassins infiltrated the palace. These assassins were highly skilled and seemed intimately familiar with the palace's layout. Xiao Xuanzi and Li Chenxi quickly organized the guards to resist. During the skirmish, Li Chenxi noticed that the techniques employed by these assassins bore traces of the Shadow Sect, yet were not entirely identical. After a fierce battle, the assassins began to falter. At that moment, a figure seemingly leading the group suddenly threw a smoke bomb, and amidst the ensuing haze, they made their escape. In the aftermath, Xiao Xuanzi dispatched men to trace the origins of the assassins, but to no avail. An uneasy feeling settled in Li Chenxi's heart, as she sensed a larger conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. She resolved to investigate the remnants of the Shadow Sect, believing that these assassins may be intricately connected to it. Xiao Xuanzi supported her decision and pledged his full assistance. Chapter 87. The drama queen Su Wan'er. When Li Chenxi returned to the general's residence to visit her family, she informed her mother, Su Wan'er, of her suspicions regarding the remnants of the Shadow Sect. Su Wan'er dispatched people to utilize Linglong Pavilion's information network for inquiries. Chenxi, have you been bullied in the palace? Oh, dear. My daughter has entered that den of tigers and wolves at such a young age. What a pitiful child. Su Wan'er lamented, looking at her daughter's haggard appearance with concern. Mother, you should read fewer tales. Besides, who in Xianyuan Kingdom would dare to provoke me? Li Chenxi knew her mother was once again indulging in drama, likely influenced by countless stories read. Not to mention, the current empress is my aunt, who has always treated me with kindness. Now that I am the crown princess and the crown prince dotes on me so, who would be foolish enough to seek their demise? Su Wan'er, hearing her daughter's words, felt a wave of resentment and indignation. It's because you all have grown up and no longer play with me. The sisters of my past have their own affairs, leaving me bored. What else can I do besides read tales? Li Chenxi sighed, realizing that with so few children in the family, they had all grown up and were preoccupied with their own lives, leaving their parents without companionship. She needed a way to keep her mother occupied, lest her mother concoct some mischief. With a twinkle in her eye, Li Chenxi devised a plan. Mother, since you are so idle, why not take over the business of our Linglong Pavilion again? Continuing, she said, now that I am married into the royal family, it is no longer appropriate for me to manage the affairs of Linglong Pavilion. Su Wan'er's eyes brightened at the suggestion. After contemplating, she realized that since her daughter was married, it was indeed unsuitable for her to handle the affairs. Initially, she had entrusted the management of Linglong Pavilion to her then 13-year-old daughter to avoid work, but now it was time for her to resume her responsibilities. Very well. I shall bring Yuexin and Yuetian along, allowing them to learn as well, so that one day they can manage it. Li Chenxi thought for a moment. Anyone could manage it as long as they did not engage in wrongdoing. I believe you should guide Yuexin more. Yuetian seems less interested in this, and, besides, a man should seek his fortune elsewhere. He performs admirably in his studies. Who knows, he might even assist his brother-in-law in the court one day. Su Wan'er agreed with her eldest daughter's reasoning. After much discussion, the arrangements were finally settled. A few days later, Li Chenxi received news that the remnants of the Shadow Sect appeared to be making moves. She decided to investigate in secret. In a secluded alley in the city, Li Chenxi spotted several suspicious individuals and was about to follow them when one of them seized her arm. Turning around, she found it was the crown prince. Chenxi, it is far too dangerous for you to come alone. I have come to assist you. Together, they followed the trail, which led them to an abandoned temple. Inside, they could faintly hear the conspiratorial voices of the Shadow Sect's followers plotting against the palace. Li Chenxi exchanged a glance with the crown prince. Both resolved to return to the palace to report before launching a decisive strike against the remnants. They hurried back to inform the emperor and empress of the situation. The emperor, furious, immediately dispatched the imperial guard, led by the crown prince, to encircle the remnants of the shadow sect. Li Chenxi requested to accompany them, as she possessed ample knowledge about the shadow sect. Upon arriving at the abandoned temple, the followers of the shadow sect were busy discussing their final plan. The imperial guard quickly surrounded the temple, leaving the sect members in shock. A fierce battle ensued. The crown prince led the charge while Li Chenxi nimbly maneuvered through the enemy ranks. Although the shadow sect resisted fiercely, they were no match for the well-trained imperial guard. Just as victory seemed imminent, a particularly skilled member of the sect seized an imperial guard soldier, attempting to use him as leverage for escape. Seeing this, Li Chenxi deftly threw a dagger from her sleeve, striking the assailant's wrist, causing him to loosen his grip. The imperial guard surged forward, capturing the leader of the sect. The insurrection of the shadow sect was finally quelled. The emperor, pleased, generously rewarded all involved. The bond between the crown prince and Li Chenxi grew even stronger. Following this incident, the Xianyuan kingdom entered a period of peace. Li Chenxi occasionally returned to the general's residence to visit her family, while Su Wan'er busied herself with the Linglong Pavilion's business, and the family enjoyed harmonious moments together. Chapter 88. Li Mingze's secret affection recently. Li Mingze felt a sense of discomfort that he could not quite place. Since returning from the Jiangnan region with his father, where they had handled business affairs, he had been in this state, unable to focus on food or drink, and plagued by a persistent sense of unease. In his helplessness, he resorted to seeking out friends for a drink. Upon hearing of his troubles, Xiao Xianzhu laughed, prompting several others to ask what was so amusing. Xiao Xianzhu inquired of Li Mingze, while in Jiangnan, did you encounter anyone who left you utterly captivated, perhaps a remarkable woman? Li Mingze, after a moment of contemplation, found a vivid image surfacing in his mind, a young girl he had accidentally bumped into while wandering outside. She was enchantingly beautiful, her smile radiating an irresistible charm. Xiao Xuanjue clapped his hands, declaring, "This is the crux of the matter. It seems that Mingze has taken a liking to that girl and has fallen ill with lovesickness." Li Mingze widened his eyes in disbelief. How could that be? It was merely a fleeting encounter. Yet, ripples stirred within him, and the girl's visage became increasingly distinct. Beside him, Li Yuetian teased, "It appears that Brother Mingze must journey south again to seek this beauty. Perhaps he is searching for a sister-in-law for us." Laughter erupted among the crowd. A thought stirred within Li Mingze. Perhaps a trip southward was indeed warranted. Days later, he set forth on the road to Jiangnan once more. He navigated through familiar streets in search of her, yet despite days of searching, he found no trace of the girl. Just as despair began to settle in, he finally spotted her silhouette at the entrance of a narrow alley. There she was, playfully engaging with a little cat, her smile pure and radiant. Li Mingze's heart raced as he approached, bowing respectfully. The girl looked up, surprise and shyness flickering in her eyes. Gathering his courage, he greeted her in the manner taught by Xiao Xuanjue. "My lady, it is a pleasure to encounter you again. What a delightful coincidence." The girl returned his greeting with a polite smile. "You jest, sir." After a moment of shared glances, Li Mingze introduced himself. "I am Li Mingze. May I ask for your name, fair lady?" She lowered her gaze and softly replied, "I am Lin Wanqi." He repeated the name in his mind, finding it as gentle and melodious as the girl herself. As they conversed, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Lin Wanqi appeared flustered, prompting Li Mingze to unfurl his folding fan to shield her from the rain. They both hurried to take refuge under a nearby eave, where Lin Wanqi's cheeks flushed as she murmured, "Thank you, sir." Li Mingze gazed at the beauty so near, his heart pounding. "You are too kind, Miss Lin. It is my honor to provide you shelter from the rain." Their conversation flowed effortlessly, drifting from the bustling capital to the fertile lands of Jiangnan. Soon, the rain ceased, and they continued their stroll, savoring various culinary delights of Hangzhou. As they meandered, Lin Wanqi found herself increasingly enchanted by the seemingly carefree yet remarkably knowledgeable Li Mingze. Suddenly, a maid rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh, miss, what are you doing here? The Chen family has arrived, and your parents are looking for you." She pulled Lin Wanqi away, who turned back repeatedly, reluctant to leave. Li Mingze stood there, feeling a profound sense of loss. That night at the inn, Li Mingze tossed and turned, resolved to seek out Lin Wanqi the next day. The following morning, he visited the Lin residence with carefully prepared gifts. only to be informed that Lin Wanxi had become engaged to another. He felt as though struck by lightning, leaving in a daze. Yet, he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away and discreetly began to investigate the circumstances surrounding Lin Wanxi's fiancé, hoping to find a way to salvage their connection. In time, he learned that the engagement was devoid of genuine affection, merely a strategic alliance between families. Moreover, her fiancé had a childhood sweetheart, a long-standing love. Realizing he had a plan, Li Mingze approached the Lin patriarch once more, this time under the auspices of a powerful merchant from the Xianming kingdom, bearing gifts. Upon meeting Lin's father and explaining his intentions, he was met with a courteous acknowledgement. "Young Master Li, you honor us with your presence. Please share your thoughts," Lin's father said, wiping the sweat from his brow, aware of the formidable background of this young man. Li Mingze took a steadying breath and spoke earnestly. "I have heard of your daughter's engagement to the Chen family, yet it appears that the young man's heart lies elsewhere. I hold affections for your daughter and respectfully request your support." Lin's father, looking troubled, replied, "What do you mean? My family does not abandon its commitments lightly. This matter concerns our family's honor and is not solely within my purview." Anticipating this, Li Mingze produced a contract, stating, "I am willing to offer 3 times the customary bride price and assist in expanding your family's business in the north. Furthermore, an alliance with my esteemed Li family in the capital could be far more advantageous than a mere union with the Chen family." Lin's father hesitated, weighing the importance of familial benefit. Just then, Lin Wanxi emerged from behind a screen, declaring, "Father, I do not wish to marry that man. My heart belongs to young Master Li." At that moment, Li Mingze unveiled further remarkable truths about his lineage. "My aunt is the renowned healer Su Wan'er. My uncle is the war hero General Li Chenfeng. My elder sister is the current crown princess, and my father is the foremost merchant of the Xianming kingdom. My grandfather is the minister of rights of the Jiang family. You must understand, my family is not to be compared with the Chen family. Relying on my background, I have never faced defeat." The assembled members of the Lin family were left speechless, astonished by the young man's formidable heritage. Lin's father sighed. "Very well. Your youth and sincerity are evident. I am too old to interfere in matters of the heart. If you genuinely care for each other, I shall risk offending the Chen family." Li Mingze felt a surge of joy and promptly vowed to handle the ensuing matters with care. Before long, he arranged to meet with Lin Wanxi's fiancé, laying bare the emotions shared between them. "Chen Gongzi," Li Mingze began, casually flicking the tea leaves in his cup. His tone light, yet resolute. "Miss Lin and I are of mutual affection. Since I understand you have someone else in your heart, why not collaborate, ensuring both our paths lead to happiness?" Chen Gongzi's brow furrowed, his expression filled with hesitation. "However, this is a matter of family alliance and concerns our family interests. I fear I cannot decide." "Not to worry," Li Mingze replied with a confident smile. "All I need from you is a simple agreement. Moreover, an alliance with my esteemed Li family would far outweigh any benefits from a partnership with a Lin family." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Gongzi nodded, agreeing to Li Mingze's proposal, though he emphasized the need for careful communication with their families. Li Mingze chuckled, assuring him that he would manage everything appropriately. He then returned to his family, explaining the entire situation. The elders of the Li family, already fond of him, recognized the significance of the opportunity and the potential benefits of the alliance with the Xianming kingdom. After careful consideration, they agreed to dissolve the engagement. The Chen family personally approached the Lin family to negotiate, offering generous gifts as an apology. In due course, the engagement between Lin Wanxi and Chen Gongzi was amicably annulled. Upon receiving this news, Li Mingze hastened to send word back to the capital, instructing his parents to prepare for a formal proposal. Within the military residence of the capital, a flurry of activity ensued. Jiang Yingying and Li Chenxi, upon receiving their son's joyous tidings, quickly summoned their elder brother and sister-in-law to discuss the preparations for the betrothal gifts and other necessary arrangements. The matriarch of the Li family, delighted by the news of her grandson's impending marriage, radiated joy. Family members gathered, warmly discussing the details of the betrothal, the atmosphere filled with excitement and harmony. Subsequently, Jiang Yingying and Li Chenxi, bearing meticulously prepared and lavish betrothal gifts, embarked on their journey southward, traversing picturesque landscapes that invigorated the spirit.
Su Wan'er,
Filled with curiosity and longing for this grand event, beseeched Li Chenfeng to accompany her to Jiangnan. Thus, The four of them set forth on their southern expedition. A grand procession in motion. As the carriage advanced southward, Su Wan'er and Jiang Yingying sat side by side within the spacious and comfortable vehicle, savoring tea and sharing laughter while admiring the poetic scenery along the way, their hearts brimming with joy and anticipation. Meanwhile, the brothers Li Chenfeng and Li Chenxi could only ride alongside on horseback, occasionally exchanging glances imbued with anger and dissatisfaction, as if engaged in a silent contest. Li Chenfeng inwardly lamented, "Oh, my sweet and delicate wife, how I yearn to embrace you." Li Chenxi, too, silently cried out, "Wife, look at how my elder brother constantly bullies me. Oh dear." The small towns and villages they passed through buzzed with liveliness, the faces of the townsfolk radiant with happiness. The harmony among the villagers was palpable. Su Wan'er was particularly moved by this genuine warmth. She gently lifted the curtain to gaze outside, where children frolicked in playful pursuit, and elders gathered to recount ancient tales, their faces aglow with bliss. All of this heightened her anticipation for the journey to Jiangnan. After more than a month, they finally arrived in Jiangnan. The arrival of the Li family caused quite a stir, as the Li family was well-renowned in the capital. Li Mingze had been waiting excitedly outside the city gate and led the family to their already prepared residence for rest and recuperation. The following day marked the formal proposal day. Adorned in splendid attire, Li Mingze, followed by a procession laden with betrothal gifts, made his way to the bride's family amidst the sounds of gongs and drums. The bride's family welcomed them with vibrant decorations, and the entire ceremony was both solemn and festive. The two families agreed to host a wedding banquet in Jiangnan, followed by another grand celebration in the capital, ensuring that friends and relatives from both sides could attend and witness the joyous occasion. Soon, the long-awaited wedding day arrived. Su Wan'er and Jiang Yingying watched as the matchmaker meticulously prepared the bride, their fondness for her growing. Lin Wanxi, adorned in an exquisite phoenix headdress and flowing robes, resembled a celestial being, breathtakingly beautiful. As the handsome groom carefully took the hand of his lovely bride and walked slowly down the red carpet, the air filled with warm and sincere blessings, enveloping the scene in an atmosphere of happiness and joy. Guests cast envious glances, discussing the perfect match of the couple. Su Wan'er and Jiang Yingying followed closely behind, clutching the carefully prepared red envelopes, their faces radiating delight and contentment. They exchanged soft words of encouragement, sharing their best wishes for the newlyweds. The groom's face beamed with happiness as he gazed adoringly at the bride, his eyes filled with love and affection. The bride, Lin Wanxi, shyly lowered her head, a rosy blush gracing her cheeks, as radiant as blooming peach blossoms. As the wedding proceeded, a series of splendid performances unfolded, filling the air with laughter and cheer. Guests raised their glasses in toasts, collectively witnessing the couple's moment of bliss. As night fell, fireworks illuminated the scene, casting a dreamlike glow over the wedding, as if they were in a fairy tale. In that moment, everyone was immersed in boundless joy and happiness. After the banquet, both sets of parents reconvened before agreeing to travel to the capital. They had prepared for the wedding in advance, so there was no rush, and upon returning, everything would be nearly ready. Upon their return to the capital, they found the city adorned in festive decorations. At the Li residence, servants busily arranged the final touches. The celebration in the capital promised to be even grander and more luxurious, with dignitaries and nobility arriving to extend their congratulations. Su Wan'er and Li Chenfeng stood at the grand hall entrance, welcoming the guests amidst a continuous stream of well-wishes. Sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window panes, casting a joyful glow upon the red carpet laid out in the hall. Inside, tall red candles flickered warmly, their soft light mingling with lanterns, creating an atmosphere both solemn and cozy. Li Mingze, attired in a splendid brocade robe and adorned with a jade belt, appeared exceptionally handsome. Lin Wanxi, dressed in a delicate bridal gown and crowned with gold and jade ornaments, resembled a celestial maiden, stunningly beautiful. They clasped vibrant red silk ribbons and, guided by the matchmaker, slowly entered the newly decorated hall. The officiant's solemn voice resonated throughout the hall, declaring, "Bow to heaven and earth. May the couple be blessed by the heavens, and may their years be peaceful. Bow to the elders, wishing them longevity and happiness. Bow to each other. May they walk hand in hand, fulfilling their promise of a lifetime together. Enter the bridal chamber. May the couple harmonize beautifully, living in happiness." With each phrase of the officiant, The red candles flickered brightly, and the hall was infused with a festive and warm atmosphere. The bride and groom wore shy yet joyful smiles, each vow seeming to affirm their most sincere vows to each other, to the heavens, and to their elders. Outside the hall, fireworks burst forth, vibrant and colorful, adding a vivid stroke to the couple's bright future. Guests applauded, their blessings echoing throughout the venue. The matchmaker, beaming with joy, watched the couple with satisfaction. Once in the bridal chamber, the room was decorated warmly and elegantly, with a large red character for happiness affixed above the bed, which was draped with soft silk bedding. Everything hinted that the couple's future life would be as sweet and joyful as the celebratory atmosphere surrounding them. In this moment, they nestled together, their eyes sparkling with dreams and expectations for the future. Among the guests were many literati, some composing verses to leave blessings, while others strummed lutes and sang, adding a touch of elegance to the festive day. Meanwhile, elegantly dressed noble women gathered, whispering sweet wishes for the newlyweds. The entire residence was alive with laughter and joy, radiating a rich atmosphere of celebration. Chapter 92. The pressure of marriage. Since Li Ming's wedding, Xiao Xuanjue found himself pressured by his mother to marry
Su Wan'er.
Noticing that among their group of similarly aged children, her youngest son remained unmarried, became exasperated at the sight of him, often scolding him in an attempt to hasten his search for a bride. "If you don't bring a daughter-in-law home soon, just watch how I'll deal with you. You insolent boy. Look at how Mingza has already brought his wife home, and here you are, running around. If only you were as dependable as your elder brother, I wouldn't be so anxious. Mother, finding a match isn't something I can simply will into existence. It relies on fate, and you're urging one to change that." Xiao Xuanjue replied while evading her.
"Esur, exasperated, petst zu come herself."
"You insolent boy, you truly infuriate me." Seeing her face flush with anger, Xiao Xuanjue dared not speak back and hurried to console her, offering a smile as he soothed, "Mother, I understand my mistake. I will go find a bride for you. Okay?" Upon hearing this, Su Wan'er finally calmed down, giving him a stern look as she warned, "You better keep your word, or I won't spare you." Xiao Xuanjue nodded repeatedly, inwardly grumbling that fate could not be summoned at will. Nevertheless, to placate his mother, he decided to venture out of the palace more frequently, hoping to encounter that destined one. As he contemplated, he changed into plain clothes and stealthily slipped out of the palace gates, embarking on his journey of destiny. Xiao Xuanjue wandered through the bustling marketplace, captivated by the trinkets displayed at the roadside stalls, when suddenly, he was enchanted by a melodious sound of a guqin. Curiosity piqued. He followed the sound and beheld a woman clad in white, gracefully playing the instrument in a pavilion. Her fingers danced on the strings with an ethereal elegance, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Xiao Xuanjue found himself entranced, unknowingly approaching the pavilion. The woman, sensing his presence, lifted her gaze to meet his. In that moment of eye contact, his heart raced, and a blush crept onto his cheeks. The woman gracefully bowed and inquired, "Young master, have you come to listen to my humble music?" Regaining his composure, Xiao Xuanjue replied with a courteous gesture, "Your music is exquisite, and I found myself unable to move from the spot upon hearing it." Thus, their conversation began, and he discovered that she was not only a master of the guqin but also possessed a remarkable eloquence, deepening his admiration for her. Just then, a group of attendants hurriedly approached, respectfully addressing her, "Miss, the master is searching for you. We must return." The woman cast an apologetic glance at Xiao Xuanjue before departing with her attendants. He watched her retreating figure, silently vowing to find her again. Upon returning to the palace, his mind was consumed by thoughts of the woman in white, oblivious to his mother's inquiry about his day's endeavors. He realized that his quest for destiny might have already unveiled its answer. The woman was named Lin Wanqing, a visitor from afar, come to visit family. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and before they knew it, the sun had begun to set. As they parted ways, Xiao Xuanjue felt a profound sense of reluctance. After returning to the palace, Lin Wanqing's image lingered in his mind. Over the next few days, he secretly ventured out of the palace to seek her company. With each encounter, he confirmed his growing affection for her, and it became evident that she too harbored feelings for him. Finally, Xiao Xuanjue felt prepared to present Lin Wanqing to his mother. He brought her into the palace to meet his mother, Su Yaoyao. who was thoroughly pleased upon seeing Lin Wanqing, praising Xiao Xuanjue for finally accomplishing something commendable. However, just as their bond flourished and their feelings deepened, an unexpected calamity struck. One day, Xiao Xuanjue noticed a troubled expression on Lin Wanqing's face. Upon inquiring, he learned that a sudden epidemic had ravaged her hometown, placing her family in grave danger. Anxious and distressed, Xiao Xuanjue immediately vowed to send aid. However, despite the palace physician's efforts, the epidemic remained uncontained. Lin Wanqing wept daily, and Xiao Xuanjue's heart ached for her. He sought out his sister-in-law, whose medical skills had been inherited from their aunt, Su Wan'er, hoping she might have a solution. Rushing to his brother's residence, he found his sister-in-law, Li Chenxi. After considering the situation, she agreed to assist. They hastily packed their belongings and accompanied Lin Wanqing back to her hometown. Upon arrival, they discovered the severity of the epidemic exceeded their expectations. Li Chenxi scoured the area, collecting herbs and experimenting with various remedies, while Xiao Xuanjue remained by Lin Wanqing's side, offering her comfort. Days passed without improvement, and Li Chenxi began to feel anxious. At that moment, Lin Wanqing recalled tales from her childhood about a medicinal spring in the mountains that could cure a multitude of ailments. Without hesitation, Xiao Xuanjue led a team into the mountains to search for the spring. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally located it. The spring was surrounded by a pleasant climate, blooming with vibrant herbs, a result of its unique environmental conditions. Xiao Xuanjue ordered the collection of spring water and herbs, hastily returning to the village. Li Chenxi combined the spring water with the herbs according to medicinal principles and commenced treatment for the villagers. Miraculously, the symptoms of the afflicted began to diminish. Lin Wanqing was overjoyed, tightly embracing Xiao Xuanjue. After a period of dedicated treatment, the epidemic was entirely eradicated and life returned to the village. Through this ordeal, Lin Wanqing's feelings for Xiao Xuanjue deepened profoundly. Meanwhile, Su Wan'er, upon learning of Xiao Xuanjue's affection for another, fell into a deep melancholy, feeling as though all vitality had drained from her. Ever since he had rescued her from beneath a horse's hoof in her childhood, she had harbored feelings for him, quietly following him from the shadows over the years. She feared expressing her feelings, terrified of rejection, worried that they might not even remain friends afterward. She felt unable to take that gamble. Now, she was torn between relief that she hadn't confessed, which would only lead to awkwardness and regret, wondering if things might have been different had she been brave enough to voice her heart. Though burdened by sorrow, Su Wan'er possessed a naturally open disposition and did not wish to sink further into despair. She resolved to leave this heart-wrenching place and embark on a journey of exploration. Before her departure, she quietly visited the garden where Xiao Xuanjue often went, taking one last look at the man who had once stirred her heart.
To her dismay,
She stumbled upon Xiao Xuanjue and Lin Wanqing, laughing and admiring the flowers together. The idyllic scene pierced her heart. Xiao Xuanjue, glancing up, caught sight of Su Wan'er hiding behind a tree, sensing her sorrowful expression and feeling a pang of guilt. Yet his heart was entirely captivated by Lin Wanqing, and he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Su Wan'er, suppressing her tears, turned away and left. After embarking on her journey, Su Wan'er encountered the diverse experiences of the world, gradually broadening her perspective. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuanjue and Lin Wanqing's relationship deepened, ultimately culminating in their union. Years later, Su Wan'er returned, transformed into a poised and serene woman. By chance, she encountered Xiao Xuanjue and his wife, offering her heartfelt blessings. Observing the metamorphosed woman before him, Xiao Xuanjue was filled with nostalgia. Su Wan'er bid farewell with a smile, gracefully walking away, finally letting go of the past and embarking on her new life. Xiao Xuanjue then returned to the palace with Lin Wanqing, preparing for their wedding, this time without any obstacles. On the wedding day, the capital was abuzz with excitement. Dressed in ceremonial attire, Xiao Xuanjue looked dashing, while Lin Wanqing shone in her bridal gown, breathtakingly beautiful. Surrounded by well-wishers, they exchanged vows. On their wedding night, as Xiao Xuanjue gently lifted Lin Wanqing's bridal veil, their eyes met, filled with affection. From that moment on, they walked hand in hand through life, deeply in love. Xiao Xuanjue occasionally jested about his mother's persistent nudging regarding marriage, eliciting delightful laughter from Lin Wanqing. Su Yaoyao, witnessing her son's happiness, was equally filled with joy. Chapter 94. Li Yuexin's anomaly. Su Wan'er was the first to notice that her youngest daughter was not quite right. She observed that from a young age, her daughter was unusually obedient, unlike other children who would cry and throw tantrums. At times, her eyes flickered with an unusual blue light, and her strength was astonishing. As the girl reached the age of 10, her peculiarities became increasingly evident. Occasionally, she would utter incomprehensible phrases, while at other times, she appeared to exhibit the innocence of a typical child, leaving her mother perplexed about which version of her daughter was the true one. Determined to uncover the mystery surrounding her daughter, Su Wan'er decided to investigate. One day, while her daughter slept soundly, she quietly entered her room to search through her belongings. Suddenly, she felt something cold and hard beneath the pillow. Upon retrieving it, she discovered a stone radiating a ghostly blue light, intricately engraved with strange symbols. Just then, her daughter stirred awake, her eyes flashing with blue light, and her once sweet voice turned ominous as she said, "Mother, you should not touch it." Su Wan'er was taken aback, but bravely inquired, "What is this?"
Who are you?
Yet, Li Yuexin seemed oblivious to her questions, continuing to speak. "I was trapped in an alternate space and could only borrow this child's vessel to temporarily exist in this world." Su Wan'er was horrified, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "No matter who you are, please leave my daughter alone." Li Yuexin's face displayed a struggle, but after a moment, she returned to normal and rushed into Su Wan'er's embrace, weeping, "Mother, I think I just had a nightmare. A terrifying entity sought to invade my body." Su Wan'er held her daughter tightly, resolving in her heart to find a way to save her. Together, they sought the help of various doctors. Yet no one seemed to understand this bizarre occurrence. One day, they encountered a wandering Taoist priest. Upon seeing Li Yuexin, the priest's expression grew grave, declaring that she was afflicted by an evil spirit. Su Wan'er urgently pleaded with the priest to save her daughter. The priest calculated with his fingers, shaking his head and sighing, "This is a matter of past grievances. To untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it." Desperate, Su Wan'er implored the priest for guidance. Eventually, he revealed that they must seek the origin of a mysterious blue stone, for there might lie the path to liberation. Thus, Su Wan'er and her daughter embarked on a quest to uncover the stone source. After enduring countless hardships, they finally learned of a mysterious valley. Upon entering, they beheld numerous strange stones shimmering with a ghostly light. Suddenly, Li Yuexin, as if possessed, dashed deeper into the valley. Su Wan'er, filled with anxiety, hurried after her. At the valley's end stood an ancient stone tablet, its inscriptions strikingly similar to those on the blue stone. At that moment, Li Yuexin stood before the tablet, and the foreign entity within her seemed to be summoned, slowly drifting towards the monument. With a flash of brilliant light, the entity vanished, and Li Yuexin returned to her normal self. Overcome with joy, Su Wan'er wept as they embraced, finally free from this peculiar ordeal. Believing their tribulations had concluded, Su Wan'er intended to return home with her daughter for a peaceful life. However, as they turned to leave the valley, the surroundings abruptly changed. Thick fog enveloped them, obscuring the once clear path. A sense of unease surged within Su Wan'er as she clutched her daughter's hand tightly. Suddenly, the ancient stone tablet emitted a deep, resonant hum, and a spectral figure materialized from it. This was the very entity that had once inhabited her daughter, now taking a human form. It bowed slightly to Su Wan'er and her daughter, expressing gratitude for their role in its liberation from eternal confinement. "I am not malevolent. I merely lost my way after being trapped for so long. As a token of my appreciation, I wish to bestow upon you a precious gift." As it spoke, a translucent pearl appeared in its hand and was offered to them. Su Wan'er hesitated but accepted the pearl, instantly feeling a warm energy radiating throughout her being. The entity continued, "This pearl will ensure your safety and health, a fitting recompense for your kindness." With those words, its form gradually faded away, the fog lifting and the path reappearing. Clutching the pearl, Su Wan'er and her daughter left the valley, their hearts filled with gratitude and astonishment at their narrow escape. Chapter 95. Reunion with the Master. After Su Wan'er recounted the entire ordeal to Li Chenfeng, he was filled with trepidation. Realizing that his children seemed to attract misfortune like a magnet, he quickly reassured Su Wan'er that now that the danger had passed, they should regard it as nothing more than a bad dream. Yet, a lingering sense of unease plagued Su Wan'er. she felt that this matter was far from resolved. A few days later, an unusual number of strangers began to lurk around their residence. Alarmed, Su Wan'er informed Li Chenfeng, prompting him to increase security around their home. Nevertheless, that night, trouble arose as a group of skilled assailants infiltrated their abode. Li Chenfeng and his household guards fought valiantly but began to falter against the onslaught. In a moment of crisis, a shadow darted past, swiftly repelling the assailants. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a mysterious masked hero. The hero did not linger but left behind a warning, stating that this matter was not yet resolved and they should be wary of those lurking in the shadows before vanishing from sight. Su Wan'er and Li Chenfeng exchanged concerned glances, unsure of the identity of their unseen adversary or the reason for their family's targeting. However, this incident made them acutely aware of the need for caution, and they resolved to discreetly investigate those who might harbor malicious intent, while the identity of the enigmatic hero remained a riddle in their minds. Beginning their inquiry, Su Wan'er and Li Chenfeng scrutinized recent acquaintances. They discovered that prior to the incident, Su Wan'er had declined a business proposal from a merchant named Jia, who appeared affable yet harbored a ruthless nature and had secretly trained numerous assassins. The couple suspected that this incident might be orchestrated by Jia. To draw him out, Su Wan'er feigned regret over her earlier rejection and expressed a desire to renegotiate. Jia, predictably, took the bait and agreed to meet. During their encounter, Su Wan'er discreetly positioned her guards outside. As they conversed, Jia's eyes flickered with deceit, his words laced with hidden meanings, further confirming their suspicions. Just as Jia prepared to strike, the masked hero reappeared, having been secretly protecting them all along and already uncovering Jia's sinister plot. The hero swiftly subdued Jia, exposing his crimes. Su Wan'er and Li Chenfeng were immensely grateful for the hero's intervention. Once the dust settled, they inquired about the hero's identity. To their astonishment, the hero removed the mask, revealing Su Wan'er's long-lost master. Years ago, her master had vanished after encountering a calamity, and their reunion was filled with overwhelming emotion. "Master, where have you been all these years? I have searched for news of you in vain," Su Wan'er asked, her heart brimming with questions. She had diligently sought her master's whereabouts but had found no trace, leaving her to wonder why she could not uncover any information. Her master sighed softly and explained, "I was betrayed and poisoned by treacherous individuals, forced to seek a secluded place to heal. That location was exceedingly hidden, surrounded by protective formations, preventing anyone from discovering it." Hearing this, Su Wan'er felt a pang of sorrow and grasped her master's hand tightly. Her master gently patted her hand and continued, "Once the poison was cured, I suffered a significant loss of power and dedicated myself to recovering my abilities. Only recently have I returned to the world. Upon learning of your peril, I knew I had to come to your aid." Li Chenfeng respectfully bowed to his master, expressing profound gratitude for the multiple times the master had intervened to save them. The master waved his hand, saying, "Wan'er is like my own daughter. I must protect her. However, given recent events, you must exercise greater caution. The dangers posed by human hearts in this world far exceed your imagination." Su Wan'er nodded obediently, assuring her master, "Rest assured, we will proceed with vigilance." Subsequently, her master imparted self-defense techniques and wisdom for navigating the world before quietly departing. Su Wan'er and Li Chenfeng watched their master fade into the distance. Filled with reluctance yet understanding of their master's free-spirited nature, silently wishing for their master's safe passage. Chapter 96. The Fragrant Wine House. Since embarking on her travels, Su Wan'er, lacking martial prowess, was unexpectedly struck unconscious in a place called Muyuan Village and sold into a brothel. When she slowly regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar setting, panic overtaking her. Forcing herself to calm, she recognized that her distress would serve no purpose. She scrutinized her surroundings, noting the opulent decor that was permeated by a heavy scent of perfume. At that moment, a heavily made-up matron entered, twisting her waist. "Ah, the young lady has awakened. Now that you are in my fragrant wine house, you must behave and obey. You will be rewarded accordingly," the matron said with a plastic smile. Fury ignited within Su Wan'er as she gritted her teeth. "How can you act so callously, abducting virtuous women?" The matron sneered. "Humph, still defiant even in this predicament. But you, with your delicate skin, will surely fetch a handsome price." With that, she flounced away. Suddenly, Su Wan'er recalled her aunt's advice. If she ever found herself in trouble while traveling, She could seek help by invoking the name of the Linglong envoy at any establishment marked with the emblem of the exquisite dice. Su Wan'er first steadied herself, intending to deal with the brothel madam while discreetly observing for the presence of the delicate dice symbol within the establishment. Shortly after, the madam returned, accompanied by several maidens adorned in luxurious attire. "My dear, make sure to present yourself well. We have esteemed guests arriving tonight." Though Su Wan'er harbored resentment within, she feigned compliance, allowing the maidens to prepare her. While they busied themselves, Su Wan'er quietly scanned her surroundings and, to her great delight, spotted the small delicate dice emblem on the background of a painting in the corner. She felt a surge of joy, but maintained her composure. Secretly, Su Wan'er approached the madam. "Madam, I seek your assistance in finding someone." The madam cast her a fleeting glance, initially disinterested, but reconsidered, thinking it would not hurt to inquire.
Whom do you seek?
"A person of great importance to me. She gifted me a jade pendant, stating that in times of need, I could seek help at any establishment bearing the delicate dice emblem." As she spoke, Su Wan'er produced the jade pendant from her sleeve, which was intricately etched with the likeness of the dice, each face rendered with meticulous detail, clearly the result of careful study. Upon examining the pendant, the madam's eyes widened in astonishment. Her years of experience in this realm had made her familiar with the markings of the Linglong Pavilion. "I have indeed encountered this dice emblem on a mysterious patron, known for their extravagant generosity yet erratic movements. It seems they are linked to some clandestine organization within the martial world," the madam mused thoughtfully. Su Wan'er, upon hearing this, felt both anxious and exhilarated, clenching her fists until her nails nearly pierced her palms. "Madam, my family only informed me that I could use this in times of trouble. They never mentioned the organization it represents." Observing her innocence, the madam recognized Su Wan'er as a sheltered child, untouched by the harsh realities of life. She decided it prudent to keep her within the brothel for protection, then would send a message to the pavilion's master. "My dear, why not stay here at the Xianglu for a couple days? I will seek to confirm this matter." Gratefully, Su Wan'er nodded. "Thank you, madam." In the following days, Su Wan'er navigated her time at the Xianglu with caution, torn between her worries over the madam's willingness to assist and her vigilance towards the people around her. Meanwhile, the madam dispatched a messenger, who soon returned with news that the Linglong Pavilion specialized in aiding those in distress from the martial world, particularly vulnerable women like Su Wan'er who had been abducted or wronged. Chapter 97. The master of Linglong Pavilion. After receiving the reply, the madam personally sought out Su Wan'er. "My dear, the pavilion master has assured that they will protect you. We shall not overlook the forces involved in the trafficking of people." Su Wan'er let out a sigh of relief. The weight on her heart finally lifted. Subsequently, operatives from the Linglong Pavilion stealthily entered the Xianglu and escorted Su Wan'er away. She was brought to the headquarters of the Linglong Pavilion, a place bustling with skilled individuals, exuding an air of mystery. To her astonishment, the pavilion master was none other than her aunt, Su Wan'er. "Aunt, how is it you?" Su Wan'er was taken aback, unable to fathom that the master of the Linglong Pavilion was her own aunt.
Su Wan'er seid gently, Yuan.
"This journey was meant to be a trial for you. I did not expect it would lead to such events." Su Wan'er rushed into her aunt's embrace, her voice trembling with emotion. "Aunt, I thought I would never see my family again." Su Wan'er comforted her, patting her back. However, she soon adopted a serious demeanor. "Yuan, the ramifications of this incident are vast. The trafficking of women from Muyuan village is no mere coincidence." Su Wan'er's eyes widened in alarm. "Aunt, is there a greater conspiracy at play?" Su Wan'er nodded. "We have uncovered clues linking this matter to a certain minister in the court, who appears to be colluding with nefarious forces within the martial world, aiming to disrupt public order." Clenching her fists, Su Wan'er asked, "What shall we do?" With unwavering resolve, Su Wan'er replied, "The Linglong Pavilion will not stand idly by. You must stay and assist us, for this is also an opportunity for your growth."
Su Juan nodded earnestly.
"Rest assured, Aunt, I shall do my utmost." From that day forward, Su Wan'er trained in martial arts for self-defense while assisting in the investigation of the trafficking conspiracy. She viewed it as an endeavor fraught with peril, yet imbued with profound significance. Upon learning of her desire to continue traveling, Su Wan'er arranged for 2 skilled female guards to accompany and protect her. Su Wan'er gently held her hand, concern evident in her eyes. I have specifically arranged for 2 exceptionally talented maidens to accompany you, so I can rest a little easier. Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated. And Su Wan'er felt warmth swell within her, sincerely expressing her gratitude for her aunt's meticulous arrangements. With her 2 maidens, she set forth on her journey once more. One day, she named her companions Yuan and Uk. The former was astute and lively, with a slight understanding of pharmacology, while the latter was composed and swift in action. As they traversed a small town, an eerie atmosphere enveloped them. Su Wan'er observed many young women with vacant expressions, as if their souls had been stolen. My lady,
Do you see?
the demeanor of these individuals seems rather unusual, remarked Uk softly. No matter, let us remain vigilant and adapt to the unfolding events. Our primary concern is ensuring our safety. Su Wan'er's gaze hardened as she surveyed the peculiar crowd, her mind racing.
YQ closely followed, clutching a petite dagger.
Prepared for any eventuality. In the throng, she noticed a few individuals whispering conspiratorially, their eyes glinting with secrecy, as if plotting something sinister. A chill ran down Su Wan'er's spine, and she whispered to Uk, "It seems today's matters are far from simple. We must find an opportunity to discreetly depart from this place." Uk nodded, and the 2 quietly maneuvered towards the outskirts of the crowd. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as someone shouted, "Seize them. They are assassins." A jolt of fear struck Su Wan'er, yet her demeanor remained calm. Grabbing Uk and Yuan, she swiftly navigated through the chaos of the crowd, racing towards a secluded alley. Behind them, the sounds of relentless footsteps and shouts echoed ominously. "My lady, what should we do?" gasped Yuan, breathless. "Do not fret, we shall find a turn of fortune ahead," Su Wan'er replied coolly, her eyes sparkling with determination. She understood that only by remaining composed could they find a glimmer of hope amidst the looming dangers. Chapter 98. The missing girls recalling her own abduction. Su Wan'er sensed something amiss and resolved to investigate further. The trio disguised themselves as ordinary passers-by, seeking information. Eventually, they learned of an abandoned ancient residence outside the town, where strange noises were often heard, and that the affected women had only begun to exhibit such behaviors after drawing near it. Under the cover of night, Su Wan'er and her companions ventured toward the ancient estate. As they crossed the threshold, an icy chill enveloped them. The interior was dark and foreboding, faint cries echoing in the distance. Cautiously, they advanced when suddenly, a shadow darted past. One of the maidens unsheathed her sword and gave chase, while Su Wan'er led another in a different direction to investigate. In a hidden chamber, Su Wan'er discovered a tome of dark sorcery, detailing methods of cultivating malevolent powers through the consumption of a woman's virgin blood. Just as terror gripped her, a hand rested on her shoulder. Turning, she found her aunt.
Su Wan'er.
It turned out that her aunt had been discreetly following to provide protection. Su Wan'er's expression was grave, her eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve. Yuan, this tome is forbidden. It must not fall into the hands of the wicked, nor should anyone practice such vile arts. As she spoke, she swiftly snatched the tome from Su Wan'er and concealed it within her robe. "Aunt, what shall we do?" Su Wan'er's voice trembled, still shaken from the fear she had just experienced. Su Wan'er took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. "We must destroy it to prevent future calamities. However, this matter is of great importance and should not be disclosed lightly. Tonight, I shall quietly take it away and find a safe place to incinerate it." As she spoke, Su Wan'er retrieved a small jade pendant from her bosom, gently caressing it. "This is a talisman my mother sought for me.
Take it.
And may it shield you from malevolent forces. Remember, regardless of the challenges we face, remain calm and courageous." Su Wan'er accepted the pendant, warmth flooding her heart. She knew that with her aunt by her side, everything would turn out well. Su Wan'er destroyed the forbidden tome and rescued the imprisoned woman. Su Wan'er reflected on the treachery of the world, but felt fortunate to have so many protectors around her. Though love had faded, familial and friendly bonds remained. However, tranquility was short-lived. A few days later, rumors spread in the city of another young man missing. Su Wan'er learned whispers of a sorcery that required a young man to share a bed, siphoning his essence, and that this sorcery appeared linked to the sinister tome they had destroyed.
Anxious, Su Wan'er sought counsel with Su Wan'er.
With furrowed brows, Su Wan'er realized that the ordeal was far from over. The two resolved to investigate further. Following the clues, They ventured to a secluded valley, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere and adorned with strange runes. Suddenly, a mysterious figure cloaked in black appeared before them, obscuring his features. He sneered, "Did you think that by destroying that tome, all would be well? The true drama has just begun."
Su Wan'er gripped her sword tightly, shielding Su Wan'er.
"No matter your schemes, we shall not let you succeed." The enigmatic figure laughed wickedly.
Such bravado.
Those tomes were merely the tip of the iceberg. Su Wan'er whispered to Su Wan'er, "I shall strike first. You look for an opening."
Su Wan'er nodded slightly. Su Wan'er lunged forward.
Her sword aimed at the mysterious figure, who extended a desiccated arm from beneath his cloak and grasped the blade barehanded.
Su Wan'er topped the hair sword.
But it would not budge. At that moment, Su Wan'er noticed a faint glow at the figure's feet, resembling the core of the runes. She stealthily circled around, attempting to disrupt the runes. The mysterious figure sensed her intentions, violently shoving Su Wan'er aside and lunging at Su Wan'er. In a flash, Su Wan'er hurled her sword, striking the figure's back. Stumbling, the figure lost focus, allowing Su Wan'er to shatter the runes. In an instant, the sinister atmosphere began to dissipate. The mysterious figure, now frantic, waved his arms, chanting incantations. Surrounding them, black smoke ascended, and wailing souls emerged. Su Wan'er and Su Wan'er stood back to back. Just as the situation grew dire, a brilliant light appeared in the sky. It was a multitude of skilled fighters from Linglong Pavilion, whom Su Wan'er had previously alerted. United, they overwhelmed the mysterious figure, ultimately leading to his demise. Both Su Wan'er and Su Wan'er exhaled in relief, having vanquished a significant threat. Subsequently, Su Wan'er returned to the capital, while Su Wan'er, accompanied by her companion, continued her journey, exploring rivers and mountains, reveling in the beauty of the world. As she traveled, she paused to document the local customs and traditions. One day, she arrived at a picturesque water town in Jiangnan, coinciding with the Lantern Festival. Her companion was overjoyed, pulling Su Wan'er through the bustling market. As Su Wan'er watched the floating lanterns on the river, a wave of emotion washed over her. Just then, a child accidentally bumped into her, dropping his lantern into the water. She smiled and comforted the child, buying him a new lantern. After the child departed happily with his new lantern, Su Wan'er gazed at the water, lost in thought. Suddenly, a melodious flute sound wafted through the air, ethereal and poignant, as if expressing unspoken emotions. Intrigued, she followed the sound. Beneath a willow tree by the shore stood a young gentleman in white, playing a jade flute. His posture upright like a pine tree, his features strikingly handsome. As Su Wan'er approached, he seemed unaware of her presence. When the melody concluded, he finally looked at her, surprise flickering in his eyes. They exchanged smiles, and Su Wan'er could not help but inquire, "What is the name of this tune?" He replied, "It is called Longing." His words held a deeper significance, stirring something within Su Wan'er. In the following days, Su Wan'er frequently encountered the gentleman nearby. They engaged in discussions of poetry and art, enjoying each other's company. She learned that his name was Junmo Ran, the scion of a scholarly family. Nevertheless, Su Wan'er understood that her stay in this place would be brief. Thus, despite feeling a slight affection for him, she had no intention of lingering. Having experienced a previous failed romance, she was reluctant to easily open her heart again. One day, Su Wan'er resolved to leave the Jiangnan water town. Junmo Ran came to bid her farewell, presenting her with an exquisite jade flute. "This flute is named Yanjun. May you think of me whenever you see it." Su Wan'er accepted the flute, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. With her companion, she embarked on her journey. Occasionally, she would take out the jade flute. Memories of Junmo Ran flooding her mind. As they traversed a village, they encountered a band of robbers attacking the villagers. They had been resting in a villager's home that night. When the robbers arrived, Su Wan'er and her companion could have escaped discreetly, but concern for the villagers and the children who had peeked at them with laughter compelled her to stay. How could she bear to watch those innocent lives, still in their flower-like youth, be extinguished? Ultimately, they chose to stand with the villagers. She instructed her companions to quickly find tools for defense. Su Wan'er gathered the younger men and women, swiftly teaching them how to wield weapons, just as the robbers approached the village entrance. In a moment of peril, Junmo Ran arrived with a group of retainers to assist. He had followed her secretly, unable to leave her side. Su Yuan felt a mixture of gratitude and conflict as he earnestly expressed his desire to accompany her on her travels. After much hesitation, recalling her past concerns and witnessing Jun Mo ran as steadfastness, she finally smiled. She agreed to travel with him, and thus, the three companions began their journey together. They traversed more landscapes, with Jun Mo Rand attentively caring for Su Yuan. Gradually, her defenses crumbled, and their feelings deepened, leading them to compose their own romantic saga. Chapter 100. The Crown Prince's Mistress, Your Highness. Your Highness, what troubles you? Amidst the flurry of the maidservant's anxious cries, the Crown Princess, Li Chenxi, fainted upon learning that Xiao Xuanzi had brought a woman back from outside. A chaotic scene ensued as everyone rushed to summon a physician or locate the woman. When Li Chenxi finally regained consciousness, her eyes brimmed with hatred. Where is that woman now? The maidservant timidly replied. She has been arranged to stay in a courtyard within the capital. Li Chenxi rose, tidying her garments as she made her way toward the courtyard. Your Highness, please do not be agitated. The physician said you are with child and must not become upset, the maidservant, Ingyu, hastily said, supporting Li Chenxi. If I do not express my anger, how can I swallow this indignation? Li Chenxi retorted coldly, shaking off Ingyu's hand as she strode toward the courtyard. Upon arriving, she saw the woman in the garden, admiring the flowers, her appearance charming and alluring. Xiao Xuanzi stood nearby, a smile gracing his face. Li Chenxi inhaled deeply and approached. Xiao Xuanzi furrowed his brow slightly upon noticing her. What brings you here? Li Chenxi let out a cold laugh, declaring, as the Crown Princess, it is only fitting that I come to see which vixen has ensnared His Highness's soul. The woman gracefully bowed and softly replied, Sister, please do not be angry. I am merely a wayward soul, fortunate enough to have found refuge with His Highness. However, Li Chenxi was unmoved by her words and was about to unleash her ire when she suddenly clutched her stomach. Xiao Xuanzi, alarmed, hurried to support her and ordered the woman to retreat. Observing the tension in Xiao Xuanzi's demeanor brought Li Chenxi a flicker of satisfaction. She spoke gently. Since Your Highness is so concerned for me and my unborn child, it would be wise to avoid bringing unrelated individuals into the capital. Otherwise, if harm befalls the royal heir, can Your Highness bear the consequences? Xiao Xuanzi's expression shifted, but he ultimately merely admonished her a few times, stating, You are the Crown Princess. You must possess a certain composure. He then signaled for a maid to assist Li Chenxi back to the palace. Suddenly, the woman began to sob, and Xiao Xuanzi felt a pang of sympathy, chastising Li Chenxi for her lack of magnanimity. Yet, Li Chenxi erupted into laughter, her mirth abruptly ceasing as she fixed him with a frosty gaze. If Your Highness is so enamored with this sister, I shall not linger. I have always been rather small-minded. I will inform father of this matter shortly and request a divorce decree. Xiao Xuanzi was taken aback, not anticipating such resoluteness from Li Chenxi. The woman, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear, knowing that if the Crown Princess truly acted on her words, her fate would be dire. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuanzi felt a sudden panic, as if he were about to lose something exceedingly precious. Regaining his composure, he implored, Crown Princess, do not act impulsively. That was never my intention. Li Chenxi cast him a scornful glance. Is Your Highness's behavior not clear enough? At that moment, the parrot trailing behind discreetly tugged at Li Chenxi's garment and whispered, Crown Princess, please do not act on impulse. After all, it concerns you and your unborn child. Li Chenxi felt a stirring within, yet maintained her stubborn facade. Observing this, Xiao Xuanzi turned to the woman, signaling her with a stern look. You are the cause of today's turmoil. Return to your quarters and remain there. Do not appear before the Crown Princess again. The woman feigned disbelief, her eyes wide, before weeping and retreating to her room. Xiao Xuanzi approached Li Chenxi, gently grasping her hand. Morning sun, I was momentarily foolish, only thinking of her plight. Without any ulterior motives. Li Chenxi scoffed and withdrew her hand, hoping that His Highness would cherish this lesson and refrain from allowing such incidents in the future. Otherwise, she would not be so lenient next time. Chapter 101. The enemy spy. The Crown Princess speaks truthfully. Come, be cautious on the steps. If your stomach is unwell, inform me promptly, Xiao Xuanzi reiterated, nodding fervently as he personally guided Li Chenxi back to the palace. Once inside, he contemplated revealing the entire situation to Li Chenxi, fearing that if he kept it hidden any longer, the truth would emerge and cause her even greater sorrow and anger. Thus, taking a deep breath, he slowly began. Morning sun, there is something I have previously concealed from you. Li Chenxi tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with curiosity. Xiao Xuanzi continued. The woman in that courtyard is indeed a spy from an enemy nation, placed beside me by others, intending to sow discord among the loyalty of our court. I wish to spare you worry, but I did not anticipate it would lead to such distress and fright. Li Chenxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Xiao Xuanzi. After a moment, she sighed gently. Why do you only tell me this now? Xiao Xuanzi quickly explained. I had hoped this matter would pass without further incident, but seeing you so saddened today has left me with a heavy heart. Li Chenxi fell silent for a moment and then smiled. As long as your highness refrains from such dangerous actions in the future, I shall forgive you this time. A wave of indescribable joy surged within Xiao Xuanzi as he firmly grasped Li Chenxi's hand, earnestly stating, Morning sun, your generosity truly humbles me. In the future, I shall tread carefully and never again make such mistakes. Humph. I shall see who dares to claim that I am narrow-minded and lacking in grace. Li Chenxi's lips curled into a smirk, radiating pride and confidence. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, bathing their intertwined hands, as if even the heavens rejoiced in their reconciliation. Xiao Xuanzi's eyes sparkled with sincerity as he gently pressed Li Chenxi's hand to his heart, feeling the warmth and stability emanating from her. Morning sun, your forgiveness not only inspires my admiration, but also grants me boundless courage and strength. From this day forth, through storm or sunshine, I shall walk alongside you, facing every challenge together. His voice was resolute yet gentle, akin to the most tender spring breeze. Li Chenxi, moved by his words, gently withdrew her hand but did not distance herself. Instead, she stood resolutely beside Xiao Xuanzi. Very well. Let us show those who underestimate us what true magnanimity and grace look like. Her tone carried an undeniable pride and determination, as if in that moment, their hearts had synchronized, unbreakable in their unity. A few days later, a grand banquet was held in the palace, attended by numerous ministers and their families. All had heard of the crown prince's earlier indiscretions outside the palace, casting sidelong glances at one another. However, due to their esteemed statuses, no one dared to speak openly, whispering amongst themselves instead. During the festivities, with songs and dances filling the air, Xiaojin and Su Wan'er, the emperor and empress, occupied the main seats, receiving the bowing reverence of all. At that moment, a minister raised his cup in tribute, exclaiming, Your Majesty and Empress, your deep affection is truly a blessing for our nation. Xiaojin responded with a smile, and Su Wan'er displayed her poise and grace. After several rounds of drinks, someone unexpectedly presented a painting, claiming it celebrated the harmony between the emperor and empress. Upon unfurling the scroll, it revealed a scene of the crown prince in a compromising position with another woman. Gasps filled the room, and Xiao Xuanzi's expression darkened. Chapter 102. Accusations. Yet Li Chenxi remained composed, standing to address the assembly. This painting is nothing but a fabrication by petty individuals seeking to sow discord between us. His Highness is devoted to the country and its people. How could he commit such an act? Should anyone continue to believe these rumors, they must not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Li Chenxi's words resonated with strength, and the crowd lowered their heads in silence. The emperor and empress exchanged approving glances with her, while Xiao Xuanzi looked at her with gratitude, to which she responded with a reassuring gaze. However, the one who had presented the painting was not finished. With a cold sneer, he produced an object from his bosom, a jade pendant. Crown Princess, you are mistaken. This pendant belongs to His Highness. I witnessed him bestow it upon that woman. The crowd's gaze shifted once more. Xiao Xuanzi's heart raced. He recalled the pendant had indeed been lost, and now it was being used against him. Li Chenxi approached calmly, taking the pendant and examining it closely, before smiling. Though this pendant appears to be His Highness's, it is, in fact, a counterfeit. Observe the texture of the jade. It is coarse and unrefined, far beneath what His Highness would possess. She then produced the authentic pendant from Xiao Xuanzi's person for comparison. The crowd gasped at the stark contrast. The man who had presented the painting turned pale, collapsing to the ground in shock. It turned out he had been bribed by the crown prince's political adversaries, attempting to tarnish his reputation. Following this incident, Li Chenxi and Xiao Xuanzi's stature grew immensely, and thereafter, no one dared to falsely accuse the crown prince and princess. In the aftermath, Su Wan'er cherished Li Chenxi even more. One day, he discreetly led her to a secluded corner of the imperial garden, where an ancient cherry blossom tree was in full bloom. From his sleeve, he retrieved an exquisite box and presented it to Li Chenxi. In the gentle light of dawn, the princess presented a meticulously crafted hairpin to her beloved, adorned with cherry blossoms, reminiscent of her dazzling beauty at the recent banquet. Li Chenxi accepted it, playfully chiding, "Your Highness, there is no need for such extravagance." Su Wan'er tenderly adorned her hair with the pin, murmuring, "You deserve nothing but the finest." Soon after, urgent news of warfare from the borders reached them. As the crown prince, Su Wan'er, was compelled to lead his troops into battle. At their parting, Li Chenxi fought back tears, imploring, "Your Highness, please return safely." Grasping her hand tightly, he reassured her, "Fear not, I shall return victorious." On the battlefield, Su Wan'er fought valiantly, her smile often flashing in his mind. Eventually, he led his army back triumphantly. On the day of his return to the palace, the citizens lined the streets in celebration. Spotting Li Chenxi among the crowd, he dismounted swiftly, rushing to embrace her tightly. Upon their return to the palace, Su Wan'er recounted the perils of battle to the emperor, including a near-fatal assassination attempt. Li Chenxi's heart raced with fear upon hearing this. That evening, she prepared a sumptuous feast, filled with his favorite dishes. At the table, she remarked, "Your Highness, having survived such danger, you must exercise greater caution henceforth." Su Wan'er took her hand, smiling in agreement. Days later, a celebratory banquet was held in the palace. Festivities flourished. Yet Li Chenxi felt an unsettling presence, as if unseen eyes were watching. After several rounds of wine, a group of assailants in black burst in, led by a figure shouting for vengeance, remnants of a defeated nation seeking retribution. Su Wan'er instinctively shielded Li Chenxi, while the guards rushed to confront the attackers. With his exceptional martial prowess, he fought fiercely, retreating with her. In the chaos, they sought refuge in a hidden chamber. As the sounds of conflict faded, an unusual fragrance pervaded the air, causing Li Chenxi's consciousness to wane. Desperate, Su Wan'er searched for an escape. Just as she was about to succumb, he discovered a mechanism to unlock the door and carried her to safety. After the imperial physician's examination, both Li Chenxi and her unborn child were found to be unharmed. In the aftermath, Su Wan'er ordered a thorough investigation into the remnants of the enemy and vowed never to place Li Chenxi in danger again. As time passed, Li Chenxi's belly grew round with child. Su Wan'er became increasingly protective, seldom leaving her side. One day, while strolling in the imperial garden, she was captivated by the melodious sound of a flute. Following the music, she discovered a beautiful musician performing in a pavilion. Upon noticing Li Chenxi, the musician bowed respectfully. She was a newly appointed court musician, yet for reasons unknown, Li Chenxi felt a lingering sense of unease whenever she was near. The musician's enchanting melodies seemed to delight Su Wan'er, who occasionally engaged her in discussions about music theory. On one occasion, Li Chenxi accidentally witnessed the musician discreetly handing him a piece of sheet music, her eyes filled with unspoken emotions. A pang of bitterness surged within Li Chenxi, though she concealed her feelings. That night, she broached the subject with Su Wan'er, who quickly clarified that he merely admired the musician's talent. She chose to believe him, yet her unease remained. Days later, the musician mysteriously vanished, and rumors began to circulate within the palace. Enraged, Su Wan'er investigated the matter, ultimately uncovering a scheme orchestrated by their enemies to sow discord between them. With the truth revealed, Su Wan'er felt an even deeper sense of guilt and affection for Li Chenxi, further strengthening their bond. As days rolled on, Li Chenxi approached her due date, filling the palace with tension. Su Wan'er vigilantly stood watch outside the delivery room. Finally, the cry of a newborn echoed, heralding the arrival of a beautiful little princess. Overcome with joy, Su Wan'er rushed into the room, embracing the weary Li Chenxi. As their daughter grew, palace life blossomed with warmth. Yet beneath the surface, turbulence lurked. An envoy from a neighboring kingdom arrived, ostensibly seeking peace, yet harboring ulterior motives. Presenting rare treasures, among them a gemstone radiating a mysterious light. The envoy claimed it possessed magical powers to fulfill the holder's wishes. Although Su Wan'er initially intended to decline, their daughter played with the gem out of curiosity. Soon after, the little princess fell ill, with imperial physicians at a loss. Li Chenxi wept daily. Although knowledgeable in medicine, she lacked expertise in curses and could only seek other remedies. Witnessing his wife's distress, Su Wan'er recalled the gemstone, suspecting it was the source of their troubles. Under the cover of night, he confronted the envoy, demanding the truth about the gemstone's origins. The envoy, trembling, pleaded for mercy and divulged the reality. The stone was procured from a malevolent tribe, requiring the blood of a child to thrive, or else it would turn against those nearby. Furious, Su Wan'er attempted to destroy the gemstone, only to find it impervious to conventional methods. At that moment, Li Chenxi arrived, cradling their ailing daughter, and upon learning the truth, resolved to try a forbidden spell she had studied. Though perilous, it might purify the gemstone. Su Wan'er fretted, but could not dissuade her. Li Chenxi invoked the forbidden spell, her forehead beating with sweat as she focused. With a blinding flash, the gemstone's dark aura began to dissipate, and the little princess's complexion slowly returned to health. Having survived this ordeal, Su Wan'er heightened palace defenses and exercised greater caution in diplomatic matters. Li Chenxi devoted herself to educating their daughter, teaching her to discern right from wrong and to avoid danger. After enduring numerous trials, their family's bond grew unbreakable, and palace life returned to tranquility and joy, impervious to any forces that might threaten their happiness. 6 months later, during a tribute from the southern region, Princess Hisheng accompanied the envoy, wishing to marry into the Chenfeng dynasty. The emperor was hesitant to agree to this alliance, given his unfamiliarity with the southern realm, notorious for its mastery of sorcery, which bred distrust among many. However, Princess Hisheng presented a rare treasure, the ice spirit pearl, said to ensure safety and prosperity, emitting light to warn of calamities. The emperor was intrigued, and discussions ensued among the court officials. Some cautioned against trusting foreign gifts, while others saw it as an opportunity for goodwill. Standing in the grand hall, Princess Hisheng, poised and resolute, declared, "Your Majesty, I offer myself as a pledge to demonstrate the sincerity of the southern kingdom. I have long admired your esteemed crown prince, renowned for his exceptional beauty." The emperor, taken aback, cast a thoughtful glance at the silent crown prince, Su Wan'er. His expression shifted, turning cold as determination radiated from his gaze. Rising slowly, he spoke with icy clarity, "Father, I already have a fiancée, and in this life, I shall have but one." Turning to Princess Hisheng, he bowed respectfully, "I implore you to seek another suitor." The emperor's brow furrowed, seemingly unprepared for such resoluteness from his son. Tension enveloped the hall, as Su Wan'er's steadfast gaze revealed an unyielding resolve. He continued, "My bond with my fiancée is profound. We have sworn to remain together for eternity. Princess Hisheng, being of noble lineage, deserves a match befitting her status, not one bound to another." With a deep bow filled with sincerity and regret, he reaffirmed his commitment. Princess Hisheng's expression was complex as she regarded the prince's unwavering back, her heart a tumult of emotions. After a moment, she spoke softly yet firmly, "Your Highness, you honor me with your words. I shall respect your choice. May you and the crown princess enjoy a lifetime of blissful companionship." With these words, she turned and departed, leaving a resolute silhouette that echoed in the grand hall. Following the departure of Princess Hisheng, silence enveloped the chamber. The emperor broke the stillness, gazing affectionately at the crown prince. "Ace, are you aware that today's actions may result in the loss of our ally in the southern frontier?" Su Wan'er replied calmly, "Father, I only know that I cannot disappoint the crown princess. If the southern frontier truly seeks an alliance, they would not harbor resentment simply because a marriage proposal has gone awry." The emperor sighed in resignation, deciding to temporarily set aside the matter. As Princess Hisheng made her way back to the inn, she pondered deeply. In truth, she had long been aware of the crown prince's affection for the crown princess, and her visit was merely a test. Although rejected, she now held a greater respect for the crown prince's devotion. A few days later, news arrived from the southern frontier of a sudden rebellion. Princess Hisheng wished to return immediately, and upon learning of her previous sincerity, Emperor Xianming dispatched a contingent of elite soldiers to escort her. The crown prince, Su Wan'er, personally came to bid her farewell, presenting her with a pouch of herbs known to neutralize most poisons, advising her to take care on her journey. Surprised yet grateful, Princess Hisheng accepted the gift. Upon her return to quell the rebellion, Princess Hisheng, against the odds, signed a peace treaty with Xianming, fostering goodwill between the two nations. Thus, the love story of the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess became a cherished tale within the realm of Chenfeng. Chapter 105: The Crown Prince's Unwanted Affections Following the Failed Marriage Alliance with the Southern Frontier Princess. The ministers who had once entertained the idea of marrying their daughters into the Crown Prince's eastern palace soon relinquished their hopes. If the Southern Frontier Princess could not secure a place, what chance did their daughters have? It was better to consider finding suitable matches among the many talented youths in the capital, ensuring a comfortable life for their daughters. However, some remained undeterred, such as the youngest daughter of the Huayang Princess, Zhong Ziyuan, who was infatuated with Crown Prince Xiao Xuanzi. She had often resorted to charming displays in public, hoping to catch his eye, envisioning that, despite her unlikelihood of becoming the Crown Princess, she could still aspire to be a side consort. Yet, Xiao Xuanzi remained unmoved. One day, during a floral banquet at the palace, the young daughter of the Huayang Princess, having adorned herself meticulously, approached him. "Crown Prince, look how splendid the peonies bloom. And the flowers over there are equally enchanting. Would you allow me to take you to see them?" As she reached out to grasp his hand, Xiao Xuanzi frowned and instinctively withdrew. Just as he was about to decline, a soft laugh interrupted. Everyone turned to see Princess Hshin, who had long been absent from public view, gracefully approaching. Her gaze, cold and piercing, fell upon the Huayang Princess's daughter. "Do not embarrass yourself here. His Highness would never be taken in by your artifice. You are merely a nuisance." The Huayang Princess's daughter flushed crimson with indignation.
Who are you to speak to me like that?
"What right do you have to meddle in my affairs?" With a scornful smile, Princess Hshin retorted. "I am the Southern Frontier Princess. I disdain your behavior. Why should I not intervene? Furthermore, the bond between the Crown Prince and his Crown Princess is profound. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to entice him? His aspirations lie beyond such trivial pursuits." After speaking, she turned to Xiao Xuanzi, who gave a slight nod. Realizing she would gain nothing from this encounter, the Huayang Princess's daughter left in frustration. Princess Hshin then faced Xiao Xuanzi, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, please do not take offense. I was merely acting on impulse, unable to tolerate such behavior from women like her." Xiao Xuanzi waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. I am grateful for your intervention."
Princess.
Observing their interaction, the gathered crowd began to speculate about the nature of their relationship. At that moment, the Emperor and Empress arrived, and upon seeing Princess Hshin, the Emperor smiled warmly. "The Southern Frontier Princess is truly remarkable, a heroine among women. Today, she indeed stands out." "Your Majesty's praise is too generous," Princess Hshin humbly replied. As the banquet continued, she turned to Xiao Xuanzi softly, her tone gentle yet resolute. "I merely disapprove of that person's conduct. Moreover, I genuinely admire the Crown Princess. She embodies a remarkable blend of femininity and strength, truly commendable." Xiao Xuanzi smiled, his eyes reflecting tenderness as he spoke of the Crown Princess. "She mentioned you not long ago, expressing her fondness for you after such a long separation." Princess Hshin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "The Crown Princess truly holds me in such regard? I have heard she possesses exceptional wisdom, undoubtedly a worthy partner for you." Chapter 106: The Emperor's Birthday. Xiao Xuanzi nodded slightly, sincerity coloring his tone. "Indeed, it is a blessing to have found such a companion. Yet, Princess, you are equally exceptional. While the affairs of the Southern Frontier are intricate, you manage them with admirable efficiency, earning my utmost respect." A glimmer of mischief danced in Princess Hshin's eyes as she chuckled softly. "Your Highness is too kind. Although the Southern Frontier may not rival the capital's splendor, it possesses a charm of its own. Should you find the time, I invite you and the Crown Princess to visit and experience the unique culture of our land." Xiao Xuanzi's gaze flickered, seemingly captivated by the suggestion. It was indeed a splendid idea, but with the multitude of court affairs, it would be difficult to realize. Just then, a palace maid hurried over, respectfully reporting, "Your Highness, the Empress requests your presence." Snapping back to attention, Xiao Xuanzi bowed to Princess Hshin. "I must take my leave now." "Princess." She inclined her head gently, watching his retreating figure, her eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. Once Xiao Xuanzi was entirely out of sight, Princess Hshin sighed softly and instructed her attendant, "Prepare for me. I wish to take a stroll and see how this capital differs from the Southern Frontier." The maid complied, leaving Princess Hshin alone to gaze into the distance, her thoughts swirling like the tide. She reflected on the vast lands of the southern frontier and the joy shared with its people, a profound emotion swelling within her. As the southern frontier princess, she understood the weight of her responsibilities in governing the border, especially with her younger brother needing support. Her path was indeed laden with challenges. Upon her return to the southern frontier, she vowed to assist her younger brother in governance, and when he came of age, she would pursue the life she desired. Yet, amidst the capital's grandeur, a sense of confusion lingered within her. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it the fragrance of blooming flowers. Princess Hushan inhaled deeply, imprinting the capital's vibrancy into her heart. She resolved silently, no matter how tumultuous the future might be, she would uphold her beliefs, contributing her modest efforts for the southern frontier and its people. Days later, the emperor's birthday arrived as scheduled, the capital adorned with festive decorations, radiating joy. The emperor's birthday was celebrated nationwide, and the entire city thrummed with a jubilant atmosphere. During the banquet, amidst the music and laughter, Princess Hushan presented rare treasures from the southern frontier to honor the emperor. The emperor, delighted, bestowed numerous precious gifts upon the southern frontier envoy. The crown prince has arrived. With a resounding announcement, Xiao Xuanzi entered the grand hall alone. This scene sparked concern in both the emperor and empress, who quickly inquired, "Crown Prince, where is the crown princess? Why did she not accompany you?" In reverence to His Majesty and Her Majesty, Crown Prince Xiao Xuanzi bowed deeply, his words sincere and respectful, stating that the crown princess would soon arrive. The reason for her delay was that their daughter, Su Wan'er, was unwell and had been crying incessantly. To soothe her to sleep, the crown princess had sent their son ahead to prevent His Majesty and Her Majesty from worrying.
Oh, imperial.
The emperor's brow furrowed slightly at this news, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. "Have we summoned the imperial physician?" "Rest assured, Your Majesty," Xiao Xuanzi replied promptly. "I have already dispatched someone to fetch the physician, who is likely attending to Su Wan'er at this very moment." The crown princess mentioned that Su Wan'er merely caught a slight chill, and there is no cause for alarm. With some rest and a few doses of medicine, she shall recover swiftly. Upon hearing this, the empress let out a gentle sigh of relief, her expression radiant with comfort. That is indeed good news. The crown princess is truly considerate. With her looking after Su Wan'er, I can rest easy. Chapter 107. A spectacle to behold. The empress then turned her gaze to Xiao Xuanzi, saying, "My dear crown prince, it has been a while since you and the crown princess wed, and now Su Wan'er has surpassed her first year. You must strive diligently to bless us with more grandchildren." A faint blush graced Xiao Xuanzi's cheeks as he bowed in response. "I shall obey, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty," the empress continued, turning to the emperor with a smile, "the young ladies have prepared splendid performances. Let us take a moment to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show." The emperor nodded gently, a warm smile gracing his face as he strolled into the exquisitely adorned imperial garden. The garden was ablaze with vibrant flowers, and butterflies danced gracefully, adding vitality and elegance to the festivities. "Very well, let us heed the empress's words," the emperor remarked, settling into an intricately carved pearwood chair, with the empress gracefully taking her place beside him. As the melodious music began, the young ladies took turns to perform. Some sang and danced lightly, appearing as ethereal beings descended from the heavens. Others showcased their remarkable talents with brush and ink, their strokes fluid and dynamic, and still, others played the guzheng, the sound flowing like a tranquil spring, refreshing to the spirit. Each performance dazzled the audience, transporting them into the realm of artistry. The emperor and empress exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes reflecting admiration for the talented young women. Laughter and joy filled the imperial garden, creating a scene of harmony and beauty. Li Chenfeng and his wife attended with their son, Li Yuetian, and daughter, Li Yuexin, who was also preparing for her performance in the side hall. At that moment, the performers from the stage were gracefully exiting, and Li Yuexin, accompanied by her dancers, entered with light steps. As the enchanting music resumed, Li Yuexin began to dance and sing. Forgotten sands flow through the fingers, the celestial maiden's flowing sleeves entwined. Under the kulpa tree, guests arrive, inviting a dance amidst the heavens. The rugged ravines rise and fall, the melodious pipes and pipa, gilded chariots, eons of yellow sands have not faded. The vibrant hues of the Tang dynasty remain undiminished. In a fleeting moment, shadows flicker, illuminating the palaces, mistakenly asking, "What year is this?" Where do the lights of the Huxian dancers rest? Accompanied by stars reflecting in the heavens. Li Yuexin's voice was ethereal and resonant, her movements captivating, as if transporting everyone into a magnificent and mysterious epoch. The audience was entranced, and as her performance concluded, it took a while for them to regain their senses. The emperor was the first to applaud, exclaiming, "The young lady from the Li family is truly extraordinary in her talents." The empress beamed with delight, remarking, "Such brilliance! I wonder which fortunate young gentleman will win her heart." Li Yuexin offered a modest bow, her face radiating humility and a bright smile. Her eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, reflecting confidence and joy. As the applause gradually subsided, the palace musicians resumed their melodies, and other talented young ladies took their turns to showcase their skills. Yet, Li Yuexin's performance flowed like a clear spring, lingering in the hearts of all for a long time. The wives of several noblemen whispered among themselves, praising her not only for her beauty and talent, but also for her ethereal grace, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. The emperor and empress's remarks stirred ripples of interest among the young men present, who contemplated the fortune of being accompanied by such a remarkable lady. In an instant, Li Yuexin became the most radiant presence at the banquet, her name and artistry spreading like the spring breeze throughout the palace, becoming the topic of conversation among all. Chapter 108. Suitors crowding the threshold. Ever since Li Yuexin showcased her extraordinary talents at the emperor's birthday banquet, the threshold of the general's residence had been nearly worn down by the persistent stream of suitors. However, Li Yuexin remained oblivious to it all, quietly retreating to her chamber, diligently engrossed in her embroidery. Her maid, Xiaoyu, puzzled, inquired, "Miss, so many young gentlemen have come to seek your hand in marriage. Why do you not even glance their way?" With a gentle sigh, Li Yuexin continued to deftly maneuver her needle and thread. "Oh, Xiaoyu, my heart already belongs to another." Yet this affection is difficult to articulate. For Li Yuexin had harbored feelings for the accomplished Zhou Shiyang, son of the minister Zhou, since her youth. However, she understood the vast social disparity between their families, realizing that such a union was unlikely to materialize. At that moment, Li Chenfeng and his wife were in the main hall discussing their daughter's marriage. Li Chenfeng wore a troubled expression. "My dear wife, there are countless suitors. Yet Yuexin shows no interest. What shall we do?"
Su Wan'er shook her head helplessly.
Just then, the butler hurried in to report that Minister Zhou had come to visit with his son. Startled, the couple quickly rose to welcome them. Zhou Shiyang had come today with the intention of expressing his feelings to his father. After introductions, he boldly declared his desire to marry Li Yuexin, shocking everyone present. Li Yuexin, hidden behind the screen, felt her eyes welling up at this revelation. Li Chenfeng regarded Zhou Shiyang with a mix of astonishment and scrutiny. "Young Master Zhou, our families are quite different in status. Is this decision made after careful consideration?" Zhou Shiyang respectfully bowed, his gaze unwavering.
"General Li,
"My feelings for Yuexin are as true as the heavens bear witness. I am willing to dedicate my life to proving my resolve and sincerity." Seeing Zhou Shiyang's earnest demeanor, Su Wan'er felt a sense of relief. "Generally, the feelings of the youth are precious. Let us grant them an opportunity." After a moment of silence, Li Chenfeng finally nodded. "They may become engaged, but she is still young. And my wife, and I wish to keep her with us for a few more years." The minister was overjoyed at this news, exclaiming, "That is splendid. Truly splendid." Zhou Shiyang's face gleamed with joy, his eyes filled with fervor and anticipation as he glanced toward the screen. Thus, the engagement was settled. However, some envious individuals in the capital, unwilling to see Zhou Shiyang enjoy such fortune, soon spread rumors claiming that Li Yuexin was not a true talent and that her poetry at the banquet had been plagiarized. In no time, the city was abuzz with scandal, leaving the Li family infuriated. However, Zhou Shiyu remained steadfast, personally clarifying the situation and asserting that, even if it were true, his affection was directed towards Li Yuexin as a person rather than her talents. Nevertheless, some elder officials in the court seized the opportunity to challenge him, accusing the assistant minister Zhou of failing to discipline his children properly. Consequently, Zhou Shiyu faced reprimand from the emperor. He sought out Li Yuexin and grasped her hand firmly, saying, "Yuexin, do not be afraid. As long as we work together, we shall surely weather the storm." With tears streaming down her face, Li Yuexin nodded in agreement. The The two then discreetly sought clues regarding the source of the rumors, ultimately discovering that it was the work of a wealthy scion who had once pursued Li Yuexin but had failed. Once the truth was revealed, those who had criticized Zhou Shiyu found themselves at a loss for words. The turmoil gradually subsided, and Zhou Shiyu and Li Yuexin could finally await their wedding day with joy. As the day of their union approached, Li Yuexin and Zhou Shiyu began to diligently prepare for the wedding. They decided to host a ceremony that was both simple and dignified, reflecting their genuine and unwavering love for one another. On the eve of the wedding, Li Yuexin meticulously embroidered her bridal gown in her boudoir, each stitch adorned with exquisite patterns symbolizing good fortune and happiness. She crafted an exceptionally elegant gown, intending to astonish all at the ceremony. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyu busied himself in his study, diligently penning invitations to friends and family, inviting them to witness their moment of bliss. He wrote with great care, as if infusing every word with his joy. Finally, the day of the wedding arrived. Dressed in a magnificent bridal gown and crowned with a resplendent phoenix headdress, Li Yuexin appeared as though she had descended from the heavens. Zhou Shiyu, clad in a crimson robe, exuded an air of gallantry and charm. With their friends and family as witnesses, they exchanged vows in a solemn ceremony, pledging to remain together for a lifetime. After their marriage, they treated each other with utmost respect, living in harmony. Together, they faced numerous challenges, yet their love and commitment to one another never wavered. In each other's company, they cherished countless beautiful moments, becoming the envy of all in the capital. However, their tranquil existence was abruptly shattered by a mysterious letter. One day, upon returning home, Zhou Shiyu appeared sullen, tightly clutching a piece of stationery. Concerned, Li Yuexin inquired, but he merely shook his head in silence. That night, Zhou Shiyu stealthily left the estate. Unable to quell her worries, Li Yuexin discreetly followed him. She observed as he arrived at a secluded residence, pushing the door open.
Inside,
A haggard woman wept profusely upon seeing Zhou Shiyu. This was his long-lost cousin, who had come seeking refuge after a calamity befell her family. Zhou Shiyu had initially intended to conceal her presence from Li Yuexin, fearing misunderstandings. Yet, upon learning the truth, Li Yuexin did not react with anger. Instead, she compassionately tended to her cousin. Grateful for their hospitality, the cousin gradually regained her health. As time passed, however, her feelings began to shift. Witnessing the affection between her cousin and sister-in-law, jealousy took root in her heart. She then covertly devised schemes to undermine their relationship. The cousin feigned vulnerability in front of Zhou Shiyu, claiming that Li Yuexin treated her harshly and deliberately created ambiguous scenarios for Zhou Shiyu to witness. Initially skeptical, he eventually began to harbor doubts. Li Yuexin, sensing a change in her husband's demeanor, felt a pang of injustice, but could not discern the reason. Until one fortuitous moment, she uncovered her cousin's devious plot. Rather than making a scene, she cleverly exposed her cousin's malfeasance in front of Zhou Shiyu. Upon realizing the truth, he was filled with regret. He sincerely apologized to Li Yuexin, pleading for her forgiveness. Although saddened, she chose to forgive him, recalling their bond as husband and wife. Zhou Shiyu relocated his cousin to a residence in the outskirts of the city, arranging for someone to care for her while also keeping her under surveillance. However, he deceived Li Yuexin, claiming she had been sent far from the capital and would no longer be in contact, while he frequently visited her in the suburbs. Life seemed to return to normal, yet Li Yuexin could not shake an unsettling feeling. One day, she resolved to visit the outskirts herself. Upon arriving at the residence, she coincidentally encountered Zhou Shiyu comforting the weeping cousin. The moment the cousin saw her, she began to cast blame, accusing Li Yuexin of stalking her. Zhou Shiyu's expression wavered with uncertainty. Devastated, Li Yuexin turned to leave. At that moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a flash of lightning struck a nearby tree, causing it to fall towards the cousin. Zhou Shiyu instinctively pushed her aside, sustaining a wound from the branches. Seeing this, Li Yuexin rushed to support him. The cousin, panic-stricken, looked tearfully at Zhou Shiyu, exclaiming, "Cousin, are you all right?" Zhou Shiyu gritted his teeth against the pain, subtly shaking his head to indicate he was unharmed. Li Yuexin swiftly retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve, tenderly tending to his injury. Her movements were gentle and focused, as if the world around them had come to a standstill. Witnessing this, the cousin felt a tumult of emotions. She realized how selfish and ignorant her previous actions had been. Lowering her head, she quietly sobbed, "It is all my fault. If I had not acted so recklessly, this would not have happened." With a soft sigh, Zhou Shiyu replied, "It is nothing. It is natural for a young girl to be naive. Yuexin, I am grateful for your timely assistance." Li Yuexin smiled faintly, yet a bitter feeling tugged at her heart. She assisted Zhou Shiyu to a nearby seat and instructed a servant to summon a physician promptly. As she gazed upon Zhou Shiyu's somewhat fatigued visage, a complex array of emotions swirled within her, frustration towards the cousin and profound concern for Zhou Shiyu. After exchanging a furtive glance with his cousin, Zhou Shiyu averted his gaze, relieved that Li Yuexin harbored no suspicions. He knew he had yet to attain all that he desired and could not allow her to uncover the truth about his relationship with his cousin. His choice of this woman was largely influenced by her connections. Her aunt was the empress, and her sister was the crown princess. Additionally, her striking beauty could aid his career. Yet, he could not sever the bond he shared with his cousin, having grown up together in innocence. Thus, he kept her as a mistress, leading to their current predicament. Zhou Shiyu closed his eyes, feigning sleep to mask his internal turmoil. He reminisced about the tender moments shared with his cousin, filled with warmth and reluctance. Yet reality was harsh, and he needed to navigate the intricate balance between power and emotions. Meanwhile, Li Yuexin busied herself, occasionally glancing at Zhou Shiyu with concern in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, the man she loved harbored another life outside of their own, concealing another deep affection within his heart. The physician arrived shortly, meticulously treating Zhou Shiyu's wound. Li Yuexin remained vigilantly by his side, only assisting him back to his chamber once the physician had departed. The cousin followed quietly, her resentment growing like rampant weeds. Her gaze was filled with unending bitterness as she stared at Li Yuexin, blaming her for her own downfall, for becoming a despised mistress. However, confronted with her current situation, the cousin was filled with regret, yet was at a loss for how to amend her wrongs. Throughout their journey back, Zhou Shiyu remained silent, occasionally glancing out the window as if searching for something significant. Li Yuexin carefully supported him, her every action tender, fearful that any misstep might exacerbate his pain. The cousin closely trailed behind them, her gaze directed at Zhou Shiyu filled with compassion and remorse, a complex tapestry of emotions intertwining in a manner that eludes description. The sound of her footsteps echoed through the empty corridor, each step resonating in her heart like the relentless strike of a hammer. She reminisced about the past, recalling the schemes born out of jealousy, which now bore the bitter fruit that she found insurmountable to swallow. Zhou Shiyu's eyes occasionally flickered towards his cousin. Though he spoke not a word, his profound gaze seemed to harbor 1,000 unspoken sentiments. Perhaps he sought understanding, or perhaps a sense of closure regarding their shared history. Li Yuexin sensed Zhou Shiyu's weighty burden. Her gentle words were akin to a spring breeze, attempting to dispel the gloom enveloping his heart. "Shiyu, do not worry excessively." Upon hearing this, the cousin's heart was further torn asunder. How she longed to utter an apology, yet feared that those 3 words would be too feeble to amend her transgressions. The trio continued onward, each step steeped in varying emotions. Upon returning to the room, Li Yuexin prepared Zhou Shiyu's bed and assisted him in lying down. As he closed his eyes, it seemed he was deep in thought. Li Yuexin quietly tucked him in, then turned to leave. Suddenly, the cousin knelt before Zhou Shiyu's bed, tears streaming down her face as she confessed her wrongdoings. Zhou Shiyu hastily sat up, eager to help her rise but hesitated, fearing Li Yuexin's suspicions, leaving his hands awkwardly suspended in the air. Li Yuexin turned around. Witnessing the scene, a chill surged through her, yet she maintained an air of composure. "Do not blame yourself, dear cousin. It was not your fault." Zhou Shiyu chuckled awkwardly. Li Yuexin approached slowly, softly saying, "Your cousin's sincerity is admirable. She need not bear such guilt. Rest well, my husband. I shall prepare dinner."
With that,
she swiftly exited the room before Zhou Shiyu could respond. He wished to follow her to explain but was caught by his cousin's grasp on his sleeve. Frustrated,
he shook off her hand.
the cousin looked up with a face full of grievances, prompting Zhou Shiyu to sigh. "Why must you do this? If she notices, all our previous efforts will be in vain." Her eyes filled with tears, she choked out, "Cousin, I worry for you. You have been troubled lately. How can I stand idly by? I merely wish to share your burden." Zhou Shiyu's heart softened momentarily, yet he steeled himself again. "I appreciate your kindness, but now is not the time." Li Yuexin is perceptive. Any misstep could undo all our work. Please return for now. I need to contemplate a strategy. She nodded, tears welling in her eyes, yet refraining from falling. She left the room, turning back thrice, leaving Zhou Shiyu alone on the bed, gazing out at the dimming sky. His heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that he must swiftly find a solution, otherwise he risked not only failing to protect his cousin but also sealing his own fate. Li Yuexin wandered into the garden, overwhelmed with sorrow. She recognized Zhou Shiyu's impure intentions, yet she could not help but harbor affection for him. Amidst her melancholy, a butterfly gently landed on her shoulder, as if offering solace. "Are you here to comfort me too? Have I truly erred?" She murmured softly to the butterfly. After a prolonged gaze at the delicate creature, she seemed to resolve something within herself. She wiped her tears, straightened her back, and headed back. At that moment, Zhou Shiyu had just managed to calm his cousin and was anxious about whether Li Yuexin would do anything detrimental to him. Seeing her return, a flicker of panic crossed his face. Li Yuexin spoke calmly. "Zhou Shiyu, I have observed your interactions with your cousin these past few days, and I am aware that your relationship is far from simple. You are the one who initially held affection for me, though you deceived me first. I too once sincerely cared for you. I wish not to create an ugly scene. Let us part amicably. From now on, you may pursue your cousin without concern for me." Zhou Shiyu was taken aback by her resoluteness, left momentarily speechless. Li Yuexin turned and returned to her quarters, instructing her maidservants to gather her valuables. The following day, she took the divorce papers she had prepared to Zhou Shiyu for his signature before proceeding to the authorities for the official seal. Upon returning home, she calmly sat by her bed and addressed Zhou Shiyu. "Zhou Shiyu, I shall send someone to inventory and retrieve all my dowry items, including shops and land. Upon my return to the General's residence, I will not pursue reimbursement for the expenses incurred during my time here. However, I must request that you arrange for the proper packing and organization of the gold, silver, jewelry, precious antiques, and renowned artworks still within the residence,
as I will take them with me."
Li Yuexin maintained her composure, disregarding Zhou Shiyu's darkened expression, and stood to leave with her two maids. As Li Yuexin returned to the General's residence, she explained everything to her parents and apologized for making such a decision without their consent, which understandably pained them. The next day, she set off with the housekeeper and several servants, a large entourage, making their way to Zhou's residence. Upon arrival, Li Yuexin instructed the housekeeper to bring the dowry list and began to verify the items one by one as they were loaded onto the cart. "Miss, all the dowry has been accounted for, but some valuable fabrics, jewelry, and antiques are still missing," the housekeeper, Uncle Zhong, reported to Li Yuexin. "The most precious among the fabrics is the purple smoke silk, which was gifted by the crown princess as part of your bridal trousseau. She only managed to find one piece for you. It is no longer among these items. Additionally, a rare purple crystal headdress and a pair of jade pendants, as well as some renowned artworks and 1,000 taels of silver, are also unaccounted for." Li Yuexin's gaze turned icy as she faced the Zhou family, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? The silver and artworks were for my use. I do not require reimbursement for those. But as for the other items, are you attempting to withhold my dowry?" The head of the Zhou family's expression shifted, and he hurriedly replied, "This must be a misunderstanding. Perhaps a servant has been careless and taken them. I will investigate thoroughly." Li Yuexin scoffed, "Lord Zhou, these are valuable items. If they are not returned today, we shall have to settle this in court." Cold sweat beaded on Lord Zhou's forehead as he pondered his options when Madame Zhou rushed in. "My lord, those items were taken by Linglong. Who took them?" Lord Zhou demanded angrily. "It was his cousin Wan Chuling. She expressed great fondness for them. And I thought as we are family, I would let her take them," Madame Zhou stammered. Li Yuexin's fury turned to scorn as she replied, "Madame Zhou, how generous of you to give away my dowry for a favor. If that is the case, kindly retrieve them now, or I shall not be courteous." Madame Zhou's face turned pale, and she reluctantly went to seek the items. After some time, she finally returned with the missing dowry.
Li Yuexin,
with her dowry in hand, left Zhou's residence with her head held high, severing all ties with the Zhou family. Subsequently, she resolved to lift her spirits and began anew. With the wealth she reclaimed, she opened an embroidery shop, which prospered due to its unique designs and exquisite craftsmanship. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyu found himself overwhelmed by the chaos of household affairs in Li Yuexin's absence. Although his cousin meant well, Her clumsiness only added to the disarray. Gradually, the Zhou family grew dissatisfied with her, and Zhou Shiyu began to miss Li Yuexin's capable management. One day, Zhou Shiyu happened upon Li Yuexin's embroidery shop and was struck by her busy yet self-assured demeanor. He entered the shop with the intention of reconciling. However, Li Yuexin coldly remarked, "Young Master Zhou, spilled water cannot be retrieved. You once failed to cherish what we had, and I am no longer the person I used to be." Zhou Shiyu left in sorrow. From that moment on, Li Yuexin dedicated herself to running her embroidery shop, achieving great renown. Occasionally, she reflected on her failed marriage but felt grateful for having cut her losses in time, allowing her to embark on a vibrant life of her own. Chapter 113. The young master of the Qin family. One day, Li Yuexin visited the palace to see her sister, Li Chenxi. When her sister inquired about her divorce, Li Yuexin could not help but pour out her heart. "Sister, since my marriage, I have dutifully cared for my in-laws and managed all household affairs, never neglecting anyone. I treated him so well. Why did he have to treat me this way?" Her sister, filled with sympathy, embraced Li Yuexin and gently consoled her. "Yuexin, today I shall impart a valuable lesson. When it comes to men, do not invest your whole heart. Always leave a way out for yourself, regardless of who they are. Your wealth, connections, and power must be firmly in your grasp. A man is merely a supplementary presence in your life, and a callous person like him does not deserve your devotion." With a sudden spark of inspiration, her sister decided to take action. She brought Li Yuexin to meet her aunt, the Empress, and recounted Zhou Shiyu's actions in detail. The Empress, enraged, thought it audacious of Zhou Shiyu to exploit her niece. Feeling compassion for her niece, she resolved to withdraw all support extended to Zhou Shiyu. Without his backer, Zhou Shiyu faced setbacks in his career, while his cousin's family opposed any association with him. Subsequently, the Empress discreetly ordered an investigation into Zhou Shiyu and his father, discovering their collusion in court. Soon, an imperial decree arrived at the Zhou residence, resulting in the dismissal and investigation of Zhou Shiyu and his father, as well as the confiscation of their assets. His cousin looked on in terror at these events, while Zhou Shiyu was filled with regret. He had believed he could navigate among people to gain advantages, only to lose everything in an instant. Meanwhile, Li Yuexin had returned to her family after the divorce. Upon hearing the news, she felt little satisfaction. Standing on the path she once walked with Zhou Shiyu, she sighed softly. At that moment, a refined young man appeared before her, Chen Junsheng, the son of Minister Chen of the Dali Temple. He had long admired Li Yuexin for her exceptional talent and had developed feelings for her over time. He softly said to her, "Miss Li,
There is no need to dwell on the past.
if you do not mind, I would be honored to accompany you in experiencing the splendors of this world for the rest of your life." Li Yuexin gazed at the sincere Chen Junsheng, hesitating for a moment before offering a faint smile. "Young Master Chen, I apologize. I find it difficult to trust anyone as promises now, and do not wish to believe in matters of the heart anymore." Undeterred, Chen Junsheng produced a jade pendant from his pocket and extended it to her. "Miss Li, there is no need to hastily refuse. This pendant is a cherished heirloom of my family, meant to ensure peace and prosperity. I understand your reluctance to engage in romantic matters, and I do not wish to impose. I merely hope you will accept this as a token of friendship." Li Yuexin, feeling the smoothness of the pendant in her hand, hesitated but ultimately accepted it. From then on, the gentle young man frequently sought opportunities to be near her, sometimes delivering a rare ancient book, other times sharing interesting tales. Over time, Li Yuexin grew accustomed to his presence. One day, while she was out admiring the lotus flowers, she accidentally fell into the water. Without hesitation, the gentle young man leapt in to rescue her. As Li Yuexin regained consciousness and saw him, drenched yet concerned for her well-being, warmth surged within her. She recalled how Zhou Shiyu had only brought her deceit and pain, while this man offered only sincerity. Perhaps not everyone was untrustworthy, she mused softly. Chapter 114. Remarriage. Following the incident in the water, Li Yuexin's attitude towards Chen Junsheng subtly transformed. She no longer resisted his advances and sometimes actively sought his company. On a day when the palace hosted a flower-viewing banquet, she dressed carefully and made her way to the garden. On her way, she fortuitously encountered Chen Junsheng, who was also attending the banquet. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with delight, and a smile unconsciously graced her lips. "Young Master Chen," she called softly. Chen Junsheng, filled with joy at the sight of her, quickened his steps to stand before her. "Miss Yuexin, you are as enchanting as ever today," he said with a smile. The two walked side by side along the garden path, attended by their respective servants, drawing curious glances from the palace maids and eunuchs who speculated about their relationship. At the flower-viewing banquet, laughter and joy filled the air, yet Li Yuexin and Qin Junsheng seemed to inhabit a world of their own. They conversed softly in a secluded corner, their gazes occasionally meeting with profound affection. Suddenly, a butterfly fluttered by and landed on Li Yuexin's shoulder. Seeing this, Qin Junsheng gently reached out to capture the butterfly, and just as his hand was about to touch it, Li Yuexin turned slightly. In that fleeting moment, their faces were mere inches apart, and the atmosphere grew charged with intimacy, as if a warm breeze stirred their hearts. She began to invite Qin Junsheng on outings, and they strolled through the mountains and forests, relishing the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. On one occasion, they climbed to the mountain peak and gazed down upon the breathtaking landscape. Qin Junsheng, summoning his courage, took Li Yuexin's hand and softly declared, "Yuexin, my feelings for you have never wavered. May I have the chance to prove my love?" Li Yuexin's cheeks flushed, and instead of pulling away, she softly replied, "Young Master Qin, in truth, I have already acknowledged you in my heart. However, the shadows of the past occasionally resurface." Overcome with emotion, Qin Junsheng embraced her tightly. "Yuexin, I vow to protect you for a lifetime, ensuring you never endure pain again." Soon after, the Qin family formally proposed, and the Li family gladly accepted. The wedding day was filled with exuberance. On the night of the nuptials, the red candles flickered. Li Yuexin sat at the edge of the bed, her heart brimming with shyness and anticipation. As Qin Junsheng lifted the bridal veil, he beheld his beautiful wife, filled with love.
Dressed in bridal attire, Li Yuexin radiated beauty.
She looked at the refined Qin Junsheng beside her, her eyes shining with happiness. He gently took her hand, which felt delicate and soft, as if touching the most tender part of her heart. Qin Junsheng's gaze was as gentle as water, and he quietly spoke, "Yuexin, from this day forth, you are my wife, Qin Junsheng. I will dedicate my life to cherishing and loving you." Upon hearing this, Li Yuexin's cheeks blossomed with color. Her head bowed shyly as she murmured, "Husband, I too will wholeheartedly serve you and share this life with you." Under the glow of the red candles, their silhouettes intertwined, as if the world around them had faded away, leaving only the two of them. Outside, the distant sound of firecrackers added to the festive atmosphere. Qin Junsheng slowly embraced Li Yuexin, and in that moment, he felt he had gained the entire world. Li Yuexin held onto Qin Junsheng tightly, her heart filled with happiness and contentment, knowing that she had found her anchor in life. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuyu could only linger in the shadows, filled with regret for having missed the chance to cherish someone truly worthy. Li Yuexin, after enduring hardships, finally found the love she deserved. Chapter 115. Su Wan'er brings a man home after Li Yuexin's remarriage. Su Wan'er returned to the Su family in the capital with Su Wan'er to introduce him to her parents. As soon as they stepped through the door,
Su Wan'er sensed a stifling atmosphere.
her parents sat in the main hall, their expressions grave. Su Wan'er held Su Wan'er's hand tightly, offering comfort. "Wan'er, after all these years away, you return with a man. What kind of behavior is this?" Su Yuxuan was the first to speak, reprimanding them. Su Wan'er hurriedly bowed and explained, "Father, mother, Mo Ran saved my life. I have returned to visit my parents, because I am in love with him." Su Mulin Junyan scrutinized Jun Mo Ran, a flicker of doubt passing through her eyes. "You seem extraordinary, but what is your profession?"
Yun Mo Ran respectfully replied,
"Rest assured, Aunt, I hail from a scholarly family in Jiangnan. Although I hold no official position, I possess modest wealth and will ensure that Yuan is not wronged." Lin Junyan scoffed. "Modest wealth? Our Su family is a prominent name in the capital, and Yuan has been raised with care. Your little fortune may not suffice." Jun Mo Ran smiled gently. "Aunt, please do not worry. My family, though scholarly, has extensive investments across Jiangnan, including tea gardens and textile shops, ensuring a prosperous life for Yuan. Hearing this, Su Yuxuan's expression softened slightly. "If that is the case, do you possess true talent? One cannot solely rely on ancestral wealth." Jun Mo Ran confidently responded, "Since childhood, I have diligently studied literature and excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting." As he spoke, he produced ink and paper. crafting a remarkable poem on the spot. Su Yuxuan and his wife exchanged glances, feeling a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Su Yuxuan's younger son, Su Xinhao, who had remained silent, stepped forward. Future brother-in-law, I have heard that Jiangnan is currently tumultuous, with bandits rampant. How will you protect your family's assets? Jun Mo Ran calmly replied, Do not worry, younger brother. My household employs numerous guards and maintains good relations with the local authorities. Safety is assured. Su Xinhao scratched his head and chuckled. It seems I was overly concerned. Brother-in-law truly is impressive. Su Yuxuan coughed lightly. In that case, we shall approve your union. However, according to tradition, we require formal betrothal gifts and a proper marriage. Jun Mo Ran quickly bowed. Thank you, esteemed parents, for your approval. I will adhere to the customs. Days later, Jun Mo Ran arrived with substantial betrothal gifts. The Su family was festooned with decorations, brimming with joy. Just as everyone was preparing to discuss the wedding date, a servant rushed in. Master, trouble. A group of officials has arrived, claiming they are here to arrest young Master Jun. The crowd was taken aback, and Jun Mo Ran wore a puzzled expression. The leading officer stepped forward, producing a document. Jun Mo Ran, you are suspected of colluding with bandits for personal gain. We are ordered to take you into custody. Jun Mo Ran exclaimed, Surely, this is a false accusation. Uncle, Aunt Yuan, you must believe me. Su Yuan stood protectively in front of Jun Mo Ran. Officer, there must be a misunderstanding. Jun Lang is of good character and cannot possibly be this sort of person. The officers, however, remained unmoved. Su Yuan turned to her father and grandfather. Grandfather, father, you must help Mo Ran. After a moment of contemplation, the elderly Su stated, Esteemed officers, there may be more to this matter. Could you grant us some time to uncover the truth? The leading officer shook his head. Old Chancellor, we are merely following orders. Jun Mo Ran must accompany us immediately. Taking a deep breath, Jun Mo Ran reassured Su Yuan, do not fear. I will go with them and prove my innocence. With that, he departed with the officers. Chapter 116. Jun Mo Ran is arrested. Su Yuan was in a state of anxiety, while Su Yuxuan promptly dispatched someone to investigate. It turned out that Jun Mo Ran's rapid expansion of his family business had provoked some competitors. These individuals bribed a few minor bandits to create the illusion that Jun Mo Ran was colluding with them, thereby pressuring the authorities. Upon learning this, Su Yuan resolved to travel to Jiangnan herself to seek evidence. After many trials, she found a crucial witness. A woman with a conscience who was trapped in a bandit hideout. With the witness in tow, Su Yuan hastened back to the capital. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Ran was enduring severe torture in prison, yet steadfastly refused to confess. Upon her arrival at the authorities, Su Yuan presented the evidence, clearing Jun Mo Ran's name. Released from prison, Jun Mo Ran gazed at the weary yet determined Su Yuan, deeply moved. Su Yuxuan, witnessing the scene, smiled after this incident. It is clear that you are sincere with one another. Let's not delay. Let's marry in just a couple of days. Thus, Jun Mo Ran and Su Yuan became husband and wife, while those who conspired against them received their just deserts. The Su family finally set aside their grievances, laughing heartily. It seems you are indeed worthy. I now approve of your marriage. Overjoyed, Su Yuan wept tears of happiness, and Jun Mo Ran's face was alight with joy. Both received the Su family's blessing. After expressing their gratitude to Su Yuxuan and Lin Zhenyan, they began preparing for the wedding. The Su household was bustling with excitement, adorned with festive decorations. However, on the eve of the wedding, the Su family unexpectedly received an anonymous letter stating that Jun Mo Ran's family had suffered calamities. The tea garden had been destroyed by fire, and the textile shop had been ransacked by bandits, leaving their so-called assets in ruins. Enraged,
Su Yuxuan summoned Jun Mo Ran for questioning.
Initially astonished, Jun Mo Ran quickly regained his composure, assuring Su Yuxuan that this was a malicious rumor. He presented a family letter, explaining that while the family business had faced some setbacks, the foundation remained intact, and he promised that within 3 days, he would provide irrefutable evidence of his innocence. Su Yuan stood resolutely by his side. Jun Mo Ran dispatched someone at full speed back to Jiangnan for verification. 3 days later, news arrived that it was Jun Mo Ran's business rivals, envious of his impending marriage, who had deliberately spread the rumors. Once the truth was revealed, The Su family admired Jun Mo Ran's composure and sense of responsibility even more. The wedding proceeded as planned, with Jun Mo Ran and Su Yuan uniting amid the blessings of all. On the wedding day, the red candles flickered brightly, and joy filled the air. The Su residence was festooned with decorations, with guests arriving in droves, creating a jubilant atmosphere. Clad in a splendid red wedding robe, Jun Mo Ran exuded an undeniable joy and determination as he slowly entered the bridal chamber, each step resonating with steadiness and strength.
Su Wan'er,
adorned in an exquisite golden embroidered wedding gown, wore a jeweled headdress, her face blooming like a peach blossom, her eyes sparkling with dreams and trust for their future together. As the red candles gleamed and joy overflowed, the Su residence was alive with celebration. Before the witnesses of both families, they exchanged tokens and vowed a lifetime of commitment. Guests raised their glasses in congratulations, their laughter and cheers blending into a harmonious tableau. After completing the ceremony, the newlyweds were escorted to their bridal chamber. Jun Mo Ran gently lifted Su Yuan's red veil, their eyes met, brimming with affection. Just as they began to share their heartfelt sentiments, a shadow darted past outside the window. Jun Mo Ran, on high alert, calmed Su Yuan before stepping outside to investigate. It turned out that his previous business rival, unwilling to accept defeat, had sent assassins to disrupt the occasion. Jun Mo Ran, skilled in martial arts, engaged in combat with the assailants. Concerned for Jun Mo Ran's safety, Su Yuan disregarded propriety and rushed outside. The assassins, seeing Su Yuan, sent several of their number to attack her. Chapter 117. The unwanted peach blossom. Jun Mo Ran was taken aback, fighting fiercely to repel the enemies as he rushed towards Su Yuan. Just as an assassin's blade was about to strike her, a hidden protector from the Jun family appeared just in time, blocking the attack and subduing the assailants. As the commotion subsided, Jun Mo Ran held Su Yuan tightly. Though shaken, Su Yuan playfully scolded, "On such a joyous day, I will not allow villains to disrupt our happiness." Jun Mo Ran nodded, taking Su Yuan back to their bridal chamber. Inside, the red candles flickered, and the couple embraced. Their resolve to face life together unwavering, undeterred by any storm or obstacle. After the wedding, Jun Mo Ran and Su Yuan entered their new home hand in hand, their figures entwined in the dancing candlelight, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. Chenfeng and his wife also attended the wedding ceremony. Seeing the profound affection between Jun Mo Ran and Su Yuan, Su Wan'er gently nudged her husband, her eyes filled with envy. "Today's youth truly are affectionate," Su Wan'er remarked, gazing at the newlyweds with admiration. Hearing Su Wan'er's words, Jun Mo Ran and Su Yuan exchanged knowing smiles. Jun Mo Ran gently said, "Thank you for your compliments, aunt. I shall certainly treat Yuan well." After a lively gathering, everyone dispersed. That night, Jun Mo Ran tenderly stroked Su Yuan's hair and softly spoke, "Today's events have left me apprehensive. I must ensure your protection with additional guards in the future." Su Yuan nestled in Jun Mo Ran's arms, nodding in agreement. A few days later, Jun Mo Ran took Su Yuan back to her family home. The Su family was filled with joy, with Su's parents warmly inquiring about their daughter and son-in-law. However, Su Xianyan, a relative of the Su family, felt a twinge of jealousy. She had developed a fondness for Jun Mo Ran after their prior encounters, but Jun Mo Ran's heart only belonged to Su Yuan. Observing Jun Mo Ran's attentive care for Su Yuan, Su Xianyan clenched her fists in frustration. Following the homecoming feast, Su Xianyan deliberately approached Su Yuan, feigning a close sisterly bond as she invited her to go flower viewing. Unaware of her intentions, Su Yuan gladly accepted. Once they reached a secluded part of the garden, Su Xianyan's demeanor shifted dramatically, and she fiercely exclaimed, "Why do you deserve the affection of Jun Gongzi while I can only suffer in silence?" With that, she attempted to push Su Yuan into a nearby pond. At that critical moment, Jun Mo Ran arrived just in time. He had sensed something amiss with Su Xianyan and had quietly followed her. Placing Su Yuan behind him, he rebuked Su Xianyan, "How could you be so cruel?" Seeing this, Su Xianyan collapsed to the ground, weeping as she confessed her feelings. Jun Mo Ran replied coldly, "True love is transparent and honorable, not achieved through underhanded means. Such behavior will only breed contempt."
Despairing Galf Su Wan'er,
Jun Mo Ran took Su Yuan away, cherishing and protecting her even more thereafter. while Su Xianyan faced family repercussions, spending her days in the ancestral hall in repentance. The jealousy within her grew wild, akin to rampant weeds, and a sinister thought began to fester in her mind. Days later, rumors spread throughout the city, claiming that Su Wan'er was afflicted with a grave illness, and that Su Wan'er had been deceived by the Su family into marrying her. The town was soon engulfed in turmoil. Su Wan'er realized that someone was orchestrating this slander and sought to reassure the anxious Su Wan'er. Conducting a discreet investigation, he quickly traced the source back to Su Xianyan. He confronted her at the Su residence, where she had not anticipated being exposed so swiftly. Under questioning, Su Xianyan tearfully confessed to everything. Enraged, Su's parents reprimanded her. Su Wan'er stated coldly, "Considering you are Yuan's cousin, I shall not pursue this matter further. But do not let it happen again." Following this incident, the bond between Su Wan'er and Su Wan'er deepened. They distanced themselves from the city's gossip and moved to a tranquil villa outside the city, where they spent their days cultivating flowers, composing poetry, and painting. Occasionally returning to visit their parents and elders, they enjoyed a leisurely and carefree life. Meanwhile, Su Xianyan languished in guilt and regret, forever gazing sorrowfully at the blissful figures of Su Wan'er and Su Wan'er from afar. Chapter 118. Lu Shishir one day. While Su Wan'er and Su Wan'er were enjoying their time at the villa in the outskirts of the capital, a woman clad in fine garments came to visit. Su Wan'er looked up, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes as he did not recognize her. However, Su Wan'er keenly noticed the woman's gaze towards Su Wan'er, which held a different sentiment. The woman approached, gracefully bowed, and sweetly said, "Greetings, Jun Gongzi. I am Lu Shishir, the daughter of the minister's household. I met you in my childhood at my maternal grandparents' home in Jiangnan. I heard you settled in the capital and came to see you, hoping you remember me." Su Wan'er politely smiled and replied, "My lady, I believe you have mistaken me, as I have no recollection of such an encounter." Lu Shishir's face exhibited a moment of embarrassment, but she quickly regained her composure. Continuing to smile, "Perhaps I have misremembered, but it is indeed a stroke of fortune to meet you today." Su Wan'er observed quietly from the side, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She gently tugged at Su Wan'er's sleeve and softly suggested, "Since this is a misunderstanding, why not invite Miss Lu for a cup of tea before she departs?" Su Wan'er nodded in agreement. Once seated, Su Wan'er discreetly scrutinized Lu Shishir, who, in turn, frequently redirected her gaze towards Su Wan'er. After several rounds of tea, Lu Shishir expressed her desire to tour the villa. Su Wan'er found it difficult to refuse and led her around. When they reached a serene lakeside, Lu Shishir suddenly stumbled and fell towards Su Wan'er. He sidestepped to avoid her, leaving her awkwardly sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Su Wan'er rushed over to help Lu Shishir up, gently admonishing, "Miss Lu, please be more careful." Lu Shishir bit her lip, begrudgingly cursing her failed plan. Sensing a pang of jealousy, Su Wan'er deliberately intertwined her arm with Su Wan'er's. He did not resist and instead smiled tenderly at Su Wan'er. Observing this, Lu Shishir's expression shifted, but she maintained her facade of composure, stating, "I have heard that you enjoy floral arts, and I recently acquired some rare flowers that I wish to gift you." Su Wan'er politely declined, "Thank you for your kindness, but I have more than enough in my garden already." Lu Shishir bit her lower lip but remained undeterred. "Please do not be hasty in your refusal. I would still like to seek your guidance on poetry." Su Wan'er frowned slightly, preparing to refuse again when Su Wan'er interjected, "We have matters to attend to today, Miss Lu. Please visit us another time." With that, she turned and led Su Wan'er back into the house, leaving Lu Shishir standing behind, her face etched with dissatisfaction as she departed. In the following days, Lu Shishir frequently visited, each time bringing rare gifts for Su Wan'er and his wife. Su Wan'er welcomed her warmly, not suspecting her intentions. However, Su Wan'er noticed Lu Shishir's gaze lingered on him too fervently. Eventually, during a private encounter, Lu Shishir confessed her feelings to Su Wan'er, revealing her long-standing admiration since childhood. Taken aback by her revelation, Su Wan'er's expression momentarily shifted before he regained his usual composure. He sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Shishir, I acknowledge your feelings, but my heart has long been pledged to Yuan. We can only remain friends." Lu Shishir's eyes glistened with tears, but she held them back, her voice trembling. "I understand. It is merely the difficulty of letting go of my emotions. From now on, I shall bury these feelings deep within my heart, wishing you both happiness and well-being." With that, Lu Sheshe realized she had no further chances and departed in sorrow. As she turned to leave, she paused at the door, retrieving a delicate jade pendant from her sleeve and placing it gently on the table. "This is a family heirloom. May it protect you both and ensure your safety and prosperity.
Farewell."
Chapter 119. Su Wan'er's poisoning. Jun Mo Ran gazed at the jade pendant, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that while he could not reciprocate her feelings, they deserved respect and appreciation. After Lu Sheshe's figure disappeared beyond the door, he carefully tucked away the pendant, silently vowing to safeguard Su Wan'er and every genuine sentiment in this world. Days later, whispers began to circulate in the city, alleging that Jun Mo Ran had betrayed Lu Sheshe's affection and taken her family heirloom. Upon hearing these rumors, Su Wan'er was filled with concern.
Yun Mo Ran,
however, remained unfazed, showering Su Wan'er with even more care, wishing to shield her from distress. One night, several cloaked figures infiltrated the villa. Jun Mo Ran had anticipated such an event and engaged the intruders. It turned out that this was the doing of Lu Sheshe's brother, who felt his sister had been wronged and sought to teach Jun Mo Ran a lesson. However, Jun Mo Ran, skilled in combat, swiftly subdued the attackers. Confronting Lu Sheshe's brother, Jun Mo Ran made his position clear, explaining that matters of the heart could not be forced, and returned the jade pendant, expressing his desire to sever ties. Upon learning of this, Lu Sheshe hurried to stop her brother, apologizing to Jun Mo Ran and admitting that she should not have allowed her brother to act impulsively. Jun Mo Ran accepted the apology, and thus the matter was settled. Following this, Jun Mo Ran and Su Wan'er returned to their tranquil lives, steering clear of strife, indulging in the beauty of flowers and composing poetry together. Their affection for one another unwavering. Occasionally, they would reminisce about the incident, merely considering it a fleeting interlude, a reflection on the complexities and purity of love in the world. However, this serene period did not last long. One day, Su Wan'er suddenly fell ill, and upon consulting a physician, it was discovered that she had been poisoned with a rare toxin. Jun Mo Ran, frantic with worry, searched everywhere for an antidote in vain. At this moment, he received an anonymous letter stating that the antidote was in the possession of Lu Sheshe. Left with no choice, Jun Mo Ran sought her out for assistance. Upon his arrival, Lu Sheshe felt a stir of emotions, but candidly stated that she possessed no antidote. Just as disappointment washed over Jun Mo Ran, Lu Sheshe proposed that if he would accompany her on a lakeside excursion, she could leverage her family's resources to aid in the search for the antidote. After a moment of hesitation, Jun Mo Ran agreed. During their lakeside outing, they were ambushed by assassins, and Jun Mo Ran devoted himself to protecting Lu Sheshe. It was later revealed that this attack was part of a conspiracy targeting the Lu family, orchestrated by the envious Sun family. Ultimately, Jun Mo Ran and Lu Sheshe joined forces to expose the Sun family's nefarious deeds. Lu Sheshe sincerely wished for the happiness of Jun Mo Ran and Su Wan'er, using her family connections to procure the antidote. Once Su Wan'er was cured, both she and Jun Mo Ran expressed their profound gratitude to Lu Sheshe, and the three of them laid aside their past grievances to coexist peacefully. Upon learning the news, Su Wan'er hurried to the Jun residence to visit Su Wan'er. As she stepped inside, she found Jun Mo Ran attentively caring for Su Wan'er. With concern in her eyes, Su Wan'er rushed to her bedside, grasping her hand tightly, and chided gently. "Yuan, you gave me quite a scare. Let me take your pulse." After doing so, Su Wan'er frowned slightly, noting that although the poison had been dispelled, residual effects lingered, necessitating further recuperation. Jun Mo Ran nodded eagerly, taking note of her recommendations. A few days later, the city celebrated the Flower Festival. Initially, Jun Mo Ran intended to keep Su Wan'er company at home to rest, but she was eager to join the festivities. Unable to refuse her, he accompanied her to the event. The Flower Festival was a vibrant affair, with various blossoms competing for attention. Su Wan'er flitted about like a joyful bird among the flowers. Chapter 120. The Flower Festival. Liu Xian and her husband Qin Junsheng also attended the Flower Festival, and from a distance, Liu Xian caught sight of Su Wan'er. She eagerly drew her husband closer. "Cousin Yuan, I heard you were poisoned not long ago. Are you fully recovered now? Liu Xian inquired with genuine concern. Su Yuan beamed. I am indeed much better, Yu Xian. Have you both come out to enjoy this beautiful festival? Jun Mo Ran stood nearby, engaging in polite conversation. As laughter and chatter filled the air, a commotion erupted nearby. A platform had been erected for a poetry contest, where participants would compete, and the victor would be awarded a rare flower seed. Su Yuan's interest was piqued, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Jun Mo Ran. With a tender smile, he took her hand and led her toward the stage. Competitors were eager to showcase their talents. Jun Mo Ran, with his eloquence, advanced through the rounds effortlessly. In the final round, his opponent posed a particularly challenging question. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Mo Ran responded with poise and confidence, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. Just as he prepared to claim the flower seed, a dark horse competitor, a masked scholar, emerged, claiming Jun Mo Ran's answer was incorrect and presenting his own unique perspective. This led to a flurry of discussion among the spectators, prompting the judges to reevaluate the results, ultimately declaring the masked scholar the winner. Although Jun Mo Ran felt a twinge of disappointment, he remained undeterred. Su Yuan gently comforted him, suggesting that the experience was a rare delight. After the masked scholar received the flower seed, he approached Jun Mo Ran, unveiling himself as Lin Yu, a friend who had traveled abroad and returned to playfully challenge him. The crowd shared a knowing laugh, and together they continued to revel in the festivities. As they wandered, they arrived at a stunning peach blossom grove. The trees ablaze with blossoms, petals dancing gracefully in the breeze. What a splendid day. Why don't we have a picnic here? Liu Xian suggested, and the others agreed. The servants quickly laid out blankets and arranged an array of delectable food and drinks. They gathered together, savoring the delightful dishes while engaging in a riddle game. Su Yuan posed the riddles, and Jun Mo Ran consistently guessed the answers first, much to her feigned annoyance, while he endeavored to cheer her up. Lin Yu remarked teasingly, Jun Mo Ran must be utterly smitten by love. At that moment, a colorful butterfly fluttered down, gently landing on Su Yuan's shoulder. Liu Xian, with a spark of inspiration, remarked, this butterfly must be drawn to cousin Yuan's beauty. Su Yuan blushed at the compliment. Yet, as fate would have it, the previously clear skies darkened suddenly, clouds rolling in ominously. The once jubilant atmosphere shifted to one of tension and gravity. In the distance, a group of men in black rode rapidly toward them. The leader shouted, Jun Mo Ran, today shall be your last. It turned out that Jun Mo Ran had crossed paths with a nefarious force in the martial world, and they had come seeking vengeance amidst the bustling flower festival. Faced with this perilous situation, Jun Mo Ran remained composed, shielding Su Yuan behind him, while Qin Junsheng and Lin Yu drew their swords. Preparing for an intense battle. Chapter 121. The pursuit of Jun Mo Ran. With a fierce gaze, Jun Mo Ran whispered to Su Yuan, do not worry. I am here. Su Yuan clutched his hand tightly, her eyes filled with determination and trust. As the black-clad assailants drew nearer, their leader commanded an attack, and the men brandished their weapons against Jun Mo Ran and his companions. Qin Junsheng and Lin Yu, skilled fighters, engaged fiercely with the assailants.
Yun Mo Ha,
Equally determined, displayed remarkable agility, swiftly dispatching several adversaries. However, the sheer number of assailants began to overwhelm them, and the tide of battle turned against Jun Mo Ran's group. In a moment of desperation, Jun Mo Ran called out, Yu Xian, take Yuan and flee. Hearing this, Liu Xian immediately grasped Su Yuan's hand, leading her deeper into the peach blossom grove. As they ran, Su Yuan glanced back at Jun Mo Ran, worry and reluctance evident in her eyes. Seeing her concerned expression warmed Jun Mo Ran's heart, fueling his resolve as he felled more attackers. Liu Xian and Su Yuan found refuge by a secluded stream, holding their breath as they listened to the distant sounds of conflict, anxiety gnawing at them. Suddenly, Su Yuan noticed an old sword lying by the stream, its hilt adorned with peculiar engravings. Compelled by an unseen force, she picked up the sword, and in that instant, it radiated a brilliant light. Liu Xian watched in astonishment as Su Yuan, seemingly guided by the sword, charged towards the black-clad assailants. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Ran and the others were nearing their limits, with the attackers poised to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, Su Yuan arrived, shouting, everyone stand back. As Mo ran and the others hastily retreated, she wielded the sword, unleashing a wave of energy that repelled several assailants. The leader of the black-clad men appeared alarmed, unprepared for the formidable prowess of this woman. Transformed, Su Yuan exhibited extraordinary swordsmanship, swiftly turning the tide of battle. It was revealed that this sword was indeed magical, its power only awakening in the hands of one destined to wield it. Su Yuan was indeed the destined one. Empowered by the magical sword, Moden and his companions regained their morale and ultimately vanquished all the cloaked figures. After the battle concluded, the sword returned to its ordinary state. Moden tightly embraced Su Yuan, and the two, having survived calamity, wept in each other's arms, while Li Yuexin and the others looked on with expressions of relief and joy. Cousin Yuan, your performance just now was truly magnificent,
exclaimed Li Yuexin,
filled with excitement as she hugged Su Yuan tightly, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Moden, holding Su Yuan's hand, softly remarked, "Today, we owe it all to you." Su Yuan responded with a gentle smile. The group decided to find a safe place to recuperate. As they arrived at an ancient temple, the sky began to darken, prompting them to rest there. That night, however, Su Yuan found it difficult to sleep, as she felt the sword held secrets yet to be uncovered. Seizing the opportunity while the others slumbered, she quietly ventured to an open area behind the temple, retrieving the sword. As moonlight cascaded down, the sword seemed to respond, vibrating slightly. Suddenly, it emitted a soft glow, revealing blurred images within its aura, reminiscent of an ancient formation diagram. Curiously, Su Yuan reached out to touch it, and in an instant, a flood of memories surged into her mind. It turned out to be a technique left behind by the sword's previous owner. Just as she was absorbed in this revelation, Moden appeared. Although surprised by the sight, he refrained from interrupting. When Su Yuan regained her senses, Moden expressed his willingness to accompany her in exploring the sword's mysteries. Su Yuan nodded, fully aware that with Moden by her side, they would fear nothing in the journey ahead. Together, they stepped into the unknown future, carrying the sword's newfound secrets, with their companions ready to continue alongside them, crafting their own legendary tale. Chapter 122, Gifted by the People, used for the people. Grandmother, Yue has come to visit you. A melodious voice rang cheerfully throughout the courtyard. A little girl donned in rosy attire bounded in like a joyful fawn. Upon hearing her voice, the elderly couple's faces instantly blossomed with warm, affectionate smiles. My dear granddaughter has arrived. Grandmother joyfully welcomed her, tightly grasping the little girl's delicate hands. Grandmother, I specially brought you the pastries I made myself, said Xiao Yue, the daughter of Xiao Xuanzi and Li Chenzi, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement as she presented an exquisite food box. Grandfather feigned indignation, jokingly saying, "Ah, it seems our Yue only thinks of her grandmother and has forgotten about her grandfather." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yue dashed over to her grandfather, playfully shaking his arm and pouting, "Not at all. Of course, I thought of you too, and even brought you double." Laughter erupted among the three, filling the courtyard with warmth and joy. Subsequently, Xiao Yue sat down with the elderly couple, chattering animatedly and eagerly sharing amusing stories from the household in recent days. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a sudden commotion arose from outside. Curious, Xiao Yue stood up, peering towards the door, eager to discover what was happening. However, she was gently restrained by her grandmother. "Yue, don't run off. Let us assess the situation first," her grandmother said with loving concern. Xiao Yue nodded obediently, yet her curious eyes remained fixed on the door. Soon, a young servant rushed in, his expression frantic. "Master, madam, it's bad. A group of beggars has suddenly appeared outside the gate, clamoring for food." Grandfather furrowed his brow slightly at this news, but quickly regained his composure. "Yue, do not fear. Grandfather will go take a look." With that, he slowly stood up, preparing to head outside. Xiao Yue, however, was insistent, gripping her grandfather's sleeve tightly and declaring, "Grandfather, I want to go too. I want to help them. As a royal princess, it is my duty to ensure the well-being of the people who provide for us." Grandfather, seeing the determination in Xiao Yue's eyes, felt a surge of pride and nodded in agreement. The group made their way to the front gate, where a crowd of ragged beggars sat huddled together, their eyes filled with hunger and despair. Observing this, Xiao Yue quickly pulled out some pastries from her sleeve and carefully handed them out. The beggars were initially taken aback, but soon gratefully accepted, thanking her profusely. Grandfather instructed the servants to prepare some hot porridge and buns to distribute to each beggar. Xiao Yue busily moved about, her face radiant with innocence as she gently comforted the weakest among them, brushing the dust from their shoulders with her small hands. Sunlight bathed Xiao Yue, casting a golden glow around her. In that moment, she seemed like a little angel, illuminating the bleak world of the beggars with her kindness and warmth. The beggars, gathered in the open space before the gate, held the steaming food in their hands, tears glistening in their eyes. They had never imagined that on such a cold winter's day, they would receive such warmth and care. Grandfather stood by silently, watching everything unfold, his heart swelling with emotion. Chapter 123. Arranging shelter for the beggars. Xiao Yue gracefully wove her way among the beggars, her laughter ringing clear and sweet, akin to the song of a yellow oriole heralding spring, bringing a touch of life to this desolate place. She not only deeply cared for their hunger, but also patiently inquired about their backgrounds, striving to find better paths for them. If you have nowhere to go, perhaps you could live in the villages on the outskirts of the city. But remember, you must ultimately rely on yourselves. I can arrange for places for you to stay and rent farmland, but you must work hard in return, she gently advised. The beggars, hearing this, were overwhelmed with gratitude, kneeling and bowing their heads in appreciation. At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the crowd, his ragged clothing failing to conceal his extraordinary demeanor. Thank you, young lady, for your kindness. I have something to present to you. With that, he slowly produced an ancient, elegant scroll from his bosom. Xiao Yue, filled with curiosity, accepted the scroll and asked softly, "What treasure is this?" The old man smiled mysteriously and replied, "This is a secret manual I acquired by chance. Only those fated may possess it. I see your pure heart, young lady, and believe you will make good use of this book." Grandfather and the others exchanged looks of astonishment at the old man's words. After thanking him, Xiao Yue carefully tucked the scroll away. The beggars, moved by her sincerity, began to share their tragic tales with her. As the sun rose higher, the beggars, having enjoyed a hearty meal, slowly regained color in their faces. With heartfelt gratitude, they bid farewell to Grandfather and Xiao Yue, solemnly promising to remember their kindness and work hard to change their fates. Xiao Yue stood quietly at the gate, watching the beggars' figures recede into the distance. After they departed, she bid farewell to her grandparents and returned to the palace. Eagerly, she opened the scroll and began to read it intently. After flipping through a few pages, Xiao Yue noticed the script was unusual, imbued with an air of mystery. Being still young, she could not fully grasp its secrets. With no other option, she decided to consult her mother. Xiao Yue hurried to her mother's palace, where the crown princess Li Chenxi was leisurely sipping tea. Upon seeing Xiao Yue approach, she smiled and beckoned her over. Xiao Yue respectfully presented the ancient tome to her mother, the empress, and said, "Mother, today I have acquired a mysterious text, yet I am unable to comprehend its contents. I seek your guidance." Li Chenxi took the tome and, upon examining it, furrowed her brow in contemplation, her eyes filled with bewilderment. After scrutinizing it for a considerable time, she finally shook her head and sighed. "These characters are unfamiliar to me as well, but they seem to embody boundless power." The empress then summoned her husband, Xiao Xuanzi, to join in the examination, but he too could only shake his head, expressing his ignorance. Filled with curiosity and longing, Xiao Yue resolved to unveil the secrets hidden within this tome. From that day forth, apart from her daily greetings and studies, she devoted herself tirelessly to deciphering its contents. One day, as Xiao Yue accidentally spilled tea on the tome, she was astonished to see the characters transform and become increasingly legible upon contact with water. It turned out to be an ancient and long-lost script. Following the newly revealed text, she began her cultivation and felt a surge of true energy flowing within her, as if a portal to a new realm had been opened. Xiao Yue realized that this tome was no ordinary treasure, and her extraordinary journey was only just beginning. Subsequently, she focused intently, meticulously discerning each character. Gradually, strange techniques and profound insights came into view. To her delight, it was indeed a long-lost martial arts manual. Filled with elation, she resolved to practice diligently according to the teachings of the tome. Rising early and retiring late, she persevered with unwavering determination. Although her progress was initially slow, Her intelligence and indomitable spirit gradually allowed her to master its secrets. However, good fortune was fleeting as news of her discovery somehow leaked, attracting the covetous eyes of various factions. Chapter 124. Xiao Yaiyue studies martial arts. The next day, Xiao Xuanze and Li Chenxi took Xiao Yaiyue to the city for leisure. As they ventured into a less populated area, a group of cloaked figures suddenly descended from above. Li Chenxi, having sensed the impending danger, remained composed and stood firm. And in an instant, she and Xiao Xuanze sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating the assailants. The black-clad figures were taken aback by the unexpected prowess of a little girl's parents, momentarily thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chenxi launched her counterattack, leaving the attackers in disarray. Father and mother are amazing. Go, father. Defeat them. Xiao Yaiyue cheered excitedly from the sidelines. Seeing their predicament, the remaining attackers attempted to flee. With a steely gaze, Li Chenxi deftly flicked her wrist, sending several needles flying, accurately striking the escapees' pressure points, rendering them immobile. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuanze moved like the wind, weaving through the crowd to seal off the remaining escape routes. Humph, think you can escape? Not so easily, he declared with undeniable authority. The assailants exchanged terrified glances, their eyes filled with despair. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. The city's patrol had arrived. Li Chenxi and Xiao Xuanze exchanged a knowing glance and, without hesitation, relinquished the captives to the patrol for handling. Thank you, Your Highness and Your Highness's consort, for your timely assistance. These rogues have been wreaking havoc in the city recently, and we are grateful to have apprehended them, the patrol leader expressed with gratitude. It is nothing. Ensure that these miscreants are thoroughly interrogated, leaving no villain unpunished. Xiao Xuanze commanded sternly. The patrol set off to comply. As Xiao Yaiyue's family resumed their outing, she sensed an unsettling presence lurking in the shadows. Upon returning to the palace, she intensified her training with the martial arts manual. A few days later, while practicing in the garden, a pigeon arrived bearing a message warning her to surrender the tome, lest dire consequences ensue. Dismissing the warning with disdain, she tore up the note but informed her parents of the threat. Xiao Xuanze ordered increased personnel for heightened patrols. Yet, despite the reinforcements, danger still loomed. One night, as Xiao Yaiyue slumbered, she was abruptly awakened by faint sounds outside her window. Instantly alert, she grasped the sword beside her bed. A shadowy figure burst through the window, lunging for the box containing the tome. Xiao Yaiyue sprang up, delivering a swift kick to the intruder. The assailant winced in pain but retaliated against her. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Xuanze and Li Chenxi rushed in immediately. Upon their arrival, they engaged the intruder in combat, during which Li Chenxi recognized the assailant as a notorious thief from the martial world. As the battle ensued, the thief, gravely injured, attempted to flee. Just then, the guards stormed into the room, surrounding the thief. Xiao Yaiyue sighed with relief, acutely aware that the troubles stemming from the tome were far from over. Xiao Xuanze's expression darkened as he ordered the thief to be imprisoned in the dungeons for interrogation. However, mere days later, a frantic jailer reported that the thief had inexplicably escaped, aided by an unknown accomplice. A wave of unease washed over Xiao Yaiyue upon hearing the news. Days later, Xiao Yaiyue accompanied her parents on a pilgrimage. As they traversed a wooded area, a multitude of masked figures suddenly emerged from the shadows. These individuals moved with uncanny grace and employed extraordinary techniques. Xiao Xuanze and Li Chenxi shielded Xiao Yaiyue, fighting their way backward. Xiao Yaiyue recognized that this chaos was a consequence of the tome, feeling an inner resentment. The masked attackers grew increasingly relentless, each swing of their swords slicing through the air, revealing their mastery. Armed with a long sword, Xiao Xuanze fought valiantly alongside Li Chenxi, protecting Xiao Yaiyue as they retreated. Clutching the tome tightly, Xiao Yaiyue felt a whirlwind of emotions. This tome, once a cherished family heirloom, had inadvertently summoned such calamity. She looked up at her parents, whose resolute gazes and lack of fear offered her some comfort. Suddenly, a masked assailant launched a surprise attack from behind Xiao Yaiyue, aiming for her vital points.
Li Chenxi,
with remarkable reflexes, struck out with her sword, repelling the attacker. However, this move exposed her to another assailant, who seized the opportunity to stab at her shoulder. Xiao Xuanze, witnessing this, was alarmed and swiftly turned, his sword flashing like lightning, cleaving the assailant in two. Yet, More masked figures surged from all directions, escalating the perilous situation. Chapter 125. The youth Linglong years passed, and Xiao Yeyue blossomed into a graceful young woman with unparalleled martial prowess. One day, while out for leisure, she encountered a severely injured youth. Compassionate by nature, she brought the boy back to her residence for treatment. Upon regaining consciousness, the young man introduced himself as Linglong, the son of a chivalrous hero. His father had been gravely wounded while pursuing an investigation into a stolen treasure, and in a desperate bid to protect them, he had sent Linglong and his mother away. Tragically, they were pursued, and his mother was killed while hiding him behind some bushes, allowing him to narrowly escape. Xiao Yeyue felt a stir of emotion, suspecting this treasure might be related to her own tome. Discreetly tending to Linglong, she began her own investigation. Indeed, it became evident that Linglong was connected to a powerful faction that had been searching for the tome in the shadows. Xiao Yeyue resolved to turn the tables, using Linglong as bait to draw out the hidden adversaries and eliminate the threat posed by the tome once and for all. Linglong, I wish to use you as bait to lure out the mastermind behind this, Xiao Yeyue said earnestly, gazing into his eyes. Linglong paused, then offered a wry smile. I should have anticipated this. How could a clever person like you save me without ulterior motives? However, it matters not, for I too wish to uncover the identity of those who harmed my parents. Xiao Yeyue was taken aback by Linglong's swift acceptance, feeling a twinge of guilt in her heart. In the following days, she deliberately spread rumors that Linglong possessed crucial clues to the tome's whereabouts. Soon, the household staff noticed suspicious figures lurking nearby. At last, one fateful night, a band of cloaked figures infiltrated the estate. Xiao Yeyue and Linglong were well prepared. With her sword in hand, Xiao Yeyue charged ahead, her blade dancing like a dragon as she swiftly felled several attackers. Despite his injuries, Linglong fought valiantly, using his dagger to fend off the assailants. As the fierce battle raged on, a mysterious old man clad in black gradually made his presence known. Surrender the clues to the secret manual, and you shall be spared, along with this young man, shouted the middle-aged man. Xiao Yeyue let out a cold laugh. The manual is long gone. Why do you persist in your futile search? With that, she clapped her hands, and Xiao Xuanze, along with Li Chenzi, leading a group of assassins from Linglong Pavilion, stepped forward. The middle-aged man's expression changed upon seeing this, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Humph, do not try to intimidate us. We shall search regardless." Xiao Xuanze crossed his arms defiantly. You dare to lay a hand on the daughter of this prince? You must be tired of living. Today will reveal if you possess the capability. Tension thickened in the air. At that moment, Linglong unexpectedly positioned himself in front of Xiao Yeyue, angrily confronting the middle-aged man. You vile fiends, you are the ones who caused my family's demise. I shall not let you escape. Seizing the opportunity while the others were taken aback, he drew a concealed dagger and charged at the man. The middle-aged man, taken by surprise, momentarily faltered. However, being a skilled fighter, he swiftly dodged to the side, countering with a wave of his sleeve, launching an internal force towards Linglong. Unable to evade in time, Linglong was struck in the chest and sent flying. Xiao Yeyue gasped and hurried to catch him. Xiao Xuanze, witnessing this, erupted in fury. Anyone who dares to harm my kin shall not leave here alive. The assassins from Linglong Pavilion surged forward, engaging in battle with the men in black. Xiao Yeyue set Linglong down and joined the fray, her swordplay sharp and precise, targeting the old man's vital points. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, the old man attempted to flee but was intercepted by Xiao Xuanze. Thinking you can escape? Not so easily. With swift strikes, he subdued the old man, prompting the remaining black-clad men to scatter in retreat. Xiao Yeyue approached Linglong to assess his wounds, and he weakly opened his eyes. Yeyue, thank you. She gently shook her head. Rest and heal. Following this ordeal, the matter of the manual reached a temporary conclusion, and amidst the chaos, a unique bond began to form between Xiao Yeyue and Linglong, evident in the unspoken emotions reflected in their eyes. Chapter 126. Linglong enters the palace subsequently. Xiao Yeyue brought Linglong into the Eastern Palace, appointing him as her personal guard. This decision drew astonished glances, for it was quite unconventional for a royal princess to bring a stranger into the palace and appoint him to such a position. The crown prince and crown princess, concerned parents, summoned Xiao Yeyue for questioning. Upon entering the hall, she found her father with a stern expression and her mother visibly anxious. The crown prince began. Yeyue, do you realize how inappropriate this is? That man's identity is unknown. How can you act so recklessly? After respectfully bowing, Xiao Yeyue replied, Father, I understand this is against protocol, but when I saved him, I discovered his exceptional martial skills and a unique aura about him. I believe he could be of great use to me. The crown princess sighed. Even so, you should not keep him so close. The court is fraught with treachery. What if he harbors ill intentions towards you? Xiao Yeyue smiled confidently. Mother, do not worry. I am not without precautions. I have discreetly sent someone to investigate his background. And if anything seems amiss, I will address it promptly. I trust my judgment. He will not harm me. The crown prince and crown princess exchanged glances, their doubts lingering. Yet seeing their daughter's determination, they felt it unwise to argue further. Once Xiao Yeyue departed, she clenched her fists, vowing to uncover Ling Feng's true identity quickly. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, in his residence within the Eastern Palace, rested his hand on the sword at his waist, his gaze contemplative, lost in thought. As Ling Feng adjusted to palace life, navigating its intricate customs and scrutinizing gazes, he maintained his composure. Each day, he diligently protected Xiao Yeyue, who often sought moments to converse with him. One day, she stumbled upon him staring intently at a peculiar flower in the garden, his eyes reflecting sorrow and confusion. Upon inquiry, he slowly revealed that the flower seemed familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen it. Xiao Yeyue was taken aback. This flower was a unique species from the southern Li Kingdom, raising her suspicions about Ling Feng's background. Just then, news of the emperor's grave illness spread through the palace, and various factions began to stir restlessly. Foreseeing an impending storm, Xiao Yeyue looked at Ling Feng with unwavering trust. Softly stating, Ling Feng, with my grandfather's illness, my parents are occupied tending to him. I fear that those with ulterior motives may seize this opportunity to create chaos. I must assist my father in stabilizing the situation, and I trust that you'll protect me. Ling Feng bowed respectfully, affirming, I shall not fail in my duty. As the emperor's condition worsened, those coveting the throne began to act. Xiao Yeyue and Ling Feng scoured the palace, striving to maintain order. Yet unseen forces continuously stirred trouble, and assassination attempts became frequent. During an outing, a horde of black-clad assailants suddenly emerged. Ling Feng unsheathed his sword, displaying extraordinary skill as he faced numerous foes without faltering. Xiao Yeyue stood quietly to the side, her gaze fixed on Ling Feng's agile form, marveling at his fluid and formidable martial prowess. Each movement revealed his profound internal strength and exquisite technique, leaving her in awe. As the fierce battle neared its conclusion, the black-clad attackers fell one after another, the air thick with the scent of blood. In a critical moment, a defiant assailant, realizing his imminent demise, hurled a sharp concealed weapon towards Xiao Yeyue like a streak of black lightning. This unexpected turn caught everyone off guard, and Xiao Yeyue stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to evade. In that split second, Ling Feng reacted swiftly, throwing himself in front of her without hesitation, using his body to shield her from the deadly projectile. The weapon embedded deeply in his shoulder, instantly staining his clothes with crimson. Ling Feng stifled a groan, his body trembling slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute. Seeing this, Xiao Yeyue was overwhelmed with a surge of indescribable emotion and concern. She rushed forward, anxiously examining his wound, tears welling in her eyes as she exclaimed, Fool! I am not incapable of dodging. Why did you throw yourself in front of me? How can I remain calm knowing this? Ling Feng, witnessing her distress, managed a faint smile despite his pain. Chapter 127. Ling Feng's origins. He gently shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. Princess, I am fine. It is my honor to shield you from harm. To see you so concerned for my well-being makes it all worthwhile. With that, his eyes gradually grew distant, succumbing to unconsciousness from blood loss. Xiao Yeyue gazed at his pale face and the blood flowing from his shoulder, her anxiety intensifying. She knew she must find a way to save Ling Feng quickly, lest he face grave danger. After this incident, Xiao Yeyue was more determined than ever to uncover Ling Feng's origins. She sensed that he harbored a profound secret that could potentially help her quell the turmoil within the palace. Thus, she discreetly commissioned an investigation into Ling Feng's homeland, while he remained oblivious, wholly dedicated to protecting Xiao Yeyue and preparing for the more formidable challenges that lay ahead. Due to Su Wan'er consistently aiding Li Chenfeng in maintaining his health, despite their advancing years, he has remained remarkably robust. In contrast, Emperor Xiao Jin, burdened by the weight of state affairs, has seen his health decline as he approaches 50, even with the support of his daughter-in-law, Li Chenxi. His relentless toil has taken its toll, culminating in a severe illness from a common cold. A few days later, those dispatched to investigate Ling Feng's origins returned with astonishing news. What did you say? Ling Feng is the lost son of the monarch of the Southern Li Kingdom? Princess Xiao Yeyue asked, incredulous. Indeed, Your Highness, the secret guard affirmed. It appeared that Ling Feng was the prince, accidentally lost during his childhood, who had endured numerous trials before being adopted by a kind family in the Xianming Kingdom. Upon learning this shocking revelation, Xiao Yeyue was overwhelmed. She had never imagined that Ling Feng, who had been by her side, was a prince of a neighboring kingdom. Xiao Yeyue understood the gravity of the situation. If this information were to fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it could ignite fierce turmoil between the two nations. After weighing the pros and cons, she made a swift decision to bury this astonishing secret deep within her heart, concealing the truth from Ling Feng. She hoped to reveal it to him when the situation stabilized and relations between the two kingdoms became more harmonious, thus avoiding unnecessary misunderstandings and conflicts. However, the unpredictable nature of events prevailed. Despite Xiao Yeyue's best efforts to keep the secret, news spread like wildfire in this age of rapid information exchange, igniting curiosity among the populace. Have you heard? The personal guard who has always accompanied Princess Yeyue, Ling Feng, is actually the missing prince of the Southern Li Kingdom. A passerby whispered conspiratorially to another, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Is that true? How extraordinary! The second passerby replied, his brow furrowed in disbelief, as if he had stumbled upon the most incredible rumor. But how did the prince of the Southern Li Kingdom become a guard by the side of our Princess Yeyue? There must be some hidden secrets and conspiracies at play. In no time, the entire court was engulfed in a whirlwind of speculation and concern, as various opinions surged forth like a tidal wave, leaving everyone reeling. Some advocated for Ling Feng's immediate return to the Southern Li Kingdom to demonstrate goodwill and sincerity, while others voiced their opposition, fearing that such an action might provoke the Southern Li Kingdom and lead to unnecessary disputes. Amidst this storm of public opinion, Ling Feng and Xiao Yeyue found themselves ensnared in a larger vortex. Whether they could navigate this crisis unscathed remained uncertain. Under immense pressure, Xiao Yeyue stood resolute, while Ling Feng positioned himself before her, expressing his willingness to abide by her decisions. Just then, Emperor Xiao Jin's condition worsened, plunging him near unconsciousness. Various factions grew increasingly audacious, attempting to seize power. Xiao Xuanze and Li Chenxi remained by the emperor's side, while Empress Su Yaoyao, despite her own ailments, stayed at Xiao Jin's bedside. Having been the only woman in the emperor's harem throughout his reign, she understood that the loss of her husband would weigh heavily upon her. Together, Xiao Yeyue and Ling Feng stood firm against the turmoil. Utilizing his abilities, Ling Feng gathered loyal supporters. Xiao Yeyue recognized the urgency of making a decisive choice. Gazing into Ling Feng's steadfast eyes, she had already devised a plan. She declared to the court that, although Ling Feng was a prince of the Southern Li Kingdom, he was now a citizen of the Xianming Kingdom and had saved her life on multiple occasions. She would not allow him to suffer unjustly. However, this declaration did little to quell the doubts of some. Just then, news arrived from the Southern Li Kingdom, expressing their willingness to support Xiao Yeyue in stabilizing the Xianming Kingdom, provided Ling Feng's safety and rightful status were guaranteed. It turned out that the monarch of the Southern Li Kingdom, upon learning of his son's whereabouts, did not wish to instigate war. Relieved, Xiao Yeyue joined forces with Ling Feng to combat the various rebellious factions. In a moment of crisis, Ling Feng returned to the Southern Li Kingdom as its prince, securing the monarch's consent to send troops to assist in quelling the insurrection. Once the rebellion was subdued, the Xianming Kingdom regained its former tranquility. Xiao Yeyue felt immense gratitude for Ling Feng's contributions, and their bond deepened through this ordeal. Yet she understood that Ling Feng ultimately belonged to the Southern Li Kingdom. As envoys arrived to escort him home, Ling Feng gazed at Xiao Yeyue, his eyes filled with reluctance. With tears held at bay, Xiao Yeyue smiled and encouraged him. You are a prince there. Return and fulfill your responsibilities. After returning to the Southern Li Kingdom, Ling Feng devoted himself to mastering the art of governance. He frequently penned letters to Xiao Yeyue, expressing his longing. Meanwhile, Xiao Yeyue dedicated herself to the development of the Xianming Kingdom, earning the affection of its citizens through her benevolent rule. Years later, as the two kingdoms flourished in harmony, Linglong became a wise monarch and proposed a marriage alliance with Xiao Yue to further strengthen their ties. She gladly accepted, marrying into the southern Li kingdom. Henceforth, their love transcended borders, becoming a cherished tale that resonated between the two nations, with the people offering their blessings for the happiness of these two rulers. In the end, Emperor Xiaojin, the weary sovereign who had borne the burdens of state, could not withstand the trials of life, prompting national mourning.
Emprisu Yao Yao,
Unable to endure the pain of losing her beloved, followed him into the afterlife. Upon hearing the news, Su Wan'er was filled with sorrow, having lost her parents and mother-in-law in recent years. Witnessing her loved ones depart one after another, she became gaunt and weary, while Li Chenfeng could only offer silent companionship. Just when it seemed that all would decline with Xiao Jin's passing, it was revealed that he had made preparations in advance. Understanding the complexities of court politics, he had secretly nurtured a trusted confidant named Su Jing, a recluse of great wisdom. After the state mourning, Su Jing, bearing Xiao Jin's wishes, assisted Xiao Xuanze in ascending to the throne. The crown princess, Li Chenxi, became empress, Xiao Yue became the princess of the realm, and the second prince, Xiao Xuanjue, was granted the title of a first-rank prince with a princely estate. Following the new emperor's ascension, Su Jing devoted himself wholeheartedly to his service. Yet, hidden forces continued to plot unrest within the court. One day, as Su Wan'er showed signs of recovery, she and Li Chenfeng entered the palace for a visit. Upon crossing the threshold, they sensed a heavy atmosphere. Urgent reports from the border indicated an invasion by foreign enemies. Xiao Xuanze found himself at a loss, while Su Jing proposed that Li Yuechen, the general's son, lead the troops into battle. Li Yuechen accepted the command, casting a determined glance at Xiao Yue before departing. On the battlefield, Li Yuechen displayed unparalleled bravery, yet the enemy employed cunning tactics, laying numerous traps. Just as defeat seemed imminent, Xiao Yue disguised herself as a man and joined the army. She produced a military strategy left by Xiao Jin to address the situation, and the troops followed her plan, achieving a resounding victory. Upon returning to the capital, Li Yuechen's reputation soared, earning the admiration of the people. Xiao Yue became a legendary figure, inspiring many daughters to take her as a role model. Witnessing all this, Su Wan'er was filled with profound emotions. She realized that the prosperous era continued as Xiao Jin had wished. Despite the trials faced, under the united efforts of all, the nation flourished, and the bonds of kinship and loyalty shone like brilliant stars, illuminating the land without end. Upon ascending to the throne, Xiao Xuanze promptly implemented a series of reforms, not only alleviating taxation but also fervently promoting the development of water conservancy projects. The populace was astonished to find their lives improving significantly, gradually recovering from the sorrow of losing the late emperor. However, beneath this calm facade, turbulent currents brewed. The enemy nation at the border, upon hearing of Xiao Jin's demise, perceived an opportunity and began to sharpen their blades, poised for action. Despite his youth and capability, Xiao Xuanze felt immense pressure in the face of the impending conflict. Su Jing discerned his concerns and volunteered to investigate the military situation at the frontier. Upon reaching the border, Su Jing employed his mastery of the art of military strategy to establish formidable defenses and train the soldiers in surprise attack tactics. When the enemy forces encroached, the border shrouded in mist resembled an ethereal realm, yet exuded an ominous air of danger. As the enemy troops set foot in this territory, chaos ensued. At that moment, Su Jing issued a command, and the soldiers of the city surged forth, driving the enemy into a hasty retreat. Following this victory, Xiao Xuanze's regime became more secure, and the people revered him even more. Grateful for Su Jing's contributions, Xiao Xuanze sought to appoint him as chancellor, but Su Jing declined. He expressed a desire to wander the world, having fulfilled his aspirations, and felt it was time to depart from the opulent court. Thus, Su Jing floated away, leaving behind a legendary tale for future generations to recount. Chapter 129. A family reunion on the night of the second day of the new year. Li Yuancheng pushed his father, Li Chenfeng, who sat in a wheelchair, while Li Yusin and Li Chenxi tenderly assisted their mother, Su Wan'er. The family gathered in a spacious courtyard, watching the children joyfully set off fireworks. A group of exuberant young people frolicked merrily, while Li Chenfeng and Su Wan'er shared a long, affectionate gaze, their eyes filled with boundless happiness and contentment. In their lifetime, they had raised 2 daughters and a son, all of whom were not only dutiful but also exceptionally talented. Their eldest daughter had ascended to the status of a queen, enjoying a blissful marriage and dutiful children. Their son inherited his father's ambitions, becoming a valiant general, with his wife being General Wang's daughter, Wang Qiuyu, a skilled warrior. Together they bore a son, often fighting side by side for their nation. The youngest daughter initially married poorly, but after a divorce, she was fortunate to marry Chen Junsheng from the Chen family. Although he was merely a low-ranking official and not the son of a prominent minister or noble family, their marital bond was filled with love and harmony, leading a life of great fulfillment. At this moment, the family had no further desires. Suddenly, a magnificent and resplendent firework burst in the sky, illuminating the courtyard as brightly as day. Chenfeng slowly spoke. In this life, possessing such a wonderful family and raising such outstanding children, what more could I possibly wish for? Su Wan'er gently held his hand, tears glistening in her eyes as she softly replied, "Indeed. May this beautiful time remain forever tranquil and lovely." Yet, amidst this harmonious atmosphere, a shadow silently scaled the wall. This was an assassin from the enemy nation who had lurked for many years, believing he had found an opportunity upon learning of the Li family's joyous reunion. However, as soon as he landed, he was detected by the vigilant Li Yuancheng. Without revealing his awareness, Li Yuancheng discreetly signaled to his sister, Li Chenxi,
Li Shenxi feinat casualnas.
approaching swiftly to subdue the assassin. The family quickly surrounded him, and the assassin, initially believing he faced certain death, was unexpectedly met with Li Chenfeng's words, "We harbor no intentions of killing. Tonight is a night of reunion. We do not wish for bloodshed. Return and inform your sovereign that our citizens live in peace and harmony, a realm not so easily infringed upon." In his astonishment, the assassin could not help but feel admiration for Li Chenfeng. After bowing respectfully, he departed in haste. The Li family exchanged smiles and resumed appreciating the splendid fireworks, laughter resonating once more in the courtyard. After the assassin's departure, Li Yuancheng approached his father and asked softly, "Father, why did you let him go? He is an assassin from the enemy nation." Li Chenfeng responded with a gentle smile, patting his son's shoulder. "Yuancheng, war is not our desire. We yearn for peace and tranquility. This is a night of reunion, and we do not wish to mar this beauty with hatred and bloodshed. Moreover, I believe our nation is strong enough and our soldiers brave enough to protect our homeland from invasion." Inspired by his father's words, Li Yuancheng felt a swell of pride and a sense of duty. He silently vowed to strive harder, aspiring to become an even more exceptional leader, contributing to the peace and security of the nation. Fireworks continued to bloom in the sky, their colorful glow reflecting on each beaming face of the family. The Li family stood closely together, cherishing this rare moment of reunion and warmth. They understood that regardless of the storms and challenges that lay ahead, as long as the family remained united, nothing could impede their progress. Chapter 130. Side story of Li Chenxi from a young age. I was born amidst the expectations of many, my parents' love for me penetrating to the very core of their beings. Everyone claimed that I led a life more joyous than that of a princess, with my parents in love and surrounded by affection. Eventually, as siblings began to arrive, I found myself accompanied by a gaggle of younger siblings, assuming the role of their elder sister. I felt an overwhelming sense of pride, relishing my newfound status. My parents personally trained me in martial arts, while my mother imparted her knowledge of medicine. One day, my aunt, the crown princess, brought her pair of twin sons to our home. I was filled with curiosity for these twins who bore a striking resemblance to one another. I often played with them, and one of the quieter brothers followed me everywhere, becoming my little shadow. As time passed, this brother grew into a remarkably handsome young man. Clad in white garments that resembled snow, his smile imbued with a gentle warmth. Upon seeing me, he would slightly bow and call me sister. A sudden flutter of anxiety would course through me, though I maintained a facade of composure. After I entered the palace as a lady-in-waiting, he became my constant companion, inventing various excuses to call for me, addressing me as sister day after day. During a palace banquet, as songs and dances filled the air, I busied myself with arrangements. When he quietly approached me, "Sister, why are you so busy today?" he asked softly, concern evident in his gaze. I was about to respond when a group of officials seeking to toast interrupted me. When I turned back, I found him still standing in place, gazing at me with an expression that hinted at deeper feelings. Soon after, Rumors began to circulate in the palace, suggesting that he had intentions towards me, and that such familiarity was inappropriate. Troubled by these whispers, I deliberately avoided him. Yet, he remained undeterred, seeking me out in the garden's secluded corners. Sister, do not heed those idle tales. My feelings for you are as constant as the sun and moon, he declared, taking my hand. I panicked and withdrew, saying, Our statuses differ. We cannot behave this way. He, however, resolutely stated, I do not care. I only wish to be by your side. At a loss for how to respond, I felt an unfamiliar sweetness bloom within me. But thinking of family and palace decorum, I could only harden my heart and turn away, leaving him standing amidst the blooming flowers, his expression forlorn. One day, he confessed, Sister, I have loved you since childhood. I wish to marry you as the crown princess. Will you marry me? My heart raced at his sudden proposal, my cheeks flushing crimson as I stammered. Unsure of how to answer, my mind a chaotic whirl as I had never considered this matter before. Afterwards, I expressed to him a so. My sole aspiration lies in the pursuit of medical knowledge to alleviate suffering and save lives. I have never contemplated matters of marriage, and I do not wish to wed at this moment. Upon hearing this, he appeared somewhat disheartened, yet he respected my sentiments, stating, It is of no consequence. Dear sister, you need not feel pressured. I merely wished to convey my feelings. I am willing to wait for you. Subsequently, his behavior grew increasingly audacious. He surreptitiously kissed me and gifted me a token of affection, a delicate jade hairpin, adorned with an engraving of mandarin ducks frolicking in water. Startled and embarrassed, I hurriedly rejected the gesture, but he forcibly pressed the hairpin into my hand before hastily departing. In time, as we continued to see each other, we fell in love, often venturing outside the palace to enjoy various activities typical of young couples. Eventually, we wed, and our married life was filled with sweetness and warmth. Su treated me exceptionally well, bringing fresh flowers each morning to place in a vase, all to elicit a smile from me. We were blessed with a daughter, whom we named Xiao, and we doted upon her equally as she grew up enveloped in our affection. As the years passed, Yue blossomed into a graceful young woman. One day, she bashfully revealed to us that she had taken a liking to a young and talented gentleman.
Su chuckled,
Teasing her for blushing as I once did in my youth, I feigned annoyance and lightly smacked him. On the day of the wedding, Su solemnly entrusted Yue's hand to the groom, tears glistening in his eyes. From that day forth, I journeyed through life alongside Su, watching our family flourish. Occasionally, I reflect on the past, filled with myriad emotions. The struggles, sweetness, and warmth of those times illuminate the tapestry of our long lives like stars scattered across the night sky. Until my twilight years, Su departed before me, and as I held the jade hairpin he had gifted me, I peacefully closed my eyes, envisioning the young Su approaching me with a smile. Chapter 131. Epilogue of Li Yuexin. Li Yuexin, a fragment of ethereal spirit from another realm, wandered alone through the currents of the modern world, until that fateful morning when I stepped outside my door, embarking on the rhythm of the everyday. Due to a restless night, my spirit felt languid, as if shrouded in an invisible weariness. In that moment of disorientation, a speeding truck surged towards me like a beast, mercilessly pulling my fragile form into the whirlpool of fate, ultimately vanishing amidst the clamor of the world. When I next opened my eyes, everything around me had transformed. I was astonished to find myself reincarnated as the tender 1-year-old Li Yuexin in the general's household. I gently shook my still innocent head, striving to make sense of this absurd reality amidst the chaos and confusion, endeavoring to accept this sudden shift in identity. I, Li Yuexin, a soul from another world, had now become the infant Li Yuexin in this ancient general's residence. I surveyed my surroundings, the antique furniture, the exquisitely carved window frames. Everything felt surreal. My small hands instinctively tugged at the satin garments I wore, the soft texture further affirming that this was no dream. I struggled to recall the fragments of my past life, but my mind felt clouded. Nevertheless, since fate had granted me a chance at rebirth, why should I dwell on the past? I shook my head, attempting to clear my thoughts. Gazing at the innocent face in the mirror, I silently vowed to live this life to the fullest, not to squander this second chance. Thus began my journey of adapting to this new identity and world. Though merely a 1-year-old infant, I believed that one day I would shine with my own brilliance in this ancient realm. Later, I learned that my father, a general, wished to bring me to the palace for a banquet. Upon hearing this, I panicked, despite my efforts to learn the etiquette of this world. The palace harbored countless more rules. In an era where the emperor wielded absolute power, even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences, endangering not only myself but my family as well. Ultimately, I steeled myself and accompanied him. Upon entering the palace, the opulent halls and intricate social dynamics left me dizzy. Amidst the clinking of glasses during the banquet, my anxiety caused me to accidentally spill my drink, plunging the entire hall into silence. Just as I braced for reprimand, the emperor, seated at the head of the table, smiled warmly and said, "Children are naturally playful. There is no need for concern." Indeed, what was I truly afraid of? With my background, I enjoyed privileges surpassing even those of a princess. My father was a renowned general, safeguarding the nation. My mother was the formidable leader of the Linglong Pavilion, celebrated for her medical prowess. My grandfather held the esteemed position of prime minister. My aunt was the reigning empress. My cousin was the esteemed crown prince, and my sister was the crown princess. Additionally, my uncle was an affluent magnate, his wealth rivaling that of nations. This girl was truly a paragon of success. Fortunately, when I traversed into this world, my original self was still a mere infant, barely a year old. Otherwise, I might have drawn suspicion. As time passed, I grew bolder, utilizing my modern knowledge to devise various small inventions in this ancient context. I meticulously drafted blueprints and directed craftsmen to create an exceptionally comfortable chair, a stark contrast to the rigid stools of antiquity, making it difficult for anyone to rise once seated. One day, I accompanied my mother to the Linglong Pavilion for leisure, observing the practitioners honing their skills. I recalled the martial arts films I had seen in modern times. Thus, I imparted some simple yet practical fighting techniques to them. These methods indeed led them to numerous victories in competitions, enhancing their reputation. Soon after, news of urgent warfare at the borders reached us. My father resolutely decided to march into battle once more. Concerned for his well-being amidst peril, I presented him with a simple telescope I had crafted. This device enabled him to discern the movements of distant enemies with clarity, and he achieved remarkable successes on the battlefield with it. Eventually, I entered the realm of matrimony, wed to a considerate and obedient gentleman whom I believed to be my true match. However, less than a year into our marriage, his true colors were revealed. He had deceived me all along, colluding with his cousin solely for personal gain, marrying me for the influence I provided. Ultimately, we parted ways. Following our separation, all support from my family was withdrawn from him, leading to his downfall. However, I did not succumb to despair. Rather, I felt a profound sense of relief. I returned to the general's residence, where my family showered me with care, providing me with an unprecedented sense of warmth. Later, I encountered a man who had long harbored affection for me. Initially resistant, I eventually softened as I witnessed him sustain injuries while rescuing me. His deep affection swayed my heart, and I agreed to explore a relationship with him. As time passed, I was moved by his sincerity and kindness, and we ultimately wed. This time, I finally discovered true happiness. Together with Chenfeng, I journey through life, continuing to wield my modern knowledge to bring prosperity and well-being to this ancient dynasty. Chapter 132. Epilogue of Su Wan'er. I am Su Wan'er, and from a young age, I have cherished a boy whom I hold dear. The son of my second aunt, His Highness Prince Xuanjue, the second grandson of the current crown prince. We grew up together, akin to childhood sweethearts. Yet he has always regarded me as nothing more than a sister. However, I am unwilling to accept this fate. Although I am merely the legitimate granddaughter of the Prime Minister, my status is still respectable, yet he, as a royal grandson, is beyond my reach. Nevertheless, matters of the heart cannot be governed by rationality. At every palace banquet, my gaze invariably seeks his presence. One day, I learned that the Prince of Yuan was hosting a poetry gathering, and Prince Xuanjue would be in attendance. Thus, I exerted great effort to procure an invitation. At the poetry gathering, I finally beheld him up close. Dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, he exuded an air of warmth akin to jade, yet there was a hint of coldness about him. My palms grew clammy with nervousness as I summoned the courage to compose a poem, hoping it would capture his attention. When his gaze fell upon me, my heart nearly ceased to beat. Yet, in the next moment, he averted his eyes, as if I were merely one of many guests. Utterly unremarkable, A wave of disappointment washed over me, yet I forced myself to maintain composure. After the gathering, I vowed to become more exceptional, to elevate myself to a position where I would not be overlooked, even if I could not be by his side. Thus, I devoted myself to studying diligently, practicing the guqin, hoping that one day I might once again catch his eye. Months later, the palace held a grand floral banquet. I adorned myself meticulously, donning a light pink flowing gown and styling my hair into an exquisite updo, bringing with me the skills I had honed. As usual, I searched for Xuanjue's figure among the attendees, and there he was, engaged in discourse with several young gentlemen about poetry. Taking a deep breath, I gracefully approached the guqin area. My fingers brushed the strings, and a melodious sound resonated through the air, drawing the attention of all present. This time, Xuanjue's gaze lingered on me, and I perceived a flicker of surprise in his eyes. As the music concluded, I made my way toward Xuanjue and curtsied. To my astonishment, he gestured for me to rise, praising my exquisite guqin skills. A surge of joy filled my heart, leading me to believe my efforts had borne fruit. However, he abruptly changed the subject, jesting, "Sister Yuanyun, with such brilliance and talent, I wonder who will benefit from you in the future." My heart plummeted. In his eyes, I remained but an inconsequential figure. Just as despair enveloped me, I heard the emperor announce his intention to grant marriage to all eligible young men and women. My heart trembled, uncertain of my fate, while Xuanjue remained indifferent, as though this matter did not concern him. In the end, I declined the emperor's proposal on the grounds of my youth, returning home to collapse into a chair, tears streaming down my face. My mother, seeing me in distress, gently embraced me, saying, "My child, do not cling to Prince Xuanjue any longer. There are countless men in this world who will cherish you." I shook my head, filled with reluctance. Later, he met a woman he admired and brought her back to the capital, where they wed. Heartbroken, I departed the capital, bidding farewell to my parents and embarking on a journey across the land. Upon arriving in Jiangnan, due to my lack of experience in the world, I was tragically sold into a brothel. Terrified, I recalled my aunt's parting words. Ultimately, I utilized the jade pendant my aunt had given me, which led me to meet the head of the Linglong Pavilion, my aunt herself. With compassion, she embraced me, saying, "Yuan, you have suffered over the years." Overcome with emotion, I recounted the injustices I had endured. After recuperating at Linglong Pavilion for several days, I resolved to continue my journey. On my departure, my aunt entrusted me with a manual and a dagger, claiming they would safeguard me in times of peril. She also provided me with 2 skilled bodyguards, and together, we resumed our travels. Chapter 133. Epilogue of Su Wan'er 2. Soon after, I encountered Jun Mo Ran, a radiant and warm-hearted youth. He illuminated my somber world with his presence. He was aware of my past but never brought it up, choosing instead to silently accompany me. One day, as we traversed a forest, we were beset by a group of bandits. Jun Mo Ran drew his sword, prepared to confront them, while I grasped my dagger. My 2 bodyguards shielded me, and the atmosphere crackled with tension. Jun Mo Ran's swordsmanship proved exceptional, swiftly turning the tide against the bandits. However, at that moment, a cold arrow was shot towards me, and without hesitation, Jun Mo Ran turned to shield me, the arrow striking his shoulder. My heart raced with anxiety. Fortunately, we ultimately repelled the bandits. I devoted myself to caring for the injured Jun Mo Ran, and as I gazed upon his pale yet gentle face, a ripple of emotion surged within me. In that instant, I realized that he was the one who truly cared for me. Once Jun Mo Ran had recovered, he took my hand and said, "Yuan, let the past remain in the past. I will always be by your side from now on." I looked into his sincere eyes and nodded slightly. The obsession I once held for Xuanjue dissipated, and I resolved to cherish the present, choosing to walk hand in hand with Jun Mo Ran for the rest of my life. Thus, I brought him back to the capital, where I first introduced him to my parents. Upon seeing Jun Mo Ran's handsome demeanor and courteous manner, my parents were greatly pleased. Soon, we began to prepare for our wedding. On the day of our nuptials, the capital was abuzz with excitement. I donned a vibrant red wedding gown, eagerly awaiting Jun Mo Ran's arrival. At that moment, a commotion arose outside. Confused, I sent someone to investigate and discovered that Xuanjue had arrived. His expression was complex as he gazed at me and said, Yuan, upon learning of your wedding today, I have realized that I harbor feelings for you beyond friendship. though I had not recognized them before. My heart jolted, yet I calmly replied, "Your Highness, the past is behind us. My affections now lie solely with Jun Mo Ran." Xuanjue seemed poised to speak further, but Jun Mo Ran stepped forward, grasping my hand, and addressed Xuanjue, "Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. Yuan is now my wife. There is no need to revisit the past." With that, he led me to the bridal sedan. As the sedan departed, I understood that a new chapter of my life was about to unfold. The past's love and grievances had been completely laid to rest. My heart would now belong only to Jun Mo Ran as we traversed this life together. The days following our marriage were filled with sweetness and warmth. Jun Mo Ran accompanied me daily to admire flowers, gaze at the moon, and compose poetry. However, our tranquil existence was soon disrupted by news of war at the borders. As a man, Jun Mo Ran felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders and resolutely decided to enlist in the army. On the day of our farewell, I held back tears, urging him to return safely. Jun Mo Ran gently wiped my tears and assured me he would come back. After his departure, I missed him dearly but remained strong. I managed the household duties and cared for my in-laws, while in my spare moments, I visited the temple to pray for his safe return. Months later, joyous news arrived. The enemy had suffered a crushing defeat. A few days later, Jun Mo Ran returned, riding a magnificent steed. As I stood amidst the crowd, tears of excitement filled my eyes. Upon spotting me, Jun Mo Ran dismounted and rushed to embrace me. This experience deepened our appreciation for the moments we shared. As time passed, we grew old together, surrounded by children and grandchildren. Through both storms and sunshine, we held each other's hands tightly, our profound love enduring through the ages.